Book 1, Chapter 1 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth R. Moorfield. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. To the memory of the man who stands highest in the oratory of my memory, Alexander John Scott, I, daring, presume to dedicate this book. Countrymen, my heart doth joy that yet, in all my life, I found no man but he was true to me. Brutus in Julius Caesar. The author desires to have it understood that not a single poem in this tale is of his own composition. The poems are, however, his property, and appear for the first time in print. The careless work of a friend of his boyhood, he has not even trimmed them. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Part 1. His Boyhood. Chapter 1. A Recollection. Robert Falconer, schoolboy, aged 14, thought he had never seen his father. That is, thought he had no recollection of having ever seen him. But the moment when my story begins, he had begun to doubt whether his belief in the matter was correct. And as he went on thinking, he became more and more assured that he had seen his father somewhere about 6 years before, as near as a thoughtful boy of his age could judge of the lapse of a period that would form half of that portion of his existence which was bound into one by the reticulations of memory. For there dawned upon his mind the vision of one Sunday afternoon. Betty had gone to church, and he was alone with his grandmother reading the Pilgrim's Progress to her, when, just as Christian knocked at the wicket gate, a tap came to the street door, and he went to open it. There he saw a tall, somewhat haggard-looking man, in a shabby black coat. The vision gradually dawned upon him till it reached the minuteness of all these particulars. His hat pulled down onto his projecting eyebrows, and his shoes very dusty, as with a long journey on foot. It was a hot Sunday, he remembered that. Who looked at him very strangely, and without a word, pushed him aside and went straight into his grandmother's parlour, shutting the door behind him. He followed, not doubting that the man must have a right to go there, but questioning very much his right to shut him out. When he reached the door, however, he found it bolted, and outside he had to stay all alone in the desolate remainder of the house, till Betty came home from church. He could recall, as he thought about it, how drearily the afternoon had passed. First he had opened the street door and stood in it. There was nothing alive to be seen except a sparrow picking up crumbs, and he would not stop till he was tired of him. The Royal Oak down the street to the right had not even a horseless gig or a cart standing before it, and King Charles, grinning awfully in its branches on the signboard, was invisible from the distance at which he stood. In at the other end of the empty street looked the distant uplands, whose waving corn and grass were likewise invisible, and beyond them rose one blue truncated peak in the distance, all of them wearily at rest this weary Sabbath day. However, there was one thing then which this was better, and that was being at church, which, to this boy at least, was the very fifth essence of dreariness. He closed the door and went into the kitchen. That was nearly as bad. The kettle was on the fire, to be sure, in anticipation of tea, but the coals under it were black on the top, and it made only faint efforts, after immeasurable intervals of silence, to break into a song, giving a hum like that of a bee a mile off, and then relapsing into hopeless inactivity. Having just had his dinner, he was not hungry enough to find any resource in the drawer where the oatcakes lay, and unfortunately the old wooden clock in the corner was going, else there would have been some amusement in trying to torment it into demonstrations of life, as he had often done in less desperate circumstances than the present. At last he went upstairs to the very room in which he now was, and sat down upon the floor, just as he was sitting now. He had not even brought his Pilgrim's Progress with him from his grandmother's room. But searching about in all holes and corners, he at length found Klopstock's Messiah translated into English, and took refuge there till Betty came home. Nor did he go down till she called him to tea, when, expecting to join his grandmother and the stranger, he found, on the contrary, that he was to have his tea with Betty in the kitchen, after which he again took refuge with Klopstock in the garret, and remained there till it grew dark, when Betty came in search of him and put him to bed in the gable room, and not in his usual chamber. In the morning every trace of the visitor had vanished, even to the thorn stick which he had set down behind the door as he entered. All of this Robert Falconer saw slowly revive on the palimpsest of his memory, as he washed it with the vivifying waters of recollection. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Book 1, Chapter 2. A Visitor. It was a very bare little room in which the boy sat, but it was his favourite retreat. Behind the door, in a recess, stood an empty bedstead, without even a mattress upon it. This was the only piece of furniture in the room, unless some shelves crowded with papers tied up in bundles, and in a cupboard in the wall likewise filled with papers, could be called furniture. There was no carpet on the floor, no windows in the walls. The only light came from the door, and from a small skylight in the sloping roof, which showed that it was a garret room. Nor did much light come from the open door, for there was no window on the walled stair to which it opened, only, opposite the door, a few steps led up into another garret, larger, but with a lower roof, unceiled and perforated, with 2 or 3 holes, the panes of glass filling which were no larger than the small blue slates which covered the roof. From these panes a little dim brown light tumbled into the room where the boy sat on the floor, with his head almost between his knees, thinking. But there was less light than usual in the room now, though it was only 2:30, and the sun would not set for more than half an hour yet. For if Robert had lifted his head and looked up, it would have been at, not through the skylight. No sky was to be seen. A thick covering of snow lay over the glass. A partial thaw, followed by frost, had fixed it there, a mass of imperfect cells and confused crystals. It was a cold place to sit in, but the boy had some faculty for enduring cold when it was the price to be paid for solitude. And besides, when he fell into one of his thinking moods, he forgot for a season cold and everything else but what he was thinking about, a faculty for which he was to be envied. If he had gone down the stair, which described half the turn of a screw in its descent, and had crossed the landing to which it brought him, he could have entered another bedroom, called the gable, or rather the gale room, equally at his service for retirement. But, though carpeted and comfortably furnished, and having 2 windows at right angles commanding 2 streets, for it was a corner house, the boy preferred the garret room. He could not tell why. Possibly windows to the streets were not congenial to the meditations in which even now, as I have said, the boy indulged. These meditations, however, though sometimes as abstruse, if not so continuous as those of a metaphysician, for boys are not unfrequently more given to metaphysics than older people are able, or perhaps willing, to believe, were not by any means confined to such subjects. Castle building had its full share in the occupation of those lonely hours, and for this exercise of the constructive faculty, what he knew, or rather what he did not know, of his own history, gave him scope enough. Nor was his brain slow in supplying him with material corresponding in quantity to the space afforded. His mother had been dead for so many years that he had only the vaguest recollections of her tenderness, and none of her person. All he was told of his father was that he had gone abroad. His grandmother would never talk about him, although he was her own son. When the boy ventured to ask a question about where he was, or when he would return, she always replied, "Bairns suld haud their tongues." Nor would she vouchsafe another answer to any question that seemed to her from the farthest distance to bear upon that subject. "Bairns maun learn to haud their tongues," was the sole variation of which the response admitted. And the boy did learn to hold his tongue. Perhaps he would have thought less about his father if he had had brothers or sisters, or even if the nature of his grandmother had been such as to admit of their relationship being drawn closer into personal confidence, or some measure of familiarity. How they stood with regard to each other will soon appear. Whether the visions vanished from his brain because of the thickening of his blood with cold, or he merely acted from one of those undefined and inexplicable impulses which occasion not a few of our actions, I cannot tell. But all at once Robert started to his feet and hurried from the room. At the foot of the garret stair, between it and the door of the gable room already mentioned, stood another door, at right angles to both, of the existence of which the boy was scarcely aware, simply because he had seen it all his life and had never seen it open. Turning his back on this last door, which he took for a blind one, he went down a short broad stair, at the foot of which was a window. He then turned to the left into a long flagged passage, or trans, past the kitchen door on the one hand and the double-leaved street door on the other. But instead of going into the parlour, the door of which closed the trans, he stopped at the passage window on the right, and there stood looking out. What might be seen from this window certainly could not be called a very pleasant prospect. A broad street, with low houses of cold grey stone, is perhaps as uninteresting a form of street as any to be found in the world, and such was the street Robert looked out upon. Not a single member of the animal creation was to be seen in it, not a pair of eyes to be discovered looking out at any of the windows opposite. The sole motion was the occasional drift of a vapour-like film of white powder, which the wind would lift like dust from the snowy carpet that covered the street, and wafting it along for a few yards, drop again to its repose, till another, stronger gust, prelusive of the wind about to rise at sundown, a wind cold and bitter as death, would rush over the street, raise a denser cloud of the white water dust to sting the face of any improbable person who might meet it in its passage. It was a keen, knife-edged frost, even in the house, and what Robert saw to make him stand at the desolate window I do not know, and I believe he could not himself have told. There he did stand, however, for the space of 5 minutes or so, with nothing better filling his outer eyes, at least, than a bald spot on the crown of the street, whence the wind had swept away the snow, leaving it brown and bare, a spot of March in the middle of January. He heard the town drummer in the distance, and let the sound invade his passive ears till it crossed the opening of the street and vanished down the town. "There's Dooble Sanny," he said to himself, "with such cold hands as he's playing upon the drumhead, as if he was leaping in a cask." Then he stood silent once more, with a look as if anything would be welcome to break the monotony. While he stood, a gentle, timorous tap came to the door, so gentle indeed that Betty in the kitchen did not hear it, or she, tall and Roman-nosed as she was, would have answered it before the long-legged dreamer could have reached the door, though he was not above 3 yards from it. In lack of anything better to do, Robert stalked to the summons. As he opened the door, these words greeted him: "Is Robert at—" It's Bob himsel'. Bob, I'm exceedingly cold." "What for dinna ye gang home then?" "What for wasna ye at the school the day?" "I put one question at you, and ye answer me with another." "Weel, I hae no home to gang till." "Weel, and I had a headache. But where's your home going till then?" "The hoose is there all right, but where my mother is, I dinna ken. The door's lockit, and Jeames Jaup, they tell me, is turn awa the key. I doot my mother's always upon the tramp again, and what's to come o' me, the Lord kens." "What's this of it?" interposed a severe but not unmelodious voice, breaking into the conversation between the two boys, for the parlour door had opened without Robert's hearing it, and Mrs. Falconer, his grandmother, had drawn near to the speakers. "What's this o' it?" she asked again. "What's that you're conversing with at the door, Robert? Gin it be ony decent laddie, tell him to come in, and no stand at the door on sic a day as this." As Robert hesitated with his reply, she looked round the open half of the door, but no sooner saw with whom he was talking than her tone changed. By this time Betty, wiping her hands in her apron, had completed the group by taking her stand in the kitchen door. "Na, na," said Mrs. Falconer, "we want none sich like here. What does he want with you, Robert? Give him a piece, Betty, and let him gang. Eh, sirs, the lad has not a stockin' fit upon him, and in such weather." For before she had finished her speech, the visitor, as if in terror of her nearer approach, had turned his back, and literally showed her, if not a clean pair of heels, yet a pair of naked heels from between the soles and uppers of his shoes. If he had any stockings at all, they ceased before they reached his ankles. "What ails him at me," continued Mrs. Falconer, "that he rins as if I were a booty? But it's nae wonder he canna bide the sight of a dacent body, for he's no used till it. What does he want with you, Robert?" But Robert had a reason for not telling his grandmother what the boy had told him. He thought the news about his mother would only make her disapprove of him the more. In this he judged wrong. He did not know his grandmother yet. "He's in my class at the school," said Robert evasively. "Him? What class, noo?" Robert hesitated one moment, but compelled to give some answer, said with confidence, "The Bible class." "I thocht as muckle. What gars ye play at hide and seek wi' me? Do ye think I dinna ken weel enough there's no a lad or a lass at the school but as in the Bible class? What wants he here?" "Ye hardly gave him time to tell me, grannie. Ye frightened him." "Me fright him? What for suld I fright him, laddie? I'm no sic wonder that onybody needs be frightened at me." The old lady turned with visible, though by no means profound, offence upon her calm forehead, and walking back into her parlour, where Robert could see the fire burning right cheerily, shut the door, and left him and Betty standing together in the transe. The latter returned to the kitchen to resume the washing of the dinner dishes, and the former returned to his post at the window. He had not stood more than half a minute, thinking what was to be done with his schoolfellow deserted of his mother, when the sound of a coach horn drew his attention to the right, down the street, where he could see part of the other street which crossed it at right angles, and in which the gable of the house stood. A minute after, the mail came in sight, scarlet spotted with snow, and disappeared, going up the hill towards the chief hostelry of the town, as fast as four horses, tired with the bad footing they had had through the whole of the stage, could draw it after them. By this time the twilight was falling, for though the sun had not yet set, miles of frozen vapour came between him and this part of the world, and his light was never very powerful so far north at this season of the year. Robert turned into the kitchen and began to put on his shoes. He had made up his mind what to do. "You're never gaun oot, Robert," said Betty, in a hoarse tone of expostulation. "'Deed am I, Betty. What for no?" "You 'at's been in all day wi' a headache. I'll just gang and tell the mistress, and syne we'll see what she'll please to say till it." "Ye'll do naething o' the kind, Betty. Are ye going to turn tell tale at your age?" "What ken ye aboot my age? There's never a man body at the tune kens aught aboot my age." "It's ower muckle for onybody to remember, is it, Betty?" "Dinna be ill-tongued, Robert, or I'll just gang to the mistress." "Betty, what began wi' being ill-tongued? Gin ye tell my grandmother what I gaed out o' the night, I'll gang to the schoolmaster of Muckledrum and get a sight o' the Kirstenin book, and gin yer name binna there, I'll tell ilka body I meet 'at our Betty was never kirstened, and that'll be a sore affront, Betty." "Hoot! Was there ever such a laddie?" said Betty, attempting to laugh it off. "Be sure ye be back afore tay time, 'cause yer grannie 'll ill be spirin' after ye, and ye wadna want me lie aboot ye." I would have naebody lie about me. Ye just need not let on 'at ye hears her. Ye can be deaf enough when ye like, Betty, but I'se be back afore tay-time, or come on the war." Betty, who was in far greater fear of her age being discovered than of being unchristianized in the search, though the fact was that she knew nothing certain about the matter, and had no desire to be enlightened, feeling as if she was thus left at liberty to hint what she pleased. Betty, I say, never had any intention of going to the mistress, for the threat was merely the rod of terror which she thought it convenient to hold over the back of the boy, whom she always supposed to be in some mischief unless he were in her own presence and visibly reading a book. If he were reading aloud, so much the better. But Robert likewise kept a rod for his defence, and that was Betty's age, which he had discovered to be such a precious secret that one would have thought her virtue depended in some cabalistic manner upon the concealment of it. And certainly nature herself seemed to favour Betty's weakness, casting such a mist about the number of her years as the goddesses of old were wont to cast about a wounded favourite. For some said Betty was 40, others said she was 65, and in fact almost everybody who knew her had a different belief on the matter. By this time Robert had conquered the difficulty of enduing boots as hard as a thorough wetting, and as thorough as a drying could make them, and now stood prepared to go. His object in setting out was to find the boy whom his grandmother had driven from the door with a hastier and more abject flight than she had in the least intended. But if his grandmother should miss him, as Betty suggested, and inquire where he had been, what was he to say? He did not mind misleading his grandmother, but he had a great objection to telling her a lie. His grandmother herself delivered him from this difficulty. "Robert, come here," she called from the parlour door, and Robert obeyed. "Is it dinging on, Robert?" she asked. "No, grannie, it's only a starnie o' drift." The meaning of this was that there was no fresh snow falling, or beating on, only a little surface snow blowing about. "Weel, just put your shoon on, man, and run up to Miss Napier's upon the Square, and say to Miss Napier, with my compliments, that I would be sore obleeged till her gin she would lend me that fine receipt of hers for crappit heads, and I'll send it back safe the morn's morning. Rin noo." This commission fell in admirably with Robert's plans, and he started at once. End Book 1, Chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Book 1, Chapter 3. The Boar's Head. Miss Napier was the eldest of 3 maiden sisters, who kept the principal hostelry of Rothieden, called the Boar's Head, from which, as Robert reached the square in the dusk, the mail coach was moving away with a fresh quaternion of horses. He found a good many boxes upon the pavement close by the archway that led to the inn-yard, and around them had gathered a group of loungers, not too cold to be interested. These were looking towards the windows of the inn, where the owner of the boxes had evidently disappeared. "Saw ye ever sich a sicht in oor town afore?" said Dooble Sanny, as people generally called him, his name being Alexander, pronounced, by those who chose to speak of him with the ordinary respect due from one mortal to another, Sandy Elshender. Double Sandy was a shoemaker, remarkable for his love of sweet sounds and whisky. He was, besides, the town crier, who went about with a drum at certain hours of the morning and evening, like a perambulating clock, and also made public announcements of sales, losses, etc. For the rest, a fierce fighting fellow when in anger or in drink, which latter included the former. "What's the sicht, Sandy?" asked Robert, coming up with his hands in his pockets of his trousers. "Sich a sicht as ye never saw, man," returned Sandy. "The bonniest leddy ever man set his eye upon. I could nae have thought there had been such a woman in this warld." "Hoot, Sandy," said Robert, A body would think she was lost, and ye had the crying of her. Speak lower, man. She'll maybe hear ye. Is she in the inn there?' 'Ay, is she,' answered Sandy. 'See such a whirl of kiss as she brought with her,' he continued, pointing toward the pile of luggage. 'Saw ye ever sic a heap? It just beats me to think that a body can do wi' so many kiss. For I may not doot but there's something or other in ilka one of them. Naebody would carry aboot empty kiss with them. I cannot make it oot.' The boxes might well surprise Sandy, if we may draw any conclusions from the fact that the sole implement of personal adornment which he possessed was 2 inches of a broken comb, for which he had to search when he happened to want it, in the drawer of his stool, among awls, lumps of rosin for his violin, masses of the same substance wrought into shoemaker's wax for his ends, and packets of boar's bristles, commonly called burse, for the same. 'Are they ane all's bodies?' asked Robert. 'Troth are they. They're all hers, I wot. You would have thought she had been given to the bothy. But given she had been there, there would have been a carriage to meet her,' said Crooked Caumill, the ostler. The bothy was the name facetiously given by Alexander Baron Rothy, son of the Marquis of Boarshead, to a house he had built in the neighbourhood, chiefly for the accommodation of his bachelor friends from London during the shooting season. 'Haud yer tongue, Caumill,' said the shoemaker. 'She's nae such cattle, you. Hold up the bit stable lantern, man, and let Robert here see the direction upon them. Maybe he'll make something of it. He's a fine scholar, ye ken,' said another of the bystanders. The ostler held the lantern to the card upon one of the boxes, but Robert found only an M, followed by something not very definite, and a J, which might have been an I. Rothieden, Driftshire, Scotland. As he was not immediate with his answer, Peter Lumley, one of the group, a lazy ne'er-do-well, who had known better days, but never better manners, and was seldom quite drunk, and seldomer still quite sober, struck in with, 'Ye do not ken a thing yet, ye see, Robbie.' From Sandy this would have been nothing but a good-humoured attempt at facetiousness. From Lumley it meant spite, because Robert's praise was in his ears. 'I do not pretend to ken ae more than ye do yourself, Mr. Lumley, and that's nae saying muckle, surely,' returned Robert, irritated at his tone more than at his words. The bystanders laughed, and Lumley flew into a rage. 'Haud yer ill tongue, ye brat,' he said. 'What are ye to make such remarks upon your betters? Anybody kens your grandfather was naething but the blind piper of Portalotti.' This was news to Robert, probably false considering the quarter whence it came, but his mother wit did not forsake him. 'Weel, Mr. Lumley,' he answered, 'did not he pipe weel? Daur ye tell me 'at he did not pipe weel, and weel's ye could have done it yourself, noo, Mr. Lumley?' The laugh again rose at Lumley's expense, who was well known to have tried his hand at most things and succeeded in nothing. Dooble Sanny was especially delighted. 'De'il have ye for the devil's brat, and I should swear,' was all Lumley's reply, as he sought to conceal his mortification by attempting to join in the laugh against himself. Robert seized the opportunity of turning away and entering the house. 'That un's no to be droont or burnt, either,' said Lumley as he disappeared. 'He'll no be hanged for closing your mouth, Mr. Lumley,' said the shoemaker. Thereupon Lumley turned and followed Robert into the inn. Robert had delivered his message to Miss Napier, who sat in an arm-chair by the fire, in a little comfortable parlour, held sacred by all about the house. She was paralytic, and unable to attend to her guests further than by giving orders when anything especial was referred to her decision. She was an old lady, nearly as old as Mrs. Falconer, and wore glasses, but they could not conceal the kindness of her kindly eyes. Probably from giving less heed to a systematic theology, she had nothing of that sternness which first struck a stranger on seeing Robert's grandmother. But then she did not know what it was to be contradicted, and if she had been married and had had sons, perhaps a sternness not dissimilar might have shown itself in her nature. "No, ye maunna gang away till ye get something," she said, after taking the receipt in request from a drawer within her reach and laying it upon the table. But ere she could ring the bell which stood by her side, one of the servants came in. "Please, mem," she said, "Miss Letty and Miss Lizzie's seen after the bonny leddy, and so I maun come to you." "Is she a' that bonny, Meg?" asked her mistress. Na, she's nae so fearsome bonny, but Miss Letty's unco taken wi' her, ye ken. And we a' say as Miss Letty says in this hoose. But that's no the pint. Mr. Lumley's here, seeking a gill. Is he to have it? Has he had enough already, do you think, Meg? I do not ken aboot enough, mem. That's ill to measure, but I do not think he's had ower muckle. Well, let him take it, but do not let him sit doon." "Very weel, mem," said Meg, and departed. "What gars Mr. Lumley say 'at my grandfather was the blind piper of Port Cloddy? Can you tell me, Miss Napier?" asked Robert. "When said he that, Robert?" "Just as I came in." Miss Napier rang the bell. Another maid appeared. "Send Meg here directly." Meg came, her eyes full of interrogation. "Do not give Lumley a drop. Set him up to insult a young gentleman at my door cheek. He's no had a drop here the night. He's had ower muckle, Meg, already, and ye ought to have seen that." "'Deed, mem, he's had more than ower muckle then, for there's another gill ower the trapple of 'em. I div my best, mem, but never tasting myself, I cannot aye tell who's muckle and the whom of anybody 'at comes in." "You're no fit for the place, Meg, that's a fact." At this charge Meg took no offence, for she had been in the place for 20 years, and both mistress and maid laughed the moment they parted company. "What's this 'at comes the next, Miss Napier, as they're so taken with?" asked Robert. "Atweel, I dinna ken yet. She's ower bonny by a coonst to be gaein' about alone. It's a mercy the baron's no at home, and would have to lock her up with the forks and spoons." "What for that?" asked Robert. But Miss Napier vouchsafed no further explanation. She stuffed his pockets with sweet biscuits instead, dismissed him in haste, and rang the bell. "Meg, whaur hae they putten the stranger laddie?" "She's no gaein' to bide at oor hoose, mem." "What say ye, lass? She's never gaein' ower to Lucky Happit's, is she?" "Oh na, mem. She's a leddy, ilka inch o' her, but she's some relation to the auld captain, and she's gaein' doon the street as soon as Caumill's ready to take her bit boxes in the barrow. But I doobt there'll be most 3 barrowfuls o' them. Atweel, ye can gang." End Book 1, Chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 4. Shargar. Robert went out into the thin drift, and again crossing the wide, desolate-looking square, turned down an entry leading to a kind of court, which had once been inhabited by a well-to-do class of the townspeople, but had now fallen in estimation. Upon a stone at the door of what seemed an outhouse, he discovered the object of his search. "What are you sitting there for, Shargar?" Shargar is a word of Gaelic origin, applied with some sense of the ridiculous to a thin, wasted, dried-up creature. In the present case, it was the nickname by which the boy was known at school, and indeed where he was known at all. "What are you sitting there for, Shargar? Did naebody offer to take ye in?" "Na, none o' them. I think they maun be all in their beds. I'm most dreadful cold." The fact was that Shargar's character, whether by imputation from his mother or derived from his own actions, was none of the best. The consequence was that, although scarcely one of the neighbours would have allowed him to sit there all night, each was willing to wait yet a while, in the hope that somebody else's humanity would give in first, and save her from the necessity of offering him a seat by the fireside, and a share of the oatmeal porridge, which probably would be scanty enough for her own household. For it must be borne in mind that all the houses in the place were occupied by poor people, with whom the one virtue, charity, was in a measure at home, and amidst many sins, cardinal and other, managed to live in even some degree of comfort. "Get up then, Shargar, ye lazy beggar, or are ye frozen to the door-stand? I's away for a kettle of boiling water to louse ye." "Na, Bob, I'm no stucken. I'm only some stiff with the cold. For wow, but I am cold," said Shargar, rising with difficulty. "Give us a hold of your hand, Bob." Robert gave him his hand, and Shargar was straightway upon his feet. "Come away noo, as fast and as quiet as ye can." "What are you going to do with me, Bob?" "What's that to you, Shargar?" "Naething, only I would like to ken." "Have patience, and ye will ken. Only mind ye do as I tell ye, and do not speak a word." Shargar followed in silence. On the way, Robert remembered that Miss Napier had not, after all, given him the receipt for which his grandmother had sent him. So he returned to the Boar's Head, and while he went in, left Shargar in the archway to shiver and try in vain to warm his hands by the alternate plans of slapping them on the opposite arms and hiding them under them. When Robert came out, he saw a man talking to him under the lamp. The moment his eyes fell upon the two, he was struck by a resemblance between them. Shargar was right under the lamp, the man to the side of it, so that Shargar was shadowed by its frame, and the man was in its full light. The latter turned away, and passing Robert, went into the inn. "What's that?" asked Robert. "I dinna ken," answered Shargar. "He spake to me or ever I kent he was there, and garred my heart give sich a loup 'at it maist fell into my breeks." "And what said he to ye?" "He said was the deevil at my lug, that I did naething but cow my hands to bits upon my shouthers." "And what said ye to that?" "I said I wist he was, for he would aiblins have some spare heat aboot him, and I had not quite enough." "Weel done, Shargar. What said he to that?" "He laughed, and sport gin I would list, and give me a shillin'." "You did not take it, Shargar?" asked Robert in some alarm. "Ay, did I? Catch me no take a shillin'." "But they'll hold ye till it." "Na, I'm ower in need for a sodger." But that man was nae sodger. "And what more said he?" "He speirt what I would do with the shillin'." "And what said ye?" "Ow, syne ye came oot, and he gaed awa." "And ye dinna ken what it was?" repeated Robert. "It was some like my brother, Lord Sandy, but I did not ken," said Shargar. By this time they had arrived at Yule the baker's shop. "Bide ye here," said Robert, who happened to possess a few coppers, "till I gang on into Yields." Shargar stood again and shivered at the door, till Robert came out with a penny loaf in one hand and a two-penny loaf in the other. "Give us a bit, Bob," said Shargar. "I'm as hungry as I am cold." "Bide ye still," returned Robert. "There's a time for all things, and your time's no come to forgather with this loaf yet. Does not it smell fine? It's new from the bakehoose no 10 minutes ago. I ken by the feel of it." "Let me feel," said Shargar, stretching out one hand and feeling his shilling with the other. "Na, your hands cannot be clean, and folk should aye eat clean, whether they gang clean or no." "I'll awa in and buy one oot of my own shillin'," said Shargar, in a tone of resolute eagerness. "Ye'll do nothing of the kind," returned Robert, darting his hand at his collar. "Give me the shillin'. Ye'll want it all or long." Shargar yielded the coin and slunk behind, while Robert again led the way till they came to his grandmother's door. "Go on to the ga'le o' the hoose there, Shargar, and just keek roon' the neuk at me, and gin I wussle upon ye, come up as quiet 's ye can. Gin I dinna, bide till I come to ye." Robert opened the door cautiously. It was never locked except at night, or when Betty had gone to the well for water, or to the butcher's or baker's, or the prayer meeting, upon which occasion she put the key in her pocket, and left her mistress a prisoner. He looked first to the right along the passage, and saw that his grandmother's door was shut, then across the passage to the left, and saw that the kitchen door was likewise shut, because of the cold, for its normal position was against the wall. Thereupon, closing the door, but keeping the handle in his hand, and the bolt drawn back, he turned to the street and whistled, soft and low. Shargar had in a moment dragged his heavy feet, ready to part company with their shoes at any instant, to Robert's side. He bent his ear to Robert's whisper. "Go on in there, and creep like a mouse to the fit of the stair. I maun close the door ahint us," said he, opening the door as he spoke. "I'm frightened, Robert." "Dinna be a fool. Grannie will not bite off your head. She had one till her dinner the day, and it was ill singed." "What on of?" "A sheep's head, ye fool. Gang in directly." Shargar persisted no longer, but, taking about 4 steps a minute, slunk past the kitchen like a thief. Not so carefully, however, but that one of his soles, yet looser than the other, gave one clap upon the flagged passage, when Betty straightway stood in the kitchen door, a fierce picture in a deal frame. By this time Robert had closed the outer door, and was following at Shargar's heels. "What's this?" she cried, but not so loud as to reach the ears of Mrs. Falconer, for, with true Scotch foresight, she would not willingly call in another power before the situation clearly demanded it. "Whaur's Shargar going that gait?" "With me. Dinna ye see me with him? I'm nae a thief, nor yet Shargar." "There may be two opinions upon that, Robert. I's just awa' to the mistress. I's no hae such doin's in my hoose." "It's nae your hoose, Betty. Dinna lee." "Well, I's hae no such thing going by my kitchen door. There, Robert, what do you make of that? There's nae offence there, I hope, gin it should not be altogether my own hoose. Take Shargar oot o' that, or I's awa', as I tell ye." Meantime Shargar was standing on the stones, looking like a terrified white rabbit, and shaking from head to foot with cold and fright combined. "I'll take him oot of this, but it's up the stair, Betty, and if ye speak aboot it, I swear to ye, as sure as death, I'll go on doon to the Muckledrum upon Saturday in the afternoon. Gang awa' wi' yer havers. Only gin the mistress spares onything aboot it, what am I to say?" "Bide till she spares. Old Spunkie says, ready-made answers are aye to seek. And I say, Betty, have ye a cold potato?" "I'll look and see. Wouldna ye like it het up?" "Oh, ay, gin ye be not long aboot it." Suddenly a bell rang, shrill and peremptory, right above Shargar's head, causing in him a responsive increase of trembling. "Hold out of my gate. There's the mistress's bell," said Betty. "Just bide till we're round the nook and on the stair," said Robert, now leading the way. Betty watched them safe round the corner before she made for the parlour, little thinking to what she had become an unwilling accomplice, for she never imagined that more than an evening's visit was intended by Shargar, which in itself seemed to her strange and improper enough, even for such an eccentric boy as Robert to encourage. Shargar followed in mortal terror, for, like Christian in the Pilgrim's Progress, he had no armour to his back. Once round the corner, 2 strides of 3 steps each took them to the top of the first stair, Shargar knocking his head in the darkness against the never-opened door. Again 3 strides brought them to the top of the second flight, and turning once more, still to the right, Robert led Shargar up the few steps into the higher of the 2 garrets. Here there was just glimmer enough from the sky to discover the hollow of a close bedstead, built in under the sloping roof, which served it for a tester, while the 2 ends and most of the frost were boarded up to the roof. This bedstead, fortunately, was not so bare as the one in the other room, although it had not been used for many years, for an old mattress covered the boards with which it was bottomed. "Go on in there, Shargar. You'll be warmer there than upon the doorstep any gate. Put off your shoon." Shargar obeyed, full of delight at finding himself in such good quarters. Robert went to a forsaken press in the room, and brought out an ancient cloak of tartan, of the same form as what is now called an Inverness cape, a blue dress coat with plain gilt buttons, which shone even now in the all but darkness, and several other garments, amongst them a kilt, and heaped them over Shargar as he lay on the mattress. He then handed him the 2 penny and the penny loaves, which were all his stock had reached to the purchase of, and left him, saying, "I'm on awa' to my tay, Shargar. I'll fess ye a cold potato hot again, gin Betty has ony. Lie still, and whatever you do, do not come oot of that." The last injunction was entirely unnecessary. "Eh, Bob, I'm just in heaven," said the poor creature, for his skin began to feel the precious possibility of reviving warmth in the distance. Now that he had gained a new burrow, the human animal soon recovered from his fears as well. It seemed to him, in the novelty of the place, that he had made so many doublings to reach it, that there could be no danger of even the mistress of the house finding him out, for she could hardly be supposed to look after such a remote corner of her dominions. And then he was boxed in with the bed, and covered with no end of warm garments, while the friendly darkness closed him and his shelter all round. Except the faintest blue gleam from one of the panes in the roof, there was soon no hint of light anywhere, and this was only sufficient to make the darkness visible, and thus add artistic effect to the operation of it upon Shargar's imagination. A faculty certainly uneducated in Shargar, but far, very far from being therefore non-existent. It was indeed actively operative, although, like that of many a fine lady and gentleman, only in relation to such primary questions as, what shall we eat, and what shall we drink, and wherewithal shall we be clothed? But as he lay and devoured the new white bread, his satisfaction, the bare delight of his animal existence, reached a pitch such as even this imagination, stinted with poverty and frostbitten with maternal oppression, had never conceived possible. The power of enjoying the present without anticipation of the future or regard of the past is the especial privilege of the animal nature, and of the human nature in proportion as it has not been developed beyond the animal. Herein lies the happiness of cab horses and of tramps. To them the gift of forgetfulness is of worth inestimable. Shargar's heaven was for the present gained. End chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Symposium. Robert had scarcely turned out of the square on his way to find Shargar when a horseman entered it. His horse and he were both apparently black on one side and grey on the other, from the snowdrift settling to windward. The animal looked tired, but the rider sat as easy as if he were riding to cover. The reins hung loose, and the horse went in a straight line for the Boar's Head, stopping under the archway only when his master drew bridle at the door of the inn. At that moment Miss Letty was standing at the back of Miss Napier's chair, leaning her arms upon it as she talked to her. This was her way of resting as often as occasion arose from a chat with her elder sister. Miss Letty's hair was gathered in a great knot at the top of her head, and little ringlets hung like tendrils down the sides of her face, the benevolence of which was less immediately striking than that of her sister's, because of the constant play of humour upon it, especially about the mouth. If a spirit of satire could be supposed converted into something Christian by an infusion of the tenderest loving kindness and humanity, remaining still recognizable notwithstanding that all its bitterness was gone, such was the expression of Miss Letty's mouth. It was always half puckered, as if in resistance to a comic smile, which showed itself at the window of the keen grey eyes, however the mouth might be able to keep it within doors. She was neatly dressed in black silk, with a lace collar. Her hands were small and white. The moment the traveller stopped at the door, Miss Napier started. "Letty," she said, "what's that? I could almost swear to Black Geordie's fit." "Ah, 4 of them, I think," returned Miss Letty, as the horse, notwithstanding, or perhaps in consequence of his fatigue, began to paw and move about on the stones impatiently. The rider had not yet spoken. "He'll be after some o' his devil may care skullduggery. But just rin to the door, Letty, or Lizzie'll be there afore ye, and maybe she wadna be ower ceevil. What can he be after noo?" "What would the greyhound be after but hare?" returned Miss Letty. "Hoot, nonsense! He kens naething aboot her. Gang to the door, lassie." Miss Letty obeyed. "What's there?" she asked, somewhat sharply, as she opened it, "that neither knocks nor calls? Preserve us all, is it you, my lord?" Who ken ye me, Miss Letty, without seeing my face? A body at the Boar's Head kens Black Geordie as well as your lordship's own. But where comes your lordship from in such a nicht as this? From Russia, never dismounted between Moscow and Aberdeen. The ice is bearing tonight. And the Baron laughed inside the upturned collar of his cloak, for he knew that strangely exaggerated stories were current about his feats in the saddle. That's a long ride, my lord, and a sliddery. And what's your lordship's will? Muckle ye care aboot my lordship to stand jawing there in a night like this. Is nobody going to take my horse? I beg your lordship's pardon. Caumill, your lordship never said you wanted your lordship's horse taken. I thought you might be gone on to the bothy. Take Black Geordie here, Caumill. Come into the parlour, my lord. How do you do, Miss Napier? Said Lord Rothay as he entered the room. Here's this jade of a sister of yours asking me why I don't go home to the bothy when I choose to stop and water here. What'll ye take, my lord? Letty, fetch the brandy. Oh, curse your brandy. Bring me a gill of good Glendronach. Rin, Letty, his lordship's cold. I could not rise to offer ye the armchair, my lord. I can get one for myself, thank heaven. Long may your lordship return such thanks. For I'm only new begun, ye think, Miss Napier. Well, I don't often trouble heaven with my affairs. By Jove, I ought to be heard when I do. Ne do't ye will, my lord, when ye seek anything that's fit to be given ye. True, heaven's gifts are seldom much worth the asking. Hold your tongue, my lord, and do not bring down a judgment upon my house, for it would be missed out of the Rothieden. You're right there, Miss Napier, and here comes the whisky to stop my mouth. The Baron of Rothay sat for a few minutes with his feet on the fender before Miss Letty's blazing fire without speaking. While he sipped the whisky neat from a wine-glass, he was a man about the middle height, rather full-figured, muscular, and active, with a small head, and an eye whose brightness had not yet been dimmed by the sensuality which might be read in the condition rather than frame of his countenance. But while he spoke so pleasantly to the Miss Napiers, and his forehead spread broad and smooth over the twinkle of his hazel eye, there was a sharp curve on each side of his upper lip, half-way between the corner and the middle, which reminded one of the same curves in the lip of his ancestral boar's head, where it was lifted up by the protruding tusks. These curves disappeared, of course, when he smiled, and his smile, being a lord's, was generally pronounced irresistible. He was good-natured, and nowise inclined to stand upon his rank, so long as he had his own way. "Any customers by the mail to-night, Miss Napier?" he asked in a careless tone. "Naebody particular, my lord." "I thought you never let anybody in that wasn't particularly particular. No foot passengers, eh?" "Hoot, my lord, that's 2 year ago. Gin I had jaloused him to be a friend of your lordship's, forby being a lord himself, ye ken as well as I do that I would not have sent him o'er the gate to Lucky Happets, where he would not have even be ower sure of getting clean sheets. But given lords and lords' sons will walk a fit like other folk, what's to ken them from other folk?" "Well, Miss Napier, he was no lord at all. He was nothing but a factor body, doon from Glenbucket." "There was small harm done then, my lord. I'm glad to hear it. But what'll your lordship have to your supper?" "I would like a dish of your sweetbreads and kidneys." "No, think of that," returned the landlady, laughing. "Ye great folk would have the very course of nature turned upside down to shoot yourselves. What ever heard of calves at this time of the year?" "Weel, anything you like. Who was it came by the mail, did you say?" "I said naebody particular, my lord." "Well, I'll just go and have a look at Black Geordie." "Verra weel, my lord. Letty, rin and look after him. And as sure as he's roon' the neuk, tell Lizzie no to say a word about the laddie. And sure as death he's after her. Where could he have heard tell of her?" Lord Rothay came a moment after sauntering into the bar parlour, where Lizzie, the third Miss Napier, a red-haired, round-eyed, white-toothed woman of 40, was making entries in a book. 'She's a bonny lassie that came in the coach to night, they say, Miss Lizzie.' 'As ugly as sin, my lord,' answered Lizzie. 'I have seen some sin 'at was no sae ugly, Miss Lizzie.' 'She would have clean disgusted ye, my lord. It's a mercy you did not see her.' 'If she be as ugly as all that, I would just like to see her.' Miss Lizzie saw she had gone too far. 'Ow, 'deed, gin your lordship wants to see her, he may see her at her wull. I'se gang and tell her.' And she rose as if to go. 'No, no, nothing of the sort, Miss Lizzie. Only I heard that she was bonny, and I wanted to see her. You know I like to look at a pretty girl.' 'That's ower weel kent, my lord.' 'Well, there's no harm in that, Miss Lizzie.' 'There's no harm in that, my lord, though your lordship says it.' The facts were that his lordship had been to the country town some 40 miles off, and Black Geordie had been sent to Hillknow to meet him, for in any weather that would let him sit he preferred horseback to every other mode of travelling, though he seldom would be followed by a groom. He had posted to Hillknow, and had dined with a friend at the inn. The coach stopping to change horses, he had caught a glimpse of a pretty face, as he thought, from its window, and had hoped to overtake the coach before it reached Rothieden. But, stopping to drink another bottle, he had failed, and it was on the merest chance of seeing that pretty face that he stopped at the Boar's Head. In all probability, had the Marquis seen the lady, he would not have thought her at all such a beauty as she appeared in the eyes of Dooble Sanny, nor I venture to think, had he thought as the shoemaker did, would he yet have dared to address her in other than the words of such respect as he could still feel in the presence of that which was more noble than himself. Whether or not his visit to the stable he found anything amiss with Black Geordie, I cannot tell, but he now begged Miss Lizzie to have a bedroom prepared for him. It happened to be the evening of Friday, one devoted by some of the town people to a club. To this, knowing that the talk will throw a glimmer on several matters, I will now introduce my reader as a spectator through the reversed telescope of my history. A few of the more influential of the inhabitants had grown, rather than formed themselves, into a kind of club which met weekly at the Boar's Head. Although they had no exclusive right to the room in which they sat, they generally managed to retain exclusive possession of it. For any supposed objectionable person entered, they always got rid of him, sometimes without his being aware of how they had contrived to make him so uncomfortable. They began to gather about 7 o'clock, when it was expected that boiling water would be in readiness for the compound generally called toddy, sometimes punch. As soon as 6 were assembled, one was always voted into the chair. On the present occasion, Mr. Innes, the schoolmaster, was unanimously elected to that honour. He was a hard-featured, sententious, snuffy individual, of some learning and great respectability. I omit the political talk with which their intercommunications began, for however interesting at the time is the scaffolding by which existing institutions arise, the poles and beams when gathered again in the builder's yard are scarcely a subject for the artist. The first to lead the way towards matters of nearer personality was William MacGregor, the linen manufacturer, a man who possessed a score of hand-looms or so, half of which, from the advance of cotton and the decline of linen ware, now stood idle, but who had already a sufficient deposit in the hands of Mr. Thompson, the banker, agent that is for the county bank, to secure him against any necessity for taking the cotton shirts himself, which were an abomination and offence unpardonable in his eyes. 'Can ye tell me, Mr. Cocker,' he said, 'what makes Sandy Lord Rothy, or Rathy, or what should he be called, take to the bothy at a time like this, when there's neither hunting, nor fishing, nor shooting, nor anything the kind aboot hand to be play axe, till him the bonny bairn, 'cept at otters and such like?' William was a shrunken old man, with white whiskers and a black wig, a keen black eye, always in search of the ludicrous in other people, and a mouth ever on the move, as if masticating something comical. 'You know just as well as I do,' answered Mr. Cocker, the Marquis of Boar's Head's factor for the surrounding estate. 'He never was in the way of giving a reason for anything, least of all for his own movements.' 'Somebody was saying to me,' resumed MacGregor, who in all probability invented the story at the moment, 'that the prince took him kissing one of his servant lasses, and kicked him out of Carlton House into the street, and he cannot whine ower the disgrace of it. 'Deed, for the kissin', said Mr. Thompson, a portly, comfortable man, that's neither here nor there, though it might have been a duchess or twa. But for the kickin', my word! But Lord Sandy was more likely to kick oot the prince. Do ye mind who he did when the Marquis taxed him with—' 'Haud a quiet soft,' interposed Mr. Cruikshank, the solicitor. 'There's a drop in the house.' This was a phrase well understood by the company, indicating the presence of some one unknown or unfit to be trusted. As he spoke, he looked toward the further end of the room, which lay in obscurity, for it was a large room, lighted only by the 4 candles on the table at which the company sat. 'Whaur, Mr. Cruikshank?' asked the dominie in a whisper. 'There,' answered Sampson Petty, the bookseller, who seized the opportunity of saying something, and pointed furtively where the solicitor had only looked. A dim figure was descried at a table in the farthest corner of the room, and they proceeded to carry out the plan they generally adopted to get rid of a stranger. 'You made use of a curious old Scots phrase this moment, Mr. Cruikshank. Can you explain hoo it comes to bear the meaning that it weel kent to bear?' said the manufacturer. 'Not I, Mr. MacGregor,' answered the solicitor. 'I'm no philologist or antiquarian. Ask the chairman.' 'Gentlemen,' responded Mr. Innes, taking a huge pinch of snuff after the word, and then passing the box to Mr. Cocker, a sip from his glass before he went on. 'The phrase "gentleman, a drop in the house" no doubt refers to an undesirable presence, for you're well aware that it's most unpleasing discovery in winter especially to find a drop of water hanging from your ceiling, something in short where it has no business to be, and is not accordingly looked for or prepared against.' 'It seems to me, Mr. Innes,' said MacGregor, 'that ye have hit the nail, but no upon the head. What make ye of the phrase, no confined to the Scots tongue, I believe, of an eavesdropper? The whilk, no doot, represents a body that hings about your winnock, like a drop hanging ower abune it from the eaves, therefore called an eavesdropper. But the sort of whilk we no speak are a waur sort altogether, for they come to the inside of your hoose, or your very chaumer, or hang out their long ears to hear where there cannot be hard save by a douce friend or two, or a het tumbler.' At the same moment the door opened, and a man entered who was received with unusual welcome. 'Bless my soul!' said the president, rising. 'It's Mr. Lammie. Come away, Mr. Lammie. Sit doon, sit doon. Where have ye been this mony a day, like a pelican in the wilderness?' Mr. Lammie was a large, mild man, with florid cheeks, no whiskers, and a prominent black eye. He was characterized by a certain simple alacrity, a gentle but outspeaking readiness, which made him a favourite. 'I dinna richtly mak oot where ye are,' he answered. 'Ye have unco little licht here. Who are ye all, gentlemen? I s' discover ye by degrees, and pay my respects accordin'.' And he drew a chair to the table. ''Deed, I wuss ye would,' returned MacGregor, in a voice pretentiously hushed, but none the less audible. 'There's a drop in yon end of the hoose, Mr. Lammie.' 'Hoot, never mind the man,' said Lammie, looking round in the directions indicated. 'I'se warrant he cares as little about his as we care about him. There's nae treason nowadays. I care not who hears what I say.' 'For my part,' said Mr. Petty, 'I cannot help wondering, given it could be our old friend Mr. Falconer.' 'Speyk o' the devil!' said Mr. Lammie. 'Hoot now!' returned Petty, interrupting. 'He was not altogether the deil.' 'Haud your tongue of ye,' retorted Lammie. 'Dinna ye ken a proverb when ye hear it? Devil have ye! Ye're as sharpest as a missionaire. I was only going on to say that I'm dootin' Andrew's dead.' 'Ay, ay,' commenced a chorus of questioning. 'Ay, what gars ye think that? And so he's dead. He was a great favourite, Andrew. Whaur died he? Ay, some upsettin' though. Ay, he was aye to be somebody with his tale. A good-hearted cratur, but ye could not lippen till him. Speak no ill of the dead. Maybe they'll hear ye, and turn roond in their coffins, and that'll whummle ye in your beds,' said MacGregor, with a twinkle in his eye. 'Ring the bell for another tumbler, Sampson,' said the chairman. What'll be done with the factory place noo? It'll be in the market.' 'It's been in the market for mony a year, but it's no his ava. It belangs to the auld lady, his mother,' said the weaver. 'Why don't you buy it, Mr. MacGregor, and set up a cotton mill? There's not much doing with the linen now,' said Mr. Cocker. 'Me?' returned MacGregor with indignation. 'The Lord forgie ye for hinting at sic a thing, Mr. Cocker. Me take to cotton! I would as soon spin the hair from Satan's hurdies, short, fashionless dirt, that cannot grow straight out of the hassel yard like the bonny lint bells, but maun stick itself upon a bus. Set it up! Coarse, vulgar stuff! And naebody would wear but low counter lads that would fain look like gentlemen by means of the collars and ruffles, and a coming from the auld loom. They may well afford 1700 linen to set it off with, as have nothing but cotton inside the brooks of them.' 'But Dr. Wagstaff says it's healthier,' interposed Petty. 'I'll wag his staff till him. Devil a bit of it's healthier, and that he kens. It's no so healthy, and such makes him more mark with his pothers and his draughts and other stuff. Healthier! What's neist? Somebody tell it me,' said the bookseller inwardly, conscious of offence, 'at who Lord Sandy himself wears cotton.' 'Ow, 'deed maybe, and he sets many a worthy example forby. How many can tell me, Mr. Petty, has he pulled doon from honest, if no from high estate, and sent oot to seek their living as he taught them? How many?' 'Hoot, hoot, Mr. MacGregor, his lordship hasn't a cotton shirt in his possession, I'll be bound,' said Mr. Cocker. 'And besides, you have not to wash his dirty linen, or cotton either.' 'That's as muckle as to say, according to Cocker, that I'm no to speak a word against him. But I'll say what I like. He's no my master,' said MacGregor, who could drink very little without suffering in his temper and manners, and who, besides, had a certain shrewd suspicion as to the person who still sat in the dark end of the room, possibly because the entrance of Mr. Lammie had interrupted the exorcism. The chairman interposed with soothing words, and the whole company, Cocker included, did its best to pacify the manufacturer, for they all knew what would be the penalty if they failed. A good deal of talk followed, and a great deal of whisky was drunk. They were waited upon by Meg, who, without their being aware of it, cast a keen parting glance at them every time she left the room. At length the conversation had turned again to Andrew Falconer's death. 'Where said ye he died, Mr. Lammie?' 'I never said he was dead. I said I was feared that he was dead.' 'And what gars ye say that? It might of consequence to have it correct,' said the solicitor. 'I had a letter from my old friend and his, Dr. Anderson. Ye mind upon him, Mr. Innes, dinna ye? He's head of the medical board at Calcutta noo. He says nothing but that he doots he's gone. He goed up to the country, and he has not heard of him so long. We have keepit up a correspondence for many a year noo, Dr. Anderson and me. He was a relation of Andrew's, ye ken, a second cousin, or something. He'll be home or long, I'm thinking, with a fine pension.' 'He wouldna wear a cotton sark, I'll be boon,' said MacGregor. 'What's the old leddy going to do with that long-legged grandson of hers, Andrew's son?' asked Sampson. 'Ow, he'll be going to the college, I'm thinking. He's a fine lad, and a clever, they tell me,' said Mr. Thompson. 'Indeed, he's all that, and more too,' said the schoolmaster. 'There's nothing 'ull do but the college noo,' said MacGregor, whom nobody heeded for fear of again arousing his anger. 'Hoo'll she manage, that honest woman? She maun have but little to spare from the cleeding of him.' 'She's a good manager, Mistress Falconer. And, ye see, she has the bleach green yet.' 'She does not wear cotton sarks,' growled MacGregor. 'Mony the wob of mine she bleached and bought too.' Nobody's heeding him yet. He began to feel insulted, and broke in upon the conversation with intent. 'Ye have not tell us yet, Cocker,' he said, 'what the master of yours is doing here at the time of year. I would ken that, gin ye please.' 'How should I know, Mr. MacGregor?' returned the factor, taking no notice of the offensive manner in which the question was put. 'He's no a hair better nor ane o' the Algerine pirates 'at Lord Exmouth's het of the hips of, and that's my opinion.' 'He's nae among your feet, Mr. MacGregor,' said the baulker. 'Ye micht jist let him lie.' Given I had him doing faith, given I would not let him lie, I'll just tell ye a thing, gentlemen, that came to my knowledge no 100 year ago, and it's as true as gospel, though I held my tongue aboot it all this very night. Ay, ye'll hearken noo, but it's no lauchin, though there was skullduddery enough, nae doot afore it came that length. And many a het drop did the poor lassie greet, I can tell ye. Faith, there was no lauchin to her. She was a servant of ours, and a tight bonny lass she was. They called her the Waver's Bonny Mary. That's the name she goed by. Well, you see. MacGregor was interrupted by a sound from the further end of the room. The stranger, whom most of them had by this time forgotten, had risen and was approaching the table where they sat. "Good goddess!" interrupted several under their breaths, as all rose. "It's Lord Sandy himself." "I thank you, gentlemen," he said, with a mixture of irony and contempt, "for the interest you take in my private history. I should have thought it had been as little to the taste as it is to the honour of some of you to listen to such a farrago of lies." "Lies, my lord!" said MacGregor, starting to his feet. Mr. Cocker looked dismayed, and Mr. Lammie sheepish, all of them dazed and dumbfounded, except the old weaver, who, as his lordship turned to leave the room, added, "Long ears should be made of leather, my lord, for fear they grow het with what they hear." Lord Rothie turned in a rage. He too had been drinking. "Kick that toad into the street, or by heaven, it's the last drop any of you drink in this house," he cried. "The toad may tell the frog what the rat did if the tod's whole, my lord," said MacGregor, whom independence, honesty, bile, and drink combined to render fearless. Lord Sandy left the room without another word. His factor took his hat and followed him. The rest dropped into their seats in silence. Mr. Lammie was the first to speak. "There's a plisky," he said. "I could just say the word after all, Simeon," said MacGregor. "I never thought to be so forward. Ah! But I have longed, and noo I have spoken." With which words he sat down contented. When Mr. Cocker overtook his master, as MacGregor had not unfitly styled him, he only got a damning for his pains, and went home considerably crestfallen. Lord Rothie returned to the landlady in her parlour. "What's the matter with ye, my lord? What's vexed ye?" asked Miss Napier, with a twinkle in her eye, for she thought, from the Baron's mortification, he must have received some rebuff, and now that the bonny laddie was safe at Captain Forsyth's, enjoyed the idea of it. "Ye keep an ill-tongued hoose, Miss Napier," answered his lordship. Miss Napier guessed at the truth at once, that he had overheard some free remarks on his well-known licence of behaviour. "Weel, my lord, I do my best. A body cannot keep an inn and spare the catechism at the door of it. But I believe ye're in the right, my lord, for I heard an awful off-gone of swearing in the yard just afore your lordship came in. And, noo I think of it, it was not that unlike your lordship's own word." Lord Sandy broke into a loud laugh. He could enjoy a joke against himself when it came from a woman, and was founded on such a trifle as a personal vice. "I think I'll go to bed," he said, when his laugh was over. "I believe it's the only safe place from your tongue, Miss Napier." "Letty," cried Miss Napier, "fess a candle, and show his lordship to the red room." Till Miss Letty appeared, the Baron sat and stretched himself. He then rose and followed her into the archway, and up an outside stair to a door which opened immediately upon a handsome old-fashioned room, where a blazing fire lighted up the red hangings. Miss Letty set down the candle, and, bidding his lordship good night, turned and left the room, shutting the door and locking it behind her, a proceeding of which his lordship took no notice, for, however especially suitable it might be in his case, it was only from whatever ancient source derived the custom of the house in regard to this particular room and corresponding chamber on the opposite side of the archway. Meantime, the consternation amongst the members of the club was not so great as not to be talked over, or to prevent the call for whisky and hot water. All but MacGregor, however, regretted what had occurred. He was so elevated with his victory and a sense of courage and prowess that he became more and more facetious and overbearing. "It's all very well for you, Mr. MacGregor," said the Dominie with dignity. "You have nothing to lose." "Troth, he cannot break the bank, Mr. Tamson?" "He may give me a hint to make you withdraw your money, though, Mr. MacGregor." "Devil care gin I do," returned the weaver. "I can make better of it ony day." "But there's your hoose and kailyard," suggested Petty. "They're my own, all's my own. He cannot lay a finger on anything of mine but my serving lass," cried the weaver, slapping his thigh bone, for there was little else to slap. Meg at the moment was taking her exit glance. She went straight to Miss Napier. "Willie MacGregor's had enough, mem, and a drappy ower." "Send Caumill doon to Mrs. MacGregor to say with my compliments that she would do well to send for him," was the response. Meantime he grew more than troublesome. Ever on the outlook, when sober, after the foibles of others, he laid himself open to endless ridicule when in drink, which, to tell the truth, was a rare occurrence. He was in the midst of a prophetic denunciation of the vices of the nobility, and especially of Lord Rothie, when Meg, entering the room, went quietly behind his chair and whispered, "Master MacGregor, there's a lassie come for ye." "I'm nae in," he answered magnificently. "But it's the mistress 'at's sent for ye. Somebody's wantin' ye." "Somebody maun want me, then. I was saying, Mr. Cheerman and gentlemen." "Mr. MacGregor 'll be after ye herself gin you do not go on," said Meg. "Let her come. Do ye think I'm fleyt at her? Devil 'll stop I'm gaein' till I please. Tell her that, Meg." Meg left the room with a broad grin on her good-humoured face. "What's that fool laughing at?" exclaimed MacGregor, starting to his feet. The whole company rose likewise, using their endeavour to persuade him to go home. "Duv ye think I'm drunk, sirs? I'll lat ye ken I'm no drunk. I have a will of my own yet. Am I gaein' home wi' the lassie to haud me oot o' the gutters? Gin ye daur to allude that I'm drunk, ye ken hoo you'll fare, for devil a fit 'll go on oot o' this till I have another tumbler." "I'm thinkin' there's more of jist want o' one more," said Petty. A confirmatory murmur arose as each looked into the bottom of his tumbler, and the bell was instantly rung. But it only brought Meg back with the message that it was time for them all to go. Every eye turned upon MacGregor reproachfully. "Ye needna look at me that gait, sirs. I'm no fou," said he. "'Deed no. Naebody taks ye to be," answered the chairman. "Maggie, there's nobody had ower muckle yet, and 2 or 3 o' us has not had freely enough. Just gang and fess a mutchkin mair, and there'll be a shillin' of it to yer lass." Meg retired, but straightway returned. "Miss Napier says there's no a drop more drink to be had in this hoose the night." "Here, Maggie," said the chairman, "there's your shillin', and ye'll just go to Miss Letty and give her my compliments, and say that Mr. Lammie's here, and we have not seen him for a long time, and—" The rest was spoken in a whisper. "I'll swear to you, Maggie, the waver bodies shall not have any drop of it." Meg withdrew once more and returned. "Miss Letty's compliments, sir. Miss Napier has the keys, and she's gone till her bed, and we maun not disturb her, and it's time 'at all honest folk was in their beds too. And gin Mr. Lammie wants a bed in the hoose, he maun go on till it. And here's his candle. Good night to ye all, gentlemen." So saying, Meg set the lighted candle on the sideboard and finally vanished. The good-tempered, who formed the greater part of the company, smiled to each other, and emptied the last drops of their toddy first into their glasses, and thence into their mouths. The ill-tempered, numbering but one more than MacGregor, growled and swore a little, the latter declaring that he would not go home. But the rest walked out and left him, and at last, appalled by the silence, he rose with his wig awry, and trotted — he always trotted when he was tipsy — home to his wife. End Book 1, Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. Mrs. Falconer. Meantime Robert was seated in the parlour at the little dark mahogany table, in which the lamp shaded towards his grandmother's side shone brilliantly reflected. Her face being thus hidden both by the light and the shadow, he could not observe the keen look of stern benevolence with which, knowing that he could not see her, she regarded him as he ate his thick oat-cake of Betty's skilled manufacture, well loaded with the sweetest butter, and drank the tea which she had poured out and sugared for him with liberal hand. It was a comfortable little room, though its inlaid mahogany chairs and ancient sofa, covered with horsehair, had a certain look of hardness, no doubt. A shepherdess and lamb, worked in silks whose brilliance had now faded half-way to neutrality, hung in a black frame with brass rosettes at the corners, over the chimney-piece, the sole approach to the luxury of art in the homely little place. Besides the muslin stretched across the lower part of the window, it was undefended by curtains. There was no cat in the room, nor was there one in the kitchen even, for Mrs. Falconer had such a respect for humanity that she grudged every morsel consumed by the lower creation. She sat in one of the armchairs belonging to the hairy set, leaning back in contemplation of her grandson, as she took her tea. She was a handsome old lady, little, but had once been taller, for she was more than 70 now. She wore a plain cap of muslin, lying close to her face and bordered a little way from the edge with a broad black ribbon, which went round her face and then, turning at right angles, went round the back of her neck. Her grey hair peeped a little way from under this cap. A clear but short-sighted eye of a light hazel shone under a smooth, thoughtful forehead. A straight and well-elevated, but rather short nose, which left the firm upper lip long and capable of expressing a world of dignified offence, rose over a well-formed mouth, revealing more moral than temperamental sweetness, while the chin was rather deficient than otherwise, and took little share in indicating the remarkable character possessed by the old lady. After gazing at Robert for some time, she took a piece of oat-cake from a plate by her side, the only luxury in which she indulged, for it was made with cream instead of water. It was very little she ate of anything, and held it out to Robert in a hand white, soft, and smooth, but with square finger-tips and squat though pearly nails. "Have, Robert," she said, and Robert received it with a "Thank you, Granny," but when he thought she did not see him, slipped it under the table and into his pocket. She saw him well enough, however, and although she would not condescend to ask him why he put it away instead of eating it, the endeavour to discover what could have been his reason for so doing cost her 2 hours of sleep that night. She would always be at the bottom of a thing if reflection could reach it, but she generally declined taking the most ordinary measures to expedite the process. When Robert had finished his tea, instead of rising to get his books and betake himself to his lessons, in regard to which his grandmother had seldom any cause to complain, although she would have considered herself guilty of high treason against the boy's future if she had allowed herself once to acknowledge as much, he drew his chair toward the fire and said, "Grandmamma." "He's going to tell me something," said Mrs. Falconer to herself. "Will it be aboot the poor barefoot cratur they call Shargar, or will it be aboot the piece he put into his pooch?" "Weel, laddie," she said aloud, willing to encourage him, "is it true that my grandfather was the blind piper of Portcloddy?" "Ay, laddie, true enough." "Hoots now, nae your grandfather, but your grandfather's laddie, my husband's father." "Hoo came that aboot?" "Well, ye see, he was oot in the 45, and after the battle of Culloden he had to rin for it. He was not with his own clan at the battle, for his father had brought him to the Lawlands when he was a lad, but he played the pipes till a regiment raised by the Laird of Portcloddy, and for weeks he had to hide among the rocks, and they took all his property from him. It was not muckle, a wheen horses and a kailyard or twa, with a bit farmy on the tap of a cold hill near the seashore, but it was enough and to spare, and when they took it from him, he had nothing left in the world but his sons.
Your grandfather was born the very day of the battle, and the very day after news came the mother died. But your great-grandfather was not long or he married another wife. He was such a man as only woman might have been proved to marry. She was the daughter of an Episcopalian minister, and she keepit a school in Portcloddy. I saw him first myself when I was about 20. That was just a year afore I was married. He was a considerably old man then, but as straught and as elwand and just poorful beyond belief. His wrist was as thick as both mine, and years after that, when he took his son, my husband, and his grandson, my Andrew. What ails ye, granny? What for did not ye go on with the story? After a somewhat lengthened pause, Mrs. Falconer resumed, as if she had not stopped at all. And in ilka hand, just for the fun of it, he kneeped their heads together, as gin they had been two stalks of ribgrass. But maybe it was the laughing of the two lads, for they thought it unco fun. They were most killed with laughing. But the last time he did it, the poor old man coughed sore afterhin, and had to go and lie doon. He did not live long after that, but it was not that killed him, ye ken. But who came he to play the pipes? He liked the pipes, and your grandfather he took to the fiddle. But what for did they call him the blind piper of Portcloddy? Because he turned blind long afore his end came, and there was naething other he could do, and he would aye make an honest bawbee when he could, for siller was fell scarce at that time of day among the Falconers. So he gaed through the tune at 5 o'clock ilka morning, playing his pipes, to let them 'at were up ken they were up in time, and them 'at were not that it was time to rise. And syne he played them again aboot 8 o'clock at nicht, to let them ken 'at it was time for dacent folk to go on to their beds. You see, there was not sae mony clocks and watches by half then as there is noo. Was he a good piper, granny? What for spare ye that? Because I told that sunk Lumley. Call naebody names, Robert. But what right had ye to be speaking to a man like that? He spake to me first. Where saw ye him? At the Boar's Head. And what right had ye to go on standing aboot? Ye ought to have gone in at once. There was a half-dozen of folks standing aboot, and I behooved to spake when I was spoken till. But ye bouldna not stop and make a fool more. It's not that calling names, granny. 'Deed, laddie, I doot ye have me there. But what said that fellow Lumley to ye? He cast up to me that my grandfather was nothing but a blind piper. And what said ye? I dared him to say it he did not pipe well. Well done, laddie, and ye might say it with a good conscience, for he would not have been piper till his regiment at the battle of Culloden, given he had not piped well. Yon's his kilt hanging up in the press in the garret. You'll have to grow, Robert, my man, afore ye fill that. And what was that blue coat with the bonny gowd buttons upon it? Asked Robert, who thought he had discovered a new approach to an impregnable hold, which he would gladly storm if he could. Let the coat sit. What has that to do with the kilt? A blue coat and a tartan kilt go on no well together. Except in an old press where nobody sees them. You would not care, granny, would ye, given I was to cut off the bonny buttons? To not lay a finger upon them, you would be gone playing at pitch and toss, or other such ploys with them. Nay, let them sit. I would only exchange them for marbles. I dar ye to touch the coat, or anything other that's in that press. Well, granny, I'se go on and get my lessons for the morn. It's time, laddie. Ye have been jabbering o'er muckle. Tell Betty to come and take away the tay things. Robert went to the kitchen, got a couple of hot potatoes and a candle, and carried them upstairs to Shargar, who was fast asleep. But the moment the light shone upon his face, he started up, with his eyes, if not his senses, wide awake. "It was not me, mother. I tell you it was not me." And he covered his head with both arms as if to defend it from a shower of blows. "Hold your tongue, Shargar, it's me." But before Shargar could come to his senses, The light of the candle falling upon the blue coat made the buttons flash confused suspicions into his mind. "Mother, mother," he said, "ye have gone ower far this time. There's ower mony of them, and they're no the safe colour. We'll be both hanged, as sure as there's a divil in hell." As he said thus, he went on trying to pick the buttons from the coat, taking them for sovereigns, though how he could have seen a sovereign at this time in Scotland I can only conjecture. But Robert caught him by the shoulders, and shook him awake with no gentle hands, upon which he began to rub his eyes, and mutter sleepily, "Is that you, Bob? I have been dreaming, I doot. Gin ye dinna learn to dream quieter, you'll get you and me in more trouble nor I care to have aboot ye, you rascal. Hold your tongue of ye, and eat this potato, gin you want anything more, and here's a bit of reamy cake to ye. You will not get that in the ilka house in the toon. It's my granny's especial." Robert felt relieved after this, for he had eaten all the cakes Miss Napier had given him, and had had a pain in his conscience ever since. "Who got ye a hold of it?" asked Shargar, evidently supposing he had stolen it. "She gives me a bit now and then." "And you did not eat it yourself, Bob?" Shargar was somewhat overpowered at this fresh proof of Robert's friendship, but Robert was still more ashamed of what he had not done. He took the blue coat carefully from the bed, and hung it in its place again, satisfied now, from the way his granny had spoken, or rather declined to speak about it, that it had belonged to his father. "Am I to rise?" asked Shargar, not understanding the action. "Na, lie still. You'll be warm enough wanting the sovereigns. I'll let ye out in the morning afore granny's up, and ye mount make the best of it after that till it's dark again. We'll settle aboot it at the school the morn, only we mount be circumspect, ye can. You could not lay your hands upon a drop of whisky, could you, Bob?" Robert stared in horror. A boy like that, asking for whisky, and in his grandmother's house too. "Shargar," he said solemnly, "there's no a drop of whisky in this hoose. It's awful to hear ye mention sich a thing. My granny would smell the very name of it a mile away. I doot that's her fit upon the stair already." Robert crept to the door, and Shargar sat staring with horror, his eyes looking from the gloom of the bed like those of a half-strangled dog. But it was a false alarm, as Robert presently returned to announce. "Gin ever ye so muckle as mention whusky again, no to say drink a drop of it, you and me part company, and that I tell you, Shargar," said he emphatically. "I'll never look at it. I'll never mint at dreamin' of it," answered Shargar coweringly. "Gin she puts it into my mouth, I'll spit it oot. But gin ye strive with me, Bob, I'll cut my throat, I will, and that'll be seen and heard tell of." All this time, save during the alarm of Mrs. Falconer's approach, when he sat with a mouthful of hot potato, unable to move his jaws for terror, and the remnant arrested half-way in its progress from his mouth after the bite, all this time Shargar had been devouring the provisions Robert had brought him, as if he had not seen food that day. As soon as they were finished, he begged for a drink of water, which Robert managed to procure for him. He then left him for the night, for his longer absence might have brought his grandmother after him, who had perhaps only too good reasons for being doubtful, if not suspicious, about boys in general, though certainly not about Robert in particular. He carried with him his books from the other garret room where he kept them, and sat down at the table by his grandmother, preparing his Latin and geography by her lamp, while she sat knitting at White Stocking with fingers as rapid as thought, never looking at her work, but staring into the fire, and seeing visions there which Robert would have given everything he could call his own to see, and then would have given his life to blot out of the world if he had seen them. Quietly the evening passed by the peaceful lamp and the cheerful fire, with the Latin on the one side of the table and the stockings on the other, as if ripe and purified old age and hopeful, unstained youth had been the only extremes of humanity known to the world. But the bitter wind was howling by fits in the chimney, and the offspring of a nobleman and a gipsy lay asleep in the garret, covered with the cloak of an old Highland rebel. At 9 o'clock Mrs. Falconer rang the bell for Betty, and they had worship. Robert read a chapter, and his grandmother prayed an extempore prayer, in which they that looked at the wine when it is red in the cup, and they that worshipped the woman clothed in scarlet and seated upon the 7 hills, came in for a strange mixture, in which the vengeance yielded only to the pity. Lord, lead them to see the error of their ways, she cried. Let the rod of thy wrath awake the worm of their conscience, that they may know verily that there is a God that ruleth in the earth. Did not let them go on to hell, O Lord, we beseech thee. As soon as prayers were over, Robert had a tumbler of milk and some more oat-cake, and was sent to bed, after which it was impossible for him to hold any further communication with Shargar. For his grandmother, little as one might suspect it who entered the parlour in the daytime, always slept in that same room, in a bed closed in with doors like those of a large press in the wall, while Robert slept in a little closet looking into the garden at the back of the house, the door of which opened from the parlour close to the head of his grandmother's bed. It was just large enough to hold a good-sized bed with curtains, a chest of drawers, a bureau, a large 8-day clock, and one chair, leaving in the centre about 5 feet square for him to move about in. There was more room as well as more comfort in the bed. He was never allowed a candle, for light enough came through from the parlour, his grandmother thought, so he was soon extended between the widest of cold sheets, with his knees up to his chin, and his thoughts following his lost father over all spaces of the earth with which his geography book had made him acquainted. He was in the habit of leaving his closet and creeping through his grandmother's room before she was awake, or at least before she had given any signs to the small household that she was restored to consciousness, and that the life of the house must proceed. He therefore found no difficulty in liberating Shargar from his prison, except what arose from the boy's own unwillingness to forsake his comfortable quarters for the fierce encounter of the January blast which awaited him. But Robert did not turn him out before the last moment of safety had arrived, for by the aid of signs known to himself, he watched the progress of his grandmother's dressing, an operation which did not consume much of the morning, scrupulous as she was with regard to neatness and cleanliness, until Betty was called in to give her careful assistance to the final disposition of the bed, when Shargar's exit could be delayed no longer. Then he mounted to the foot of the second stair, and called in a keen whisper, "Noo, Shargar, cut for the life of ye." And down came the poor fellow with long, gliding steps, ragged and reluctant, and without a word or a look launched himself out into the cold, and sped away he knew not whither. As he left the door, the only suspicion of light was the dull and doubtful shimmer of the snow that covered the street, keen particles of which were blown in his face by the wind, which, having been up all night, had grown very cold, and seemed delighted to find one unprotected human being whom it might badger at its own bitter will. Outcast Shargar! Where he spent the interval between Mrs. Falconer's door and that of the school, I do not know. There was a report amongst his schoolfellows that he had been found by Scroggie, the fish-cadger, lying at full length upon the back of his old horse, which, either from compassion or indifference, had not cared to rise up under the burden. They said likewise that when accused by Scroggie of housebreaking, though nothing had to be broken to get in, only a string, with the peculiar knot, on the invention of which the cadger prided himself, to be undone, all that Shargar had to say in his self-defence was, that he had a terrible sore whelm, and that the horse was warmer nor the stints in the yard, and he had done him no ill, nay, even drawn a hair from his tail, which would have been a difficult feat, seeing the horse's tail was as bare as his hoof. End chapter 6. Book 1, Chapter 7 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. Robert to the Rescue. That Shargar was a parish scholar, which means that the parish paid his fees, although indeed they were hardly worth paying, made very little difference to his portion amongst his schoolfellows. Nor did the fact of his being ragged and dirty affect his social reception to his discomfort. But the accumulated facts of the oddity of his personal appearance, his supposed imbecility, and the bad character borne by his mother, placed him in a very unenviable relation to the tyrannical and vulgar-minded amongst them. Concerning his person he was long, and, as his name implied, lean, with pale red hair, reddish eyes, no visible eyebrows or eyelashes, and very pale face. In fact, he was half-way to an albino. His arms and legs seemed of equal length, both exceedingly long. The handsomeness of his mother appeared only in his nose and mouth, which were regular and good, though expressionless, and the birth of his father only in his small, delicate hands and feet, of which any girl who cared only for smallness, and heeded neither character nor strength, might have been proud. His feet, however, were supposed to be enormous, from the difficulty with which he dragged after him the huge shoes in which in winter they were generally encased. The imbecility, like the large feet, was only imputed. He certainly was not brilliant, but neither did he make a fool of himself in any of the few branches of learning of which the parish scholar came in for a share. That which gained him the imputation was the fact that his nature was without a particle of the aggressive, and all its defensive of a purely negative a character as was possible. Had he been a dog, he would never have thought of doing anything for his own protection beyond turning up his forelegs in silent appeal to the mercy of the heavens. He was an absolute sepulchre in the swallowing of oppression and ill usage. It vanished in him. There was no echo of complaint, no murmur of resentment from the hollows of that soul. The blows that fell upon him resounded not, and no one but God remembered them. His mother made her living as she herself best knew, with occasional well-begrudged assistance from the parish. Her chief resource was no doubt begging from house to house for the handful of oatmeal which was the recognized and, in the court of custom-taught conscience, the legalized dole upon which every beggar had a claim. And if she picked up at the same time a chicken, or a boy's rabbit, or any other stray luxury, she was only following the general rule of society that your first duty is to take care of yourself. She was generally regarded as a gypsy, but I doubt if she had any gypsy blood in her veins. She was simply a tramper, with occasional fits of localization. Her worst fault was the way she treated her son, whom she starved apparently that she might continue able to beat him. The particular occasion which led to the recognition of the growing relation between Robert and Shargar was the following. Upon a certain Saturday, some sidereal power inimical to the boys must have been in the ascendant, a Saturday of brilliant but intermittent sunshine, the white clouds seen from the school windows indicating by their rapid transit across those fields of vision that fresh breezes, friendly to kites, or drag-ons, as they were called at the Rotheden, were frolicking in the upper regions. Nearly a dozen boys were kept in for not being able to pay down from memory the usual instalment of shorter catechism always due at the close of the week. Amongst these boys were Robert and Shargar. Sky-revealing windows and locked door were too painful, and in proportion as the feeling of having nothing to do increased, the more uneasy did the active element in the boys become, and the more ready to break out into some abnormal manifestation. Everything, sun, wind, clouds, was busy out of doors, and calling to them to come and join the fun, and activity at the same moment excited and restrained naturally turns to mischief. Most of them had already learned the obnoxious task. 1/4 of an hour was enough for that, and now what should they do next? The eyes of 3 or 4 of the eldest of them fell simultaneously upon Shargar. Robert was sitting plunged in one of his daydreams, for he too had learned his catechism when he was roused from his reverie by a question from a pale-faced little boy who looked up to him as a great authority. "What for is it called the shorter catechism, Bob?" "'Cause it's no fully so long as the Bible," answered Robert, without giving the question the consideration due to it, and was proceeding to turn the matter over in his mind, when the mental process was arrested by a shout of laughter. The other boys had tied Shargar's feet to the desk at which he sat, likewise his hands, at full stretch. Then, having attached about a dozen strings to as many elf-locks of his pale red hair, which was never cut or trimmed, had tied them to various pegs in the wall behind him, so that the poor fellow could not stir. They were now crushing up pieces of waste paper, not a few leaves of stray school-books being regarded in that light, into bullets, dipping them in ink and aiming them at Shargar's face. For some time Shargar did not utter a word, and Robert, although somewhat indignant at the treatment he was receiving, felt as yet no impulse to interfere, for success was doubtful. But indeed he was not very easily roused to action of any kind, for he was as yet mostly in the larva condition of character, when everything is transacted inside. But the fun grew more furious, and spot after spot of ink bloomed upon Shargar's white face. Still Robert took no notice, for they did not seem to be hurting him much. But when he saw the tears stealing down the patient cheeks, making channels through the ink which now nearly covered them, he could bear it no longer. He took out his knife, and under pretence of joining in the sport, drew near to Shargar, and with rapid hand cut the cords, all but those that bound his feet, which were less easy to reach without exposing himself defenceless. The boys of course turned upon Robert, but ere they came to more than abusive words, a diversion took place. Mrs. Innes, the schoolmaster's wife, a stout, kind-hearted woman, the fine condition of whose temperament was clearly the result of her physical prosperity, appeared at the door which led to the dwelling-house above, bearing in her hands a huge tureen of potato soup, for her motherly heart could not longer endure the thought of dinnerless boys. Her husband being engaged at a parish meeting, she had a chance of interfering with success. But ere Nancy, the servant, could follow with the spoons and plates, Watty Morrison had taken the tureen, and out of spite at Robert had emptied its contents on the head of Shargar, who was still tied by the feet, with the words, "Shargar, I anoint thee king over us, and here is thy crown," giving the tureen, as he said so, a push onto his head, where it remained. Shargar did not move, and for one moment could not speak, but the next he gave a shriek that made Robert think he was far worse scalded than turned out to be the case. He darted to him in rage, took the tureen from his head, and, his blood being fairly up now, flung it with all his force at Morrison, and felled him to the earth. At the same moment the master entered by the street door, and his wife by the house door, which was directly opposite. In the middle of the room the prisoners surrounded the fallen tyrant, Robert with the red face of wrath, and Shargar with the complexion that mingled result of tears, ink, and soup, which latter clothed him from head to foot, beside, standing on the outskirts of the group. I need not follow the story further. Both Robert and Morrison got a licking, and if Mr. Innes had been like some schoolmasters of those times, Shargar would not have escaped his share of the evil things going. From that day Robert assumed the acknowledged position of Shargar's defender, and if there was pride and a sense of propriety mingled with his advocacy of Shargar's rights, nay, even if the relation was not altogether free from some amount of show-off on Robert's part, I cannot yet help thinking that it had its share in that development of the character of Falconer which has chiefly attracted me to the office of his biographer. There may have been in it the exercise of some patronage. Probably it was not pure from the pride of beneficence, but at least it was a loving patronage and a vigorous beneficence, and under the reaction of these, the good, which in Robert's nature was as yet only in a state of solution, began to crystallize into character. But the effect of the new relation was far more remarkable on Shargar. As incapable of self-defence as ever, he was yet in a moment roused to fury by any attack upon the person or the dignity of Robert, so that indeed it became a new and favourite mode of teasing Shargar to heap abuse, real or pretended, upon his friend. From the day when Robert thus espoused his part, Shargar was Robert's dog. That very evening, when she went to take a parting peep at the external before locking the door for the night, Betty found him sitting upon the doorstep, only, however, to send him off, as she described it, with a flea in his ear, for the character of the mother was always associated with the boy and avenged upon him. I must, however, allow that those delicate, dirty fingers of his could not with safety be warranted from occasional picking and stealing. At this period of my story, Robert himself was rather a grotesque-looking animal, very tall and lanky, with especially long arms, which excess of length they retained after he was full grown. In this respect Shargar and he were alike, but the long legs of Shargar were unmatched in Robert, for at this time his body was peculiarly long. He had large black eyes, deep sunk even then, and a Roman nose, the size of which in a boy of his years looked portentous. For the rest, he was dark-complexioned, with dark hair destined to grow darker still, with hands and feet well modelled, but which would have made 4 feet and 4 hands such as Shargar's. When his mind was not oppressed with the consideration of any important metaphysical question, he learned his lessons well. When such was present, the Latin grammar, with all its attendant servilities, was driven from the presence of the lordly need. That once satisfied, in spite of pandies and imprisonments, he returned with fresh zest, and indeed with some ephemeral ardour, to the rules of syntax or prosody, though the latter, in the mode in which it was then and there taught, was almost as useless as the task set himself by a worthy lay preacher in the neighbourhood, of learning the first 9 chapters of the book of Chronicles, in atonement for having, in an evil hour of freedom of spirit, ventured to suggest that such lists of names, even although forming a portion of the Holy Writ, could scarcely be reckoned of equally divine authority with St. Paul's epistle to the Romans. End. Chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of Robert Falconer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. The Angel Unawares. Although Betty seemed to hold little communication with the outer world, she yet contrived somehow or other to bring home what gossip was going to the ears of her mistress, who had very few visitors. For while her neighbours held Mrs. Falconer in great and evident respect, she was not the sort of person to sit down and have a news with. There was a certain sedate, self-contained dignity about her, which the common mind felt to be chilling and repellent, and from any gossip of a personal nature, what Betty brought her always accepted, she would turn away generally with the words, "Hoots, I cannot bide clashes." On the evening following that of Shargar's introduction to Mrs. Falconer's home, Betty came home from the butcher's, for it was Saturday night, and she had gone to fetch the beef for their Sunday's broth, with the news that the people next door, that is, round the corner in the next street, had a visitor. The house in question had been built by Robert's father, and was, compared with Mrs. Falconer's one-story house, large and handsome. Robert had been born and had spent a few years of his life in it, but could recall nothing of the facets of those early days. Some time before the period at which my history commences, it had passed into other hands, and it was now quite strange to him. It had been bought by a retired naval officer who lived in it with his wife, the only Englishwoman in the place, until the arrival at the Boar's Head of the lady so much admired by Dougal Sanny. Robert was upstairs when Betty emptied her news-bag, and so heard nothing of this bit of gossip. He had just assured Shargar that as soon as his grandmother was asleep, he would look about for what he could find and carry it up to him in the garret. As yet he had confined the expenditure out of Shargar's shilling to 2 pence. The household always retired earlier on Saturday night in preparation for the Sabbath, and by 10 o'clock Granny and Betty were in bed. Robert indeed was in bed too, but he had laid down in his clothes, waiting for such time as might afford reasonable hope of his grandmother being asleep, when he might both ease Shargar's hunger and get to sleep himself. Several times he got up, resolved to make his attempt, but as often his courage failed, and he lay down again, sure that Granny could not be asleep yet. When the clock beside him struck 11, he could bear it no longer, and finally rose to do his endeavour. Opening the door of the closet slowly and softly, he crept upon his hands and knees into the middle of the parlour, feeling very much like a thief, as indeed in a measure he was, though from a blameless motive. But just as he had accomplished half the distance to the door, he was arrested and fixed with terror, for a deep sigh came from Granny's bed, followed by the voice of words. He thought at first that she had heard him, but he soon found that he was mistaken. Still the fear of discovery held him there on all fours, like a chained animal. A dull red gleam, faint and dull, from the embers of the fire was the sole light in the room. Everything so common to his eyes in the daylight seemed now strange and eerie in the dying coals, and at what was to the boy the unearthly hour of the night. He felt that he ought not to listen to Granny, but terror made him unable to move. "Och hon," said Granny from the bed. "I've a sore, sore heart. I've a sore heart in my breast. O Lord, thou knowest. My own Andrew, to think of my bairnie that I carriest, and look in that my face. To think of him being a reprobate. Ah, Lord, could not he be elected yet? Is there nae turning of thy decrees? Nay, that would not do at all. But while there's life there's hope. But wha kens whether he be alive or no? Naebody can tell. Gladly would I look upon his dead face, given I could believe that his soul was not among the lost. But the torments of that place, and the rook that gangs up for ever and ever, smothering the stars, and my Andrew doon in the heart of it, crying, and me no able to win till him. O Lord, I cannot say thy will be done, but did not lay it to my charge, for giving ye was a mother yourself, you would not put him there. O Lord, I'm very ill-fashioned. I beg your pardon. I'm near oot of my mind. Forgive me, O Lord, for I hardly ken what I'm saying. He was my own babe, my own Andrew, and ye gave him to me yoursel, and noo he's for the finger of scorn to pint at, an outcast and a wanderer from his own country, and dare not come within sight of it for them 'at would take the law of him. And it's all drink and ill company. He would have done well enough, given they would only have latten him be. What for maun men be aye drinking at something or other? I never want it. Given I were as young as when he was born, I would be up and away this very night to look for him. But it's no use me trying it. O God, once more I pray thee to turn him from the error of his ways, afore he goes hence and is na more. And oh, do not let Robert go on after him, as he's like enough to do. Give me grace to hold him tight, that he may be to the praise of thy glory for ever and ever. Amen." Whether it was that the weary woman here fell asleep, or that she was too exhausted for further speech, Robert heard no more, though he remained there frozen with horror for some minutes after his grandmother had ceased. This, then, was the reason why she would never speak about his father. She kept all her thoughts about him for the silence of the night, and loneliness with the God who never sleeps, but watches the wicked all through the dark. And his father was one of the wicked, and God was against him, and when he died he would go to hell. But he was not dead yet, Robert was sure of that. And when he grew a man, he would go and seek him, and beg him on his knees to repent and come back to God, who would forgive him then, and take him to heaven when he died. And there he would be good, and good people would love him. Something like this passed through the boy's mind ere he moved to creep from the room, for his was one of those natures which are active in the generation of hope. He had almost forgotten what he came there for, and had it not been that he had promised Shargar, he would have crept back to his bed and left him to bear his hunger as best he could. But now, first his right hand, then his left knee, like any other quadruped, he crawled to the door, rose only to his knees to open it, took almost a minute to the operation, then dropped and crawled again, till he had passed out, turned, and drawn the door to, leaving it slightly ajar. Then it struck him awfully that the same terrible passage must be gone through again. But he rose to his feet, for he had no shoes on, and there was little danger of making any noise, although it was pitch dark. He knew the house so well. With gathering courage he felt his way to the kitchen, and there groped about. But he could find nothing beyond a few quarters of oat-cake, which, with a mug of water, he proceeded to carry up to Shargar in the garret. When he reached the kitchen door, he was struck with amazement, and for a moment with fresh fear. A light was shining into the transe from the stair which went up at right angles from the end of it. He knew it could not be Granny, and he heard Betty snoring in her own den, which opened from the kitchen. He thought it must be Shargar, who had grown impatient, but how he got hold of a light he could not think. As soon as he turned the corner, however, the doubt was changed into mystery. At the top of the broad, low stair stood a woman form, with a candle in her hand, gazing about her as if wondering which way to go. The light fell full upon her face, the beauty of which was such that with her dress, which was white, being in fact a nightgown, and her hair, which was hanging loose about her shoulders and down to her waist, it led Robert at once to the conclusion, his reasoning faculties already shaking by the events of the night, that she was an angel come down to comfort his granny, and he kneeled involuntarily at the foot of the stair and gazed up at her, with the cakes in one hand and the mug of water in the other, like a meat and drink offering. Whether he had closed his eyes or bowed his head he could not say, but he became suddenly aware that the angel had vanished, he knew not when, how, or whither. This for a time confirmed his assurance that it was an angel, and although he was undeceived before long, the impression made upon him that night was never effaced. But indeed, whatever Falconer heard or saw was something more to him than it would have been to anybody else. Elated, though awed by the vision, he felt his way up the stair in the new darkness, as if walking in a holy dream, trod as if upon sacred ground, as he crossed the landing where the angel had stood, went up, and found Shargar wide awake with expectant hunger. He too had caught a glimmer of the light, but Robert did not tell him what he had seen. That was too sacred a subject to enter upon with Shargar, and he was intent enough upon his supper not to be inquisitive. Robert left him to finish it at his leisure, and returned to cross his grandmother's room once more, half expecting to find the angel standing by her bedside. But all was dark and still. Creeping back as he had come, he heard her quiet though deep breathing, and his mind was at ease about her for the night. What if the angel he had surprised had only come to appear to Granny in her sleep? Why not? There were such stories in the Bible, and Granny was certainly as good as some of the people in the Bible that saw angels, Sarah, for instance. And if the angels came to see Granny, why should they not have some care over his father as well? It might be. Who could tell? It is perhaps necessary to explain Robert's vision. The angel was the owner of the boxes he had seen at the Boar's Head. Looking around her room before going to bed, she had seen a trap in the floor near the wall, and, raising it, had discovered a few steps of a stair leading down to a door. Curiosity naturally led her to examine it. The key was in the lock. It opened outwards, and there she found herself, to her surprise, in the heart of another dwelling, of lowlier aspect. She never saw Robert, for while he approached with shoeless feet, she had been glancing through the open door of the gable room, and when he knelt, the light which she held in her hand had, I presume, hidden him from her. He on his part had not observed that the moveless door stood open at last. I have already said that the house adjoining had been built by Robert's father. The lady's room was that which he had occupied with his wife, and in it Robert had been born. The door, with its trap stairs, was a natural invention for uniting the levels of the two houses, and a desirable one in not a few of the forms which the weather assumed in that region. When the larger house passed into other hands, it had never entered the minds of the simple people who occupied the contiguous dwelling to build up the doorway between. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of Robert Falconer. by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. A Discovery. The friendship of Robert had gained Shargar the favourable notice of others of the school public. These were chiefly of those who came from the country ready to follow an example set them by a town boy. When his desertion was known, moved both by their compassion for him and their respect for Robert, they began to give him some portion of the dinner they brought with them, and never in his life had Shargar fared so well as for the first week after he had been cast upon the world. But in proportion as their interest faded with the novelty, so their appetites reasserted former claims of use and want, and Shargar began once more to feel the pangs of hunger. For all that Robert could manage to procure for him, without attracting the attention he was so anxious to avoid, was little more than sufficient to keep his hunger alive, Shargar being gifted with a great appetite, and Robert having no allowance of pocket money from his grandmother. The 3d he had been able to spend on him were what remained of 6d Mr. Innes had given him for an exercise which he wrote in blank verse instead of in prose, an achievement of which the schoolmaster was proud, both from his reverence for Milton, and from his inability to compose a metrical line himself, and how and when he should ever possess another penny was even unimaginable. Shargar's shilling was likewise spent, so Robert could but go on pocketing instead of eating all that he dared, watching anxiously for opportunity of evading the eyes of his grandmother. On her dimness of sight, however, he depended too confidently after all, for either she was not so blind as he thought she was, or she made up for the defect of her vision by the keenness of her observation. She saw enough to cause her considerable annoyance, though it suggested nothing inconsistent with rectitude on the part of the boy, further than that there was something underhand going on. One supposition after another arose in the old lady's brain, and one after another was dismissed as improbable. First, she tried to persuade herself that he wanted to take the provisions to school with him and eat them there, a proceeding of which she certainly did not approve, but for the reproof of which she was unwilling to betray the loopholes of her eyes. Next, she concluded for half a day that he must have a pair of rabbits hidden away in some nook or other, possibly in the little strip of garden belonging to the house, and so conjecture followed conjecture for a whole week, during which, strange to say, not even Betty knew that Shargar slept in the house. For so careful and watchful were the two boys that although she could not help suspecting something from the expression and behaviour of Robert, what that something might be she could not imagine, nor had she and her mistress as yet exchanged confidences on the subject. Her observation coincided with that of her mistress as to the disappearance of odds and ends of eatables, potatoes, cold porridge, bits of oat cake, and even on one occasion, when Shargar happened to be especially ravenous, a yellow or cured and half-dried haddock, which the lad devoured raw, vanished from her domain. He went to school in the morning smelling so strong, in consequence, that they told him he must have been passing the night in Scroggy's cart, and not on his horse's back this time. The boys kept their secret well. One evening, towards the end of the week, Robert, after seeing Shargar disposed of for the night, proceeded to carry out a project which had grown in his brain within the last 2 days, in consequence of an occurrence with which his relation to Shargar had had something to do. It was this. The housing of Shargar in the garret had led Robert to make a close acquaintance with the place. He was familiar with all the outs and ins of the little room which he considered his own, for that was a civilized, being a plastered, ceiled, and comparatively well-lighted little room, but not with the other, which was 3 times its size, very badly lighted, and showing the naked couples from the roof-tree to floor. Besides, it contained no end of dark corners, with which his childish imagination had associated undefined horrors, assuming now one shape, now another. Also, there were several closets in it, constructed in the angles of the place, and several chests, 2 of which he had ventured to peep into. But although he had found them filled not with bones as he had expected, but one with papers, and one with garments. He had yet dared to carry his researches no farther. One evening, however, when Betty was out, and he had got hold of her candle, and gone up to keep Shargar company for a few minutes, a sudden impulse seized him to have a peep into all the closets. One of them he knew a little about, as containing amongst other things his father's coat with the gilt buttons, and his great-grandfather's kilt, as well as other garments useful to Shargar. Now he would see what was in the rest. He did not find anything very interesting, however, till he arrived at the last. Out of it he drew a long, queer-shaped box into the light of Betty's dip. "Look here, Shargar," he said under his breath, for they never dared to speak aloud in these precincts. "Look here. What can there be in this box? Is it a bairnie's coffin, do you think? Look at it." In this case, Shargar, having roamed the country a good deal more than Robert, and having been present at some merry-makings with his mother, of which there were comparatively few in that countryside, was better informed than his friend. Bob, dinna ye ken what that is? I thought ye kent all thing. That's a fiddle." "That's stuff and nonsense, Shargar. Do you think I dinna ken a fiddle when I see un?" "Stuff and nonsense yourself," cried Shargar in indignation from the bed. "Give us a hold of it." Robert handed him the case. Shargar undid the hooks in a moment, and revealed the creature lying in its shell like a boiled bivalve. "I tell ye so," he exclaimed triumphantly. "Maybe you'll trust me next time." "And I tell't you," retorted Robert, with an equivocation altogether unworthy of his growing honesty. "I was sure that could not be a fiddle. There's the fiddle in the heart of it. Losh, I mind noo. It mout be my grandfather's fiddle, as I have heard tell of." "Not to know a fiddle case," reflected Shargar, with as much of contempt as it was possible for him to show. "I tell ye what, Shargar," returned Robert, indignantly, "ye may know the box of a fiddle better nor I do, but devil have me gin I do not know the fiddle itself rather better nor ye do in a fortnight from this time. I's take it to Dooble Sanny, and he can play the fiddle fine, and I'll play it too, or the devil's be in it." Man, that'll be grand," cried Shargar, incapable of jealousy. "We can go on to make all the markets together, and gather halfpence." To this anticipation Robert returned no reply, for hearing Betty come in, he judged it time to restore the violin to its case, and Betty's candle to the kitchen, lest she should invade the upper regions in search of it. But that very night he managed to have an interview with Dooble Sanny, the shoemaker, and it was arranged between them that Robert should bring his violin on the evening at which my story has now arrived. Whatever motive he had for seeking to commence the study of music, it holds even in more important matters that, if the thing pursued be good, there is a hope of the pursuit purifying the motive. And Robert no sooner heard the fiddle utter a few mournful sounds in the hands of the shoemaker, who was no contemptible performer, than he longed to establish such a relation between himself and the strange instrument, that, dumb and deaf as it had been to him hitherto, it would respond to his touch also, and tell him the secrets of its queerly twisted skull, full of sweet sounds instead of brains. From that moment he would be a musician for music's own sake, and forget utterly what had appeared to him, though I doubt if it was the sole motive of his desire to learn, namely the necessity of retaining his superiority over Shargar. What added considerably to the excitement of his feelings on the occasion was the expression of reverence, almost of awe, with which the shoemaker took the instrument from its case, and the tenderness with which he handled it. The fact was that he had not had a violin in his hands for nearly a year, having been compelled upon his own in order to alleviate the sickness brought on his wife by his own ill treatment of her once that he had come home drunk from a wedding. It was strange to think that such dirty hands should be able to bring such sounds out of the instrument the moment he got it safely cuddled under his cheek. So dirty were they, that it was said Dooble Sanny never required to carry any rosin with him for fiddler's need, his own fingers having always enough upon them for one bow at least. Yet the points of those fingers never lost the delicacy of their touch. Some people thought this was in virtue of their being washed only once a week, a custom Alexander justified on the ground that, In a trade like his, it was of no use to wash oftener, for he would be just as dirty again before night. The moment he began to play, the face of the shoemaker grew ecstatic. He stopped at the very first note, notwithstanding, let fall his arms, the one with the bow, the other with the violin at his sides, and said, with a deep-drawn respiration and lengthened utterance, "Eh!" Then, after a pause, during which he stood motionless, "The crater maun be a cry mony. Hear till her," he added, drawing another long note. Then, after another pause, "She's a Stradivarius, at least. Hear till her. I never had sich a combination of timmer and catgut atween my claws afore." As to its being a Stradivarius, or even a Cremona, at all, the testimony of Dooble Sanny was not worth much on the point. But the shoemaker's admiration roused in the boy's mind a reverence for the individual instrument which he never lost. From that day the two were friends. Suddenly the shoemaker started off at full speed in a strathspey, which was soon lost in the wail of a Highland psalm tune, giving place to "Such a Wife as Willie Had," and on he went without pause till Robert dared not stop any longer. The fiddle had bewitched the fiddler. "Come as often as ye like, Robert, giving ye fess the laddie wi' you," said the shoemaker. And he stroked the back of the violin tenderly with his open palm. "But would ye have any objection to let it lie aside ye, and let me come when I can?" "Objection, laddie! I would as soon object to letting my own wife lie aside me." "Ay," said Robert, seized with some anxiety about the violin as he remembered the fate of the wife. "But ye ken Elspet comes off o' the war sometimes." Softened by the proximity of the wonderful violin, and stung afresh by the boy's words, as his conscience had often stung him before, for he loved his wife dearly, save when the demon of drink possessed him, the tears rose in Elshender's eyes. He held out the violin to Robert, saying with unsteady voice, "Ha, take her away. I did not deserve to have such a thing in my hoose. But hear me, Robert, and let hearing be believing. I never was so drunk but I could tune my fiddle. More by token once they found me lying on my back in the quarry, and the water, they say, was ower all but the moun of me, but I was holding my fiddle up aboon my head, and the devil a spark of water upon her." "It's a pity your wife was not your fiddle, then, Sanny," said Robert, with more presumption than wit. "'Deed you're in the right there, Robert. Here, take your fiddle." "'Deed no," returned Robert. "I maun just trust to you, Sanders. I cannot bide longer the night, but maybe you'll tell me hoo to hold her the next time 'at I come, will ye?" "That I will, Robert. Come when ye like. And gin ye come all on and could play this fiddle as this fiddle deserves to be played, you'll do me credit. Ye mind what that Sumph Lumley said to me the other night, Sanders, aboot my grandfather?" "Ay, well enough. A dish o' drucken havers." "It was true enough aboot my great grandfather, though." "No! Was it railly?" "Ay. He was the best piper in the regiment at Culloden. Gin they had a fountain as he pipit, there would have been another tale to tell. And he was tune piper forby, just like you, Sanders, after they took from him at all he had." "Na! Heard ye ever the like o' that? Well, wha would have thought it? Faith, me maun have you fiddle as well as your lucky daddy pippit. But here's the King of Bashan comin' after his boots, and them no half done yet," exclaimed Dooble Sanny, settling in haste to his awl. "He'll be roaring more like a bull o' the country than the king of it." As Robert departed, Peter Ogg came in, and as he passed the window he heard the shoemaker averring, "I have not risen from my stool since 1 o'clock, but there's a sight to be done to them, Mr. Ogg." Indeed, Alexander ab Alexandro, as Mr. Innes facetiously styled him, was, in more ways than one, worthy of the name Dooble. There seemed to be two natures in the man, which all his music had not yet been able to blend. End Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. Another Discovery in the Garret. Little did Robert dream of the reception that awaited him at home. Almost as soon as he had left the house, the following events began to take place. The mistress's bell rang, and Betty gaed ben the hoose to see what she could be wanting, whereupon a conversation ensued. "What was that at the door, Betty?" asked Mrs. Falconer, for Robert had not shut the door so carefully as he ought, seeing that the deafness of his grandmother was of much the same faculty as her blindness. Had Robert not had a hold of Betty by the forelock of her ears, he would have been unable to steal any liberty at all. Still, Betty had a conscience, and although she would not offend Robert if she could help it, yet she would not lie. "'Deed, mem, I cannot just distinctly say 'at I heard the door," she answered. "Whaur's Robert?" was her next question. "He's generally up the stair aboot this hoor, mem. That is, when he's no in the parlour at his lessons." "What gangs he so muckle up the stair for, Betty, do ye ken? It's something by ordinary wi' him." "'Deed, I dinna ken, mem. I never took it into my head to gang considerin' aboot it. He'll have some ploy of his ain, nae doubt. Laddies will be laddies, ye ken, mem." "I doobt, Betty, ye'll be aidin' and abeddin', and it does not become your years, Betty." "My years are no to find faut wi', mem. They're weel eneuch." "That's naething to the pint, Betty. What's the laddie aboot?" "Do ye mean when he gangs up the stair, mem?" "Ay, ye ken weel eneuch what I mean." "Weel, mem, I tell ye I dinna ken, and ye never heard me tell ye a lee sin' ever I was in your service, mem." "Na done richt. Ye gang aboot it, and at last ye come sae near leein' that gin ye spak another word ye would be at it, and it just frichts me from speirin' other question at ye. And that's hoo ye win oot o' it. But noo 'at it's aboot my own grandson, I'm no gaein' to lose him to save a woman of your years, wha ought to know better, and sae I'll speir at ye, though ye suld be driven to lee like Satan himself. What's he aboot when he gangs up the stairs? Noo?" "Weel, as sure as death, I dinna ken. Ye drive me to swearin', mem, and no to leein'." "I care not. Have ye no idea aboot it, then, Betty?" "Weel, mem, I think sometimes he cannot be well, and maun have a fox in his stomach, or something of that nater, for what he eats is awful, and I think whiles he just gangs up the stair to eat at his own wull." "That jumps with my own observations, Betty. Do you think he might have a rabbit, or maybe a pair of them, in some boxie in the garret noo?" "And what for no, gin he had, mem?" "What for no? Nesty things! But that's no the pint. I have to hold ye to the point, Betty. The pint is whether he has rabbits or no." "Or guinea pigs," suggested Betty. "Weel, or maybe a pup or twa, or I kent a laddie ance 'at keepit a whole family of kittlins, or maybe he might have a bit Lammie. There was an uncle o' mine on—" "Haud yer tongue, Betty. Ye hae ower muckle to say for all the sense there's intil it." "Well, mem, ye speirt questions at me." "Well, I have had enough of your answers, Betty. Go on and tell Robert to come here directly." Betty went, knowing perfectly that Robert had gone out, and returned with the information. Her mistress searched her face with a keen eye. "That maun have been himself after all, whan ye thought ye heard the door going," said Betty. "It's a strange thing that I suld hear him clear here, wi' the door steekit, and your door open at the very door cheek o' the other, and you no hear him, Betty, and me so deaf as weel." "'Deed, mem," retorted Betty, losing her temper a little, "I can be as deaf as other folk mysel' whiles." When Betty grew angry, Mrs. Falconer invariably grew calm, or at least put her temper out of sight. She was silent now, and continued silent till Betty moved to return to her kitchen, when she said, in a tone of one who had just arrived at an important resolution, Betty, we'll just away up the stair and look. Well, ma'am, I have no objections. Nae objections? What for should you or any other body have any objections to me going where I like in my own house? Humph! Exclaimed Mrs. Falconer, turning and facing her maid. In course, ma'am, I only meant I had nae objections to going with ye. And what for should ye or any other woman that I paid £12.5 in the half year till daur to have objections to going where I wanted ye to go in my own house? Hoot, ma'am, it was but a slip of the tongue, naething more. Slip me nae such slips, or ye'll come by a fall at last. I doot, Betty, concluded Mrs. Falconer, in a mollified tone, as she turned and led the way from the room. They got a candle in the kitchen, and proceeded upstairs, Mrs. Falconer still leading, and Betty following. They did not even look into the gale room, not doubting that the dignity of the best bedroom was in no danger of being violated, even by Robert, but took their way upwards to the room in which he kept his school books, almost the only articles of property which the boy possessed. Here they found nothing suspicious. All was even in the best possible order. Not a very wonderful fact, seeing a few books and a slate were the only things there besides the papers on the shelves. What the feelings of Shargar must have been when he heard the steps and voices, and saw the light approaching his place of refuge, we will not change our point of view to inquire. He certainly was as little to be envied at that moment as at any moment during the whole of his existence. The first sense Mrs. Falconer made use of in the search after possible animals lay in her nose. She kept snuffing constantly, but beyond the usual musty smell of neglected apartments, had as yet discovered nothing. The moment she entered the upper garret, however, "There's an elf-hard smell here, Betty," she said, believing that they had at last found the trail of the mystery. "But it's no like the smell of rabbits. Just look in the nook there ahind the door." "There's naething here," responded Betty. "Roon the end of that kist there. I'se look into the press." As Betty rose from her search behind the chest, and turned towards her mistress, her eyes crossed the cavernous opening of the bed. There, to her horror, she beheld a face like that of a galvanized corpse staring at her from the darkness. Shargar was in a sitting posture, paralyzed with terror, waiting like a fascinated bird till Mrs. Falconer and Betty should make the final spring upon him, and do whatever was equivalent to devouring him upon the spot. He had sat up to listen to the noise of their ascending footsteps, and fear had so overmastered him that he either could not, or forgot that he could, lie down and cover his head with some of the many garments scattered around him. "I did not say whusky, did I?" he kept repeating to himself in utter imbecility of fear. "The Lord preserve us!" exclaimed Betty the moment she could speak, for during the first few seconds, having caught the infection of Shargar's expression, she stood equally paralyzed. "The Lord preserve us!" she repeated. "Once is enough," said Mrs. Falconer sharply, turning round to see what the cause of Betty's ejaculation might be. I have said that she was dim-sighted. The candle they had was little better than a penny dip. The bed was darker than the rest of the room. Shargar's face had many of the more distinctive characteristics of manhood upon it. "Good preserve us!" exclaimed Mrs. Falconer in her turn. "It's a woman!" Poor deluded Shargar, thinking himself safer under any form than that which he actually bore, attempted no protest against the mistake. But indeed he was incapable of speech. The two women flew upon him to drag him out of the bed. Then, first recovering his powers of motion, he sprang up in an agony of terror, and darted out between them, overturning Betty in his course. "Ye rash slimmer!" cried Betty from the floor. "Ye long-legged jowd!" she added as she rose, and at the same moment Shargar banged the street door behind him in his terror. "I wat ye did not carry your coats too long." For Shargar, having discovered that the way to get the most warmth from Robert's great-grandfather's kilt was to wear it in the manner for which it had been fabricated, was in the habit of fastening it round his waist before he got into bed, and the eye of Betty, as she fell, had caught the swing of this portion of his attire. But poor Mrs. Falconer, with sunken head, walked out of the garret in the silence of despair. She went slowly down the steep stair, supporting herself against the wall, her round-toed shoes creaking solemnly as she went, took refuge in the ga'le room, and burst into a violent fit of weeping. For such depravity she was not prepared. What a terrible curse hung over her family! Surely they were all reprobate from the birth, not one elected for salvation from the guilt of Adam's fall, and therefore abandoned to Satan as his natural prey, to be led captive of him at his will. She threw herself on her knees at the side of the bed, and prayed heartbrokenly. Betty heard her as she limped past the door on her way back to her kitchen. Meantime, Shargar had rushed across the next street on his bare feet into the crooked wynd, terrifying poor old Kirstan Peerie, the divisions betwixt the compartments of whose memory had broken down into the exclamation to her next neighbour, Tam Rhin, with whom she was trying to gossip, "Eh, Thomas, that'll be on of the slaughter at Culloden." He never stopped till he reached his mother's deserted abode. Strange instinct! There he ran to earth like a hunted fox. Rushing at the door, forgetful of everything but refuge, he found it unlocked, and closing it behind him, stood panting like the hart that has found the water brooks. The owner had looked in one day to see whether the place was worth repairing, for it was a mere outhouse, and had forgotten to turn the key when he left it. Poor Shargar! Was it more or less of a refuge that the mother that bore him was not there either to curse or welcome his return? Less, if we may judge from a remark he once made in my hearing, many long years after. "For, you see," he said, "a mother's a mother, be she the very devil." Searching about in the dark, he found the one article unsold by the landlord, a stool with but two of its natural 3 legs. On this he balanced himself and waited, simply for what Robert would do, for his faith in Robert was unbounded, and he had no other hope on earth. But Shargar was not miserable. In that wretched hovel, his bare feet clasping the clay floor in constant search of a waving equilibrium, with pitch darkness around him, and incapable of the simplest philosophical or religious reflection, he yet found life good. For it had interest. Nay, more, it had hope. I doubt, however, whether there is any interest at all without hope. While he sat there, Robert, thinking him snug in the garret, was walking quietly home from the shoemaker's, and his first impulse on entering was to run up and recount the particulars of his interview with Alexander. Arrived in the dark garret, he called Shargar as usual in a whisper, received no reply, thought he was asleep, called louder, for he had a penny from his grandmother that day for bringing home 2 pails of water for Betty, and had just spent it upon a loaf for him. But no Shargar replied. Thereupon he went to the bed to lay hold of him and shake him. But his searching hands found no Shargar. Becoming alarmed, he ran downstairs to beg a light from Betty. When he reached the kitchen, he found Betty's nose as much in the air as its construction would permit. For a hook-nosed body, she certainly was the most harmless and ovine creature in the world. But this was a case in which feminine modesty was both concerned and aggrieved. She showed her resentment no further, however, than by simply returning no answer in syllable, or sound, or motion, to Robert's request. She was washing up the tea things, and went on with her work as if she had been in absolute solitude, saving that her countenance could hardly have kept up that expression of injured dignity, had such been the case. Robert plainly saw, to his great concern, that his secret had been discovered in his absence, and that Shargar had been expelled with contumely. But, with an instinct of facing the worst at once, which accompanied him through life, he went straight to his grandmother's parlour. "Well, grandmamma," he said, trying to speak as cheerfully as he could. Granny's prayers had softened her a little, else she would have been as silent as Betty, for it was from her mistress that Betty had learned this mode of torturing a criminal. So she was just able to return his greeting in the words, "Well, Robert," pronounced with the finality of tone that indicated she had done her utmost, and had nothing to add. "Here's a brewage," thought Robert to himself, and still on the principle of flying at the first of mischief he saw, the best mode of meeting it, no doubt, addressed his grandmother at once. The effort necessary gave a tone of defiance to his words. "What for will not ye speak to me, grannie?" he said. "I'm no a haythen, nor yet a papist." "Ye're waur nor both in ane, Robert." "Hoots! ye will not say both, grannie," returned Robert, who, even at the age of 14, when once compelled to assert himself, assumed a modest superiority. "None of such impidence," retorted Mrs. Falconer. "I wonder whaur ye learned that. But it's nae wonder. Evil communications corrupt good manners. You're a lost prodigal, Robert, like your father afore ye. I have just been sitting here thinking with myself whether it would not be better for both of us to let ye go on and reap the fruit of your doings at once. For the hard ways is the best road for transgressors. I'm no bound to keep ye." "Well, well, I's awa' to Shargar. Him and me'll haud on together better nor you and me, grannie. He's a poor crater, but he can stick till a body." "What are ye haverin' aboot Shargar for, ye hypocrite loon? Ye'll no go on to Shargar's, I warrant. Ye'll be after that vile limmer that's turned my honest hoose into a sty this last fortnicht." "Grannie, I dinna ken what ye mean." "She kens, then. I sent her off like one of Samson's foxes, with the firebrand at her tail. It's a pity it was not tied atween the twa of you." "Preserve us, grannie! Is it possible ye have taken Shargar for one of womankind?" "I ken naething aboot Shargar, I tell ye. I ken that Betty and me took an ill-farred dame in the bed in the garret." Could it be his mother? thought Robert, in bewilderment. But he recovered himself in a moment, and answered, "Shargar may be a queen after all, for anything 'at I ken to the contrary, but I took him for a loon, faith, such a queen as he'd make." And careless to resist the ludicrousness of the idea, he burst into a loud fit of laughter, which did more to reassure his grannie than any amount of protestation could have done, however she pretended to take offence at his ill-timed merriment. Seeing his grandmother staggered, Robert gathered courage to assume the offensive. "But, grannie, whoever Betty, no to say you, could have driven oot a poor half-starved cratur like Shargar, even supposing he ought to have been in coaties and no in trousers, and the mother of him run away and left him, it's more nor I can understand. I misdoubt me sore, but he's gone and droont himself." Robert knew well enough that Shargar would not drown himself without at least bidding him good-bye, but he knew too that his grandmother could be wrought upon. Her conscience was more tender than her feelings, and this peculiarly occasioned part of the mutual non-understanding rather than misunderstanding between her grandson and herself. The first relation she bore to most that came near her was one of severity and rebuke, but underneath her cold outside lay a warm heart to which conscience acted the part of a somewhat capricious stoker, now quenching its heat with the cold water of duty, now stirring it up with the poker of reproach, and ever treating it as an inferior and a slave. But her conscience was, on the whole, a better friend to her race than her heart, and indeed the conscience is always a better friend than a heart whose motions are undirected by it. From Falconer's account of her, however, I cannot help thinking that she not unfrequently took refuge in severity of tone and manner from the threatened ebullition of a feeling which she could not otherwise control, and which she was ashamed to manifest. Possibly conscience had spoken more and more gently, as its behests were more and more readily obeyed, till the heart began to gather courage, and at last, as in many old people, took the upper hand, which was outwardly inconvenient to one of Mrs. Falconer's temperament. Hence, in doing the kindest thing in the world, she would speak in a tone of command, even of rebuke, as if she were compelling the performance of the most unpleasant duty in the person who received the kindness. But the human heart is hard to analyze, and indeed will not submit quietly to the operation, however gently performed, nor is the result at all easy to put into words. It is best shown in actions. Again, it may appear rather strange that Robert should be able to talk in such an easy manner to his grandmother, seeing he had been guilty of concealment, if not of deception. But she had never been so actively severe towards Robert as she had been towards her own children. To him she was wonderfully gentle for her nature, and sought to exercise the saving harshness which she still believed necessary, solely in keeping from him every enjoyment of life which the narrowest theories as to the rule and will of God could set down as worldly. Frivolity, of which there was little in this sober boy, was in her eyes a vice, loud laughter almost a crime. Cards and novelles, as she called them, were such in her estimation as to be beyond my powers of characterization. Her commonest injunction was, "No be douce," that is, sober, uttered to the soberest boy she could ever have known. But Robert was a large-hearted boy, else this life would never have had to be written, and so, through all this, his deepest nature came into unconscious contact with that of his noble old grandmother. There was nothing small about either of them. Hence, Robert was not afraid of her. He had got more of her nature in him than of her son's. She and his own mother had more share in him than his father, though from him he inherited good qualities likewise. He had concealed his doings with Shargar simply because he believed that they could not be done if his grandmother knew of his plans. Herein he did her less than justice. But so unpleasant was concealment to his nature, and so much did the dread of discovery press upon him, that the moment he saw the thing had come out into the daylight of her knowledge, such a reaction of relief took place as, operating along with his deep natural humour and the comical circumstance of the case, gave him an ease and freedom of communication which he had never before enjoyed with her. Likewise, there was a certain courage in the boy which, if his own natural disposition had not been so quiet that he felt the negations of her rule the less, might have resulted in underhand doings of a very different kind, possibly from those of benevolence. He must have been a strange being to look at, I always think, at this point of his development, with his huge nose, his black eyes, his lanky figure, and his sober countenance, on which a smile was rarely visible, but from which burst occasional guffaws of laughter. At the words "dront himself," Mrs. Falconer started. "Run, laddie, run," she said, "and fess him back directly. Betty, Betty, go on with Robert, and help him to look for Shargar, ye old blind doited body, 'at says ye can see, and cannot tell a lad from a lass." "Na, na, grannie, I'm no going out with a dame like her trailing at my foot. She would be a sore hindrance to me. Gin Shargar be to be gotten, that is, gin he be in life, I'se get him wantin' Betty. And gin ye do not ken him for the creature ye found in the garret, he maun be sore changed since I left him there." "Well, well, Robert, go on your ways. But gin ye be deceiving me, may the Lord forgive ye, Robert, for sore ye'll need it." "Nae fear o' that, grannie," returned Robert from the street door, and vanished. Mrs. Falconer stalked. No, I will not use that word of the gait of a woman like my friend's grandmother. Stately stepped she but the hoose to Betty. She felt strangely soft at the heart. Robert not being yet proved a reprobate, but she was not therefore prepared to drop one atom of the dignity of her relation to her servant. "Betty," she said, "ye have made a mistake." "What's that, mem?" returned Betty. "It wasna a lass at all. It was that crater Shargar." "Ye said it was a lass yourself first, mem." "You ken well enough that I'm short-sighted, and have been from the day of my birth." "I'm no old enough to mind upon that, mem," returned Betty revengefully, but in an undertone as if she did not intend her mistress to hear. And although she heard well enough, her mistress adopted the subterfuge. "But I'll swear the cratur I saw was in petticoats." "Swear not at all, Betty. Ye have made a mistake only gait." "Wha says that, mem?" "Robert." "I will, gin he be telling the trowth." "Daur ye insinuate to me that a son of mine would tell onything but the trowth?" "Na, na, mem. But gin that wasna a queen, ye cannot deny but she lookit unco one, and no a bashful one either." "Gin he was a loon, he would not look like a bashful lass onyway, Betty, and there you're wrong." "Weel, well, mem, have it your own way," muttered Betty. "I will have it my own way," retorted her mistress, "because it's the richt way, Betty. And noo ye maun just go on up the stair and get the place cleaned oot and put in order." "I will do that, mem." "Ay will ye, and look well aboot, Betty, you that can see so well, in case there should be ony cattle aboot, for he's none of the cleanest, yon dame." "I will do that, mem." "And go on directly afore he comes back." "What comes back?" "Robert, of course." What for that? 'Cause he's comin' with him. What he's comin' with him? Call it she giving you like. It's Shargar. Wha says that? Exclaimed Betty, sniffing and starting at once. I say that, and ye go on and do what I tell you this minute. Betty obeyed instantly, for the tone in which the last words were spoken was one she was not accustomed to dispute. She only muttered as she went, "It'll all come upon me as usual." Betty's job was long ended before Robert returned. Never dreaming that Shargar could have gone back to the old haunt, he had looked for him everywhere before that occurred to him as a last chance. Nor would he have found him even then, for he would not have thought of his being inside the deserted house, had not Shargar heard his footsteps in the street. He started up from his stool, saying, "That's Bob," but was not sure enough to go to the door. He might be mistaken. It might be the landlord. He heard the feet stop, and did not move, but when he heard them begin to go away again, he rushed to the door and bawled on the chance at the top of his voice, "Bob! Bob!" "Eh, ye crater," said Robert. "Are ye there after all?" "Eh, Bob!" exclaimed Shargar, and burst into tears. "I thought you would come after me." "Of course," answered Robert coolly. "Come away home." "Where till?" asked Shargar in dismay. "Home to your own bed at my granny's." "Na, na," said Shargar hurriedly, retreating within the door of the hovel. "Na, na, Bob, lad, I no do that. She's an awfu' woman, that granny of yours. I cannot think hoo ye can bide with her. I'm well out of her grups, I can tell ye." It required a good deal of persuasion, but at last Robert prevailed upon Shargar to return. For was not Robert his tower of strength? And if Robert was not frightened at his granny, or at Betty, why should he be? At length they entered Mrs. Falconer's parlour, Robert dragging in Shargar after him, having failed altogether in encouraging him to enter after a more dignified fashion. It must be remembered that although Shargar was still kilted, he was not the less trousered, such as the trousers were. It makes my heart ache to think of these trousers, not believing trousers essential to blessedness either, but knowing the superiority of the old Roman costume of the kilt. No sooner had Mrs. Falconer cast her eyes upon him than she could not but be convinced of the truth of Robert's averment. "Here he is, granny, and gin ye be not satisfied yet." "Hold your tongue, laddie. Ye have given me nae cause to doot your word." Indeed, during Robert's absence, his grandmother had had leisure to perceive of what an absurd folly she had been guilty. She had also had time to make up her mind as to her duty with regard to Shargar, and the more she thought about it, the more she admired the conduct of her grandson, and the better she saw that it would be right to follow his example. No doubt she was the more inclined to this benevolence that she had, as it were, received her grandson back from the jaws of death. When the two lads entered from her armchair, Mrs. Falconer examined Shargar from head to foot with the eye of a queen on her throne, and a countenance immovable in stern gentleness, till Shargar would gladly have sunk into the shelter of the voluminous kilt from the gaze of those quiet hazel eyes. At length she spoke. "Robert, take him away." "Where'll I take him till, granny?" "Take him up to the garret. Bet he'll have taken a tub of hot water up there given this time, and ye maun see that he washes himself from head to foot, or he's no bide an hoor in my house. Go on away, and see till it this minute." But she detained them yet a while with various directions in regard of cleaning, for the carrying out of which Robert was only too glad to give his word. She dismissed them at last, and Shargar by and by found himself in bed, clean, and for the first time in his life between a pair of linen sheets, not altogether to his satisfaction, for mere order and comfort were substituted for adventure and success. But greater trials awaited him. In the morning he was visited by Brodie the tailor, and Elshender the shoemaker, both of whom he held in awe as his superiors in the social scale, and by them handled and measured from head to feet, the latter included, after which he had to lie in bed for 3 days till his clothes came home, for Betty had carefully committed every article of his former dress to the kitchen fire, not without a sense of pollution, to the bottom of her kettle. Nor would he have got them for double the time, had not Robert haunted the tailor as well as the shoemaker, like an evil conscience, till they had finished them. Thus grievous was Shargar's introduction to the comforts of respectability. Nor did he like it much better when he was dressed and able to go about. For not only was he uncomfortable in his new clothes, which, after the very easy fit of the old ones, felt like a suit of plate armour, but he was liable to be sent for at any moment by the awful sovereignty in whose dominions he found himself, and which of course proceeded to instruct him not merely in his own religious duties, but in the religious theories of his ancestors, if indeed Shargar's ancestors ever had any. And now the shorter catechism seemed likely to be changed into the longer catechism, for he had its Sundays as well as Saturdays, besides Alain's Alarm to the Unconverted, Baxter's Saints' Rest, Erskine's Gospel Sonnets, and other books of a like kind. Nor was it any relief to Shargar that the gloom was broken by the incomparable Pilgrim's Progress and the Holy War, for he cared for none of these things. Indeed, so dreary did he find it all, that his love to Robert was never put to such a severe test. But for that he would have run for it. 20 times a day was he so tempted. At school, though, it was better, yet it was bad, for he was 10 times as much laughed at for his new clothes, though they were of the plainest, as he had been for his old rags. Still he bore all the pangs of unwelcome advancement, without a grumble, for the sake of his friend alone, whose dog he remained as much as ever. But his past life of cold and neglect, and hunger and blows, and homelessness and rags, began to glimmer as in the distance of a vaporous sunset, and the loveless freedom he had then enjoyed gave it a bloom as of summer roses. I wonder whether there may not have been in some unknown corner of the old lady's mind this lingering remnant of paganism, that in reclaiming the outcast from the error of his ways, she was making an offering acceptable to that God whom her mere prayers could not move to look with favour upon her prodigal son Andrew. Nor from her own acknowledged religious belief as a background would it have stuck so fiery off either. Indeed, it might have been a partial corrective of some yet more dreadful articles of her creed, which she held, be it remembered, because she could not help it. End chapter 10.
Book 1, Chapter 11 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 11 Private Interviews. The winter passed slowly away. Robert and Shargar went to school together and learned their lessons together at Mrs. Falconer's table. Shargar soon learned to behave with tolerable propriety, was obedient as far as eye service went, looked as queer as ever, did what he pleased, which was nowise very wicked, the moment he was out of the old lady's sight, was well fed and well cared for, and when he was asked how he was, gave the invariable answer, middlin'. He was not very happy. There was little communication in words between the two boys, for the one had not much to say, and the pondering fits of the other grew rather than relaxed in frequency and intensity. Yet amongst chanced acquaintances in the town, Robert had the character of a wag, of which he was totally unaware himself. Indeed, although he had more than the ordinary share of humour, I suspect it was not so much his fun as his earnest that got him the character, for he would say such altogether unheard of and strange things, that the only way they were capable of accounting for him was as a humorist. He said once to Elshender, during a pause common to a thunderstorm, and a lesson on the violin, would not ye like to be up in the cloud, with the spade turning o'er the divots, and catching the flashes lying aneath them like long red fiery worms? Ay, man, but gin you look up to the clouds that gate, you'll never be muckle of a fiddler. This was merely an outbreak of that insolence of advice so often shown to the young from no vantage ground, but that of age and faithlessness, reminding one of the jiggling fool who interfered between Brutus and Cassius, on the sole ground that he had seen more years than they. as if ever a fiddler that did not look up to the clouds would be anything but a catgut scraper. Even Elshender's fiddle was the one angel that held back the heavy curtain of his gross nature, and let the sky shine through. He ought to have been set fiddling every Sunday morning, and from his fiddling dragged straight to church. It was the only thing man could have done for his conversion, for then his heart was open. But I fear the prayers would have closed it before the sermon came. He should rather have been compelled to take his fiddle to church with him, and have a gentle scrape at it in the pauses of the service. Only there are no such pauses in the service, alas, and Dooble Sanny, though not too religious to get drunk occasionally, was a great deal too religious to play his fiddle on the Sabbath. He would not willingly anger the powers above, but it was sometimes a sore temptation, especially after he got possession of old Mrs. Falconer's wonderful instrument. "Hoots, man," he would say to Robert, "do not handle her as given she were an egg-box. Take hold of her as given she were a leeving crater. Ye mind just stroke her canny, and wall the music oot of her, for she's like other women, gin ye be rough with her, ye will not get a word oot of her, and do not handle her that gait. She cannot bide to be contred and pulled this gait and that gait. Come to me, my bonny laddie. Ye'll tell me your story, will not ye, my pet?" And with every gesture, as if he were humouring a shy and invalid girl, he would, as he said, wile the music out of her in sobs and wailing, till the instrument, gathering courage in his embrace, grew gently merry in its confidence, and broke at last into airy laughter. He always spoke, and apparently thought, of his violin as a woman, just as a sailor does of his craft. But there was nothing about him, except his love for music and its instruments, to suggest other than a most uncivilized nature. That which was fine in him was constantly checked and held down by the gross. The merely animal overpowered the spiritual, and it was only upon occasion that his heavenly companion, the violin, could raise him a few feet above the mire and the clay. She never succeeded in setting his feet on a rock, while, on the contrary, he often dragged her with him into the mire of questionable company and circumstances. Worthy Mr. Falconer would have been horrified to see his unquilly modest companion in such society as that into which she was now introduced at times. But nevertheless the shoemaker was a good and patient teacher, and although it took Robert rather more than a fortnight to redeem his pledge to Shargar, he did make progress. It could not, however, be rapid, seeing that an hour at a time, 2 evenings in the week, was all that he could give to the violin. Even with this moderation, the risk of his absence exciting his grandmother's suspicion and inquiry was far from small. And now, were those really faded old memories of his grandfather and his merry kindness all so different from the solemn benevolence of his grandmother, which seemed to revive in his bosom with the revivification of the violin? The instrument had surely laid up a story in its hollow breast, had been dreaming over it all the time it lay hidden away in the closet, and was now telling out its dreams about the old times in the ear of the listening boy. To him also it began to assume something of that majesty in life which had such a softening, and for the moment at least elevating influence on his master. At length the love of the violin had grown upon him so, that he could not but cast about how he might enjoy more of its company. It would not do, for many reasons, to go oftener to the shoemaker's, especially now that the days were getting longer. Nor was that what he wanted. He wanted opportunity for practice. He wanted to be alone with the creature, to see if she would not say something more to him than she had ever said yet. Wafts and odours of melodies began to steal upon him ere he was aware in the half-lights between sleeping and waking. If he could only entice them to creep out of the violin, and once bless his humble ears with the bodily hearing of them. Perhaps he might, who could tell? But how? But where? There was a building in Rothieden, not old, yet so deserted that its very history seemed to have come to a standstill, and the dust that filled it to have fallen from the plumes of passing centuries. It was the property of Mrs. Falconer, left her by her husband. Trade had gradually ebbed away from the town till the thread factory stood unoccupied, with all its machinery rusting and mouldering, just as the workpeople had risen and left it one hot midsummer day, when they were told that their services were no longer required. Some of the thread even remained upon the spools, and in the hollows of some of the sockets the oil had as yet dried only into a paste, although to Robert the desertion of the place appeared immemorial. It stood at a furlong's distance from the house, on the outskirt of the town. There was a large neglected garden behind it, with some good fruit trees, and plenty of the bushes which boys love for the sake of their berries. After Granny's jam pots were properly filled, the remnant of these, a gleaming far greater than the gathering, was at the disposal of Robert, and, philosopher although in some measure he was already, he appreciated the privilege. Haunting this garden in the previous summer, he had, for the first time, made acquaintance with the interior of the deserted factory. The door to the road was always kept locked, and the key of it lay in one of Granny's drawers. But he had then discovered a back entrance, less securely fastened, and with a strange mingling of fear and curiosity, had from time to time extended his rambles over what seemed to him the huge desolation of the place. Half of it was well built of stone and lime, but of the other half, the upper part was built of wood, which now showed signs of considerable decay. One room opened into another, through the length of the place, revealing a vista of machines, standing with an air of the last folding of the wings of silence over them, and the sense of a deeper and deeper sinking into the soundless abyss. But their activity was not so vanished, but that by degrees Robert came to fancy that he had some time or other seen a woman seated at each of those silent powers, whose single hand set the whole frame in motion, with its numberless spindles and spools rapidly revolving, a vague mystery of endless threads in orderly complication, out of which came some desired, to him unknown result, so that the whole place was full of a bewildering tumult of work, every little reel contributing its share, as the water drops clashing together make the roar of a tempest. Now all was still as the church on a week-day, still as the school on a Saturday afternoon. Nay, the silence seemed to have settled down like the dust, and grown old and thick, so dead and old that the ghost of the ancient noise had arisen to haunt the place. Thither would Robert carry his violin, and there would he woo her. "I'm thinking I maun take her with me the night, Sanders," he said, holding the fiddle lovingly to his bosom, after he had finished his next lesson. The shoemaker looked blank. "You're no going to desert me, are ye?" "Nay, well I wot," returned Robert, "but I want to try her at home. I maun get used till her a hitty, ye ken, afore I can do onything with her." "I wish ye had nae brought her here then. What am I to do wantin' her?" "What for didna ye get yer own back?" "I havena the siller, man, and forby I doot I wadna be that sair content wi' her noo gin I had her. I used to think her gran', but I'm clean oot o' conceit of her. That bonny laddie's taken clean oot o' me." "But ye cannot have her ye ken, Sanders. She's no mine. She's my granny's, ye ken." "What's the use of her to her? She pits nae value upon her. Man, gin she would give her to me, I would hold her in the best o' shune all the lave o' her days." "That would not be muckle, Sanders, for she has not had a new pyre sin' ever I mind." "But I would hold Betty in shune as well." "Betty pays her for her own shune, I reckon." "Well, I would hold you in shune, and your bairns, and your bairns' bairns," cried the shoemaker with enthusiasm. "Hoot toot, man! Long or that ye'll be fiddlin' in the New Jerusalem." "Eh, man," said Alexander, looking up. He had just cracked the roseate ends off his hands, for he had the upper leather of a boot in the grasp of the clamps, and his right hand hung arrested on its blind way to the awl. "Duv ye think there'll be fiddles there? I thought they were a' harps and things, 'at I never saw, but it could not be up till a fiddle." I dinna ken, answered Robert, but ye should make a point of seeing for yourself. Gin I thought there would be fiddles there, faith I would have a try. Would not be muckle of a Jerusalem to me wanting my fiddle, but gin there be fiddles, I daresay there'll be grand un. I daresay they would give me a new one. I mean on old as Noah's 'at he played in the ark when the devil came in by to hearken. I would fain have a try. Ye ken all aboot it with that granny of yours. Who's a body to begin? I'm giving up the drink, man. Ay, I reckon you're right. Well, I'll think aboot it when once I'm through with this job. That'll be next week or thereabouts, or aiblins 2 days after. I'll have some leisure then. Before he had finished speaking, he had caught up his awl and began to work vigorously, boring his holes as if the nerves of feeling were continued to the point of the tool, inserting the bristles that served him for needles with a delicacy worthy of soft-skinned fingers, drawing through the rosin threads with a whisk, and untwining them with a crack from the leather that guarded his hands. "Good neck to ye," said Robert, with the fiddle-case under his arm. The shoemaker looked up, with his hands bound in his threads. "Ye're nae gaun to take her from me the night?" "Ay, am I, but I'll fess her back again. I'm no going to Jericho with her." "Going to Heckleburnie with her, and that's 3 miles ayont hell." "Nay, we maun win farther nor that. There cannot be muckle fiddlin' there." "Well, take her to the New Jerusalem. I's gaun doon to Lucky Leary's, and fill myself roaring foul, and it'll be all your blame." "I doot you'll get the blows, though. Or maybe ye think Bale 'll take them for ye." Dibble Sanny caught up a huge boot, the sole of which was filled with broad-headed nails as thick as they could be driven, and in a rage threw it at Robert as he darted out. Through its clang against the door-check, the shoemaker heard a cry from the instrument. He cast everything from him and sprang after Robert, but Robert was down the wynd like a long-legged greyhound, and Elshender could only follow like a fierce mastiff. It was love and grief, though, and apprehension and remorse, not vengeance, that winged his heels. He soon saw that pursuit was in vain. "Robert, Robert!" he cried, "I cannot win up with ye. Stop, for God's sake! Is she hurtit?" Robert stopped at once. "Ye have made a bonny leddy of her, a cripple, I doot, like your wife," he answered, with indignation. "Dinna be aye flingin' a man's faults in his face. It just makes him 'at he cannot bide himself, or you either. Let's see the bonny cratur." Robert complied, for he too was anxious. They were now standing in the space in front of Shargar's old abode, and there was no one to be seen. Elshender took the box, opened it carefully, and peeped in, with a face of great apprehension. "I thought that was all," he said, with some satisfaction. "I kent the string when I heard it. But we'll soon get a new tharn tiller," he added, in a tone of sorrowful commiseration and condolence, as he took the violin from the case tenderly, as if it had been a hurt child. One touch of the bow, drawing out a gowl of grief, satisfied him that she was uninjured. Next, a hurried inspection showed him that there was enough of the catgut twisted round the peg to make up for the part that was broken off. In a moment he had fastened it to the tail-piece, tightened and tuned it. Forthwith he took the bow from the case-lid, and in jubilant guise he expatiated upon the wrong he had done his bonny laddie, till the doors and windows around were crowded with heads peering through the dark to see whence the sounds came, and a little child toddled across from one of the lowliest houses with a halfpenny for the fiddler. Gladly would Robert have restored it with interest, but alas, there was no interest in his bank, for not a halfpenny had he in the world. The incident recalled Sandy de Rotheden and its cares. He restored the violin to its case, and while Robert was fearing he would take it under his arm and walk away with it, handed it back with a humble sigh and a "Praise be thankit," then, without another word, turned and went to his lonely stool and home, untreasured of its mistress. Robert went home too, and stole like a thief to his room. The next day was a Saturday, which indeed was the real old Sabbath, or at least the half of it, to the schoolboys of Rotheden. Even Robert's granny was Jew enough, or rather Christian enough, to respect this remnant of the fourth commandment, divine antidote to the rest of the godless money-making and soul-saving week, and he had the half-day to himself. So as soon as he had had his dinner, he managed to give Shargar the slip, left him to the inroads of a desolate despondency, and stole away to the old factory garden. The key of that he had managed to purloin from the kitchen where it hung, nor was there much danger of its absence being discovered, seeing that in winter no one thought of the garden. The smuggling of the violin out of the house was the dearest danger, the more so that he would not run the risk of carrying her out unprotected, and it was altogether a bulky venture with the case. But by spying and speeding he managed it, and soon found himself safe within the high walls of the garden. It was early spring. There had been a heavy fall of sleet in the morning, and now the wind blew gustfully about the place. The neglected trees shook showers upon him as he passed under them, trampling down the rank growth of the grass walks. The long twigs of the wall trees, which had never been nailed up, or had been torn down by the snow and the blasts of winter, went trailing away in the moan of the fitful wind, and swung back as it sunk to a sigh. The currant and gooseberry bushes, bare and leafless and shivering all for cold, neither reminded him of the feasts of the past summer, nor gave him any hope for the next. He strode careless through it all to gain the door at the bottom. It yielded to a push, and the long grass streamed in over the threshold as he entered. He mounted by a broad stair in the main part of the house, passing the silent clock in one of its corners, now expiating in motionlessness the false accusations it had brought against the workpeople, and turned into the chaos of machinery. I fear that my readers will expect, from the minuteness with which I recount these particulars, that after all I am going to describe a rendezvous with a lady, or a ghost at least. I will not plead in excuse that I too have been infected with Sandy's mode of regarding her, but I plead that in the mind of Robert the proceeding was involved in something of that awe and mystery with which a youth approaches the woman he loves. He had not yet arrived at the period when the feminine assumes its paramount influence, combining in itself all that music, colour, form, odour can suggest, with something infinitely higher and more divine. But he had begun to be haunted with some vague aspirations toward the infinite, of which his attempts on the violin were the outcome. And now that he was to be alone, for the first time, with this wonderful realizer of dreams and awakener of visions, to do with her as he would, to hint by gentle touches at the thoughts that were fluttering in his soul, and listen for her voice, that by the echoes in which she strove to respond, he might know that she understood him, it was no wonder if he felt an ethereal foretaste of the expectation that haunts the approach of souls. But I am not even going to describe his first tete-a-tete with his violin. Perhaps he returned from it somewhat disappointed. Probably he found her coy, unready to acknowledge his demands on her attention. But not the less willingly did he return with her to the solitude of the ruinous factory. On every safe occasion, becoming more and more frequent as the days grew longer, he repaired thither, and every time returned more capable of drawing the coherence of melody from that matrix of sweet sounds. At length the people about began to say that the factory was haunted, that the ghost of old Mr. Falconer, unable to repose while neglect was ruining the precious results of his industry, visited the place night after night, and solaced his disappointment by renewing on his favourite violin strains not yet forgotten by him in his grave, and remembered well by those who had been in his service, not a few of whom lived in the neighbourhood of the forsaken building. One gusty afternoon, like the first, but late in the spring, Robert repaired as usual to his secret haunt. He had played for some time, and now, from a sudden pause of impulse, had ceased and begun to look around him. The only light came from two long pale cracks in the rain clouds of the west. The wind was blowing through the broken windows, which stretched away on either hand. A dreary windy gloom therefore pervaded the desolate place, and in the dusk and their settled order the machines looked multitudinous. An eerie sense of discomfort came over him as he gazed, and he lifted his violin to dispel the strange, unpleasant feeling that grew upon him. But at the first long stroke across the strings, an awful sound arose in a further room, a sound that made him all but drop the bow and cling to his violin. It went on. It was the old, all but forgotten whir of bobbins, mingled with the gentle groans of the revolving horizontal wheel, but magnified in the silence of the place, and the echoing imagination of the boy, into something preternaturally awful. Yielding for a moment to the growth of goose-skin, and the insurrection of hair, he recovered himself by a violent effort, and walked to the door that connected the two compartments. Was it more or less fearful than the jenny was not going of itself, that the figure of an old woman sat solemnly turning and turning the hand-wheel? Not without calling in the jury of his senses, however, would he yield to the special plea of his imagination, but went nearer, half expecting to find that the much, with its big flapping borders glimmering white in the gloom across many a machine, surrounded the face of a skull. But he was soon satisfied that it was only a blind woman everybody knew, so old that she had become childish. She had heard the reports of the factory being haunted, and, groping about with her half-withered brain full of them, had found the garden and the back door open, and had climbed to the first floor by a farther stair, well known to her when she used to work that very machine. She had seated herself instinctively, according to ancient wont, and had set it in motion once more. Yielding to an impulse of experiment, Robert began to play again. Thereupon her disordered ideas broke out in words, and Robert soon began to feel that it could hardly be more ghastly to look upon a ghost than to be taken for one. "Ay, ay, sir," said the old woman, in a tone of commiseration, "it maun be sore to bide. I dinna wonder 'at ye cannot lie still. But what gars ye go on dowrin' aboot this place? It's no yours ony longer. Ye ken when folk's dead, they lose the grip. Ye should go on home to your wife. She might say a word to quiet your auld bones, for she's a douce and a wise woman, the mistress." Then followed a pause. There was a horror about the old woman's voice, already half dissolved by death in the desolate place, that almost took from Robert the power of motion. But his violin sent forth an accidental twang, and that set her going again. "Ye was aye a douce honest gentleman yourself, and I didna wonder ye canna bide it. But I would have thought glory might have holden ye in. To your own son, hae, and a braw lad and a bonny. It's a saud thing ye bude to go on the wrong gait, and it's no wonder, as I say, that ye lead the worms to come and look after him. I doot it would not be to you he'll go on at the long last. There would not be room for him aside ye in Abraham's bosom, and syne to behave so ill to that winsome wife of his. I dinna wonder 'at ye maun't be up. Now. But, sir, since ye are up, I wish ye would speyk to John Thomason no to take off the day 'at I was away last wake, for 'deed I was very unwell, and bude to keep my bed." Robert was beginning to feel uneasy as to how he should get rid of her, when she rose, and saying, Ay, I can, it's 6 o'clock," went out as she had come in. Robert followed and saw her safe out of the garden, but did not return to the factory. So his father had behaved ill to his mother too. But what for hearken to the havers of a doddled old wife? He said to himself, pondering as he walked home. Old Janet told a strange story of how she had seen the ghost, and had had a long talk with him, and of what he said, and of how he groaned and played the fiddle between. And finding that the report had reached his grandmother's ears, Robert thought it prudent, much to his discontent, to intermit his visits to the factory. Mrs. Falconer, of course, received the rumour with indignant scorn, and peremptorily refused to allow any examination of the premises. But how have the violin by him, and not hear her speak? One evening the longing after her voice grew upon him till he could resist it no longer. He shut the door of his garret room, and with Shargar by him, took her out and began to play softly, gently, oh, so softly, so gently, Shargar was enraptured. Robert went on playing. Suddenly the door opened, and his granny stood awfully revealed before them. Betty had heard the violin, and had flown to the parlour in the belief that, unable to get any one to heed him at the factory, the ghost had taken Janet's advice and come home. But his wife smiled a smile of contempt, went with Betty to the kitchen, over which Robert's room lay, heard the sounds, put off her creaking shoes, stole upstairs on her soft white lamb's wool stockings, and caught the pair. The violin was seized, put in the case, and carried off, and Mrs. Falconer rejoiced to think she had broken a trap set by Satan for the unwary feet of her poor Robert. Little she knew the wonder of that violin, how it had kept the soul of her husband alive. Little she knew how dangerous it is to shut an open door, with ever so narrow a peep into the eternal, in the face of a son of Adam. And little she knew how determinedly and restlessly a nature like Robert's would search for another, to open one possibly which she might consider 10 times more dangerous than that which she had closed. When Alexander heard of the affair, he was at first overwhelmed with the misfortune, but gathering a little heart, at last he set to working, as he said himself, like a vera devil, and as he was the best shoemaker in the town, and for the time abstained utterly from whiskey and all sorts of drink but well water, he soon managed to save the money necessary and redeem the old fiddle. But whether it was from fancy or habit or what, even Robert's inexperienced ear could not accommodate itself, save under protest, to the instrument which once his teacher had considered all but perfect, and it needed the master's finest touch to make its tone other than painful to the sense of the neophyte. No one can estimate too highly the value of such a resource to a man like the shoemaker, or a boy like Robert. Whatever it be that keeps the finer faculties of the mind awake, wonder alive, and the interest above mere eating and drinking, money making and money saving, whatever it be that gives gladness or sorrow or hope, this be it violin, pencil, pen, or highest of all the love of a woman, is simply a divine gift of holy influence for the salvation of that being to whom it comes, for the lifting of him out of the mire and up on the rock. For it keeps a way open for the entrance of deeper, holier, grander influences, emanating from the same riches of the Godhead. And though many have genius that have no grace, they will only be so much the worse, so much the nearer to the brute, if you take from them that which corresponds to Dubal Sani's fiddle. End chapter 11. Book 1, Chapter 12 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. Robert's Plan of Salvation. For some time after the loss of his friend, Robert went loitering and mooning about, quite neglecting the lessons to which he had not, it must be confessed, paid much attention for many weeks. Even when seated at his granny's table, he could do no more than fix his eyes on his book. To learn was impossible. It was even disgusting to him. But his was a nature which, foiled in one direction, must, absolutely helpless against its own vitality, straightway send out its searching roots in another. Of all forces, that of growth is the one irresistible, for it is the creating power of God, the law of life and of being. Therefore no accumulation of refusals, and checks, and turnings, and forbiddings, from all the good old grannies in the world, could have prevented Robert from striking, root downward, and bearing fruit upward, though, as in all higher natures, the fruit was a long way off yet. But his soul was only sad and hungry. He was not unhappy, for he had been guilty of nothing that weighed on his conscience. He had been doing many things of late, it is true, without asking leave of his grandmother, but wherever prayer is felt to be of no avail, there cannot be the sense of obligation, save on compulsion. Even direct disobedience in such case will generally leave little soreness, except the thing forbidden should be in its own nature wrong, and then indeed Don Worm the conscience may begin to bite. But Robert felt nothing immoral in playing upon his grandfather's violin, nor even in taking liberties with the piece of lumber for which nobody cared but possibly the dead. Therefore he was not unhappy, only much disappointed, very empty and somewhat gloomy. There was nothing to look forward to now, no secret full of riches and endless in hope. In short, no violin. To feel the full force of his loss, my reader must remember that around the childhood of Robert, which he was fast leaving behind him, there had gathered no tenderness, none at least by him recognizable as such. All the women he came in contact with were his grandmother and Betty. He had no recollection of having ever been kissed. From the darkness and negation of such an embryo existence, his nature had been unconsciously striving to escape, struggling to get from below ground into the sunlit air, sighing after a freedom he could not have defined, the freedom that comes not of independence but of love, not of lawlessness but of the perfection of law. Of this beauty of life, with its wonder and its deepness, this unknown glory, his fiddle had been the type. It had been the ark that held, if not the tables of the covenant, yet the golden pot of angels' food and the rod that budded in death. And now that it was gone, the gloomier aspect of things began to lay hold upon him. His soul turned itself away from the sun, and entered into the shadow of the underworld. Like the white horse twins of Lake Regillus, like Phoebe, the queen of skyey plain and earthly forest, every boy and girl, every man and woman, that lives at all, has to divide many a year between Tartarus and Olympus. For now rose within him, not without ultimate good, the evil phantasms of a theology which would explain all God's doings by low conceptions. Low, I mean, for humanity even, of right and law and justice, then only taking refuge in the fact of the incapacity of the human understanding when its own inventions are impugned as undivine. In such a system, hell is invariably the deepest truth, and the love of God is not so deep as hell. Hence, as foundations must be laid in the deepest, the system is founded in hell, and the first article in the creed that Robert Falconer learned was, "I believe in hell." Practically, I mean, it was so, else how should it be that as often as a thought of religious duty arose in his mind, it appeared in the form of escaping hell, of fleeing from the wrath to come? For his very nature was hell, being not born in sin and brought forth in iniquity, but born sin and brought forth iniquity. And yet God made him. He must believe that. And he must believe too that God was just, awfully just, punishing with fearful pains those who did not go through a certain process of mind which it was utterly impossible they should go through without a help which he would give to some and withhold from others, the reason of the difference not being such, to say the least of it, as to come within the reach of the persons concerned. And this God, they said, was love. It was logically absurd, of course, yet, thank God, they did say that God was love, and many of them succeeded in believing it, too, and in ordering their ways as if the first article of their creed had been, "I believe in God," whence, in truth, we are bound to say it was the first in power and reality, if not in order, for what are we to say a man believes, if not what he acts upon? Still the former article was the one they brought chiefly to bear upon their children. This mortar, probably, they thought, threw the shell straighter than any of the other field pieces of the church militant. Hence it was, even in justification of God himself, that a party arose to say that a man could believe without the help of God at all, and after believing only began to receive God's help. A heresy all but as dreary and barren as the former. Not one dreamed of saying, at least such a glad word of prophecy never reached Rotheden, that while nobody can do without the help of the Father any more than a new-born babe could of itself live and grow to a man, yet that in the giving of that help the very fatherhood of the Father finds its one gladsome labour, that for the Lord came, for that the world was made, for that we were born into it, for that God lives and loves like the most loving man or woman on earth, only infinitely more, and in other ways and kinds besides, which we cannot understand, and that therefore to be a man is the soul of eternal jubilation. Robert consequently began to take fits of soul-saving, a most rational exercise, worldly wise and prudent, right, too, on the principles he had received, but not in the least Christian in its nature, or even God-fearing. His imagination began to busy itself in representing the dire consequences of not entering into the one refuge of faith. He made many frantic efforts to believe that he believed, took to keeping the Sabbath very carefully, that is, by going to church 3 times, and to Sunday school as well, by never walking a step save to or from church, by never saying a word upon any subject unconnected with religion, chiefly theoretical, by never reading any but religious books, by never whistling, by never thinking of his lost fiddle, and so on. All the time feeling that God was ready to pounce upon him if he failed once, till again and again the intensity of his efforts utterly defeated their object, by destroying for the time the desire to prosecute them with the power to will them. But through the horrible vapours of these vain endeavours, which denied God altogether as the maker of the world, and the former of his soul and heart and brain, and sought to worship him as a capricious demon, there broke a little light, a little soothing, soft twilight from the dim windows of such literature as came in his way. Besides the Pilgrim's Progress, there were several books which shone moon-like on his darkness, and lifted something of the weight of that Egyptian gloom off his spirits. One of these, strange to say, was Defoe's Religious Courtship, and one Young's Night Thoughts. But there was another which deserves particular notice, inasmuch as it did far more than merely interest or amuse him, raising a deep question in his mind, and one worthy to be asked. This book was the translation of Klopstock's Messiah, to which I have already referred. It was not one of his grandmother's books, but had probably belonged to his father. He had found it in his little garret room, but as often as she saw him reading it, she seemed rather pleased, he thought. As to the book itself, its florid expiation could neither offend nor injure a boy like Robert, while its representation of our Lord was to him a wonderful relief from that given in the pulpit and in all the religious books he knew. But the point for the sake of which I refer to it in particular is this. Amongst the rebel angels who are of the actors in the story, one of the principal is a cherub who repents of making his choice with Satan, mourns over his apostasy, haunts unseen the steps of our Saviour, wheels lamenting about the cross, and would gladly return to his lost duties in heaven, if only he might, a doubt which I believe is left unsolved in the volume, and naturally enough remained unsolved in Robert's mind. Would poor Abaddon be forgiven and taken home again? For although naturally, that is, to judge by his own instincts, there could be no question of his forgiveness, according to what he had been taught, there could be no question of his perdition. Having no one to talk to, he divided himself and went to buffets on the subject, siding, of course, with the better half of himself, which supported the merciful view of the matter. For all his efforts at keeping the Sabbath had, in his own honest judgment, failed so entirely that he had no ground for believing himself one of the elect. Had he succeeded in persuading himself that he was, there is no saying to what lengths of indifference about others the chosen prig might have advanced by this time. He made one attempt to open the subject with Shargar. "Shargar, what think ye?" he said suddenly one day. "Giving a devil war to repent, would God forgive him?" "There's no saying what folk would do till once they're tried," replied Shargar cautiously. Robert did not care to resume the question with one who so circumspectly refused to take a metaphysical or a priori view of the matter. He made an attempt with his grandmother. One Sunday his thoughts, after trying for a time to revolve in due orbit around the mind of Reverend Hugh MacClary, as projected in a sermon which he had botched up out of a commentary, failed at last, and flew off into what said gentlemen would have pronounced very dangerous speculation, seeing no man is to go beyond what is written in the Bible, which contains not only the truth, but the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, for this time and for all future time, both here and in the world to come. Some such sentence, at least, was in his sermon that day, and the preacher no doubt supposed St. Matthew, not St. Matthew Henry, accountable for its origination. In the limbo into which Robert's spirit then flew, it had been sorely exercised about the substitution of the sufferings of Christ for those which humanity must else have endured while ages rolled on, mere ripples on the ocean of eternity. "Noo, be quiet," said Mrs. Falconer solemnly, as Robert, a trifle lighter at heart from the result of his cogitations than usual, sat down to dinner. He had happened to smile across the table to Shargar, and he was quiet, and smiled no more. They ate their broth, or, more properly, supped it, with horn spoons, in absolute silence, after which Mrs. Falconer put a large piece of meat on the plate of each, with the same formula: "Have, ye's get nae more." The allowance was ample in the extreme, bearing a relation to her words similar to that which her practice bore to her theology. A piece of cheese, because it was the Sabbath, followed, and dinner was over. When the table had been cleared by Betty, they drew their chairs to the fire, and Robert had to read to his grandmother, while Shargar sat listening. He had not read long, however, before he looked up from his Bible, and began the following conversation. "Was not it an ill trick of Joseph, grandmother, to put that cup and a siller on too into the mouth of Benjamin's sack?" "What for that, laddie? He wanted to gar them come back again, ye ken." "But he need not have ken aboot it in such a play actor like gait. He need not have letten them away without telling them that he was their brother." "They had behaved very ill till him." "He used to tell tales upon them, though." "Laddie, take ye care what ye say aboot Joseph, for he was a type of Christ." "Who was that, grandmother?" "They sellit him to the Ishmaelites for silver, as Judas did him." "Did he bear the sins of them 'at selt him?" "Ye may say in a manner 'at he did, for he was sore afflicted afore he wound up to be the king's right hand, and syne he keepit a hantle of ill off of his brethren." "Say, grandmother, other folk nor Christ might suffer for the sins of their neebors." "Ay, laddie, many a one has to do that, but no to make atonement, ye ken. Nothing but the suffering of the spotless could do that. The Lord would not be satisfied with less nor that. It maun be the innocent to suffer for the guilty." "I understand that," said Robert, who had heard it so often that he had not yet thought of trying to understand it. "But gin we gang to the good place, we'll be all innocent, will not we, grannie?" "Ay, that we will, washed spotless and pure, and clean and dressed in the wedding garment, and set doon at the table with him and with his Father. That's them 'at believes in him, ye ken." "Of course, grannie. Well, you see, I have been thinking of a plan for almost emptying hell." "What's in the bairn's head noo? Troth, you're no blate meddling with such subjects, laddie." "I did not want to say anything to vex ye, grannie. I'se go on with the chapter." "Ow, say awa'. Ye cannot say muckle 'at's wrong afore I cry hold," said Mrs. Falconer, curious to know what had been moving in the boy's mind, but watching him like a cat, ready to spring upon the first visible hair of the old Adam. And Robert, recalling the outbreak of terrible grief which he had heard on that memorable night, really thought that his project would bring comfort to a mind burdened with such care, and went on with the exposition of his plan. "All them 'at sits doon to the supper of the Lamb will sit there, because Christ suffered the punishment due to their sins, will not they, grannie?" "Doobtless, laddie." "But it'll be some sore upon them to sit there athin and drinking and talking away and enjoying themselves, when ilka noo and then there'll be some a sough o' wailing up from the ill place, and a smell of burning it'll to bide." "Wha put that in your head, laddie? There's no reason to think 'at hell's so near heaven as all that. The Lord forbid it." "Well, but, granny, they'll know all the same whether they smell it or no. And I cannot help thinking that the farther away I thought they were, the waur I would like to think upon them. 'Deed it would be waur." "What are ye driving at, laddie? I cannot understand ye," said Mrs. Falconer, feeling very uncomfortable, and yet curious, almost anxious to hear what would come next. "I trust we will not have to think muckle." But here, I presume, the thought of the added desolation of her Andrew, if she too were to forget him, as well as his Father in heaven, checked the flow of her words. She paused, and Robert took up his parable and went on, first with yet another question. "Dove ye think, granny, that a body would be allowed to spake a word in public, like there, at the long table, like I mean?" "What for no, if it was done with modesty, and for good reason. But railly, laddie, I doot ye're haverin' altogether. Ye heard nothing like that, I'm sure, the day from Mr. Macleary." "Na, he said nothing aboot it, but maybe I'll go on and spare at him, though." "What aboot?" "What I'm going to tell ye, granny." "Well, tell away, and have done with it. I'm growing tired of it." It was something else than tired she was growing. "Weel, I was going to try all that I can to win in there. I hope ye will. Strive and pray. Resist the devil. Walk in the licht. Lippen not to yourself, but trust in Christ and his salvation." Ay, granny. Well, are ye no done yet?" "Na, I'm but just beginning." "Beginning, are ye? Humph. Well, if I win in there the very first night I sit down with the love of them, I'm going to rise up and say, that is, if the Master at the head of the table does not bid me sit down, and say, 'Brothers and sisters, the whole of ye, hearken to me for a minute, and oh Lord, if I say wrong, just take the speech from me, and I'll sit down dumb and rebuke it. We're a here by grace, and no by merit, save his, as ye all ken better nor I can tell ye, for ye have been longer here nor me. But it's just ruggin' and rivin' at my heart to think of them 'at's doon there. Maybe ye can hear them. I cannot. No, we have no merit, and they have no merit, and what for are we here and them there? But we're washed clean and innocent noo, and noo, when there's no white lying upon ourselves, it seems to me that we might bear some of the sins of them 'at have o'er many. I call upon ilk one of ye 'at has a friend or a neighbour down yonder, to rise up and taste, nor bite, nor sup more, till we go on up all together to the foot of the throne, and pray the Lord to let's go on and do as the Master did afore us, and bear their griefs, and carry their sorrows doon in hell there, if it may be that they may repent and get remission of their sins, and come up here with us at the long last, and sit doon with us at the table, and through the merits of our Saviour Jesus Christ, at the head of the table there. Amen." Half ashamed of his long speech, half overcome by the feelings fighting within him, and altogether bewildered, Robert burst out crying like a baby, and ran out of the room, up to his own place of meditation, where he threw himself on the floor. Shargar, who had made neither head nor tail of it all, as he said afterward, sat staring at Mrs. Falconer. She rose, and going into Robert's little bedroom, closed the door, and what she did there is not far to seek. When she came out, she rang the bell for tea, and sent Shargar to look for Robert. When he appeared, she was so gentle to him that it woke quite a new sensation in him. But after tea was over, she said, "Noo, Robert, let's have nae more of this. Ye kens as well as I do that them 'at gangs there, their doom is fixed, and nothing can alter it. And we're not to allow our own fancies to carry us ayont the Scriptur. We have our own salvation to work out with fear and tremblin'. We have nothing to do with what's hidden. Look ye till it 'at ye win in yourself. That's enough for you to mind. Shargar, ye can go on to the kirk. Robert's to bide with me the night." Mrs. Falconer very rarely went to church, for she could not hear a word, and found it irksome. When Robert and she were alone together, "Laddie," she said, "be ye waur of judging the Almichty. What looks to you all wrong may be all right, but it's true enough 'at we do not ken a thing, and he's no dead yet. I do not believe it he is, and he'll maybe win in yet." Here her voice failed her, and Robert had nothing to say now. He had said all his say before. "Pray, Robert, pray for your father, laddie," she resumed, "for we have muckle reason to be anxious aboot him. Pray while there is life and hope. Give the Lord no rest. Pray till him day and night, as I do, that he would lead him to see the error of his ways, and turn to the Lord, who is ready to pardon. If your mother had lived, I would have had more hope, I confess, for she was a braw lady and a bonny, and that sweet-tongued. She could have wiled a maukin from its lair with her bonny Highland speech. I never liked it to hear none of them spake the Irish, that is Gaelic. It was aye so gloggy and baneless, and I could not understand a word of it. Nae more could your father, hoot, your grandfather, I mean, though his father could spake it well. But to hear your mother, mamma, as ye used to all call her aye, after the new fashion, to hear her spake English, that was sweet to the ear, for the broad Scotch she kent as little of as I do of the Gaelic. It was heart's care aboot him that shortened her days. And all that'll be laid upon him, he'll have it to bear an account for. Och hon, Robert, my man, be a good lad, and serve the Lord with all your heart and soul and strength and mind. For giving ye go on wrong, your own father'll have to bear nobody kens hoo muckle of the wyte of it, for he's done nothing to bring ye up in the way ye should go on, and hold ye out of the ill gate. For the sake of your poor father, hold ye to the right road. It may spare him a pang or two in the ill place, and given the Lord would only take me, and let him go on." Involuntarily and unconsciously the mother's love was adopting the hope which she had denounced in her grandson, and Robert saw it, but he was never the man, when I knew him, to push a victory. He said nothing, only a tear or two at the memory of the way-worn man, his recollection of whose visit I have already recorded, rolled down his cheeks. He was at such a distance from him, such an impassable gulf yawned between them. That was the grief, not the gulf of death, nor the gulf that divides hell from heaven, but the gulf of abjuration by the good, because of his evil ways. His grandmother, herself weeping fast and silently, with scarce altered countenance, took her neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket, and wiped her grandson's fresh cheeks, then wiped her own withered face, and from that moment Robert knew that he loved her. Then followed the Sabbath evening prayer that she always offered with the boy, whichever he was, who kept her company. They knelt down together, side by side, in a certain corner of the room, the same, I doubt not, in which she knelt at her private devotions before going to bed. There she uttered a long extempore prayer, rapid in speech, full of divinity and scripture phrases, but not the less earnest and simple, for it flowed from a heart of faith. Then Robert had to pray, after her, loud in her ear, that she might hear him thoroughly, so that he often felt as if he were praying to her, and not to God at all. She had begun to teach him to pray so early that the custom reached beyond the confines of his memory. At first he had to repeat the words after her, but soon she made him construct his own utterances, now and then giving him a suggestion in the form of a petition, when he seemed likely to break down, or putting a phrase into what she considered more suitable language. But all such assistance she had given up long ago. On the present occasion she had ended her petitions with those for Jews and pagans, and especially for the Pope of Rome, in whom, with a rare liberality, she took the kindest interest. She turned to Robert with the usual, "Noo, Robert," and Robert began. But after he had gone on for some time with the ordinary phrases, he turned all at once into a new track, and instead of praying in general terms for those that would not walk in the right way, said, "O Lord, save my father," and there paused. "If it be thy will," suggested his grandmother. But Robert continued silent. His grandmother repeated the subjunctive clause. "I'm trying, grandmother," said Robert, "but I cannot say it. I daur not say an if aboot it. It would be like gleeing in till his damnation. We maun't have him saved, granny." Laddie, hold your tongue," said Mrs. Falconer in a tone of distressed awe. "O Lord, forgive him. He's young and does not know better yet. He cannot understand thy ways, nor for that matter can I pretend to understand them myself. But thou art a light, and in thee is no darkness at all, and thy light comes into our blind eyne, and makes them blinder yet. But, O Lord, if it would please thee to hear our prayer, we would praise thee, and my Andrew would praise thee more nor 99 of them at need nae repentance." A long pause followed, and then the only words that would come were, "For Christ's sake, Amen." When she said that God was light, instead of concluding therefrom that he could not do the deeds of darkness, she was driven from a faith in the teaching of Jonathan Edwards as implicit as that of any lay papist of Loretto, to doubt whether the deeds of darkness were not after all deeds of light, or at least to conclude that their character depended not on their own nature, but on who did them. They rose from their knees, and Mrs. Falconer sat down by her fire, with her feet on her little wooden stool, and began, as was her wont in that household twilight, ere the lamp was lighted, to review her past life, and follow her lost son through all conditions and circumstances to her imaginable. And when the world to come arose before her, clad in all the glories which her fancy, chilled by education and years, could supply, it was but to vanish in the gloom of the remembrance of him with whom she dared not hope to share its blessedness. This at least was how Falconer afterwards interpreted the sudden changes from gladness to gloom which he saw at such times on her countenance. But while such a small portion of the universe of thought was enlightened by the glowworm lamp of the theories she had been taught, she was not limited for light to that feeble source. While she walked on her way, the moon, unseen herself behind the clouds, was illuminating the whole landscape so gently and evenly that the glow-worm being the only visible point of radiance, to it she attributed all the light. But she felt bound to go on believing as she had been taught. For some time the most original mind has the strongest sense of law upon it, and will, in default of a better, obey a beggarly one, only till the higher law that swallows it up manifests itself. Obedience was as essential an element of her creed as of that of any purest-minded monk, neither being sufficiently impressed with this, that, while obedience is the law of the kingdom, it is of considerable importance that that which is obeyed should be in very truth the will of God. It is one thing, and a good thing, to do for God's sake that which is not his will. It is another thing, and altogether a better thing, how much better no words can tell, to do for God's sake that which is his will. Mrs. Falconer's submission and obedience led her to accept as the will of God, lest she should be guilty of opposition to him, that which it was anything but giving him honour to accept as such. Therefore her love to God was too like the love of the slave or the dog, too little like the love of the child, with whose obedience the father cannot be satisfied until he cares for his reason as the highest form of his will. True, the child who most faithfully desires to know the inward will or reason of the Father will be the most ready to obey without it. Only for this obedience it is essential that the apparent command at least be such as he can suppose attributable to the Father. Of his own self he is bound to judge what is right, as the Lord said. Had Abraham doubted whether it was in any case right to slay his son, he would have been justified in doubting whether God really required it of him, and would have been bound to delay action until the arrival of more light. True, the will of God can never be other than good, but I doubt if any man can ever be sure that a thing is the will of God, save by seeing into its nature and character and beholding its goodness. Whatever God does must be right, but are we sure that we know what he does? That which men say he does may be very wrong indeed. This burden she in her turn laid upon Robert, not unkindly, but as needful for his training towards well-being. Her way with him was shaped after that which she recognized as God's way with her. Spare nae questions, but go on, do as you're tellit. And it was anything but a bad lesson for the boy. It was one of the best he could have had, that of authority. It is a grand thing to obey without asking questions, so long as there is nothing evil in what is commanded. Only Granny concealed her reasons without reason, and God makes no secrets. Hence she seemed more stern and less sympathetic than she really was. She sat with her feet on the little wooden stool, and Robert sat beside her, staring into the fire, till they heard the outer door open, and Shargar and Betty come in from church. End. Chapter 12.
Book 1, Chapter 13 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. Robert's Mother. Early on the following morning, while Mrs. Falconer, Robert, and Shargar were at breakfast, Mr. Lammie came. He had delayed communicating the intelligence he had received till he should be more certain of its truth. Older than Andrew, he had been a great friend of his father, and likewise of some of Mrs. Falconer's own family. Therefore he was received with a kindly welcome. But there was a cloud on his brow, which in a moment revealed that his errand was not a pleasant one. "I had not seen ye for a long time, Mr. Lammie. Go about the hoose, lads, or I'm thinking it maun be school time. Sit ye doon, Mr. Lammie, and let's hear your news." "I came from Aberdeen last night, Mistress Falconer," he began. "Ye have not been home sin syne," she rejoined. "Na, I sleepit at the Boar's Head." "What for did ye that? What gart ye be at that expense, when ye ken I had a bed in the gale room?" "Well, ye see, they're old friends of mine, and I like to go on to them when I'm in the gait of it." "Well, they're a fine family, the Miss Napiers, and I wot sin they maun sell drink, they do it with discretion. That's well kent." Possibly Mr. Lammie, remembering what then occurred, may have thought the discretion a little in excess of the drink, but he had other matters to occupy him now. For a few moments both were silent. "There's been some ill news, they tell me, Mrs. Falconer," he said at length, when the silence had grown painful. "Humph!" returned the old lady, her face becoming stony with the effort to suppress all emotion. "Nae aboot Andrew?" "'Deed is it, mem, and ill news, I'm sorry to say." "Is he taken?" "Ay is he, by a jailer that winna loose the grip." "He's no dead, John Lammie. Dinna say it." "I maun say it, Mrs. Falconer. I had it from Dr. Anderson, your own cousin. He hinted at it afore, but his last letter leaves nae room to doot upon the subject. I'm unco sorry to be bearer of such ill news, Mrs. Falconer, but I had no choice." "Ohon! Ohon! The day of grace is by at last. My poor Andrew!" exclaimed Mrs. Falconer, and sat dumb thereafter. Mr. Lammie tried to comfort her with some of the usual comfortless commonplaces. She neither wept nor replied, but sat with stony face staring into her lap, till, seeing that she was as one that heareth not, he rose and left her alone with her grief. A few minutes after he was gone, she rang the bell, and told Betty in her usual voice to send Robert to her. "He's gone to the school, mem." "Rin after him, and tell him to come home." When Robert appeared, wondering what his grandmother could want with him, she said, "Close the door, Robert. I cannot let you go on to the school the day. We maun not leave him oot noo." "Leave what oot?" "Granny." Him, Andrew, your father, laddie. I think my heart will break." "Leave him out of what, granny? I did not understand ye." "Leave him out of our prayers, laddie, and I cannot bide it." "What for that?" "He's dead." "Are ye sure?" "Ay, or sure, laddie." "Well, I did not believe it." "What for that?" "'Cause I will not believe it. I'm no bound to believe it, am I?" "What's the good of that? What for no believe it? Dr. Anderson sent home word of it to John Lammie. Och hon! I tell ye I would not believe it, granny, except God himself tells me. As long as I dinna believe 'at he's dead, I can keep him in my prayers. I'm no gaun to leave him oot, I tell ye, grannie.' 'Well, laddie, I cannot argue with ye. I hae nae heart till 't. I doobt I maun great. Come awa.' She took him by the hand and rose, then let him go again, saying, 'Shut the door, laddie.' Robert bolted the door, and his grandmother, again taking his hand, led him to the usual corner. There they knelt down together, and the old woman's prayer was one great and bitter cry for submission to the divine will. She rose a little, strengthened, if not comforted, saying, 'Ye maun pray yer lane, laddie, but oh, be a good lad, for ye're all that I have left, and if ye gang wrong too, ye'll bring doon my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. They're gray enough, and they're near enough to the grave, but if ye turn oot well, I'll maybe haud up my head a bit yet. But oh, Andrew, my son, would to God I had died for thee.' And the words of her brother in grief, the King of Israel, opened the floodgates of her heart, and she wept. Robert left her weeping, and closed the door quietly, as if his dead father had been lying in the room. He took his way up to his own garret, closed that door too, and sat down upon the floor with his back against the empty bedstead. There were no more castles to build now. It was all very well to say that he would not believe the news, and would pray for his father, but he did believe them, enough at least to spoil the praying. His favourite employment, seated there, had hitherto been to imagine how he would grow a great man, and set out to seek his father, and find him, and stand by him, and be his son and servant. Oh, to have the man stroke his head and pat his cheek, and love him! One moment he imagined himself his indignant defender, the next he would be climbing on his knee as if he were still a little child, and laying his head on his shoulder. For he had had no fondling his life long, and his heart yearned for it. But all this was gone now. A dreary time lay before him, with nobody to please, nobody to serve, with nobody to praise him. Granny never praised him. She must have thought praise something wicked, and his father was in misery for ever and ever. Only, somehow, that thought was not quite thinkable. It was more the vanishing of hope from his own life than a sense of his father's fate that oppressed him. He cast his eyes, as in a hungry despair, around the empty room, or rather, I should have said, in that faintness which makes food at once essential and loathsome, for despair has no proper hunger in it. The room seemed as empty as his life. There was nothing for his eyes to rest upon but those bundles and bundles of dust-brown papers on the shelves before him. What were they all about? He understood that they were his father's now. That he was dead, it would be no sacrilege to look at them. Nobody cared about them. He would see at least what they were. It would be something to do in this dreariness. Bills and receipts, and everything ephemeral, to feel the interest of which a man must be a poet indeed, was all that met his view. Bundle after bundle he tried, with no better success. But as he drew near the middle of the second shelf, upon which lay several rows deep, he saw something dark behind, hurriedly displaced the packets between, and drew forth a small work-box. His heart beat like that of the prince in the fairy tale when he comes to the door of the Sleeping Beauty. This at least must have been hers. It was a common little thing, probably a childish possession, and kept to hold trifles worth more than they looked to be. He opened it with bated breath. The first thing he saw was a half-finished reel of cotton, a purn, he called it. Beside it was a gold thimble. He lifted the tray. A lovely face in miniature, with dark hair and blue eyes, lay looking earnestly upward. At the lid of this coffin those eyes had looked for so many years. The picture was set all round with pearls in an oval ring. How Robert knew them to be pearls he could not tell, for he did not know that he had ever seen any pearls before, but he knew they were pearls, and that pearls had something to do with the New Jerusalem. But the sadness of it all at length overpowered him, and he burst out crying, for it was awfully sad that his mother's portrait should be in his own mother's box. He took a bit of red tape off a bundle of papers, put it through the eye of the setting, and hung the picture round his neck. Inside his clothes, for Granny must not see it. She would take that away as she had taken his fiddle. He had a nameless something now for which he had been longing for years. Looking again in the box, he found a little bit of paper, discoloured with antiquity, as it seemed to him, though it was not so old as himself. Unfolding it, he found written upon it a well-known hymn, and at the bottom of the hymn the words, "O Lord, my heart is very sore." The treasure upon Robert's bosom was no longer the symbol of a mother's love, but of a woman's sadness, which he could not reach to comfort. In that hour the boy made a great stride towards manhood. Doubtless his mother's grief had been the same as Granny's, the fear that she would lose her husband for ever. The hourly fresh griefs from neglect and a wrong did not occur to him, only the never, never more. He looked no farther, took the portrait from his neck and replaced it with the paper, put the box back, and walled it up in solitude once more with the dusty bundles. Then he went down to his grandmother, sadder and more desolate than ever. He found her seated in her usual place. Her New Testament, a large print octavo, lay on the table beside her, unopened, for where within those boards could she find comfort for a grief like hers? That it was the will of God might well comfort any suffering of her own, but would it comfort Andrew? And if there was no comfort for Andrew, how was Andrew's mother to be comforted? Yet God had given his firstborn to save his brethren. How could he be pleased that she should dry her tears and be comforted? True, some awful unknown force of a necessity with which God could not cope came in to explain it, but this did not make God more kind, for he knew it all every time he made a man, nor man less sorrowful, for God would have his very mother forget him, or worse still, remember him and be happy. "Read a chapter to me, laddie," she said. Robert opened and read till he came to the words, "I pray not for the world." "He was of the world," said the old woman, "and if Christ would not pray for him, what force should I?" Already, so soon after her son's death, would her theology begin to harden her heart. The strife which results from believing that the higher love demands the suppression of the lower is the most fearful of all discords, the absolute love-slain love, the house divided against itself, one moment all given up for the will of him, the next the human tenderness rushing back in a flood. Mrs. Falconer burst into a very agony of weeping. From that day, for many years, the name of her lost Andrew never passed her lips in the hearing of her grandson, and certainly in that of no one else. But in a few weeks she was more cheerful. It is one of the mysteries of humanity that mothers in her circumstances, and holding her creed, do regain not merely the faculty of going on with the business of life, but in most cases even cheerfulness. The infinite truth, the love of the universe, supports them beyond their consciousness, coming to them like sleep from the roots of their being, and having nothing to do with their opinions or beliefs, and hence spring those comforting subterfuges of hope to which they all fly. Not being able to trust the Father entirely, they yet say, "Who can tell what took place at the last moment? Who can tell whether God did not please to grant them saving faith at the 11th hour?" And so they might pass from the very gates of hell, the only place for which their life had fitted them, into the bosom of love and purity. This God could do for all. This for the son beloved of his mother perhaps he might do. O rebellious mother heart, dearer to God than that which beats laboriously solemn under Genevan gown or Lutheran surplice, if thou wouldst read by thine own large light, instead of the glimmer from the phosphorescent brains of theologians, thou mightest even be able to understand such a simple word as that of the Saviour, when, wishing his disciples to know that he had a nearer regard for them as his brethren in holier danger than those who had not yet partaken of his light, and therefore praying for them not merely as human beings, but as the human beings they were, he said to his Father in their hearing, "I pray not for the world, but for them." Not for the world now, but for them, a meaningless utterance. If he never prayed for the world, a word of small meaning. If it was not his very wont and custom to pray for the world, for men as men, Lord Christ, not alone from the pains of hell or of conscience, not alone from the outer darkness of self and all that is mean and poor and low, do we fly to thee, but from the anger that arises within us at the wretched words spoken in thy name, at the degradation of thee and of thy Father in the mouths of those that claim especially to have found thee, do we seek thy feet. Pray thou for them also, for they know not what they do. End chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 14. Mary St. John. After this, day followed day in calm, dull progress. Robert did not care for the games through which his schoolfellows forgot the little they had to forget, and had therefore few, in any sense, his companions. So he passed his time out of school in the society of his grandmother in Shargar, except that spent in the garret, and the few hours a week occupied by the lessons of the shoemaker. For he went on, though half-heartedly, with those lessons, given up upon Sandy's redeemed violin, which he called his old wife, and made a little progress even, as we sometimes do when we least think it. He took more and more to brooding in the garret, and as more questions presented themselves for solution, he became more anxious to arrive at the solution, and more uneasy as he failed in satisfying himself that he had arrived at it, so that his brain, which needed quiet for the true formation of its substance, as a cooling liquefaction or an evaporating solution for the just formation of its crystals, became in danger of settling into an abnormal arrangement of the cellular deposits. I believe that even the new-born infant is, in some of his moods, already grappling with the deepest metaphysical problems, in forms infinitely too rudimental for the understanding of the grown philosopher, as far, in fact, removed from his ken on the one side, that of intelligential beginning, the germinal subjective, as his abstrusest speculations are from the final solutions of absolute entity on the other. If this be the case, it is no wonder that at Robert's age the deepest questions of his coming manhood should be in active operation, although so surrounded with the yoke of common belief, and the shell of accredited authority, that the embryo faith which in minds like his always take the form of doubt, could not be defined any more than its existence could be disproved. I have given a hint at the tendency of his mind already, in the fact that one of the most definite inquiries to which he had yet turned his thoughts was, whether God would have mercy upon a repentant devil. An ordinary puzzle had been, if his father were to marry again, and it should turn out after all that his mother was not dead, what was his father to do? But this was over now. A third was, why, when he came out of church, sunshine always made him miserable, and he felt better able to be good when it rained or snowed hard. I might mention the inquiry whether it was not possible somehow to elude the omniscience of God, but that is a common question with thoughtful children, and indicates little that is characteristic of the individual. That he puzzled himself about the perpetual motion may pass for little likewise, but one thing that is worth mentioning, for indeed it caused him considerable distress, was, that in reading the Paradise Lost he could not help sympathizing with Satan, and feeling, I do not say thinking, that the Almighty was pompous, scarcely reasonable, and somewhat revengeful. He was recognized amongst his schoolfellows as remarkable for his love of fair play, so much so that he was their constant referee. Add to this that, notwithstanding his sympathy with Satan, he almost invariably sided with his master in regard of any angry reflection or seditious movement, and even when unjustly punished himself, the occasional result of a certain backwardness in self-defence, never showed any resentment, a most improbable statement, I admit, but nevertheless true, and I think the rest of his character may be left to the gradual dawn of its historical manifestation. He had long ere this discovered who the angel was that had appeared to him at the top of the stair upon that memorable night, but he could hardly yet say that he had seen her, for except one dim glimpse he had had of her at the window as he passed in the street, she had not appeared to him save in the vision of that night. During the whole winter she scarcely left the house, partly from the state of her health, affected by the sudden change to a northern climate, partly from the attention required by her aunt, to aid in nursing whom she had left the warmer south. Indeed, it was only to return the visits of a few of Mrs. Forsyth's chosen that she had crossed that threshold at all, and those visits were paid at a time when all such half-grown inhabitants as Robert were gathered under the leathery wing of Mr. Innes. But long before the winter was over, Rothieden had discovered that the stranger, the English lady, Mary St. John, outlandish, almost heathenish as her lovely name sounded in its ears, had a power as altogether strange and new as her name. For she was not only an admirable performer on the pianoforte, but such a simple enthusiast in music, that the man must have had no music or little heart in him, in whom her playing did not move all that there was of the deepest. Occasionally there would be quite a small crowd gathered at night by the window of Mrs. Forsyth's drawing-room, which was on the ground floor, listening to music such as had never before been heard in Rothieden. More than once, when Robert had not found Sandy Elshender at home on the lesson night, and had gone to seek him, he had discovered him lying in wait, like a fowler, to catch the sweet sounds that flew from the opened cage of her instrument. He leaned against the wall, with his ear laid over the edge, and as near the window as he dared to put it, his rough face, gnarled and blotched, and hirsute with the stubble of neglected beard, his whole face transfigured by the passage of the sweet sounds through his chaotic brain, which they swept like the wind of God, when of old it moved on the face of the waters that clothed the void and formless world. "Haud your tongue," he would say, in a hoarse whisper, when Robert sought to attract his attention. "Hold your tongue, man, and hearken. If yon bonny leddy at your grannie keeps lockit up in the aumry war to take to the piano, that's just who she would play. Lord, man, pit your soul in your ears and hearken." The shoemaker was all wrong in this, for if old Mr. Falconer's violin had taken woman shape, it would have been that of a slight, worn, swarthy creature, with wild black eyes, great and restless, a voice like a bird's, and thin fingers that clawed the music out of the wires like the quills of an old harpsichord. Not that of Mary St. John, who was tall, and could not help being stately, was large and well-fashioned, as full of repose as Handel's music, with a contralto voice to make you weep, and eyes that would have seemed, but for their maidenliness, to be always ready to fold you in their lucid grey depths. Robert stared at the shoemaker, doubting at first whether he had not been drinking. But the intoxication of music produces such a different expression from that of drink, that Robert saw at once that if he had indeed been drinking, at least the music had got above the drink. As long as the playing went on, Elshender was not to be moved from the window. But to many of the people of Rothieden, the music did not recommend the musician, for every sort of music, except the most unmusical of psalm-singing, was in their minds of a piece with dancing and play-acting and other worldly vanities and abominations, and Robert, being as yet more capable of melody than harmony, grudged to lose a lesson on Sandy's old wife of a fiddle for any amount of Miss St. John's playing. End chapter 14.
Book 1, Chapter 15 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. Ericson. One gusty evening, it was of the last day in March, Robert well remembered both the date and the day. A bleak wind was driving up the long street of the town, and Robert was standing looking out of one of the windows in the gable room. The evening was closing into night. He hardly knew how he came to be there, but when he thought about it, he found it was Play Wednesday, and that he had been all the half-holiday trying one thing after another to interest himself withal, but in vain. He knew nothing about east winds, but not the less did this weary wind of the dreary March world prove itself upon his soul. For such a wind has a shadow wind along with it, that blows in the minds of men.
There was nothing genial, no growth in it. It killed, and killed most dogmatically. But it is an ill wind that blows nobody good. Even an east wind must bear some blessing on its ugly wings. And as Robert looked down from the gable, the wind was blowing up the street before it half a dozen foot-faring students from Aberdeen on their way home at the close of the session, probably to the farm labours of the spring. This was a glad sight, as that of the returning storks in Denmark. Robert knew where they would put up, sought his cap, and went out. His grandmother never objected to his going to see Miss Napier. It was in her house that the weary men would this night rest. It was not without reason that Lord Rothy had teased his hostess about receiving foot passengers, for to such it was her invariable custom to make some civil excuse, sending Meg or Peggy to show them over the way to the hostelry next in rank, a proceeding recognized by the inferior hostess as both just and friendly, for the good woman never thought of measuring the star against the boar's head. More than one comical story had been the result of this law of the boar's head, unalterable almost as that of the Medes and the Persians. I say almost, for to one class of the foot-faring community the official ice about the hearts of the three women did thaw, yielding passage to a full river of hospitality and generosity, and that was the class to which these wayfarers belonged. Well may Scotland rejoice in her universities, for whatever may be said against their system, I have no complaint to make. They are divine in their freedom. Men who follow the plough in the spring and reap the harvest in the autumn may, and often do, frequent their sacred precincts when the winter comes, so fierce yet so welcome, so severe yet so blessed, opening for them the doors to yet harder toil and yet poorer fare. I fear, however, that of such there will be fewer and fewer, seeing one class which supplied a portion of them has almost vanished from the country, that class which was its truest, simplest, and noblest strength, that class which at one time rendered it something far other than ridicule to say that Scotland was preeminently a God-fearing nation. I mean the class of cottars. Of this class were some of the foot-faring company, but there were others of more means than the men of this lowly origin, who either could not afford to travel by the expensive coaches, or could find none to accommodate them. Possibly some preferred to walk. However this may have been, the various groups which at the beginning and close of the session passed through Rothieden, weary and footsore, were sure of a hearty welcome at the Boar's Head, and much the men needed it. Some of them would have walked between 100 and 200 miles before completing their journey. Robert made a circuit, and fleet of foot was in Miss Napier's parlour before the travellers made their appearance on the square. When they knocked at the door, Miss Letty herself went and opened it. "Can ye take us in, mem?" was on the lips of their spokesman, but Miss Letty had the first word. Come in, gentlemen. This is the first of ye, and ye're the more welcome. It's like seeing the first of the swallows, and sich a day as ye have had for your long travel." She went on, leading the way to her sister's parlour, and followed by all the students, of whom the one that came hindmost was the most remarkable of the group, at the same time the most weary and downcast. Miss Napier gave them a similar welcome, shaking hands with every one of them. She knew them all but the last. To him she involuntarily showed a more formal respect, partly from his appearance, and partly that she had never seen him before. The whisky bottle was brought out, and all partook save still the last. Miss Lizzie went to order their supper. "Noo, gentlemen," said Miss Letty, "would ony of ye like to go on and change your hose, and put on a pair of slippers?" Several declined, saying that they would wait until they had had their supper. The roads had been quite dry, etc., etc. One said he would, and another said his feet were blistered. "Hoot awa!" An exclamation of pitiful sympathy, inexplicable to the understanding. Thus the author covers his philological ignorance of the cross-breeding of the phrase. "Here, Peggy," she cried, going to the door. take a pail of hot water up to the jacket room. Just ye go on up, Mr. Cameron, and Peggy'll see to your feet. Noo, sir, will ye go on to your room and make yourself comfortable, just as if you were at home, for so you are." She addressed the stranger thus. He replied in a low, indifferent tone, "No, thank you. I must be off again directly." He was from Caithness, and talked no Scotch. "'Deed, sir, ye'll do nothing of the kind. Here ye's to bide, though I should lock the door." "Come, come, Ericson, none of your nonsense," said one of his fellows. "You know your feet are so blistered ye can hardly put one by the other. It was all we could do, mem, to get him along the last mile." "That's be my business, then," concluded Miss Letty. She left the room, and returning in a few minutes, said, as a matter of course, but with authority, "Mr. Ericson, you maun come with me." Then she hesitated a little. Was it maidenliness in the waning woman of 45? It was, I believe, for how can a woman always remember how old she is? If ever there was a young soul in God's world, it was Letty Napier. And the young man was tall and stately, and a Scandinavian chief, with a look of command, tempered with patient endurance in his eagle face, for he was more like an eagle than any other creature, and in his countenance signs of suffering. Miss Letty, seeing this, was moved, and her heart swelled, and she grew conscious and shy, and turning to Robert, said, "Come up the stair with us, Robert. I may want ye." Robert jumped to his feet. His heart, too, had been yearning towards the stranger. As if yielding to the inevitable, Ericson rose and followed Miss Letty. But when they had reached the room, and the door was shut behind them, and Miss Letty pointed to a chair beside which stood a little wooden tub full of hot water, saying, "Sit you doon there, Mr. Ericson," he drew himself up all but his graciously bowed head, and said, "Ma'am, I must tell you that I followed the rest in here from the very stupidity of weariness. I have not a shilling in my pocket." "God bless me," said Miss Letty, and God did bless her, I am sure. "We maun see to the feet first. What would ye do with a shilling if ye had it? Would ye clap one upon ilka blister?" Ericson burst out laughing, and sat down, but still he hesitated. "Off with your shoon, sir. Duv ye think I can wash your feet through ben leather?" said Miss Letty, not disdaining to advance her fingers to a shoe tie. "But I'm ashamed. My stockings are all in holes." "Well, ye's get a clean pair to put on in the morn, and I'll darn them 'at ye have on, if they be worth darning afore you gang. And what are ye so unmanageable for? A body would think ye had a cloven fit in ilk one of the bits of shoon of yours. I would not promise to please your mother with my darning, though." "I have no mother to find fault with it," said Ericson. "We alle sisters war." "I have no sister either." This was too much for Miss Letty. She could keep up the bravado of humour no longer. She fairly burst out crying. In a moment more the shoes and stockings were off, and the blisters in the hot water. Miss Letty's tears dropped into the tub, and the salt in them did not hurt the feet with which she busied herself more than was necessary to hide them. But no sooner had she recovered herself than she resumed her former tone. "A shillin', said ye, and all thae greedy kites o' professors to pay, that live upon the very bluid and bones of sarvrocked students. Who could ye have a shillin' ower? Troth, it's nae wonder ye have not on left, and all the merchants there just leaving upon ye. Lord have a care of us sich bonny feet, with blisters, I mean. I never saw such a sight of raw puddins in my life. You're no fit to come doon the stair again." All the time she was tenderly washing and bathing the weary feet. When she had dressed them and tied them up, she took the tub of water and carried it away, but turned at the door. "You'll just make up your mind to bide a 2 or 3 days," she said, "for thae feet could not bide to be carried, no to say to carry a weight like you. There's nobody to look for you, you know, and you're not to come doon the night. I'll send up your supper, and Robert they'll bide and keep you company." She vanished, and a moment after Peggy appeared. with a salamander, that is, a huge poker ending not in a point, but a red-hot ace of spades, which she thrust between the bars of the grate into the heart of a nest of brushwood. Presently a cheerful fire illuminated the room. Ericson was seated on one chair, with his feet on another, his head sunk on his bosom, and his eyes thinking. There was something about him almost as powerfully attractive to Robert as it had been to Miss Letty. So he sat gazing at him, and longing for a chance of doing something for him. He had reverence already, and some love, but he had never felt at all as he felt towards this man, nor was it as the Chinese puzzlers, called Scotch metaphysicians, might have represented it, a combination of love and reverence. It was the recognition of the eternal brotherhood between him and one nobler than himself. Hence a lovely, eager worship. Seeing Ericson look about him as if he wanted something, Robert started to his feet. "Is there onything you want, Mr. Ericson?" he said, with service standing in his eyes. "A small bundle, I think, I brought up with me," replied the youth. It was not there. Robert rushed downstairs and returned with it, a nightshirt and a hairbrush or so, tied up in a blue cotton handkerchief. This was all that Robert was able to do for Ericson that evening. He went home and dreamed about him. He called at the Boar's Head the next morning before going to school, but Ericson was not yet up. When he called again as soon as morning school was over, he found that they had persuaded him to keep his bed. But Miss Letty took him up to his room. He looked better, was pleased to see Robert, and spoke to him kindly. Twice yet Robert called to inquire after him that day, and once more he saw him, for he took his tea up to him. The next day Ericson was much better, received Robert with a smile, and went out with him for a stroll, for all his companions were gone, and of some students who had arrived since, he did not know any. Robert took him to his grandmother, who received him with stately kindness. Then they went out again, and passed the windows of Captain Forsyth's house. Mary St. John was playing. They stood for a moment, almost involuntarily, to listen. She ceased. "That's the music of the spheres," said Ericson in a low voice as they moved on. "Will you tell me what that means?" asked Robert. "I've come upon it o'er and o'er in Milton." Thereupon Ericson explained to him what Protagonist had taught about the stars moving in their great orbits with sounds of awful harmony, too grandly loud for the human organ to vibrate in response to their music, hence unheard of men. And Ericson spoke as if he believed it. But after he had spoken, his face grew sadder than ever, and as if to change the subject, he said abruptly, "What a fine old lady your grandmother is, Robert." "Is she?" returned Robert. "I don't mean to say she's like Miss Letty," said Ericson. "She's an angel." A long pause followed. Robert's thoughts went roaming in their usual haunts. "Do you think, Mr. Ericson," he said at length, taking up the old question still floating unanswered in his mind, "do you think if a devil was to repent, God would forgive him?" Ericson turned and looked at him. Their eyes met. The youth wondered at the boy. He had recognized in him a younger brother, one who had begun to ask questions, calling them out into the deaf and dumb abyss of the universe. "If God was as good as I would like him to be, the devils themselves would repent," he said, turning away. Then he turned again, and looking down upon Robert like a sorrowful eagle from a crag over its harried nest, said, "If I only knew that God was as good as that woman, I should die content." Robert heard words of blasphemy from the mouth of an angel, but his respect for Ericson compelled a reply. "What woman, Mr. Ericson?" he asked. "I mean Miss Letty, of course." "But surely you do not think God's nae as good as she is? Surely he's as good as he can be. He is good, ye know." "Oh yes, they say so. And then they tell you something about him that isn't good, and go on calling him good all the same. But calling anybody good doesn't make him good, you know." "Then you do not believe that God is good, Mr. Ericson?" said Robert, choking with a strange mingling of horror and hope. "I didn't say that, my boy. But to know that God was good and fair and kind, heartily I mean, not half ways, and with ifs and buts, my boy, there would be nothing left to be miserable about. In a momentary flash of thought, Robert wondered whether this might not be his old friend, the repentant angel, sent to earth as a man, that he might have a share in the redemption and work out his own salvation. And from this very moment, the thoughts about God that had hitherto been moving in formless solution in his mind began slowly to crystallize. The next day Ericson, not without a piece in a pouch and money in another, took his way home, if home it could be called, where neither father, mother, brother, nor sister awaited his return. For a season Robert saw him no more. As often as his name was mentioned, Miss Letty's eyes would grow hazy, and as often she would make some comical remark. "Poor fallow," she would say, "he was over long-legged for this warld." Or again, "Ay, he was a brow child, but he canna live, his feet's ower small." Or yet again, "Saw ye ever such a gowk to mak such a wark aboot sittin' down and having his feet washed, as if that cost a body anything?" End chapter 15. Book 1, Chapter 16 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 16. Mr. Lammie's Farm. One of the first warm mornings in the beginning of summer, the boy woke early and lay awake, as was his custom, thinking. The sun, in all the indescribable purity of its morning light, had kindled a spot of brilliance just about where his granny's head must be lying asleep in its sad thoughts, on the opposite side of the partition. He lay looking at the light. There came a gentle tapping at his window. A long streamer of honeysuckle, not yet in blossom, but alive with the life of the summer, was blown by the air of the morning against his window pane, as if calling him to get up and look out. He did get up and look out. But he started back in such haste that he fell against the side of his bed. Within a few yards of his window, bending over a bush, was the loveliest face he had ever seen. The only face, in fact, he had ever yet felt to be beautiful. For the window looked directly into the garden of the next house. Its honeysuckle tapped at his window. Its sweet peas grew against his window sill. It was the face of the angel of that night. But how different when illuminated by the morning sun from then, when lighted up by a chamber candle. The first thought that came to him was the half-ludicrous, all-fantastic idea of the shoemaker about his grandfather's violin being a woman. A vaguest dream vision of her having escaped from his grandmother's store-closet, and wandering free amidst the wind and among the flowers, crossed his mind before he had recovered sufficiently from his surprise to prevent fancy from cutting any more of those two ridiculous capers in which she indulged at will in sleep, and as often besides as she could get away from the spectacles of old Granny Judgment. But the music of her revelation was not that of the violin, and Robert vaguely felt this, though he searched no further for a fitting instrument to represent her. If he had heard the organ, indeed. But he knew no instrument save the violin. The piano he had only heard through the window. For a few moments her face brooded over the bush, and her long, finely modelled fingers travelled about it as if they were creating a flower upon it. Probably they were assisting the birth or blowing of some beauty, and then she raised herself with a lingering look and vanished from the field of the window. But ever after this, when the evening grew dark, Robert would steal out of the house, leaving his book open by his granny's lamp, that its patient expansion might seem to say, "He will come back presently," and dart round the corner with quick, quiet step to hear if Miss St. John was playing. If she was not, he would return to the Sabbath stillness of the parlour, where his grandmother sat meditating or reading, and Shargar sat brooding over the freedom of the old days ere Miss Falconer had begun to reclaim him. There he would seat himself once more at his book, to rise again ere another hour had gone by, and hearken yet again at her window whether the stream might not be flowing now. If he found her at her instrument, he would stand listening in earnest delight, until the fear of being missed drove him in. This secret, too, might be discovered, and this enchantress, too, sent by the decree of his grandmother into the limbo of vanities. Thus strangely did his evening life oscillate between the two peaceful negations of Granny's parlour, and the vital gladness of the unknown lady's window. And skilfully did he manage his retreats and returns, curtaining his absences with such moderation that, for a long time, they awoke no suspicion in the mind of his grandmother. I suspect myself that the old lady thought he had gone to his prayers in the garret, and I believe she thought that he was praying for his dead father, with which most papistical, and therefore most unchristian observance, she yet dared not interfere, because she expected Robert to defend himself triumphantly with the simple assertion that he did not believe his father was dead. Possibly the mother was not sorry that her poor son should be prayed for, in case he might be alive after all, though she could no longer do so herself, not merely dared not, but persuaded herself that she would not. Robert, however, was convinced enough, and hopeless enough, by this time, and had even less temptation to break the 20th commandment by praying for the dead than his grandmother had, for with all his imaginative outgoings after his father, his love to him was as yet, compared to that father's mother's, as moonlight unto sunlight, and as water unto wine. Shargar would glance up at him with a queer look as he came in from these excursions, drop his head over his task again, look busy and miserable, and all would glide on as before. When the first really summer weather came, Mr. Lammie one day paid Mrs. Falconer a second visit. He had not been able to get over the remembrance of the desolation in which he had left her, but he could do nothing for her, he thought, till it was warm weather. He was accompanied by his daughter, a woman approaching the further verge of youth, bulky and florid, and as full of tenderness as her large frame could hold. After much, and, for a long time, apparently useless persuasion, they at last believed they had prevailed upon her to pay them a visit for a fortnight. But she had only retreated within another of her defences. "I cannot leave thy twa laddies alane. They would be up to a mischief." "There's Betty to look after them," suggested Miss Lammie. "Betty!" returned Mrs. Falconer with scorn. "Betty's naething but a bairn hersel', muckler and worse favoured." "But what for shouldna ye fess the lads with ye?" suggested Mr. Lammie. "I have no richt to burden you with them." "Well, I have aften wondered what made ye burden yourself with that Shargar, as I understand they call him," said Mr. Lammie. "Just naething but a bit of greed," returned the old lady, with the nearest approach to a smile that had shown itself upon her face since Mr. Lammie's last visit. "I did not understand that, Mistress Falconer," said Miss Lammie. "I'm so sure of having it back again, you ken, with interest," returned Mrs. Falconer. "Who's that? His father will not con ye any thanks for holding him in life." "He that giveth to the poor lendeth to the Lord, ye know, Miss Lammie." "Atweel, if ye like to lip into that bank, nae doot ae way or another it'll go on to your account," said Miss Lammie. "It would ill become us anyway," said her father, "nae to give him shelter for your sake, Mrs. Falconer, no to mention other names, since it's your wull to make the poor lad ane o' the family. They say his own mother's run away and left him." "'Deed, she's done that? Can ye mak onything of him?" "He's quiet enough, and Robert says he does nae doubt ill at the school." "Well, just fess him with ye. We'll have some place or other to put him intil, if it should be only a shakedoon upon the flure." "Na, there's the schooling. What's to be done with that?" "They can go on in the morning and get their dinner with Betty here, and syne come home to their 4 o'clock tea when the school's ower in the afternoon. 'Deed, ma'am, ye maun jist come for the sake of the auld friendship between the families." "Well, if it maun be so, it maun be so," yielded Mrs. Falconer with a sigh. She had not left her own house for a single night for 10 years. Nor is it likely she would have now given in, for immovableness was one of the most marked of her characteristics, had she not been so broken by mental suffering that she did not care much about anything, least of all about herself. Innumerable were the instructions in propriety of behaviour which she gave the boys in prospect of this visit. The probability being that they would behave just as well as at home, these instructions were considerably unnecessary, for Mrs. Falconer was a strict enforcer of all social rules. Scarcely less unnecessary were the directions she gave as to the conduct of Betty, who received them all in erect submission, with her hands under her apron. She ought to have been a young girl instead of an elderly woman, if there was any propriety in the way her mistress spoke to her. It proved at least her own belief in the description she had given of her to Miss Lammie. "Noo, Betty, ye maun be quiet, and dinna stand at the door in the gloamin', and dinna stand claikin' and jawin' wi' the ither lasses when ye gang to the wa' for water. And when ye gang intil a chop, dinna hae them saying ahind yer back as soon as ye're oot again. She's her own mistress by way of our sic like. And mind ye hae worship wi' yersel' when I'm nae here to hae it wi' ye. Ye can come to the parlour if ye like, and there's my muckle testament. And dinna gie the lads onything they want. Gie them plenty to ate, but no ower muckle. Folk should aye leave off wi' an appetite." Mr. Lammie brought his gig at last, and took Grannie away to Bodyfauld. When the boys returned from school at the dinner hour, it was to exult in a freedom which Robert had never imagined before. But even he could not know what a relief it was to Shargar to eat without the awfully calm eyes of Mrs. Falconer watching, as it seemed to him, the progress of every mouthful down that capacious throat of his. The old lady would have been shocked to learn how the imagination of the ill-mothered lad interpreted her care over him, but she would not have been surprised to know that the two were merry in her absence. She knew that, in some of her own moods, it would be a relief to think that the awful eye of God was not upon her. But she little thought that, even in the lawless proceedings about to follow, her Robert, who now felt such a relief in her absence, would be walking straight on, though blindly, towards a sunrise of faith, in which he would know that for the eye of his God to turn away from him for one moment would be the horror of the outer darkness. Merriment, however, was not in Robert's thoughts, and still less was mischief. For the latter, whatever his grandmother might think, he had no capacity. The world was already too serious, and was soon to be too beautiful for mischief. After that it would be too sad, and then, finally, until death, too solemn glad. The moment he heard of his grandmother's intended visit, one wild hope and desire and intent had arisen within him. When Betty came to the parlour door to lay the cloth for their dinner, she found it locked. "Open the door," she cried, but cried in vain. From impatience she passed to passion. But it was no avail. There came no more response than from the shrine of the deaf Bale. For to the boys it was an opportunity, not at any risk, to be lost. Dull Betty never suspected what they were about. They were ranging the place like two tiger cats, whose whelps had been carried off in their absence, questing, with nose to earth and tail in the air, for the scent of their enemy. My simile has carried me too far. It was only a dead old gentleman's violin that a couple of boys were after, but with what eagerness, and, on the part of Robert, what alternations of hope and fear! And Shargar was always the reflex of Robert, so far as Shargar could reflect Robert. Sometimes Robert would stop, stand still in the middle of the room, cast a mathematical glance of survey over its cubic contents, and then dart off in another inwardly suggested direction of search. Shargar, on the other hand, appeared to rummage blindly, without a notion of casting the illumination of thought upon the field of search. Yet to him fell the success. When hope was growing dim, after an hour and a half of vain endeavour, a scream of utter discordance heralded the resurrection of the Lady of Harmony. Taught by his experience of his wild mother's habits to guess at those of quiet Mrs. Falconer, Shargar had found the instrument in her bed at the foot, between the feathers and the mattress. For one happy moment Shargar was the benefactor, and Robert the grateful recipient of favour. Nor, I do believe, was this thread of the still thickening cable that bound them ever forgotten. Broken it could not be. Robert drew the recovered treasure from its concealment, opened the case with trembling eagerness, and was stooping, with one hand on the neck of the violin and the other on the bow, to lift them from it, when Shargar stopped him. His success had given him such dignity that for once he dared to act from himself. 'Betty'll hear ye,' he said. 'What care I for Betty? She daur not tell. I knew hoo to manage her.' 'But would not it be better 'at she did not know?' 'She's sure to find oot when she makes the bed. She turns ower and ower, just like a muckle dog worrying a rat. Devil a bit of hers be a hair wiser. Ye did not play tunes upon the boxie, man.' Robert caught at the idea. He lifted the bonny laddie from her coffin, and while he was absorbed in the contemplation of her risen beauty, Shargar laid his hands on Boston's fourfold state, the torment of his life on the Sunday evenings, which it was his turn to spend with Mrs. Falconer, and threw it as an offering to the powers of Hades into the case, which he then buried carefully with the feather bed for mould, the blankets for sod, and the counterpane studiously arranged for stone over it. He took heed, however, not to let Robert know of the substitution of Boston for the fiddle, because he knew Robert could not tell a lie. Therefore, when he murmured over the volume some of its own words, which he had read the preceding Sunday, it was in quite inaudible whisper. 'Now is it good for nothing but to cumber the ground, and furnish fuel for Tophet.' Robert must now hide the violin better than his granny had done, while at the same time it was a more delicate necessity, seeing it had lost its shell, and he shrunk from putting her in the power of the shoemaker again. It cost him much trouble to fix on the place that was least unsuitable. First he put it into the well of the clock case, but instantly bethought him what the awful consequence would be if one of the weights should fall from the gradual decay of its cord. He had heard of such a thing happening. Then he would put it into his own place of dreams and meditations. But what if Betty should take a fancy to change her bed? Or some friend of his granny's should come to spend the night? How would the bonny lady like it? What a risk she would run! If he put her under the bed, the mice would get at her strings, nay, perhaps gnaw a hole right through her beautiful body. On the top of the clock, the brass eagle with outspread rings might scratch her, and there was not space to conceal her. At length he concluded, wrapped her in a piece of paper, and placed her on the top of the chintz tester of his bed, where there was just room between it and the ceiling. That would serve till he bore her to some better sanctuary. In the meantime she was safe, and the boy was the blessedest boy in creation. These things done, they were just in the humour to have a lark with Betty. So they unbolted the door, rang the bell, and when Betty appeared red-faced and wrathful, asked her very gravely and politely whether they were not going to have some dinner before they went back to school. They had now but 20 minutes left. Betty was so dumbfoundered with their impudence that she could not say a word. She did make haste with the dinner, though, and revealed her indignation only in her manner of putting the things on the table. As the boys left her, Robert contented himself with the single hint: 'Betty's body faulds in the Paris of Kettledrum. Mind ye that.' Betty glowered and said nothing. But the delight of the walk of 3 miles over hill and dale and moor and farm to Mr. Lammie's. The boys, if not as wild as colts, that is, as wild as most boys would have been, were only the more deeply excited. That first summer walk, with the goal before them in all the freshness of the perfecting year, was something which to remember in after days was to Falconer nothing short of ecstasy. The westering sun threw long shadows before them as they trudged away eastward, lightly laden with the books needful for the morrow's lessons. Once beyond the immediate purlieus of the town, and the various plots of land occupied by its inhabitants, they crossed a small river, and entered upon a region of little hills, some covered to the top with trees, chiefly larch, others cultivated, and some bearing only heather, now nursing in secret its purple flame for the outburst of the autumn. The road wound between, now swampy and worn into deep ruts, now sandy and broken with large stones. Down to its edge would come the dwarfed oak, or the mountain ash, or the silver birch, single and small, but lovely and fresh, and now green fields fenced with walls of earth as green as themselves, or of stones overgrown with moss, would stretch away on both sides, sprinkled with busily feeding cattle. Now they would pass through a farm steading, perfumed with the breath of cows and the odour of burning peat, so fragrant, though not yet so grateful to the inner sense as it would be when encountered in after years and in foreign lands. For the smell of burning and the smell of earth are the deepest underlying sensuous bonds of the earth's unity, and the common brotherhood of them that dwell thereon. Now the scent of the larches would steal from the hill, or the wind would waft the odour of the white clover, beloved of his grandmother, to Robert's nostrils, and he would turn aside to pull her a handful. Then they climbed a high ridge, on the top of which spread a moorland, dreary and desolate, brightened by nothing save the canna's hoary beard waving, and making it look even more desolate from the sympathy they felt with the forsaken grass. This cross they descended between young plantations of firs and rowan trees and birches, till they reached a warm house on the side of the slope, with farm offices and ricks of corn and hay all about it, the front overgrown with roses and honeysuckle, and a white flowering plant unseen of their eyes hitherto, and therefore full of mystery. From the open kitchen door came the smell of something good. But beyond all to Robert was the welcome of Miss Lammie, whose small fat hand closed upon his like a very love-pudding, after partaking of which even his grandmother's stately reception, followed immediately by the words, "Noo be quiet," could not chill the warmth in his bosom. I know but one writer whose pen would have been able worthily to set forth the delights of the first few days at Bodyfauld, John Paul. Nor would he have disdained to make the gladness of a country schoolboy the theme of that pen. Indeed, often has he done so. If the writer has any higher purpose than the amusement of other boys, he will find the life of a country boy richer for his ends than that of a town boy. For example, he has a deeper sense of the marvel of nature, a tenderer feeling of her femininity. I do not mean that the other cannot develop this sense, but it is generally feeble, and there is consequently less chance of it surviving. As far as my experience goes, town girls and country boys love nature most. I have known town girls love her as passionately as country boys. Town boys have too many books and pictures. They see nature in mirrors, invaluable privilege after they know herself, not before. They have greater opportunity of observing human nature, but here also the books are too many and various. They are cleverer than country boys, but they are less profound. Their observation may be quicker, their perception is shallower. They know better what to do on an emergency, they know worse how to order their ways. Of course, in this, as in 1,000 other matters, nature will burst out laughing in the face of the would-be philosopher, and bringing forward her town boy will say, "Look here." For the town boys are nature's boys after all, at least so long as doctrines of self-preservation and ambition have not turned them from children of the kingdom into dirt-worms. But I must stop, for I am getting up to the neck in a bog of discrimination. As if I did not know the nobility of some townspeople compared with the worldliness of some country folk. I give it up. We are all good and all bad. God mend all. Nothing will do for Jew or Gentile, Frenchman or Englishman, Negro or Circassian, town boy or country boy, but the kingdom of heaven which is within him, and must come thence to the outside of him. To a boy like Robert, the changes of every day, from country to town, with the gay morning, from the town to the country, with the sober evening, for country as Rothieden might be to Edinburgh, much more was Bodyfauld contrary to Rothieden, were a source of boundless delight. Instead of houses, he saw the horizon. Instead of streets or walled gardens, he roamed over fields bathed in sunlight and wind. Here it was good to get up before the sun, for then he could see the sun get up. And of all things, those evening shadows lengthening out over the grassy wilderness, for fields of a very moderate size appeared such to an imagination, ever ready at the smallest hint to ascend its solemn throne, were a deepening marvel. Town to country is what a ceiling is to a Salem. End chapter 16. Book 1, Chapter 17 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 17 Adventures. Granny's first action every evening, the moment the boys entered the room, was to glance up at the clock, that she might see whether they had arrived in reasonable time. This was not pleasant, because it admonished Robert how impossible it was for him to have a lesson on his own violin so long as the visit to Bodyfold lasted. If they had only been allowed to sleep at Rothieden, what a universe of freedom would have been theirs! As it was, he had but 2 hours to himself, paired at both ends in the middle of the day. Dooble Sanny might have given him a lesson at that time, but he did not dare to carry his instrument through the streets of Rothieden, for the proceeding would be certain to come to his grandmother's ears. Several days passed, indeed, before he made up his mind as to how he was to reap any immediate benefit from the recovery of the violin. For after he had made up his mind to run the risk of successive midday solos in the old factory, he was not prepared to carry the instrument through the streets, or be seen entering the place with it. But the factory lay at the opposite corner of a quadrangle of gardens, the largest of which belonged to itself, and the corner of this garden touched the corner of Captain Forsyth's, which had formerly belonged to Andrew Falconer. He had had a door made in the walls at the point of junction, so that he could go from his house to his business across his own property. If this door were not hooked, and Robert could pass without offence, what a northwest passage it would be for him! The little garden belonging to his grandmother's house had only a slight wooden fence to divide it from the other, and even in this fence there was a little gate. He would only have to run along Captain Forsyth's top walk to reach the door. The blessed thought came to him as he lay in his bed at Bodyfold. He would attempt the passage the very next day. With his violin in its paper under his arm, he sped like a hare from gate to door, found it not even latched, only pushed to, and rusted into such rest as it was dangerous to the hinges to disturb. He opened it, however, without any accident, and passed through, then, closing it behind him, took his way more leisurely through the tangled grass of his grandmother's property. When he reached the factory, he judged it prudent to search out a more secret nook, one more full of silence, that is, whence the sounds would be less certain to reach the ears of the passers-by, and came upon a small room near the top, which had been the manager's bedroom, and which, as he judged from what seemed the signs of ancient occupation, a cloak hanging on the wall and the ashes of a fire lying in the grate, nobody had entered for years. It was the safest place in the world. He undid his instrument carefully, tuned its strings tenderly, and soon found that his former facility, such as it was, had not ebbed away beyond recovery. Hastening back as he came, he was just in time for his dinner, and narrowly escaped encountering Betty in the trance. He had been tempted to leave the instrument, but no one could tell what might happen, and to doubt would be to be miserable with anxiety. He did the same for several days without interruption, not, however, without observation. When returning from his fourth visit, he opened the door between the gardens. He started back in dismay, for there stood the beautiful lady. Robert hesitated for a moment whether to fly or speak. He was a lowland country boy, and therefore rude of speech, but he was 3 parts a Celt, and those who know the address of the Irish or the Highlanders know how much that involves as to manners and bearing. He advanced the next instant and spoke. "I beg your pardon, mem. I thought naebody would see me. I have not done nae ill." "I had not the least suspicion of it, I assure you," returned Miss St. John. "But tell me, what makes you go through here always at the same hour, with the same parcel under your arm?" "You will not tell naebody, will ye, mem, if I tell you?" Miss St. John, amused and interested besides in the contrast between the boy's oddly noble face and good bearing on the one hand, and on the other the drawl of his bluntly articulated speech and the coarseness of his tone, both seeming to her in the extreme of provincialism, promised, and Robert, entranced by all the qualities of her voice and speech, and nothing disenchanted by the nearer view of her lovely face, confided in her at once. "You see, ma'am," he said, "I came upon my grandfather's fiddle, but my grandmother thinks the fiddle's no good, and say she took and she had it. But I found it again, and I daur not play it in the hoose, though my granny's in the country, for Betty hearing me and telling her, and so I go on to the old factory there. It belongs to my granny, and so does the garden, and this hoose and yard was once my father's, and so he had that door through, they tell me, and I thought if I should be open it would be a fine thing for me to hold folk on seeing me. But it was very ill bred to you, ma'am, I ken, to come through your yard on sperrit leave. I beg your pardon, ma'am, and I'll just go on back and round by the road. This is my fiddle I have aneath my arm. Bud to put back the case of it where it was afore my granny's bed, to hold her on kent as she had tint the grup of it." Certainly Miss St. John could not have understood the half of the words Robert used, but she understood his story notwithstanding. Herself an enthusiast in music, her sympathies were at once engaged for the awkward boy who was thus trying to steal an entrance into the fairy halls of sound. But she forbore any further allusion to the violin for the present, and contented herself with assuring Robert that he was heartily welcome to go through the garden as often as he pleased. She accompanied her words with a smile that made Robert feel not only that she was the most beautiful of all princesses in fairy tales, but that she had presented him with something beyond price in the most self-denying manner. He took off his cap, thanked her with much heartiness, if not with much polish, and hastened to the gate of his grandmother's little garden. A few years later an encounter might have spoiled his dinner. I have to record no such evil result of the adventure. With Miss St. John, music was the highest form of human expression, as must often be the case with those whose feeling is much in advance of their thought, and to whom, therefore, what may be called mental sensation is the highest known condition. Music to such is poetry in solution, and generates that infinite atmosphere common to both musician and poet, which the latter fills with shining worlds. But if my reader wishes to follow out for himself the idea herein suggested, he must be careful to make no confusion between those who feel musically or think poetically and the musician or the poet. One who can only play the music of others, however exquisitely, is not a musician, any more than one who can read verse to the satisfaction, or even expound it to the enlightenment of the poet himself, is therefore a poet. When Miss St. John would worship God, it was in music that she found the chariot of fire in which to ascend heavenward. Hence music was the divine thing in the world for her, and to find any one loving music humbly and faithfully was to find a brother or sister believer. But she had been so often disappointed in her expectations from those she took to be such, that of late she had become less sanguine. Still, there was something about this boy that roused once more her musical hopes, and however she may have restrained herself from the full indulgence of them, certain it is that the next day, when she saw Robert pass, this time leisurely, along the top of the garden, she put on her bonnet and shawl, and allowing him time to reach his den, followed him, in the hope of finding out whether or not he could play. I do not know what proficiency the boy had attained, very likely not much, for a man can feel the music of his own bow or of his own lines long before anyone else can discover it. He had already made a path, not exactly worn one, but trampled one, through the neglected grass, and Miss St. John had no difficulty in finding his entrance to the factory. She felt a little eerie, as Robert would have called it, when she passed into the waste, silent place. For, besides the wasteness and the silence, motionless machines have a look of death about them, at least when they bear such signs of disuse as those that filled these rooms. Hearing no violin, she waited for a while in the ground floor of the building, but still hearing nothing, she ascended to the first floor. Here likewise all was silence. She hesitated, but at length ventured up the next stair, beginning, however, to feel a little troubled as well as eerie. The silence was so obstinately persistent. Was it possible that there was no violin in that brown paper? But that boy could not be a liar. Passing shelves piled up with the stores of old thread, she still went on, led by a curiosity stronger than her gathering fear. At last she came to a little room, the door of which was open, and there she saw Robert lying on the floor with his head in a pool of blood. Now Mary St. John was both brave and kind, and therefore, though not insensible to the fact that she too must be in danger where violence had been used to a boy, she set about assisting him at once. His face was death-like, but she did not think he was dead. She drew him out into the passage, for the room was close, and did all she could to recover him. But for some time he did not even breathe. At last his lips moved, and he murmured, "Sandy, Sandy, you've broken my bonny laddie." Then he opened his eyes, and seeing a face to dream about, bending in kind consternation over him, closed them again with a smile and a sigh, as if to prolong his dream. The blood now came fast into his forsaken cheeks, and began to flow again from the wound in his head. The lady bound it up with her handkerchief. After a little he rose, though with difficulty, and stared wildly about him, saying with imperfect articulation, "Father, father." Then he looked at Miss St. John with a kind of dazed inquiry in his eyes, tried several times to speak, and could not. "Can you walk at all?" asked Miss St. John, supporting him, for she was anxious to leave the place. "Yes, ma'am, weel enough," he answered. "Come along, then. I will help you home." "Nay, nay," he said, as if he had just recalled something. "Dinna mind me. Run home, ma'am, or he'll see ye." "Who will see me?" Robert stared more wildly, put his hand to his head, and made no reply. She half led, half supported him down the stairs as far as the first landing, when he cried out in a tone of anguish, "My bonny laddie!" "What is it?" asked Miss St. John, thinking he meant her. My fiddle! She'll be all in bits," he answered, and turned to go up again. "Sit down here," said Miss St. John, "and I'll fetch it." Though not without some tremor, she darted back to the room. Then she turned faint for the first time, but determinedly supporting herself, she looked about, saw a brown paper parcel on a shelf, took it, and hurried out with a shudder. Robert stood leaning against the wall. He stretched out his hands eagerly. "Give me her, give me her." "You had better let me carry it. You are not able." "Na, mem. Ye dinna ken hoo easy she is to hurt." "Oh, yes, I do," returned Miss St. John, smiling, and Robert could not withstand the smile. "We'll take care of her as you would of your own self, mem," he said, yielding. He was now much better, and before he had been 2 minutes in the open air, insisted that he was quite well. When they reached Captain Forsyth's garden, he again held out his hands for his violin. "No, no," said his new friend. "You wouldn't have Betty see you like that, would you?" "No, mem, but I'll put in the fiddle at my own window, and she shall not have a chance of seeing it," answered Robert, not understanding her, for though he felt a good deal of pain, he had no idea what a dreadful appearance he presented. "Don't you know that you have a wound on your head?" asked Miss St. John. "Na, have I?" said Robert, putting up his hand. "But I maun gang. There's nae help for it," he added. "If I could only win to my own room on Betty's seeing me. Mem, I have spoiled all your bonny goon. That's a sore vex." "Never mind it," returned Miss St. John, smiling. "It is of no consequence. But you must come with me. I must see what I can do for your head, poor boy." Mem, but you are kind. If you speak like that, you'll gar me great. Naebody ever spak to me like that afore. Maybe ye knew my mamma. You're so like her." This word mamma was the only remnant of her that lingered in his speech. Had she lived, he would have spoken very differently. They were now walking towards the house. "No, I did not know your mamma. Is she dead?" "Long syne, mem. And so they tell me is yours." "Yes, and my father too. Your father is alive, I hope?" Robert made no answer. Miss St. John turned. The boy had a strange look, and seemed struggling with something in his throat. She thought he was going to faint again, and hurried him into the drawing room. Her aunt had not yet left her room, and her uncle was out. "Sit down," she said so kindly, and Robert sat down on the edge of a chair. Then she left the room, but presently returned with a little brandy. "There," she said, offering the glass, "that will do you good." "What is it, ma'am?" "Brandy. There's water in it, of course." "I dare not touch it. Granny could not abide me to touch it." So determined was he that Miss St. John was forced to yield. Perhaps he wondered that the boy who would deceive his grandmother about a violin should be so immovable in regarding her pleasure in the matter of a needful medicine. But in this fact I begin to see the very Falconer of my manhood's worship. Ma'am, if you would play something upon her," he resumed, pointing to the piano, which, although he had never seen one before, he at once recognized by some hidden mental operation as the source of the sweet sounds heard at the window, "it would do me more good than a whole bottle of brandy, or whusky either." "How do you know that?" asked Miss St. John, proceeding to sponge the wound. "'Cause many's the time I have stood oot there in the street hearkening. Dooble Sanny says 'at you play just as if you were my grandfather's fiddle herself, turned into the bonniest cratur ever God made." "How did you get such a terrible cut?" She had removed the hair, and found that the injury was severe. The boy was silent. She glanced round in his face. He was staring as if he saw nothing, heard nothing. She would try again. "Did you fall, or how did you cut your head?" Yes, ma'am, I fell," he answered hastily, with an air of relief, and possibly with some tone of gratitude for the suggestion of a true answer. "What made you fall?" Utter silence again. She felt a kind of turn. I do not know another word to express what I mean. The boy must have fits, and either could not tell, or was ashamed to tell, what had befallen him. Thereafter she too was silent, and Robert thought she was offended. Possibly he felt a change in the touch of her fingers. "Ma'am, I would like to tell you," he said, "but I darna." "Oh, never mind," she returned kindly. "Would you promise nae to tell naebody?" "I don't want to know," she answered, confirmed in her suspicion, and at the same time ashamed of the alteration of feeling which the discovery had occasioned. An uncomfortable silence followed, broken by Robert. "If ye be not pleased with me, ma'am," he said, "I cannot bide you to go on with siccan a job as that." How Miss St. John could have understood him, I cannot think, but she did. "Oh, very well," she answered, smiling. "Just as you please. Perhaps you had better take this piece of plaster to Betty, and ask her to finish the dressing for you." Robert took the plaster mechanically, and, sick at heart and speechless, rose to go, forgetting even his bonny laddie in his grief. "You had better take your violin with you," said Miss St. John, urged to the cruel experiment by a strong desire to see what the strange boy would do. He turned. The tears were streaming down his odd face. They went to her heart, and she was bitterly ashamed of herself. "Come along. Do sit down again. I only wanted to see what you would do. I am very sorry," she said in a tone of kindness such as Robert had never imagined. He sat down instantly, saying, "Ma'am, it's sore to bide," meaning no doubt the conflict between his inclination to tell her all and his duty to be silent. The dressing was soon finished, his hair combed down over it, and Robert looking once more respectable. "Now I think that will do," said his nurse. Thank you, ma'am," answered Robert, rising. "When I'm able to play upon the fiddle as weel as ye play upon the piano, I'll come and play at your window ilka night as long as ye like to hearken." She smiled, and he was satisfied. He did not dare again ask her to play to him, but she said of herself, "No, I will play something to you, if you like," and he resumed his seat devoutly. When she had finished the lovely little air, which sounded to Robert like the touch of her hands and her breath on his forehead, she looked round, and was satisfied from the rapt expression of the boy's countenance that at least he had plenty of musical sensibility. As if despoiled of volition, he stood motionless till she said, "Now you had better go, or Betty will miss you." Then he made her a bow in which awkwardness and grace were curiously mingled, and, taking up his precious parcel and holding it to his bosom as if it had been a child for whom he felt an access of tenderness, he slowly left the room and the house. Not even to Shargar did he communicate his adventure, and he went no more to the deserted factory to play there. Fate had again interposed between him and his bonny leddy. When he reached Bodyfauld, he fancied his grandmother's eyes more watchful of him than usual, and he strove the more to resist the weariness and even faintness that urged him to go to bed. Whether he was able to hide as well a certain trouble that clouded his spirit, I doubt. His wound he did manage to keep a secret, thanks to the care of Miss St. John, who had dressed it with court plaster. When he woke the next morning, it was with the consciousness of having seen something strange the night before, and only when he found that he was not in his own room at his grandmother's was he convinced that it must have been a dream and no vision. For in the night he had awaked there, as he thought, and the moon was shining with such clearness that although it did not shine into his room, he could see the face of the clock, and that the hands were both together at the top. Close by the clock stood the bureau, with its end against the partition forming the head of his granny's bed. All at once he saw a tall man, in a blue coat and bright buttons, about to open the lid of the bureau. The same moment he saw a little elderly man, in a brown coat and a brown wig, by his side, who sought to remove his hand from the lock. Next appeared a huge stalwart figure in shabby old tartans, and laid his hand on the head of each. But the wonder widened and grew, for now came a stately Highlander, with his broadsword by his side and an eagle's feather in his bonnet, who laid his hand on the other Highlander's arm. When Robert looked in the direction whence this had appeared, the head of his granny's bed had vanished, and a wild hillside covered with stones and heather sloped away into the distance. Over it passed man after man, each with an ancestral air, while on the grey sea to the left galleys covered with Norsemen tore up the white foam and dashed one after the other up to the strand. How long he gazed he did not know, but when he withdrew his eyes from the extended scene, there stood the figure of his father, still trying to open the lid of the bureau, his grandfather resisting him, the blind piper with his hand on the head of both, and the stately chief with his hand on the piper's arm. Then a mist of forgetfulness gathered over the whole, till at last he awoke and found himself in the little wooden chamber at Bodyfauld, and not in the visioned room. Doubtless his loss of blood the day before had something to do with the dream or vision, whichever the reader may choose to consider it. He rose, and after a good breakfast found himself very little the worse, and forgot all about his dream, till a circumstance which took place not long after recalled it vividly to his mind. The enchantment of Bodyfauld soon wore off. The boys had no time to enter into the full enjoyment of country ways, because of those weary lessons over the getting of which Mrs. Falconer kept as strict a watch as ever, while to Robert the evening journey, his violin, and Miss St. John left at Rothieden, grew more than tame. The return was almost as happy an event to him as the first going. Now he could resume his lessons with the shoemaker. With Shargar it was otherwise. The freedom for so much longer from Mrs. Falconer's eyes was in itself so much of a positive pleasure, that the walk twice a day, the fresh air, and the scents and sounds of the country only came as supplementary. But I do not believe the boy even then had so much happiness as when he was beaten and starved by his own mother. And Robert, growing more and more absorbed in his own thoughts and pursuits, paid him less and less attention as the weeks went on, till Shargar at length judged it for a time an evil day on which he had first slept under old Ronald Falconer's kilt. End chapter 17. Book 1, Chapter 18 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. Nature puts in a claim. Before the day of return arrived, Robert had taken care to remove the violin from his bedroom, and carry it once more to its old retreat in Shargar's garret. The very first evening, however, that Grannie again spent in her own arm-chair, he hied from the house as soon as it grew dusk, and made his way with his brown paper parcel to Sandy Elshender's. Entering the narrow passage from which his shop door opened, and hearing him hammering away at a sole, he stood and unfolded his treasure, then drew a low sigh from her with his bow, and awaited the result. He heard the lapstone fall thundering on the floor, and like a spider from his cavern, Dubal Sanny appeared in the door with the bend leather in one hand and the hammer in the other. "Lord's sake, man, have ye gotten her again? Give us a grup of her," he cried, dropping leather and hammer. "Na, na," returned Robert, retreating towards the outer door. "Ye maun swear upon her that when I want her, I shall have her on demur, or I shall not let ye lay roset upon her." "I swear it, Robert, I swear it upon her," said the shoemaker hurriedly, stretching out both his hands as if to receive some human being into his embrace. Robert placed the violin in those grimy hands. A look of heavenly delight dawned over the hirsute and dirt-besmeared countenance, which drooped into tenderness as he drew the bow across the instrument, and wailed from her a thin wail as of sorrow at their long separation. He then retreated into his den, and was soon sunk in a trance, deaf to everything but the violin, from which no entreaties of Robert, who longed for a lesson, could rouse him, so that he had to go home grievously disappointed and unrewarded for the risk he had run in venturing the stolen visit. Next time, however, he fared better, and he contrived so well that, from the middle of June to the end of August, he had 2 lessons a week, mostly upon the afternoon of holidays. For these his master thought himself well paid by the use of the instrument between, and Robert made great progress. Occasionally he saw Miss St. John in the garden, and once or twice met her in the town, but her desire to find in him a pupil had been greatly quenched by her unfortunate conjecture as to the cause of his accident. She had, however, gone so far as to mention the subject to her aunt, who assured her that old Mrs. Falconer would as soon consent to his being taught gambling as music. The idea therefore passed away, and beyond a kind word or two when she met him, there was no further communication between them. But Robert would often dream of waking from a swoon, and finding his head lying on her lap, and her lovely face bending over him full of kindness and concern. By the way, Robert cared nothing for poetry. Virgil was too troublesome to be enjoyed, and in English he had met with nothing but the dried leaves and gum flowers of the last century. Miss Letty once lent him The Lady of the Lake, but before he had read the first canto through, his grandmother laid her hands upon it, and without saying a word, dropped it behind a loose skirting board in the pantry, where the mice soon made it a ruin sad to behold. For Miss Letty, having heard from the woeful Robert of its strange disappearance, and guessing its cause, applied to Mrs. Falconer for the volume, who forthwith, with tongs aiding, extracted it from its hole, and without shade of embarrassment held it up like a drowned kitten before the eyes of Miss Letty, intending thereby, no doubt, to impress her with the fate of all seducing spirits that should attempt an entrance into her kingdom. Miss Letty only burst into merry laughter over its fate. So the load of poetry failed for the present from Robert's life. Nor did it matter much, for had he not his violin? I have, I think, already indicated that his grandfather had been a linen manufacturer. Although that trade had ceased, his family had still retained the bleachery belonging to it, commonly called the bleach field, devoting it now to the service of those large calico manufacturers which had ruined the trade in linen, and to the whitening of such yarn as the country housewives still spun at home, and the webs they got woven of it in private looms. To Robert and Shargar it was a wondrous pleasure when the pile of linen which the week had accumulated at the office under the gale room was on Saturday heaped high upon the base of a broad-wheeled cart, to get up on it and be carried to the said bleach field, which lay along the bank of the river. Soft-laid and high-born, gazing into the blue sky, they traversed the streets in a holiday triumph. And although once arrived the manager did not fail to get some labour out of them, yet the store of amusement was endless. The great wheel which drove the whole machinery, the plash-mill, or, more properly, walk-mill, a word Robert derived from the resemblance of the mallets to two huge feet, and of their motion to walking, with the water plashing and squirting from the blows of their heels, the beetles thundering in the arpeggio upon the huge cylinder round which the white cloth was wound. Each was haunted in its turn and season. The pleasure of the water itself was inexhaustible, here sweeping in a mass along the race, there divided into branches and hurrying through the walls of the various houses, here sliding through a wooden channel across the floor to fall into the river in a half-concealed cataract, there bubbling up through the bottom of a huge wooden cave or vat, there resting placid in another, here gurgling along a spout, there flowing in a narrow canal through the green expanse of the well-mown bleach field, or lifted from it in narrow curved wooden scoops, like fairy canoes with long handles, and flung in showers over the outspread yarn. The water was an endless delight. It is strange how some individual broidery or figure upon nature's garment will delight a boy long before he has ever looked nature in the face, or begun to love herself. But Robert was soon to become dimly conscious of a life within these things, a life not the less real that its operations on his mind had been long unrecognized. On the grassy bank of the gently flowing river, at the other edge of whose level the little canal squabbled along, and on the grassy brae which rose immediately from the canal, were stretched, close behind each other, with scarce a stripe of green betwixt, the long white webs of linen, fastened down to the soft mossy ground with wooden pegs whose tops were twisted into their edges. Strangely would they billow in the wind, sometimes, like sea waves, frozen and enchanted, flat, seeking to rise and wallow in the wind with conscious depth and whelming mass. But generally they lay supine, saturated with light at its cleansing power. Falconer's jubilation in the white and green of a little boat, as we lay, one bright morning, on the banks of the Thames, between Richmond and Twickenham, led to such a description of the bleach field that I can write about it as if I had known it myself. One Saturday afternoon, in the end of July, when the westering sun was hotter than at midday, he went down to the lower end of the field, where the river was confined by a dam, and plunged from the bank into deep water. After a swim of half an hour, he ascended the higher part of the field, and lay down upon a broad web to bask in the sun. In his ears was the hush rather than rush of the water over the dam, the occasional murmur of a belt of trees that skirted the border of the field, and the dull continuous sound of the beetles at their work below, like a persistent growl of thunder on the horizon. Had Robert possessed a copy of Robinson Crusoe, or had his grandmother not cast the Lady of the Lake, mistaking it for an idol, if not to the moles and the bats, yet to the mice and the black beetles, he might have been lying reading it, blind and deaf to the face and the voice of nature, and years might have passed before a response awoke in his heart. It is good that children of faculty, as distinguished from capacity, should not have too many books to read, or too much of early lessoning. The increase of examinations in our country will increase its capacity and diminish its faculty. We shall have more compilers and reducers and fewer thinkers, more modifiers and completers and fewer inventors. He lay gazing up into the depth of the sky, rendered deeper and bluer by the masses of white cloud that hung almost motionless below it, until he felt a kind of bodily fear lest he should fall off the face of the round earth into the abyss. A gentle wind, laden with pine odours from the sun-heated trees behind him, flapped its light wing in his face. The humanity of the world smote his heart, the great sky towered up over him, and its divinity entered his soul. A strange longing after something he knew not nor could name awoke within him, followed by the pang of a sudden fear that there was no such thing as that which he sought, that it was all a fancy of his own spirit. And then the voice of Shargar broke the spell, calling to him from afar to come and see a great salmon that lay by a stone in the water. But, once aroused, the feeling was never stilled, the desire never left him. something growing even to a passion that was relieved only by a flood of tears. Strange as it may sound to those who have never thought of such things save in connection with Sundays and Bibles and churches and sermons, that which was now working in Falconer's mind was the first dull and faint movement of the greatest need that the human heart possesses, the need of the God-man. There must be truth in the scent of that pine wood. Some one must mean it. There must be a glory in those heavens that depends not upon our imagination. Some power greater than they must dwell in them. Some spirit must move in that wind that haunts us with a kind of human sorrow. Some soul must look up to us from the eye of that starry flower. It must be something human, else not to us divine. Little did Robert think that such was his need, that his soul was searching after one whose form was constantly presented to him, but as constantly obscured and made unlovely by the words without knowledge spoken in the religious assemblies of the land, that he was longing without knowing it on the Saturday for that from which on the Sunday he would be repelled without knowing it. Years passed before he drew nigh to the knowledge of what he sought. For weeks the mood broken by the voice of his companion did not return, though the forms of nature were henceforth full of a pleasure he had never known before. He loved the grass, the water was more gracious to him. He would leave his bed early, that he might gaze on the clouds of the east, with their borders gold-blasted with sunrise. He would linger in the fields, that the amber and purple and green and red of the sunset might not escape after the sun unseen. And as long as he felt the mystery, the revelation of the mystery lay before and not behind him. And Shargar? Had he any soul for such things? Doubtless, but how could he be other than lives behind Robert? For the latter had ancestors, that is, he came of people with a mental and spiritual history, while the former had been born the birth of an animal, of a noble sire whose family had for generations filled the earth with fire, famine, slaughter, and licentiousness, and of a wandering, outcast mother who blindly loved the fields and woods, but retained her affection for her offspring scarcely beyond the period while she suckled them. The love of freedom and of wild animals that she had given him, however, was far more precious than any share his male ancestor had borne in his mental constitution. After his fashion, he, as well as Robert, enjoyed the sun, and the wind, and the water, and the sky, but he had sympathies with the salmon, and the rooks, and the wild rabbits, even stronger than those of Robert. End chapter 18. Book 1, Chapter 19 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. Robert steals his own. The period of the Hairst play, that is, of the harvest holiday time, drew near, and over the north of Scotland thousands of half-grown hearts were beating with glad anticipation. Of the usual devices of boys to cheat themselves into the half-belief of expediting a blessed approach by marking its rate, Robert knew nothing. Even the notching of sticks was unknown at Rothieden, but he had a mode notwithstanding. Although indifferent to the games of his schoolfellows, there was one amusement, a solitary one, nearly, and therein not so good as most amusements, into which he entered with the whole energy of his nature. It was kite-flying. The moment that the Hairst play approached near enough to strike its image through the eyes of his mind, Robert proceeded to make his kite, or dragon, as he called it. Of how many pleasures does pocket-money deprive the unfortunate possessor? What is the going into a shop and buying what you want, compared with the gentle delight of hours and days filled with gaining effort after the attainment of your end? Never boy that bought his kite, even if the adornment thereafter lay in his own hands, and the pictures were gorgeous with colour and gilding, could have half the enjoyment of Robert from the moment he went to the cooper's to ask for an old gird or hoop, to the moment when he said, "Nu, Shargar," and the kite rose slowly from the depth of the aerial flood. The hoop was carefully examined, the best portion cut away from it, that pared to a light strength, its ends confined to the proper curve by a string, and then away went Robert to the wright's shop. There a slip of wood of proper length and thickness was readily granted to his request, free as the daisies of the field. Oh, those horrid town conditions where nothing is given for the asking, but all sold for money. In Robert's kite the only thing that cost money was the string to fly it with, and that the grandmother willingly provided, for not even her ingenuity could discover any evil, direct or implicated, in kite flying. Indeed, I believe the old lady felt not a little sympathy with the exultation of the boy when he saw his kite far aloft, diminished to a speck in the vast blue. A sympathy, it may be, rooted in the religious aspirations which she did so much at once to rouse and to suppress in the bosom of her grandchild. But I have not yet reached the kite flying, for I have said nothing of the kite's tail, for the sake of which principally I began to describe the process of its growth. As soon as the body of the dragon was completed, Robert attached to its spine the string which was to take the place of its caudal elongation, and at a proper distance from the body joined to the string the first of the cross pieces of folded paper, which in this animal represent the continued vertebral processes. Every morning, the moment he issued from his chamber, he proceeded to the garret, where the monster lay, to add yet another joint to his tail, until at length the day should arrive when, the lessons over for a blessed eternity of 5 or 6 weeks, he would tip the whole with a piece of wood, to which grass, quantum suff, might be added from the happy fields. Upon this occasion the dragon was a monster one. With a little help from Shargar, he had laid a skeleton of a 6-foot specimen, and had carried the body to a satisfactory completion. The tail was still growing, having as yet only 16 joints, when Mr. Lammie called with an invitation for the boys to spend their holidays with him. It was fortunate for Robert that he was in the room when Mr. Lammie presented his petition, otherwise he would never have heard of it till the day of departure arrived, and would thus have lost all the delights of anticipation. In frantic effort to control his ecstasy, he sped to the garret, and with trembling hands tied the second joint of the day to the tail of the dragon, the first time he had ever broken the law of its accretion. Once broken, that law was henceforth an object of scorn, and the tail grew with frightful rapidity. It was indeed a great dragon, and none of the paltry fields about Rothieden should be honoured with its first flight, but from Bodyfauld should the majestic child of earth ascend into the regions of upper air. My reader may here be tempted to remind me that Robert had been only too glad to return to Rothieden from his former visit, but I must in my turn remind him that the circumstances were changed. In the first place, the fiddle was substituted for Granny, and in the second, the dragon for the school. The making of this dragon was a happy thing for Shargar, and a yet happier thing for Robert, in that it introduced again for a time some community of interest between them. Shargar was happier than he had been for many a day, because Robert used him, and Robert was yet happier than Shargar, in that his conscience, which had reproached him for his neglect of him, was now silent. But not even his dragon had turned aside his attention from his violin, and many were the consultations between the boys as to how best she might be transported to Bodyfauld, where endless opportunities of holding communion with her would not be wanting. The difficulty was only how to get her clear of Rothieden. The play commenced on a Saturday, but not till the Monday were they set at liberty. Wearily the hours of mental labour and bodily torpidity, which the Scotch called the Sabbath, passed away, and at length the millennial morning dawned. Robert and Shargar were up before the sun, but strenuous were the efforts they made to suppress all indications of excitement, lest Granny, fearing the immoral influence of gladness, should give orders to delay their departure for an awfully indefinite period, which might be an hour, a day, or even a week. Horrible conception! Their behaviour was so decorous that not even a hinted threat escaped the lips of Mrs. Falconer. They set out 3 hours before noon, carrying the great kite, and Robert's school bag of green baize, full of sundries. A cart from Bodyfauld was to fetch their luggage later in the day. As soon as they were clear of the houses, Shargar lay down behind a dyke with the kite, and Robert set off at full speed for Dooble Sanny's shop, making a half circuit of the town to avoid the chance of being seen by Granny or Betty. Having given due warning before, he found the brown paper parcel ready for him, and carried it off in fearful triumph. He joined Shargar in safety, and they set out on their journey as rich and happy a pair of tramps as ever tramped, having 6 weeks of their own in their pockets to spend and not spare. A hearty welcome awaited them, and they were soon revelling in the glories of the place, the first instalment of which was in the shape of curds and cream, with oat cake and butter, as much as they liked. After this they would, even to it like French falconers with their kite, for the wind had been blowing bravely all the morning, having business to do with the harvest. The season of stubble not yet arrived, they were limited to the pasturage and moorland, which, however, large as their kite was, were spacious enough. Slowly the great-headed creature arose from the hands of Shargar, and ascended about 20 feet, when, as if seized with a sudden fit of wrath or fierce indignation, it turned right round and dashed itself with headlong fury to the earth, as if sooner than submit to such influences a moment longer, it would beat out its brains at once. "It has not half tail enough," cried Robert. "It's queer 'at things will not go on up on holding them down. Put a good handful of clover, Shargar. She's had her fall, and noo she'll go on up all right. She's none the waur of it." Upon the next attempt the kite rose triumphantly, but just as it reached the length of the string, it shot into a faster current of air, and Robert found himself first dragged along in spite of his efforts, and then lifted from his feet. After carrying him a few yards, the dragon broke its string, dropped him in a ditch, and drifting away, went fluttering and waggling downwards in the distance. "Look whaur she gangs, Shargar," cried Robert from the ditch. Experience coming to his aid, Shargar took landmarks of the direction in which it went, and ere long they found it with its tail entangled in the topmost branches of a hawthorn tree, and its head beating the ground at its foot. It was at once agreed that they would not fly it again till they got some stronger string. Having heard the adventure, Mr. Lammie produced a shilling from the pocket of his corduroys, and gave it to Robert to spend upon the needful string. He resolved to go to the town the next morning, and make a grand purchase of the same. During the afternoon he roamed about the farm with his hands in his pockets, revolving, if not many memories, yet many questions, while Shargar followed like a pup at the heels of Miss Lammie, to whom, during his former visit, he had become greatly attached. In the evening, resolved to make a confidant of Mr. Lammie, and indeed to cast himself upon the kindness of the household generally, Robert went up to his room to release his violin from its prison of brown paper. What was his dismay to find, not his bonny leddy, but her poor cousin, the shoemaker's old wife. It was too bad. Dooble Sanny indeed. He first stared, then went into a rage, and then came out of it to go into a resolution. He replaced the unwelcome fiddle in the parcel, and came downstairs gloomy and still wrathful, but silent. The evening passed over, and the inhabitants of the farmhouse went early to bed. Robert tossed about, fuming on his. He had not undressed. About 11 o'clock, after all had been still for more than an hour, he took his shoes in one hand and the brown parcel in the other, and descending the stairs like a thief, undid the quiet wooden bar that secured the door, and let himself out. All was darkness, for the moon was not yet up, and he felt a strange sensation of ghostliness in himself, awake and out of doors, when he ought to be asleep and unconscious in bed. He had never been out so late before, and felt as if walking in the region of the dead, existing when and where he had no business to exist. For it was the time nature kept for her own quiet, and having once put her children to bed, hidden them away with the world wiped out of them, enclosed them in her ebony box, as George Herbert says, she did not expect to have her hours of undress and meditation intruded upon by a venturesome schoolboy. Yet she let him pass. He put on his shoes and hurried to the road. He heard a horse stamp in the stable, and saw a cat dart across the cornyard as he went through. These were all the signs of life about the place. It was a cloudy night and still. Nothing was to be heard but his own footsteps. The cattle in the fields were all asleep. The larch and spruce trees on the top of the hill by the foot of which his road wound were still as clouds. He could just see the sky through their stems. It was washed with the faintest of light, for the moon, far below, was yet climbing towards the horizon. A star or two sparkled where the clouds broke, but so little light was there that, until he had passed a moorland on the hill, he could not get the horror of moss holes and deep springs covered with treacherous green out of his head. But he never thought of turning. When the fears of the way at length fell back and allowed his own thoughts to rise, the sense of a presence, or of something that might grow to a presence, was the first to awaken him. The stillness seemed to be thinking all around his head. But the way grew so dark where it lay through a corner of the pine wood, that he had to feel the edge of the road with his foot to make sure that he was keeping upon it, and the sense of the silence vanished. Then he passed a farm, and the motions of horses came through the dark, and a doubtful crow from a young inexperienced cock, who did not yet know the moon from the sun. Then a sleepy low in his ears startled him, and made him quicken his pace involuntarily. By the time he reached Rothieden, all the lights were out, and this was just what he wanted. The economy of Dooble Sanny's abode was this: the outer door was always left on the latch at night, because several families lived in the house. The shoemaker's workshop opened from the passage close to the outer door, therefore its door was locked, but the key hung on a nail just inside the shoemaker's bedroom. All this Robert knew. Arrived at the house, he lifted the latch, closed the door behind him, took off his shoes once more like a housebreaker, as indeed he was, although a righteous one, and felt his way to and up the stair to the bedroom. There was a sound of snoring within. The door was a little ajar. He reached the key and descended, his heart beating more and more wildly as he approached the realization of his hopes. Gently as he could, he turned it in the lock. In a moment more he had his hands on the spot where the shoemaker always laid his violin, but his heart sank within him. There was no violin there. A blank of dismay held him both motionless and thoughtless. Nor had he recovered his senses before he heard footsteps, which he well knew, approaching in the street. He slunk at once into a corner. Elshender entered, feeling his way carefully, and muttering at his wife. He was tipsy, most likely, but that had never yet interfered with the safety of his fiddle. Robert heard its faint echo as he laid it gently down, nor was he too tipsy to lock the door behind him, leaving Robert incarcerated amongst the old boots and leather and rosin. For one moment only did the boy's heart fail him. The next he was in action, for a happy thought had already struck him. Hastily, that he might forestall sleep in the brain of the shoemaker, he undid his parcel, and after carefully enveloping his own violin in the paper, took the old wife of the shoemaker and proceeded to perform upon her a trick which in a merry moment his master had taught him, and which, not without some feeling of irreverence, he had occasionally practised upon his own bonny laddie. The shoemaker's room was overhead. Its thin floor of planks was the ceiling of the workshop. Ere Dooble Sanny was well laid by the side of his sleeping wife, he heard a frightful sound from below, as of some one tearing his beloved violin to pieces. No sound of rending coffin planks or rising dead would have been so horrible in the ears of the shoemaker. He sprang from his bed with a haste that shook the crazy tenement to its foundation. The moment Robert heard that, he put the violin in its place, and took his station by the door-check. The shoemaker came tumbling down the stair, and rushed at the door, but found that he had to go back for the key. When, with uncertain hand, he had opened at length, he went straight to the nest of his treasure, and Robert, slipping out noiselessly, was in the next street before Dooble Sanny, having found the fiddle uninjured, and not discovering the substitution, had finished concluding that the whisky in his imagination had played him a very discourteous trick between them, and retired once more to bed. And not till Robert had cut his foot badly with a piece of glass did he discover that he had left his shoes behind him. He tied it up with his handkerchief, and limped home the 3 miles, too happy to think of consequences. Before he had gone far, the moon floated up on the horizon, large and shaped like the broadside of a barrel. She stared at him in amazement to see him out at such a time of the night, but he grasped his violin and went on. He had no fear now, even when he passed again over the desolate moss, although he saw the stagnant pools glimmering about him in the moonlight. And ever after this he had a fancy for roaming at night. He reached home in safety, found the door as he had left it, and ascended to his bed, triumphant in his fiddle. In the morning, bloody prints were discovered on the stair, and traced to the door of his room. Miss Lammie entered in some alarm, and found him fast asleep on his bed, still dressed, with the brown paper parcel in his arms, and one of his feet evidently enough the source of the frightful stain. She was too kind to wake him, and inquiry was postponed till they met at breakfast, to which he descended barefooted, save for a handkerchief on the injured foot. "Robert, my lad," said Mr. Lammie kindly, "hoo came ye by that bloody foot?" Robert began the story, and, guided by a few questions from his host, at length told the tale of the violin from beginning to end, omitting only his adventure in the factory. Many a guffaw from Mr. Lammie greeted its progress, and Miss Lammie laughed till the tears rolled unheeded down her cheeks, especially when Shargar, emboldened by the admiration Robert had awakened, imparted his private share in the comedy, namely the entombment of Boston in a fifthfold state, for the Lammies were none of the unco good to be censorious upon such exploits. The whole business advanced the boys in favour at Bodyfauld, and the entreaties of Robert that nothing should reach his grandmother's ears were entirely unnecessary. After breakfast, Miss Lammie dressed the wounded foot. But what was to be done for shoes? For Robert's Sunday pair had been left at home. Under ordinary circumstances it would have been no great hardship to him to go barefoot for the rest of the autumn, but the cut was rather a serious one, so his feet were cased in a pair of Mr. Lammie's Sunday boots, which, from their size, made it so difficult for him to get along, that he did not go far from the doors, but revelled in the company of his violin in the cornyard, amongst last year's ricks, in the barn, and in the hayloft, playing all the tunes he knew, and trying over one or two more from a very dirty old book of Scotch airs which his teacher had lent him. In the evening, as they sat together after supper, Mr. Lammie said, "Weel, Robert, hoo's the fiddle?" "Fine, I thank ye, sir," answered Robert. "Let's hear what ye can do with it." Robert fetched the instrument and complied. "That's no that ill," remarked the farmer. "But, man, ye should have heard your grandfather handle the bow. That was something to hear. Once in a body's life. Ye would have just thought the strings had been drawn from his own inside, he kent them so weel, and handled them so fine. He just felt them, like, with his fingers through the bow and the horsehair and all the time he was drawing the sound like the soul from them, and they just did onything 'at he likit. To hear him play the Flowers of the Forest would have garred ye great." "Could my father play?" asked Robert. "Ay, well enough for him. He could do onything he likit to try better nor middlin'. I never saw such a man. He played upon the bagpipes and the flute and the bugle, and I kenna what all, but altogether they came nae within sight of his father upon the old fiddle. Let's have a look at her." He took the instrument in his hands reverently, turned it over and over, and said, Ay, it's the same old mull, and I wot it ground bonny meal. That smart cratur noo 'ill be worth 100 pounds, I warrant," he added, as he restored it carefully into Robert's hands, to whom it was honey and spice to hear his bonny lady paid her due honours. "Can ye play the Flowers of the Forest noo?" he added yet again. "Ay, can I," answered Robert with some pride, and laid the bow on the violin, and played the air through without blundering a single note. "Weel, that's verra weel," said Mr. Lammie, "but it's nae more like as your grandfather played it than gin there were two sawyers at it, one at ilka lug o' the bow wi' the fiddle atween them in a saw pit." Robert's heart sank within him, but Mr. Lammie went on. "To hear the bow cooing and wailing and grating o'er the strings would have just garred ye see the lands of broad Scotland, with all the lassies greeting for the lads that lay upon Red Flodden side. Lasses to cut, and lasses to gather, and lasses to bind, and lasses to stook, and lasses to lead, and noo a lad among them all. It's just a morning of women doing men's work as well as their own, for the men that should have been there to do it, and I warrant ye no word to the exceptional over-all lad that did not go on with the rest. Robert had not hitherto understood it, this wail of a pastoral and ploughing people over those who had left their side to return no more from the field of battle. But Mr. Lammie's description of his grandfather's rendering laid hold of his heart. I would rather be groten for nor kissed, he said, simply. Hold ye to that, my lad, returned Mr. Lammie. Let the lassies greet for ye, gin they like, but hold oot or from the kissin'. I would not mell with it. Hoot, father, dinna put such nonsense in the bairns' heads, said Miss Lammie. Whilk's the nonsense, Aggie? asked her father slyly. But I doot, he added, he'll never play the floors of the forest as it suld be played, till he's had a taste of the kissin', lass. Weel, it's a queer instructor of youth, 'at says and onsays in the same breath. Never ye mind, I have not contradicted myself yet, for I have said nothing. But Robert, my man, ye maun pit more soul into your fiddlin'. Ye cannot play the fiddle till ye can gar it great. It's unco ready to that of its own self, and it's my opinion that there's no another instrument but the fiddle fit to play the floors of the forest upon, for that very reason in all his Majesty's dominions. My father played the fiddle, but no like your grandfather. Robert was silent. He spent the whole of the next morning in reiterated attempts to alter his style of playing the air in question, but in vain. As far at least as any satisfaction to himself was the result. He laid the instrument down in despair, and sat for an hour disconsolate upon the bedside. His visit had not as yet been at all so fertile in pleasure as he had anticipated. He could not fly his kite. He could not walk. He had lost his shoes. Mr. Lammie had not approved of his playing, and, although he had his will of the fiddle, he could not get his will out of it. He could never play so as to please Miss St. John. Nothing but manly pride kept him from crying. He was sorely disappointed and dissatisfied, and the world might be dreary even at Bodyfauld. Few men can wait upon the bright day in the midst of the dull one, nor can many men even wait for it. End chapter 19. Book 1, Chapter 20 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 20. Jessie Hewson. The wound on Robert's foot festered, and had not yet healed when the sickle was first put to the barley. He hobbled out, however, to the reapers, for he could not bear to be left alone with his violin, so dreadfully oppressive was the knowledge that he could not use it after its nature. He began to think whether his incapacity was not a judgment upon him for taking it away from the shoemaker, who could do so much more with it, and to whom, consequently, it was so much more valuable. The pain in his foot, likewise, had been very depressing, and but for the kindness of his friends, especially of Miss Lammie, he would have been altogether a weary wight forlorn. Shargar was happier than ever he had been in his life. His white face hung on Miss Lammie's looks, and haunted her steps from storeroom to milk-house, and from milk-house to Chessel, surmounted by the glory of his red hair, which a farm servant declared he had once mistaken for a wind-bush on fire. This day she had gone to the field to see the first handful of barley cut, and Shargar was there, of course. It was a glorious day of blue and gold, with just wind enough to set the barley heads a-talking. But whether from the heat of the sun, or the pain of his foot operating on the general discouragement under which he laboured, Robert turned faint all at once, and dragged himself away to a cottage on the edge of the field. It was the dwelling of a cotter, whose family had been settled upon the farm of Bodyfauld from time immemorial. They were, indeed, like other cotters, a kind of feudal dependents, occupying an acre or two of the land, in return for which they performed certain stipulated labour, called cotter work. The greater part of the family was employed in the work of the farm, at the regular wages. Alas for Scotland that such families are now to seek! Would that the parliaments of our country held such a proportion of noble-minded men as was once to be found in the clay huts on a hillside, or grouped about a central farm. Huts whose wretched look would move the pity of many a man as inferior to their occupants as a King Charles's lapdog is to a shepherd's collie. The utensils of their life were mean enough. The life itself was often elixir vitae, a true family life, looking up to the high, divine life. But well for the world that such life has been scattered over it, east and west, the seed of fresh growth in new lands. Out of offence to the individual, God brings good to the whole, for he pets no nation, but trains it for the perfect globular life of all nations, of his world, of his universe. As he makes families mingle to redeem each from its family selfishness, so will he make nations mingle, and love, and correct, and reform, and develop each other, till the planet world shall go singing through space one harmony to the God of the whole earth. The excellence must vanish from one portion, that it may be diffused through the whole. The seed ripens on one favoured mound, and is scattered over the plain. We console ourselves with the higher thought that, if Scotland is worse, the world is better. Yea, even they by whom the offence came, and who have first to reap the woe of that offence, because they did the will of God to satisfy their own avarice, and laying land to land, and house to house, shall not reap their punishment in having their own will, and standing therefore alone in the earth when the good of their evil deeds returns upon it. But the tears of men that ascend to heaven in the heat of their burning dwellings shall descend in the dew of blessing even on the hearts of them that kindled the fire. Something too much of this. Robert lifted the latch and walked into the cottage. It was not quite so strange to him as it would be to most of my readers. Still, he had not been in such a place before. A girl who was stooping by the small peat fire on the hearth looked up, and seeing that he was lame, came across the heights and hollows of the clay floor to meet him. Robert spoke so faintly that she could not hear. "What's your wull?" she asked, then changing her tone. "You're no weel," she said, "but come in to the fire, take a hold of me, and come your ways boot." She was a pretty, indeed graceful girl of about 18, with the elasticity rather than undulation of movement which distinguishes the peasant from the city girl. She led him to the ear of the chimney, carefully levelled a wooden chair to the inequalities of the floor, and said, "Sit ye doon. Will I fess a drappy of milk?" "Give me a drink of water, gin ye please," said Robert. She brought it. He drank and felt better. A baby woke in a cradle on the other side of the fire and began to cry. The girl went and took him up, and then Robert saw what she was like. Light brown hair clustered about a delicately coloured face and hazel eyes. Later in the harvest her cheeks would be ruddy. Now they were peach-coloured. A white neck rose above a pink print jacket called a wrapper, and the rest of her visible dress was a blue petticoat. She ended in pretty brown bare feet. Robert liked her and began to talk. If his imagination had not been already filled, he would have fallen in love with her, I dare say at once, for except Miss St. John, he had never seen anything he thought so beautiful. The baby cried now and then. "What ails the bairnie?" he asked. "Ow, it's just cutting its teeth. Gin it grates muckle, I maun just take it oot to my mother. She'll soon quiet it. Are ye haudin' better?" "Hoot ay, I'm a' richt noo. Is yer mother shearin'?" "Na, she's gatherin'. The shearin's some sore work for her e'en now. I should hae been shearin', but my mother would fain hae a day o' the harvest. She thought it would do her good. But I'se warrant a day of it'll satisfy her, and I'se be at it i' the morn. She's been unco ailin' all the summer, and so has the bairnie. Ye maun hae had a sore time of it, then." "Ay, some. But I got some sleep. I just took the string unto the bed with me, and when the bairnie grat, I woke it and rocked it till it fall asleep again. But whiles nothing would do but take him till his mammie." All the time she was hushing and fondling the child, who went on fretting, when not actually crying. "Is he your brother, then?" asked Robert. Ay, what other? I maun take him, I see. But ye can sit here as long as ye like, and gin ye gang afore I come back, just turn the key in the door to let onybody know that there's nobody in the hoose.' Robert thanked her, and remained in the shadow by the chimney, which was formed of two smoke-brown planks fastened up the wall, one on each side of an inverted wooden funnel above to conduct the smoke through the roof. He sat for some time gloomily gazing at a spot of sunlight which burned on the brown clay floor. All was still as death, and he felt the whitewashed walls even more desolate than if they had been smoke begrimed. Looking about him, he found over his head something which he did not understand. It was as big as the stump of a great tree. Apparently it belonged to the structure of the cottage, but he could not, in the imperfect light and the dazzling of the sunspot at which he had been staring, make out what it was or how it came to be up there, unsupported as far as he could see. He rose to examine it, lifted a bit of tarpaulin which hung before it, and found a rickety box suspended by a rope from a great nail in the wall. It had two shelves in it full of books. Now, although there were more books in Mr. Lammie's house than in his grandmother's, the only one he had found that in the least enticed him to read was a translation of George Buchanan's History of Scotland. This he had begun to read faithfully, believing every word of it, but had at last broken down at the 50th king or so. Imagine then the moon that arose on the boy when, having pulled a ragged and thumb-worn book from among those of James Hewson, the cotter, he for the first time found himself in the midst of the Arabian Nights. I shrink from all attempt to set forth in words the rainbow-coloured delight that coruscated in his brain. When Jessie Hewson returned, she found him seated where she had left him, so buried in his volume that he did not lift his head when she entered. 'Ye have gotten a book,' she said. 'Ay, have I,' answered Robert decisively. 'It's a fine book, that. Did you ever see it before?' 'Na, never.' 'There's 3 volumes of it aboot here and there,' said Jessie, and with the child on one arm, she proceeded with the other hand to search for them on the top of the wall where the rafters rest. There she found 2 or 3 books, which, after examining them, she placed on the dresser beside Robert. 'There's none of them there,' she said, 'but maybe you would like to look at that uns.' Robert thanked her, but was too busy to feel the least curiosity about any book in the world but the one he was reading. He read on, heart and soul and mind absorbed in the marvels of the Eastern Skald, the stories told in the streets of Cairo, amidst gorgeous costumes and camels, and white-veiled women, vibrating here in the heart of a Scotch boy, in the darkest corner of a mud cottage, at the foot of a hill of cold-loving pines, with a barefoot girl and a baby for his companion. But the pleasure he had been having was of a sort rather to expedite than to delay the subjective arrival of dinner time. There was, however, happily, no occasion to go home in order to appease his hunger. He had but to join the men and women in the barley field. There was sure to be enough, for Miss Lammie was at the head of the commissariat. When he had had as much milk porridge as he could eat, and a good slice of cheese, with a wooden bowl of ale, all of which he consumed as if the good of them lay in the haste of their appropriation, he hurried back to the cottage, and sat there reading the Arabian Nights, till the sun went down in the orange-hued west, and the gloamin' came, and with it the reapers, John and Elspeth Hewson, and their son George, to their supper and early bed. John was a cheerful, rough, Roman-nosed, black-eyed man, who took snuff largely, and was not careful to remove the traces of the habit. He had a loud voice, and an original way of regarding things, which, with his vivacity, made every remark sound like the proclamation of a discovery. 'Are you there, Robert?' said he, as he entered. Robert rose, absorbed and silent. 'He's been here all day reading like a colliginer,' said Jessie. 'What are you reading sae diligent, man?' asked John. 'A book of stories here,' answered Robert carelessly, shy of being supposed so much engrossed with them as he really was. I should never expect much of a young poet who was not rather ashamed of the distinction which yet he chiefly coveted. There is a modesty in all young delight. It is wild and shy, and would hide itself like a boy's or maiden's first love from the gaze of the people. Something like this was Robert's feeling over the Arabian Nights. "Ay," said John, taking snuff from a small bone spoon, "it's a grand book that. But my son Charlie, him 'at's dead and gone home, would have tellt ye it was idle time reading that, with such a book as that either lying at your elbuck." He pointed to one of the books Jessie had taken, and laid down beside him on the well-scoured dresser. Robert took up the volume and opened it. There was no title page. "The Tempest," he said. "What is it? Poetry?" "Ay, is it? It's Shakespeare." "I have heard of him," said Robert. "What was he?" "A player kind of a chield, with an uncle's sight of brains," answered John. "He couldna have had muckle time to go on skelping and sorning aboot the country like most o' the cattle, gin he wrote all that, I'm thinking." "Whaur did he bide?" "Awa' in England, maistly aboot Lonnon, I'm thinking. There's the place for a' by ordinary folk, they tell me." "Hoo lang is it sin he died?" "I dinna ken. 100 year or twa, I'se warrant. It's a lang time. But I'm thinking folk then was just something like what they are noo. But I ken unco little aboot him, for the prent's some smart, and I'm some ill for losing my characters, and so I dinna win that far ben with him. Geordie there'll tell ye more aboot him." But George Hewson had not much to communicate, for he had but lately landed in Shakespeare's country, and had got but a little way inland yet. Nor did Robert much care, for his head was full of the Arabian Nights. This, however, was his first introduction to Shakespeare. Finding himself much at home, he stopped yet a while, shared in the supper, and resumed his seat in the corner when the book was brought out for worship. The iron lamp, with its wick of rush pith, which hung against the side of the chimney, was lighted, and John sat down to read. But as his eyes, and the print too, had grown a little dim with years, the lamp was not enough, and he asked for a fir candle. A splint of fir dug from the peat bog was handed to him. He lighted it at the lamp, and held it in his hand over the page. Its clear resinous flame enabled him to read a short psalm. Then they sang a most wailful tune, and John prayed. If I were to give the prayer as he uttered it, I might make my reader laugh. Therefore I abstain, assuring him only that, although full of long words, amongst the rest, aspiration and ravishment, the prayer of the cheerful, joke-loving cotter contained evidence of a degree of religious development rare, I doubt, among bishops. When Robert left the cottage, he found the sky partly clouded and the air cold. The nearest way home was across the barley stubble of the day's reaping, which lay under a little hill covered with various species of the pine. His own soul, after the restful day he had spent, and under the reaction from the new excitement of the stories he had been reading, was like a quiet moonless night. The thought of his mother came back upon him, and her written words, "O Lord, my heart is very sore," and the thought of his father followed that, and he limped slowly home, laden with mournfulness. As he reached the middle of the field, the wind was suddenly there with a low sough from out of the north-west. The heads of barley in the sheaves leaned away with a soft rustling from before it, and Robert felt for the first time the sadness of a harvest field. Then the wind swept away to the pine-covered hill, and raised a rushing and a wailing amongst its thin-clad branches, and to the ear of Robert the trees were singing over again, in their night solitudes, the air sung by the cotter's family. When he looked to the north-west, whence the wind came, he saw nothing but a pale cleft in the sky. The meaning, the music of the night awoke in his soul. He forgot his lame foot and the weight of Mr. Lammie's great boots, ran home and up the stair to his own room, seized his violin with eager haste, nor laid it down again till he could draw from it, at will, a sound like the moaning of the wind over the stubble-field. Then he knew that he could play the flowers of the forest. The wind that shakes the barley cannot have been named from the barley after it was cut, but while it stood in the field. The flowers of the forest was of the gathered harvest. He tried the air once over in the dark, and then carried his violin down to the room where Mr. and Miss Lammie sat. "I think I can play it noo, Mr. Lammie," he said abruptly. "Play what, callant?" asked his host. "The flowers of the forest." "Play away, then." And Robert played. Not so well as he had hoped. I dare say it was a humble enough performance, but he gave something at least of the expression Mr. Lammie desired, for the moment the tune was over, he exclaimed, "Weel done, Robert, man. You'll be a fiddler some day yet." And Robert was well satisfied with the praise. "I wish your mother had been alive," the farmer went on. "She would have been real prood to hear ye play like that. She likit the fiddle weel. And she could play bonny upon the piano hersel. It was something to hear the twa of them playing together, him on the fiddle, that verra fiddle of his father's 'at ye have in your hand, and her on the piano. But she was a bonny woman as ever I saw, and that quiet. It's my belief she never thought aboot her own beauty from week's end to week's end, and that's no saying little, is it, Aggie?" "I never pretended ony right to think about such," returned Miss Lammie with a mild indignation. "That's right, lass. Od, ye're aye in the right, though I say it at sudna." Miss Lammie must indeed have been good-natured to answer only with a genuine laugh. Shargar looked explosive with anger, but Robert would fain hear more of his mother. "What was my mother like, Mr. Lammie?" he asked. My man, ye should have seen her upon a bonny bay mare that your father gave her. Faith, she sat as straight as a rash, with just a hin in the head of her, like the head of a halm of wild oats." "My father was not that ill till her, then," suggested Robert. "Wha ever daured say such a thing?" returned Mr. Lammie, but in a tone so far from satisfactory to Robert that he inquired no more in that direction. I need hardly say that from that night Robert was more than ever diligent with his violin. Chapter 20. Book 1, Chapter 21 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 21. The Dragon. Next day his foot was so much better that he sent Shargar to Rothieden to buy the string, taking with him Robert's school bag in which to carry off his Sunday shoes. For as to those left at Dooble Sanny's, they judged it unsafe to go in quest of them. The shoemaker could hardly be in a humour fit to be intruded upon. Having procured the string, Shargar went to Mrs. Falconer's. Anxious not to encounter her, but, if possible, to bug the boots quietly, he opened the door, peeped in, and seeing no one, made his way towards the kitchen. He was arrested, however, as he crossed the passage, by the voice of Mrs. Falconer calling, "What's that?" There she was at the parlour door. It paralysed him. His first impulse was to make a rush and escape. But the boots, he could not go without at least an attempt upon them. So he turned and faced her with inward trembling. "What's that?" repeated the old lady, regarding him fixedly. "Ow, it's you. What does ye want? You cam not to see me, I'm thinking. What have ye in that bag?" "I came to buy twine for the dragon," answered Shargar. "Ye had twine enough afore. It broke. It was not strong enough. Whaur got ye the siller to buy more? Let's see it." Shargar took the string from the bag. "Sich a sight of twine. What paid ye for it?" "A shillin'." "Whaur got ye the shillin'?" "Mr. Lammie gae it to Robert." "I will not have ye take siller from nobody. It's ill manners." "Hae," said the old lady, putting her hand in her pocket and taking out a shilling. "Hae," she said. "Give Mr. Lammie back his shilling, and tell him I would not have ye learn sich ill customs as take silver. It's enough to go on exacting free quarters as ye do, on begging for siller. Are they all weel?" "Ay, brawly," answered Shargar, putting the shilling in his pocket. In another moment Shargar had, without a word of adieu, embezzled the shoes, and escaped from the house without seeing Betty. He went straight to the shop he had just left, and bought another shilling's worth of string. When he got home, he concealed nothing from Robert, whom he found seated in the barn, with his fiddle, waiting his return. Robert started to his feet. He could appropriate his grandfather's violin, to which, possibly, he might have shown as good a right as his grandmother. Certainly his grandfather would have accorded it him, but her money was sacred. "Shargar, ye vratch," he cried, "fess that shillin' here directly. Take the twine with ye, and gar them give ye back the shillin'." "They would not break the bargain," cried Shargar, beginning almost to whimper, for a savoury smell of dinner was coming across the yard. "Tell them it's stone siller, and they'll be in hot wather aboot it gin they dinna give it ye back." "I maun hae my dinner first," remonstrated Shargar. But the spirit of his grandmother was strong in Robert, and in a matter of rectitude there must be no temporizing. Therein he could be as tyrannical as the old lady herself. "De'il a bite or a sup's gaun ower your thrapple till I see that shillin'." There was no help for it. 6 hungry miles must be trudged by Shargar ere he got a morsel to eat. 2 hours and a half passed before he reappeared. But he brought the shilling. As to how he recovered it, Robert questioned him in vain. Shargar, in his turn, was obstinate. "She's a some unmanageable wife, that grannie o' yours," said Mr. Lammie, when Robert returned the shilling with Mrs. Falconer's message. "But I reckon I maun put it in my pooch, for she will have her own gait, and I dinna want to strive with her. But gin ony o' ye be in want of shillin' ony day, lads, as long as I'm aboon the yard, this on'll be grown twa, or maybe more, given that time." So saying, the farmer put the shilling into his pocket and buttoned it up. The dragon flew splendidly now, and its strength was mighty. It was Robert's custom to drive a stake into the ground, slanting against the wind, and thereby tether the animal, as if it were up there grazing in its own natural region. Then he would lie down by the stake and read the Arabian Nights, every now and then casting a glance upward at the creature alone in the waste air, yet all in his power by the string at his side. Somehow the high-flown dragon was a bond between him and the blue. He seemed nearer to the sky while it flew, or at least the heavens seemed less far away and inaccessible. While he lay there gazing, all at once he would find that his soul was up with the dragon, feeling as it felt, tossing about with it in the torrents of the air. Out at his eyes it would go, traverse the dim stareless space, and sport with the wind-blown monster. Sometimes, to aid his aspiration, he would take a bit of paper, make a hole in it, pass the end of the string through the hole, and send the messenger scudding along the line athwart the depth of the wind. If it stuck by the way, he would get a telescope of Mr. Lammie's, and therewith watch it struggle till it broke loose, then follow it careering up to the kite. Away with each successive paper his imagination would fly, and a sense of air and height and freedom settled from his play into his very soul, a germ to sprout hereafter and enrich the forms of his aspirations. And all his after memories of kite flying were mingled with pictures of eastern magnificence. Far from the airy height of the dragon, his eyes always came down upon the enchanted pages of John Hewson's book. Sometimes again he would throw down his book, and sitting up with his back against the stake, lift his bonny leddy from his side, and play as he had never played in Rothieden, playing to the dragon aloft, to keep him strong in his soaring, and fierce in his battling with the winds of heaven. Then he fancied that the monster swooped and swept in arcs, and swayed, curving to and fro, in rhythmic response to the music floating up through the wind. What a full globated symbolism lay then around the heart of the boy in his book, his violin, his kite. End chapter 21. Book 1, Chapter 22 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 22. Dr. Anderson. One afternoon, as they were sitting at their tea, a footstep in the garden approached the house, and then a figure passed the window. Mr. Lammie started to his feet. "Bless my soul, Aggie, that's Anderson!" he cried, and hurried to the door. His daughter followed. The boys kept their seats. A loud and hearty salutation reached their ears, but the voice of the farmer was all they heard. Presently he returned, bringing with him the tallest and slenderest man Robert had ever seen. He was considerably over 6 feet, with a small head and delicate if not fine features, a gentle look in his blue eyes, and a slow, clear voice, which sounded as if it were thinking about every word it uttered. The hot sun of India seemed to have burned out everything self-assertive, leaving him quietly and rather sadly contemplative. Come in, repeated Mr. Lammie, overflowing with glad welcome. What'll ye ha'? That's a friend of your own, he continued, pointing to Robert, and a fine lad. Then, lowering his voice, he added, a son of poor Andrew's, ye ken, doctor. The boys rose, and Dr. Anderson, stretching his long arms across the table, shook hands kindly with Robert and Shargar. Then he sat down and began to help himself to the cakes, oat cake, at which Robert wondered, seeing there was white bread on the table. Miss Lammie presently came in with the teapot and some additional dainties, and the boys took the opportunity of beginning at the beginning again. Dr. Anderson remained for a few days at Bodyfauld, sending Shargar to Rothieden for some necessaries from the Boar's Head, where he had left his servant and luggage. During this time Mr. Lammie was much occupied with his farm affairs, anxious to get his harvest in as quickly as possible, because a change of weather was to be dreaded, so the doctor was left a good deal to himself. He was fond of wandering about, but, thoughtful as he was, did not object to the companionship which Robert implicitly offered him. Before many hours were over, the two were friends. Various things attracted Robert to the doctor. First, he was a relation of his own, older than himself, the first he had known except his father, and Robert's heart was one of the most dutiful. Second, or perhaps I ought to have put this first, he was the only gentleman, except Ericson, whose acquaintance he had yet made. Third, he was kind to him, and gentle to him, and above all, respectful to him, and to be respected was a new sensation to Robert altogether. And lastly, he could tell stories of elephants and tiger hunts and all the Arabian Nights of India. He did not volunteer much talk, but Robert soon found that he could draw him out. But what attracted the man to the boy? Ah, Robert, said the doctor one day sadly, it's a sore thing to come home after being 30 years away. He looked up at the sky, then all round at the hills. The face of nature alone remained the same. Then his glance fell on Robert, and he saw a pair of black eyes looking up at him, brimful of tears, and thus the man was drawn to the boy. Robert worshipped Dr. Anderson. As long as he remained their visitor, kite and violin and all were forgotten, and he followed him like a dog. To have such a gentleman for a relation was grand indeed. What could he do for him? He ministered to him in all manner of trifles, a little to the amusement of Dr. Anderson, but more to his pleasure, for he saw that the boy was both large-hearted and lowly-minded. Dr. Anderson had learned to read character, else he would never have been the honour to his profession that he was. But all the time Robert could not get him to speak about his father. He steadily avoided the subject. When he went away, the two boys walked with him to the Boar's Head, caught a glimpse of his Hindoo attendant, much to their wonderment, received from the doctor a sovereign apiece and a kind good-bye, and returned to Bodyfauld. Dr. Anderson remained a few days longer at Rothieden, and amongst others visited Mrs. Falconer, who was his first cousin. What passed between them Robert never heard, nor did his grandmother even allude to the visit. He went by the mail coach from Rothieden to Aberdeen, and whether he should ever see him again, Robert did not know. He flew his kite no more for a while, but betook himself to the work of the harvest field, in which he was now able for a share, but his violin was no longer neglected. Day after day passed in the delights of labour, broken for Robert by the Arabian Nights and the violin, and for Shargar by attendance upon Miss Lammie, till the fields lay bare of their harvest, and the night wind of autumn moaned everywhere over the vanished glory of the country, and it was time to go back to school. End Chapter 22. Book 1, Chapter 23 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. An Auto da Fe. The morning at length arrived when Robert and Shargar must return to Rothieden. A keen autumnal wind was blowing far off feathery clouds across a sky of pale blue. The cold freshened the spirits of the boys, and tightened their nerves and muscles till they were like bowstrings. No doubt the winter was coming, but the sun, although his day's work was short and slack, was still as clear as ever. So gladsome was the world that the boys received the day as a fresh holiday, and strenuously forgot to-morrow. The wind blew straight from Rothieden, and between sun and wind a bright thought awoke in Robert. The dragon should not be carried. He should fly home. After they had said farewell, in which Shargar seemed to suffer more than Robert, and had turned the corner of the stables, they heard the good farmer shouting after them, "There'll be another harse neist year, boys," which wonderfully restored their spirits. When they reached the open road, Robert laid his violin carefully into a broom bush. Then the tail was unrolled, and the dragon ascended steady as an angel whose work is done. Shargar took the stick at the end of the string, and Robert resumed his violin. But the creature was hard to lead in such a wind, so they made a loop on the string and passed it round Shargar's chest, and he tugged the dragon home. Robert longed to take his share in the struggle, but he could not trust his violin to Shargar, and so had to walk beside ingloriously. On the way they laid their plans for the accommodation of the dragon. But the violin was the greater difficulty. Robert would not hear of the factory, for reasons best known to himself, and there were serious objections to taking it to Dooble Sanny. It was resolved that the only way was to seize the right moment and creep upstairs with it, before presenting themselves to Mrs. Falconer. Their intended manoeuvres with the kite would favour the concealment of this stroke. Before they entered the town, they drew in the kite a little way, and cut off a dozen yards of the string, which Robert put in his pocket with a stone tied to the end. When they reached the house, Shargar went into the little garden, and tied the string of the kite to the paling between that and Captain Forsyth's. Robert opened the street door, and having turned his head on all sides like a thief, darted with his violin up the stairs. Having laid his treasure in one of the presses in Shargar's garret, he went to his own, and from the skylight threw the stone down into the captain's garden, fastening the other end of the string to the bedstead. Escaping as cautiously as he had entered, he passed hurriedly into the neighbour's garden, found the stone, and joined Shargar. The ends were soon united, and the kite let go. It sunk for a moment, then, arrested by the bedstead, towered again to its former pride of place, sailing over Rothieden, grand and unconcerned in the wastes of air. But the end of its tether was in Robert's garret, and that was to him a sense of power, a thought of glad mystery. There was henceforth, while the dragon flew, a relation between the desolate little chamber in that lowly house, buried among so many more aspiring abodes, and the unmeasured depths and spaces, the stars, and the unknown heavens. And in the next chamber lay the fiddle, free once more, yet another tragical power whereby his spirit could forsake the earth and mount heavenwards. All that night, all the next day, all the next night, the dragon flew. Not one smile broke over the face of the old lady as she received them. Was it because she did not know what acts of disobedience, what breaches of the moral law the two children of possible perdition might have committed while they were beyond her care, and she must not run the risk of smiling upon iniquity? I think it was rather that there was no smile in her religion, which, while it developed the power of a darkened conscience, overlaid and half smothered all the lovelier impulses of her grand nature. How could she smile? Did not the world lie under the wrath and curse of God? Was not her own son in hell for ever? Had not the blood of the Son of God been shed for him in vain? Had not God meant that it should be in vain? For by the gift of his Spirit could he not have enabled him to accept the offered pardon? And for anything she knew, was not Robert going after him to the place of misery? How could she smile? 'Noo be quiet,' she said, the moment she had shaken hands with them, with her cold hands, so clean and soft and smooth. With the volcanic heart of love, her outside was always so still and cold. Snow on the mountain sides, hot, vein covering lava within. For her highest duty was submission to the will of God. Ah, if she had only known the God who claimed her submission! But there is time enough for every heart to know him. 'Noo be quiet,' she repeated, 'and sit doon, and tell me about the folk at Bodyfauld. I hope ye thankit them, or ye left, for their muckle kindness to ye.' The boys were silent. 'Did not ye thank them?' 'No, grannie, I dinna think 'at we did.' 'Weel, that was ill faured o' ye. But the heart is deceitful aboon the thing, and desperately wicked. Who can know it? Come away, come away. Robert, fasten the door.' And she led them to the corner for prayer, and poured forth a confession of sin for them and for herself, such as left little that could have been added by her own profligate son, had he joined in the prayer. Either there are no degrees in guilt, or the Scotch language was equal only to the confession of children and holy women, and could provide no more awful words for the contrition of the prodigal or the hypocrite. But the words did little harm, for Robert's mind was full of the kite and the violin, and was probably nearer God thereby than if he had been trying to feel as wicked as his grandmother told God that he was. Shargar was even more divinely employed at the time than either, for though he had not had the manners to thank his benefactor, his heart had all the way home been full of tender thoughts of Miss Lammie's kindness, and now, instead of confessing sins that were not his, he was loving her over and over, and wishing to be back with her instead of with this awfully good woman, in whose presence there was no peace, for all the atmosphere of silence and calm in which she sat. Confession over, and the boys at liberty again, a new anxiety seized them. Grannie must find out that Robert's shoes were missing, and what account was to be given of the misfortune, for Robert would not or could not lie. In the midst of their discussion, a bright idea flashed upon Shargar, which, however, he kept to himself. He would steal them, and bring them home in triumph, emulating thus Robert's exploit in delivering his bonny lady. The shoemaker sat behind his door to be out of the draught. Shargar might see a great part of the workshop without being seen, and he could pick Robert's shoes from among 100. Probably they lay just where Robert had laid them, for Dooble Sanny paid attention to any job only in proportion to the persecution accompanying it. So the next day Shargar contrived to slip out of school just as the writing lesson began, for he had great skill in conveying himself unseen, and, with his book bag, slunk barefooted into the shoemaker's entry. The shop door was a little way open, and the red eyes of Shargar had only the corner next it to go, peering about in. But there he saw the shoes. He got down on his hands and knees, and crept nearer. Yes, they were beyond a doubt Robert's shoes. He made a long arm like a beast of prey, seized them, and losing his presence of mind upon possession, drew them too hastily towards him. The shoemaker saw them as they vanished through the door, and darted after them. Shargar was off at full speed, and Sandy followed with hue and cry. Every idle person in the street joined in the pursuit, and all who were too busy or too responsible to run crowded to doors and windows. Shargar made instinctively for his mother's old lair, but bethinking himself when he reached the door, he turned, and, knowing nowhere else to go, fled in terror to Mrs. Falconer's, still, however, holding fast by the shoes, for they were Robert's. As Robert came home from school, wondering what could have become of his companion, he saw a crowd about his grandmother's door, and, pushing his way through it in some dismay, found Dooble Sanny and Shargar confronting each other before the stern justice of Mrs. Falconer. 'Ye're a lear!' the shoemaker was panting out. 'I hae not had a pair o' shoon o' Robert's in my han's this 3 month. Thae shoon, Let me see them. Here's Robert himself. Are they shoon yours noo, Robert? Ay, are they? Ye made them yoursel'. Hoo cam they in my shop, than? Spare nae more questions nor's worth answerin', said Robert, with a look meant to be significant. They're my shoon, and I'll keep them. Aiblins ye did not I ken what shoon ye have, or what they came into ye. What for did not Shargar come and spare after them then, in place of making a thief of himself that gait? Ye may hold your tongue, returned Robert, with yet more significance. Was I an idiot? Said Shargar in apologetic reflection, looking awfully white, and afraid to lift an eye to Mrs. Falconer, yet reassured a little by Robert's presence. Some glimmering seemed now to have dawned upon the shoemaker, for he began to prepare a retreat. Meantime Mrs. Falconer sat silent, allowing no word that passed to escape her. She wanted to be at the bottom of the mysterious affair, and therefore held her peace. Weel, I'm sure, Robert, ye never tell't me aboot the shoon, said Alexander. I just take them back with me, and do what's wanted to them. And I'm sorry that I have given ye this trouble, Mistress Falconer, but it was all that fool's wight there. I did not even ken it was him till we were near han the hoose. Let me see the shoon, said Mrs. Falconer, speaking almost for the first time. What's the matter with them? Examining the shoes, she saw they were in a perfectly sound state, and this confirmed her suspicion that there was more in the affair than had yet come out. Had she taken the straightforward measure of examining Robert, she would soon have arrived at the truth. But she had such a dread of causing a lie to be told, that she would adopt any roundabout way rather than ask a plain question of a suspected culprit. So she laid the shoes down beside her, saying to the shoemaker, "There's nothing amiss with the shoon. You can leave them." Thereupon Alexander went away, and Robert and Shargar would have given more than their dinner to follow him. Grannie neither asked any questions, however, nor made a single remark on what had passed. Dinner was served and eaten, and the boys returned to their afternoon school. No sooner was she certain that they were safe under the schoolmaster's eye, than the old lady put on her black silk bonnet and her black woollen shawl, took her green cotton umbrella, which served her for a staff, and refusing Betty's proffered assistance, set out for Dooble Sanny's shop. As she drew near, she heard the sound of his violin. When she entered, he laid his old wife carefully aside, and stood in an expectant attitude. "Mr. Elshender, I want to be at the bottom of this," said Mrs. Falconer. "Well, ma'am, gone to the bottom of it," returned Dooble Sanny, dropping on his stool, and taking his stone upon his lap, and stroking it as if it had been some quadrupedal pet. Full of rough but real politeness to women when in good humour, he lost all his manners along with his temper upon the slightest provocation, and her tone irritated him. "Hoo cam Robert Shoon to be in your shop?" "Somebody bude till have brought them, mem. In all my experience, and that's no small, I never kent pair of shoon go on a pair of feet in the wene of them." "Hoots, what kind of gait's that to speyk till a body? Whase feet was inside the shoon?" "De'il a bit ane kens, mem." "Dinna sweir, whatever ye do." "De'il but I will sweir, mem, and gin ye anger me, I'll just sweir awfu'." "I'm sure I hae nae wuss to anger ye, man. Canna ye help a body to win at the bottom of a thing on angert and sworn?" "Weel, I kenna what brought the shoon, as I tellt ye already." "But they wanted nae mendin'. I micht hae men't them and forgotten 't, mem." "No, ye're leein'." "Gin ye gang at that gait, mem, I will not speyk a word o' trowth from this moment forrit. Jist tell me what ye ken aboot thae shoon, an' I'll no say anither word." "Weel, mem, I'll tell ye the trowth. The de'il brought them in ae day in lang tanes, an' says he, "Elshender, man, thae shoon for poor Robbie Falconer, an' double sold them for the life o' ye, for that auld lucky minnie o' his 'ill sune hae him doon oor gait, an' the grund is hot i' the noo, an' I didna want to be ower sore upo' him, for he's a fine chield, and 'll mak a fine fiddler gin he live long enough.' Mrs. Falconer left the shop without another word, but with an awful suspicion which the last heedless words of the shoemaker had aroused in her bosom. She left him bursting with laughter over his lapstone. He caught up his fiddle and played 'The Devil's in the Women' lustily and with expression. But he little thought what he had done. As soon as she reached her own room, she went straight to her bed and disinterred the bonny lady's coffin. She was gone, and in her stead, horror of horrors, lay in the unhallowed chest that body of divinity known as Boston's fourfold state. Vexation, anger, disappointment, and grief possessed themselves of the old woman's mind. She ranged the house like the questing beast of the Round Table, but failed in finding the violin before the return of the boys. Not a word did she say all that evening, and their oppressed hearts foreboded ill. They felt that there was thunder in the clouds, a sleeping storm in the air, but how or when it would break they had no idea. Robert came home to dinner the next day a few minutes before Shargar. As he entered his grandmother's parlour, a strange odour greeted his sense. A moment more, and he stood rooted with horror, and his hair began to rise on his head. His violin lay on its back on the fire, and a yellow tongue of flame was licking the red lips of a hole in its belly. All its strings were shriveled up save one, which burst as he gazed. And beside, stern as a druidess, sat his grandmother in her chair, feeding her eyes with grim satisfaction on the detestable sacrifice. At length the rigidity of Robert's whole being relaxed in an involuntary howl like that of a wild beast, and he turned and rushed from the house in a helpless agony of horror. Where he was going he knew not, only a blind instinct of modesty drove him to hide his passion from the eyes of men. From her window Miss St. John saw him tearing like one demented along the top walk of the captain's garden, and watched for his return. He came far sooner than she expected. Before he arrived at the factory, Robert began to hear strange sounds in the desolate place. When he reached the upper floor, he found men with axe and hammer destroying the old woodwork, breaking the old jennies, pitching the balls of lead into baskets, and throwing the spools into crates. Was there nothing but destruction in the world? There, most horrible, his bonny lady dying of flames, and here the temple of his refuge torn to pieces by unhallowed hands. What could it mean? Was his grandmother's vengeance here too? But he did not care. He only felt, like the dove sent from the ark, that there was no rest for the sole of his foot, that there was no place to hide his head in his agony, that he was naked to the universe, and like a heartless wild thing hunted till its brain is of no more use, he turned and rushed back again upon his track. At one end was the burning idol, at the other the desecrated temple. No sooner had he entered the captain's garden than Miss St. John met him. 'What is the matter with you, Robert?' she asked kindly. 'Oh, ma'am,' gasped Robert, and burst into a very storm of weeping. It was long before he could speak. He cowered before Miss St. John, as if conscious of an unfriendly presence, and seeking to shelter himself by her tall figure from his grandmother's eyes. For who could tell but at the moment she might be gazing upon him from some window, or even from the blue vault above? There was no escaping her. She was the all-seeing eye personified, the eye of the God of the theologians of his country, always searching out the evil and refusing to acknowledge the good. Yet so gentle and faithful was the heart of Robert that he never thought of her as cruel. He took it for granted that somehow or other she must be right, only what a terrible thing such righteousness was. He stood and wept before the lady. Her heart was sore for the despairing boy. She drew him to a little summer seat. He entered with her, and sat down, weeping still. She did her best to soothe him. At last, sorely interrupted by sobs, he managed to let her know the fate of his bonny lady. But when he came to the words, 'She's burning in there upon grannie's fire,' he broke out once more with that wild howl of despair, and then, ashamed of himself, ceased weeping altogether, though he could not help the intrusion of certain chokes and sobs upon his otherwise even, though low and sad speech. Knowing nothing of Mrs. Falconer's character, Miss St. John set her down as a cruel and heartless, as well as a tyrannical and bigoted old woman, and took the mental position of enmity towards her. In a gush of motherly indignation, she kissed Robert on the forehead. From that chrism he arose a king. He dried his eyes. Not another sob even broke from him. He gave one look, but no word of gratitude to Miss St. John, bade her good bye, and walked composedly into his grandmother's parlour, where the neck of the violin yet lay upon the fire only half consumed. The rest had vanished utterly. 'What do they doin' at the factory, grannie?' he asked. 'What's what doin', laddie?' returned his grandmother curtly. 'They're takin' it doon.' 'Takin' what doon?' she returned with raised voice. 'Takin' doon the hoose.' The old woman rose. 'Robert, ye may have spite in your heart for what I have done this morning, but I could do no ither. An' it's an ill thing to tak sic amens of me as gin I had done wrong by garrin' me trow 'at yer grandfather's property was to go on the gate of his auld, useless, ill-mannered scratch of a fiddle.' 'She was the bonniest fiddle in the countryside, grannie, and she never gave a scratch in her life 'cept when she was handled in a manner unbecomin'. But we say nae mair aboot her, for she's gone, and no by a fair death on one's ain straw either. She had nae blood to cry for vengeance, but the snappin' of her strings and the crackin' of her bones may have made a cry to go on far enough notwithstandin'.' The old woman seemed for one moment rebuked under her grandson's eloquence. He had made a great stride towards manhood since the morning. 'The fiddle's my own,' she said, in a defensive tone, 'and so is the factory,' she added, as if she had not quite reassured herself concerning it. 'The fiddle's yours nae mair, grannie. And for the factory, ye winna believe me, gang and see yersel'.' Therewith Robert retreated to his garret. When he opened the door of it, the first thing he saw was the string of his kite, which, strange to tell, so steady had been the wind, was still up in the air, still tugging at the bedpost. Whether it was from the stinging thought that the true sky soarer, the violin, having been devoured by the jaws of the fire devil, there was no longer any significance in the outward and visible sign of the dragon, or from a dim feeling that the time of kites was gone by and manhood on the threshold, I cannot tell. But he drew his knife from his pocket, and with one downstroke cut the string in twain. Away went the dragon free, like a prodigal, to his ruin. And with the dragon afar into the past flew the childhood of Robert Falconer. He made one remorseless dart after the string as it swept out of the skylight, but it was gone beyond remedy, and never more save in twilight dreams did he lay hold on his childhood again. But he knew better and better as the years rolled on, that he approached a deeper and holier childhood, of which that had been but the feeble and necessarily vanishing type. As the kite sank in the distance, Mrs. Falconer issued from the house and went down the street towards the factory. Before she came back, the cloth was laid for dinner, and Robert and Shargar were both in the parlour awaiting her return. She entered heated and dismayed, went into Robert's bedroom, and shut the door hastily. They heard her open the old bureau. In a moment after she came out with a more luminous expression upon her face than Robert had ever seen it bear. It was as still as ever, but there was a strange light in her eyes, which was not confined to her eyes, but shone in a measure from her colourless forehead and cheeks as well. It was long before Robert was able to interpret that change in her look, and that increase of kindness towards himself and Shargar, apparently such a contrast with the holocaust of the morning. Had they both been Benjamins, they could not have been more abundant platefuls than she gave them that day. And when they left her to return to school, instead of the usual 'Noo be quiet,' she said in gentle, almost loving tones, 'Noo be good lads, both of ye.' The conclusion at which Falconer did arrive was that his grandmother had hurried home to see whether the title deeds of the factory were still in her possession, and had found that they were gone, taken doubtless by her son Andrew. At whatever period he had appropriated them, he must have parted with them but recently, and the hope rose luminous that her son had not yet passed into the region where all life dies, death lives. Terrible consolation! terrible creed which made the hope that he was still on this side of the grave working wickedness, light up the face of the mother and open her hand in kindness? Is it suffering or is it wickedness that is the awful thing? Ah, but they are both combined in the other world. And in this world too, I answer. Only, according to Mrs. Falconer's creed, in the other world God, for the sake of the suffering, renders the wickedness eternal. The old factory was in part pulled down, and out of its remains a granary constructed. Nor did the old lady interpose a word to arrest the alienation of her property. Chapter 23. Book 1, Chapter 24 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 24. Boot for Bale. Mary St. John was the orphan daughter of an English clergyman, who had left her money enough to make her at least independent. Mrs. Forsyth, hearing that her niece was left alone in the world, had concluded that her society would be a pleasure to herself and a relief to the housekeeping. Even before her father's death, Miss St. John, having met with a disappointment and concluded herself dead to the world, had been looking about for some way of doing good. The prospect of retirement, therefore, and of being useful to her sick aunt, had drawn her northwards. She was now about 26, filled with two passions, one for justice, the other for music. Her griefs had not made her selfish, nor had her music degenerated into sentiment. The gentle style of the instruction she had received had never begotten a diseased self-consciousness, and if her religion lacked something of the intensity without which a character like hers could not be evenly balanced, its force was not spent on the combating of unholy doubts and selfish fears, but rose on the wings of her music in gentle thanksgiving. Tears had changed her bright-hued hopes into a dove-coloured submission, through which her mind was passing towards a rainbow dawn such as she had never dreamed of. To her as yet the Book of Common Prayer contained all the prayers that human heart had need to offer. What things lay beyond its scope must lie beyond the scope of religion. All such things must be parted with one day, and if they had been taken from her very soon, she was the sooner free from the painful necessity of watching lest earthly love should remove any of the old landmarks dividing what was God's from what was only man's. She had now retired within the pale of religion, and left the rest of her being, as she thought, to dull forgetfulness a prey. She had little comfort in the society of her aunt. Indeed, she felt strongly tempted to return again to England the same month and seek a divine service elsewhere. But it was not at all so easy then as it is now for a woman to find the opportunity of being helpful in the world of suffering. Mrs. Forsyth was one of those women who got their own way by the very vis inertia of their silliness. No argument could tell upon her. She was so incapable of seeing anything noble that her perfect satisfaction with everything she herself thought, said, or did remained unchallenged. She had just illness enough to swell her feeling of importance. She looked down upon Mrs. Falconer from such an immeasurable height that she could not be indignant with her for anything. She only vouchsafed a laugh now and then at her oddities, holding no further communication with her than a condescending bend of the neck when they happened to meet, which was not once a year. But indeed she would have patronized the angel Gabriel if she had had a chance, and no doubt given him a hint or two upon the proper way of praising God. For the rest, she was good-tempered, looked comfortable, and quarrelled with nobody but her rough, honest old bear of a husband, whom, in his 70th year, she was always trying to teach good manners, with the frequent result of a storm of swearing. But now Mary St. John was thoroughly interested in the strange boy whose growing musical pinions were ever being clipped by the shears of unsympathetic age and crabbed religion, and the idea of doing something for him to make up for the injustice of his grandmother awoke in her a slight glow of that interest in life which she sought only in doing good. But although ere long she came to love the boy very truly, and although Shargar's life was bound up in the favour of Robert, yet neither stooping angel nor foot following dog ever loved the lad with the love of that old grandmother, who would for him have given herself to the fire to which she had doomed his greatest delight. For some days Robert worked hard at his lessons, for he had nothing else to do. Life was very gloomy now. If he could only go to sea, or away to keep sheep on the stormy mountains, if there were only some war going on, that he might list, any fighting with the elements, or with the oppressors of the nations, would make life worth having, a man worth being. But God did not heed. He leaned over the world, a dark care, an immovable fate, bearing down with the weight of the presence of all aspirations, all budding delights of children and young persons. All must crouch before him and uphold his glory with the sacrificial death of every impulse, every admiration, every lightness of heart, every bubble of laughter. Or, which to a mind like Robert's was as bad, if he did not punish for those things, it was because they came not within the sphere of his condescension, were not worth his notice. Of sympathy could be no question. But his gloom did not last long. When souls like Robert's have been ill taught about God, the true God will not let them gaze too long upon the Moloch which men have set up to represent him. He will turn away their minds from that which men call him, and fill them with some of his own lovely thoughts or works, such as may by degrees prepare the way for the vision of the Father. One afternoon Robert was passing the shoemaker's shop. He had never gone near him since his return, but now almost mechanically he went in at the open door. "Weel, Robert, ye are a stranger. But what's the matter with ye? Faith, yon was an ill pliskie ye played me to break into my shop and steal the bonny leddy." "Sandy," said Robert solemnly, "ye dinna ken what ye hae done by that trick ye played me. Dinna ever mention her again in my hearin'." "The auld witch hasna gotten a grup o' her again?" cried the shoemaker, starting half up in alarm. "She came here to me aboot the shoon, but I reckon I sorted her." "I winna speir what ye said," returned Robert. "It's no matter noo." And the tears rose to his eyes. His bonny leddy! "The Lord guides us!" exclaimed the shoemaker. "What is the matter with the bonny leddy?" "There's nae bonny leddy ony more. I saw her burnt to death afore my verra ain een." The shoemaker sprang to his feet and caught up his paring knife. "For God's sake, say 'at you're leein'!" he cried. "I wish I war leein'," returned Robert. The shoemaker uttered a horrible oath and swore. "I'll murder the old—" The epitaph he ended with is too ugly to write. "Daur to say sic a word in a breath wi' my grannie," cried Robert, snatching up the lapstone, "and I'll brain ye upon your own shop floor." Sandy threw the knife on his stool and sat down beside it. Robert dropped the lapstone. Sandy took it up and burst into tears, which, before they were half down his face, turned into tar with the blackness of the same. "I'm an awfu' sinner," he said, "and vengeance has o'ertaken me. Gang oot o' my shop. I was not worthy of her. Gang oot, I say, or I'll kill ye." Robert went. Close by the door he met Miss St. John. He pulled off his cap and would have passed her, but she stopped him. "I am going for a walk a little way," she said. "Will you go with me?" She had come out in the hope of finding him, for she had seen him go up the street. "That I wull," returned Robert, and they walked on together. When they were beyond the last house, Miss St. John said, "Would you like to play on the piano, Robert?" "Eh, mem," said Robert, with a deep suspiration. Then, after a pause, "But duv you think I could?" "There's no fear of that. Let me see your hands." "They're some black, I doubt, mem," he remarked, rubbing them hard upon his trousers before he showed them, "for I was a'maist cawin' oot the brains o' Dooble Sanny wi' his ain lapstone. He's an ill tongued chield. But mem, you should hear him play upon the fiddle. He's greitin' his een oot even noo for the bonny leddy." Not discouraged by her inspection of his hands, black as they were, Miss St. John continued. "But what would your grandmother say?" she asked. "She maun ken naething aboot it, mem. I ken not tell her anything. She would greit and pray awfu' and lock me up, I daursay. Ye see, she thinks all kind o' music, 'cept psalm singin', comes o' the deevil himsel'. And I cannot believe that. For when I see onything by ordinary bonny such like as the moon was last night, it aye gars me greit for my burnt fiddle. Well, you must come to me every day for half an hour at least, and I will give you a lesson on my piano. But you can't learn by that, and my aunt could never bear to hear you practising. So I'll tell you what you must do. I have a small piano in my room. Do you know there is a door from your house into my room?' 'Ay,' said Robert. 'That hoose was my father's afore your uncle bought it. My father built it. Is it long since your father died?' 'I dinna ken.' 'Where did he die?' 'I dinna ken.' 'Do you remember it?' 'No, mem.' 'Well, if you will come to my room, you shall practise there. I shall be downstairs with my aunt. But perhaps I may look up now and then to see how you are getting on. I will leave the door unlocked, so that you can come in when you like. If I don't want you, I will lock the door. You understand? You mustn't be handling things, you know.' ''Deed, mem, ye may trust to me. But I'm just feared to let ye hear me lay a finger upon the piano, for it's a little I could do with my fiddle, and for the piano, I'm feared I'll just disgust ye.' 'If you really want to learn, there will be no fear of that,' returned Miss St. John. 'I don't think I am doing anything wrong,' she added, half to herself, in a somewhat doubtful tone. ''Deed no, mem. You're just an angel unawares. For I most think sometimes that my granny 'll drive me mad. For there's naething to read but good books, and nothing to sing but psalms, and there's nae fun aboot the hoose but Betty, and poor Shargar's near hand demented wi' it, and we maun pray till her whether we will or no. And there's no comfort in the place, but plenty to ate, and that canna be good for onybody. She likes flooers, though, and would like me to gar them grow, but I dinna care aboot it. They take such a time afore they come to onything.' Then Miss St. John inquired about Shargar, and began to feel rather differently towards the old lady when she had heard the story. But how she laughed at the tale, and how light-hearted Robert went home, are neither to be told. The next Sunday, the first time for many years, Dooble Sanny was at church with his wife, though how much good he got by going would be a serious question to discuss. Chapter 24. Book 1, Chapter 25 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. The Gates of Paradise. Robert had his first lesson the next Saturday afternoon. Eager and undismayed by the presence of Mrs. Forsyth, good-natured and contemptuous, for had he not a protecting angel by him? He hearkened for every word of Miss St. John, combated every fault, and undermined every awkwardness with earnest patience. Nothing delighted Robert so much as to give himself up to one greater. His mistress was thoroughly pleased, and even Mrs. Forsyth gave him two of her soft finger tips to do something or other with. Robert did not know what, and let them go. About 8 o'clock that same evening, his heart beating like a captured bird's, he crept from Grannie's parlour, past the kitchen, and up the low stair to the mysterious door. He had been trying for an hour to summon up courage to rise, feeling as if his grandmother must suspect where he was going. Arrived at the barrier, twice his courage failed him, twice he turned and sped back to the parlour. A third time he made the essay, a third time stood at the wondrous door, so long as blank as a wall to his careless eyes, now like the door of the magic sesame that led to the treasure cave of Ali Baba. He laid his hand on the knob, withdrew it, thought he heard some one in the transe, rushed up the garret stair and stood listening, hastened down, and with a sudden influx of determination, opened the door, saw that the trap was raised, closed the door behind him, and standing with his head on the level of the floor, gazed into the paradise of Miss St. John's room. To have one peep into such a room was a kind of salvation to the half-starved nature of the boy. All before him was elegance, richness, mystery. Womanhood radiated from everything. A fire blazed in the chimney. A rug of long white wool lay before it. A little way off stood the piano. Ornaments sparkled and shone upon the dressing table. The door of a wardrobe had swung a little open, and discovered the sombre shimmer of a black silk dress. Something gorgeously red, a china crape shawl, hung glowing beyond it. He dared not gaze any longer. He had already been guilty of an immodesty. He hastened to ascend, and seated himself at the piano. Let my reader aid me for a moment with his imagination, reflecting what it was to a boy like Robert, and in Robert's misery, to open a door in his own meagre dwelling and gaze into such a room, free to him. If he will aid me so, then let him aid himself by thinking that the house of his own soul has such a door into the infinite beauty, whether he has yet found it or not. Just think, Robert said to himself, of me in such a place. It's a palace. It's a fairy palace. And that angel of a lady bides here and sleeps there. I wonder gin she ever dreams aboot anything as bonny as hersel. Then his thoughts took another turn. I wonder if the room was onything like this when my mamma sleepit in it. I could not have been born in such a grand place, but my mamma might have weel lien here. The face of the miniature, and the sad words written below the hymn, came back upon him, and he bowed his head upon his hands. He was sitting thus when Miss St. John came behind him, and heard him murmur the one word, Mamma. She laid her hand on his shoulder. He started and rose. I beg your pardon, ma'am. I have no business to be here except to play, but I could not help thinking aboot my mother, for I was born in this room, ma'am. Will I go on away again? He turned towards the door. No, no, said Miss St. John. I only came to see if you were here. I cannot stop now, but to-morrow you must tell me about your mother. Sit down, and don't lose any more time. Your grandmother will miss you. And then what would come of it? Thus was the rough diamond of a Scotch boy, rude in speech but full of delicate thought, gathered under the modelling influence of the finished, refined, tender, sweet-tongued, and sweet-thoughted Englishwoman, who, if she had been less of a woman, would have been repelled by his uncouthness; if she had been less of a lady, would have mistaken his commonness for vulgarity. But she was just like the type of womankind, a virgin mother. She saw the nobility of his nature through its homely garments, and had been, indeed, sent to carry on the work from which his mother had been too early taken away. There's just ane thing, mem, that vexes me a wee, and I dinna ken what to think aboot it, said Robert, as Miss St. John was leaving the room. Maybe you could bide a minute till I tell ye. Yes, I can. What is it? I'm near hen sure that when I leave the parlour, grannie 'll think I'm awa' to my prayers, and sae she'll think better of me nor I deserve, and I cannot bide that. What should make you suppose that she will think so? Folk knows what one another's aboot, you know, mem. Then she'll know you are not at your prayers. Na, for sometimes I div go on to my prayers, for a while like, but nae for long, for I'm nae like ane o' them 'at he would care to hear saying a lang screed o' a prayer till him. I have but ae thing to pray about. And what's that, Robert? One of his silences had seized him. He looked confused, and turned away. Never mind, said Miss St. John, anxious to relieve him, and establish a comfortable relation between them. You will tell me another time. I don't know, mem, answered Robert, with what most people would think in excess of honesty. But Miss St. John made a better conjecture as to his apparent closeness. At all events, she said, don't mind what your granny may think, so long as you have no wish to make her think it. Good night. Had she been indeed an angel from heaven, Robert could not have worshipped her more. And why should he? Was she less God's messenger that she had beautiful arms instead of less beautiful wings? He practised his scales till his unaccustomed fingers were stiff, then shut the piano with reverence, and departed carefully, peeping into the disenchanted region without the gates, to see that no enemy lay in wait for him as he passed beyond them. He closed the door gently, and in one moment the rich, lovely room and the beautiful lady were behind him, and before him the bare stair between two whitewashed walls, and the long flagged trans that led to his silent grandmother seated in her arm-chair, gazing into the red coals, for somehow Grannie's fire always glowed and never blazed, with her round-toed shoes pointed at them from the top of her little wooden stool. He traversed the stair and the trans, entered the parlour, and sat down to his open book as though nothing had happened. But his grandmother saw the light in his face, and did think he had just come from his prayers, and she blessed God that he had put into her heart to burn the fiddle. The next night Robert took with him the miniature of his mother, and showed it to Miss St. John, who saw at once that whatever might be his present surroundings, his mother must have been a lady. A certain fancied resemblance in it to her own mother likewise drew her heart to the boy. Then Robert took from his pocket the gold thimble, and said, "This thimble was my mamma's. Will ye take it, mem? For ye ken it's of no use to me." Miss St. John hesitated for a moment. "I will keep it for you, if you like," she said, for she could not bear to refuse it. "Na, mem, I want you to keep it to yoursel', for I'm sure my mamma would have liket you to have it better nor any other body." "Well, I will use it some time for your sake. But mind, I will not take it from you. I will only keep it for you." Weel, mem, if you'll keep it till I spare for it, that'll do weel enough," answered Robert with a smile. He laboured diligently, and his progress corresponded to his labour. It was more than intellect that guided him. Falconer had genius for whatever he cared for. Meantime, the love he bore his teacher, and the influence of her beauty, began to mould him, in his kind and degree, after her likeness, so that he grew nice in his person and dress, and smoothed the roughness and moderated the broadness of his speech with the amenities of the English which she made so sweet upon her tongue. He became still more obedient to his grandmother, and more diligent at school, gathered to himself golden opinions without knowing it, and was gradually developing into a rustic gentleman. Nor did the piano absorb all his faculties. Every divine influence tends to the rounded perfection of the whole. His love of nature grew more rapidly. Hitherto it was only in summer that he had felt the presence of a power in her, and yet above her. In winter now the sky was true and deep, though the world was waste and sad, and the tones of the wind that roared at night about the goddess-haunted house, and moaned in the chimneys of the lowly dwelling that nestled against it, woke harmonies within him, which already he tried to spell out falteringly. Miss St. John began to find that he put expressions of his own into the simple things she gave him to play, and even dreamed a little at his own will when alone with the passive instrument. Little did Mrs. Falconer think into what a seventh heaven of accursed music she had driven her boy. But not yet did he tell his friend, much as he loved and much as he trusted her, the little he knew of his mother's sorrows and his father's sins, or whose the hand that had struck him when she found him lying in the waste factory. For a time almost all his trouble about God went from him, nor do I think that this was only because he rarely thought of him at all. God gave him of himself in Miss St. John, but words dropped now and then from off the shelves where his old difficulties lay, and they fell like seeds upon the heart of Miss St. John, took root, and rose in thoughts. In the heart of a true woman, the talk of a child even will take life. One evening Robert rose from the table, not unwatched of his grandmother, and sped swiftly and silently through the dark, as was his custom, to enter the chamber of enchantment. Never before had his hand failed to alight, sure as a lark on its nest, upon the brass handle of the door that admitted him to his paradise. It missed it now, and fell on something damp and rough and repellent instead. Horrible but true suspicion! While he was at school that day, his grandmother, moved by what doubt or by what certainty she never revealed, had the doorway walled up. He felt the place all over. It was to his hands the living tomb of his mother's vicar on earth. He returned to his book, pale as death, but said never a word. The next day the stones were plastered over. Thus the door of bliss vanished from the earth, and neither the boy nor his grandmother ever said that it had been. End. Chapter 25. End. Book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Part 2. His Youth. Chapter 1. Robert knocks, and the door is not opened. The remainder of that winter was dreary indeed. Every time Robert went up the stair to his garret, he passed the door of a tomb. With that grey mortar, Mary St. John was walled up, like the nun he had read of in the Marmion she had lent him. He might have rung the bell at the street door and been admitted into the temple of his goddess, but a certain vague terror of his granny, combined with equally vague qualms of conscience for having deceived her, and the approach in the far distance of a ghastly suspicion that violins, pianos, moonlight, and lovely women were distasteful to the overruling fate, and obnoxious to the vengeance stored in the grey cloud of his providence, drove him from the awful entrance of the temple of his Isis. Nor did Miss St. John dare to make any advances to the dreadful old lady. She would wait. For Mrs. Forsyth she cared nothing about the whole affair. It only gave her fresh opportunity for smiling condescensions about poor Mrs. Falconer. So paradise was over and gone. But though the loss of Miss St. John and the piano was the last blow, his sorrow did not rest there, but returned to brood over his bonny laddie. She was scattered to the winds. Would any of her ashes ever rise in the corn and moan in the ripening wind of autumn? Might not some atoms of the bonny laddie creep into the pines on the hill, whose soft and soul-like sounds had taught him to play the flowers of the forest on those strings which, like the nerves of an amputated limb, yet thrilled through his being? Or might not some particle find its way by winds and waters to sycamore forest of Italy, there creep up through the channels of its life to some finely rounded curve of noble trees on the side that ever looks sunwards, and be chosen once again by the violin hunter to be wrought into a new and fame-gathering instrument? Could it be that his bonny lady had learned her wondrous music in those forests, from the shine of the sun and the sighing of the winds through the sycamores and pines? For Robert knew that the broad-leaved sycamore and the sharp needle-leaved pine had each its share in the violin, only as the wild innocence of human nature, uncorrupted by wrong, untaught by suffering, is to that nature struggling out of darkness into light, such and so different is the living wood, with its sweetest tones of obedient impulse, answering only to the wind which bloweth where it listeth, to that wood, chosen, separated, individualized, tortured into strange, almost vital shape, after a law to us nearly unknown, strung with strings from animal organizations, and put into the hands of man to utter the feelings of a soul that has passed through a like history. This Robert could not yet think, and had to grow able to think it by being himself made an instrument of God's music. What he could think was that the glorious mystery of his bonny laddie was gone for ever, and alas, she had no soul. Here was an eternal sorrow. He could never meet her again. His affections, which must live for ever, were set upon that which had passed away. But the child that weeps because his mutilated doll will not rise from the dead, shall yet find relief from his sorrow, a true relief, both human and divine. He shall know that that which in the doll made him love the doll has not passed away, and Robert must yet be comforted for the loss of his bonny laddie. If she had had a soul, nothing but her own self could ever satisfy him. As she had no soul, another body might take her place, nor occasion reproach of inconstancy. But in the meantime, the shears of fate, having cut the string of the sky-soaring kite of his imagination, had left him with the stick in his hand, and thus the rest of that winter was dreary enough. The glow was out of his heart, the glow was out of the world. The bleak, kindless wind was hissing through those pines that clothed the hill above Bodyfauld, and over the dead garden where in the summer time the rose had looked down so lovingly on the heart's ease. If he had stood once more at gloaming in the barley stubble, not even the wail of Flodden Field would have found him there, but a keen sense of personal misery and hopeless cold. Was the summer a lie? Not so. The winter restrains, that the summer may have the needful time to do its work well, for the winter is but the sleep of summer. Now in the winter of his discontent, and in nature finding no help, Robert was driven inwards, into his garret, into his soul. There, the door of his paradise being walled up, he began vaguely, blindly, to knock again other doors, sometimes against stone walls and rocks, taking them for doors, as travel-worn and hence brain-sick men have done in a desert of mountains. A door, out or in, he must find or perish. It fell, too, that Miss St. John went to visit some friends who lived in a coast town 20 miles off, and a season of heavy snow followed by frost setting in. She was absent for 6 weeks, during which time, without a single care to trouble him from without, Robert was in the very desert of desolation. His spirits sank fearfully. He would pass his old music master in the street with scarce a recognition, as if the bond of their relation had been utterly broken, had vanished in the smoke of the martyred violin, and all their affection had gone into the dust heap of the past. Dooble Sanny's character did not improve. He took more and more whiskey, his bouts of drinking alternating as before with fits of hopeless repentance. His work was more neglected than ever, and his wife, having no money to spend, even upon necessaries, applied in desperation to her husband's bottle for comfort. This comfort, to do him justice, he never grudged her, and sometimes before midday they would both be drunk, a condition expedited by the lack of food. When they began to recover, they would quarrel fiercely, and at last they became a nuisance to the whole street. Little did the whiskey-hating old lady know to what god she had really offered up that violin, if the consequences of the Holocaust can be admitted as indicating the power which had accepted it. But now began to appear in Robert the first signs of a practical outcome of such truth as his grandmother had taught him, operating upon the necessities of a simple and earnest nature. Reality, however lapped in vanity, or even in falsehood, cannot lose its power. It is, the other is not. She had taught him to look up, that there was a God. He would put it to the test. Not that he doubted it yet. He only doubted whether there was a hearing God. But was not that worse? It was, I think. For it is of far more consequence what kind of a God than whether a God or not. Let not my reader suppose I think it possible there could be other than a perfect God, perfect even to the vision of his creatures, the faith that supplies the lack of vision being yet faithful to that vision. I speak from Robert's point of outlook, but indeed, whether better or worse is no great matter so long as he would see it or what there was. He had no comfort, and without reasoning about it, he felt that life ought to have comfort. From which point he began to conclude that the only thing left was to try whether the God in whom his mother believed might not help him. If the God would but hear him, it was all he had yet learned to require of his godhood. And that must ever be the first thing to require. More demands would come, and greater answers he would find. But now, if God would but hear him, if he spoke to him but one kind word, it would be the very soul of comfort. He could no more be lonely. A fountain of glad imaginations gushed up in his heart at the thought. What if, from the cold winter of his life, he had but to open the door of his garret room, and, kneeling by the bare bedstead, enter into the summer of God's presence? What if God spoke to him face to face? He had so spoken to Moses. He sought him from no fear of the future, but from present desolation. And if God came near to him, it would not be with storm and tempest, but with the voice of a friend. And surely if there was a God at all, that is, not a power greater than man, but a power by whose power man was, he must hear the voice of the creature whom he had made, a voice that came crying out of the very need which he had created. Younger people than Robert are capable of such divine metaphysics. Hence he continued to disappear from his grandmother's parlour at much the same hour as before. In the cold, desolate garret he knelt and cried out into that which lay beyond the thought that cried, the unknowable infinite, after the God that may be known as surely as a little child knows his mysterious mother. And from behind him the pale blue star-crowded sky shone upon his head through the window that looked upward only. Mrs. Falconer saw that he still went away as he had been wont, and instituted observations, the result of which was the knowledge that he went to his own room. Her heart smote her, and she saw that the boy looked sad and troubled. There was scarce room in her heart for increase of love, but much for increase of kindness, and she did increase it. In truth, he needed the smallest crumb of comfort that might drop from the table of God's feastful friends. Night after night he returned to the parlour, cold to the very heart. God was not to be found, he said then. He said afterwards that even then God was with him, though he knew it not. For the very first night, the moment that he knelt and cried, "O Father in heaven, hear me, and let thy face shine upon me," like a flash of burning fire, the words shot from the door of his heart, "I do not care for him to love me, if he does not love ilka body." And no more prayer went from the desolate boy that night, although he knelt in hour of agony in the freezing dark. Loyal to what he had been taught, he struggled hard to reduce his rebellious will to what he supposed to be the will of God. It was all in vain. Ever a voice within him, surely the voice of that God who he thought was not hearing, told him that what he wanted was the love belonging to his human nature, his human needs, not the preference of a court favourite. He had a dim consciousness that he would be a traitor to his race if he accepted a love, even from God, given him as an exception from his kind. But he did not care to have such a love. It was not what his heart yearned for. It was not love. He could not love such a love, yet he strove against it all, fought for religion against right as he could, struggled to reduce his rebellious feelings, to love that which was unlovely, to choose that which was abhorrent, until nature almost gave way under the effort. Often would he sink moaning on the floor, or stretch himself like a corpse, save that it was face downwards, on the boards of the bedstead. Night after night he returned to the battle, but with no permanent success. What a success would have been! Night after night he came pale and worn from the conflict, found his grandmother and Shargar composed, and in the quietness of despair sat down beside them to his Latin version. He little thought that every night, at the moment when he stirred to leave the upper room, a pale-faced, red-eyed figure rose from its seat on the top of the stair by the door, and sped with long-legged noiselessness to resume its seat by the grandmother before he should enter. Shargar saw that Robert was unhappy, and the nearest he could come to the sharing of his unhappiness was to take his place outside the door within which he had retreated. Little too did Shargar on his part think that Robert, without knowing it, was pleading for him inside, pleading for him and for all his race in the weeping that would not be comforted. Robert had not the vaguest fancy that God was with him, the spirit of the Father groaning with the spirit of the boy in intercession that could not be uttered. If God had come to him then, and comforted him with the assurance of individual favour, but the very supposition is a taking of his name in vain, had Robert found comfort in the fancied assurance that God was his friend in especial, that some private favour was granted to his prayers, that indeed would have been to be left to his own inventions, to bring forth not fruits meet for repentance, but fruits for which repentance alone is meet. But God was with him, and was indeed victorious in the boy, when he rose from his knees, for the last time, as he thought, saying, "I cannot yield. I will pray no more." With a burst of bitter tears he sat down on the bedside till the loudest of the storm was over, then dried his dull eyes, in which the old outlook had withered away, and trod unknowingly in the silent footsteps of Shargar, who was ever one corner in advance of him, down to the dreary lessons and unheeded prayers. But thank God, not to the sleepless night, for some griefs bring sleep the sooner. My reader must not mistake my use of the words especial and private, or suppose that I do not believe in an individual relation between every man and God, yes, a peculiar relation differing from the relation between every other man and God. But this very individuality and peculiarity can only be founded on the broadest truths of the godhood and the manhood. Mrs. Falconer, ere she went to sleep, gave thanks that the boys had been at their prayers together, and so, in a very deep sense, they had. And well they might have been, for Shargar was nearly as desolate as Robert, and would certainly, had his mother claimed him now, have gone on the tramp with her again. Wherein could this civilized life show itself to him better than that to which he had been born? For clothing he cared little, and he had always managed to kill his hunger or thirst, if at longer intervals, then with greater satisfaction. Wherein is the life of that man who merely does his eating and drinking and clothing after a civilized fashion better than that of the gipsy or tramp? If the civilized man is honest to boot, and gives good work in return for the bread or turtle on which he dines, and the gipsy, on the other hand, steals his dinner, I recognize the importance of the difference. But if the rich man plunders the community by exorbitant profits or speculation with other people's money, while the gipsy adds a fowl or two to the produce of his tinkering, or once again, if the gipsy is as honest as the honest citizen, which is not so rare a case by any means as people imagine, I return to my question. Wherein, I say, are the warm house, the windows hung with purple, and the table covered with fine linen, more divine than the tent or the blue sky, and the dipping in the dish? Why should not Shargar prefer a life with the mother God had given him to a life with Mrs. Falconer? Why should he prefer geography to rambling, or Latin to Romany? His purposelessness and his love for Robert alone kept him where he was. The next evening, having given up his praying, Robert sat with his Sallust before him. But the fount of tears began to swell, and the more he tried to keep it down, the more it went on swelling, till his throat was filled with a lump of pain. He rose and left the room. But he could not go near the garret. That door, too, was closed. He opened the house door instead, and went out into the street. There nothing was to be seen but faint blue air, full of moonlight, solid houses, and shining snow. Bareheaded he wandered round the corner of the house to the window whence first he had heard the sweet sounds of the pianoforte. Fire within lighted up the crimson curtain, but no voice of music came forth. The window was as dumb as the pale, faintly befogged moon overhead, itself seeming but a skylight through which shone the sickly light of the passionless world of the dead. Not a form was in the street. The eyes of the houses gleamed here and there upon the snow. He leaned his elbow on the window-sill, behind which stood that sealed fountain of lovely sound, looked up at the moon, careless of her or of aught else in heaven or on earth, and sunk into a reverie, in which nothing was consciously present but a stream of fog smoke that flowed slowly, listlessly across the face of the moon, like the ghost of a dead cataract. All at once a wailful sound arose in his head. He did not think for some time whether it was born in his brain or entered it from without. At length he recognized the flowers of the forest, played as only the shoemaker could play it. But alas, the cry responsive to his bow came only from the auld wife, no more from the bonny leddy. Then he remembered that there had been a humble wedding that morning on the opposite side of the way. In the street department of the jollity of which Shargar had taken a small share by firing a brass cannon, subsequently confiscated by Mrs. Falconer. But this was a strange tune to play at a wedding. The shoemaker, half way to his goal of drunkenness, had begun to repent for the 50th time that year, had with his repentance mingled the memory of the bonny lady ruthlessly tortured to death for his wrong, and had glided from a strathspey into that sorrowful moaning. The lament interpreted itself to his disconsolate pupil as he had never understood it before, not even in the stubble field, for it now spoke his own feelings of waste, misery, forsaken loneliness. Indeed, Robert learned more of music in those few minutes of the foggy winter night and open street, shut out of all doors, with the tones of an ancient grief and lamentation floating through the blotted moonlight over his ever-present sorrow, than he could have learned from many lessons, even of Miss St. John. He was cold to the heart, yet went in a little comforted. Things had gone ill with him. Outside of paradise, deserted of his angel, in the frost and the snow, the voice of the despised violin once more the source of a sad comfort. But there is no better discipline than an occasional descent from that we count well-being, to a former despised or less happy condition. One of the results of this taste of damnation in Robert was that, when he was in bed that night, his heart began to turn gently towards his old master. How much did he not owe him after all? Had he not acted ill and ungratefully in deserting him, his own vessel filled to the brim with grief? Had he not let the waters of its bitterness overflow into the heart of the shoemaker? The wail of that violin echoed now in Robert's heart, not for Flodden, not for himself, but for the debased nature that drew forth the plaint. Comrades in misery, why should they part? What right had he to forsake an old friend and benefactor because he himself was unhappy? He would go and see him the very next night, and he would make friends once more with the much suffering instrument he had so wrongfully despised. End chapter 1.
Book 2, Chapter 2 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Stroke. The following night he left his books on the table, and the house itself behind him, and sped like a greyhound to Dooble Sanny's shop, lifted the latch, and entered. By the light of a single dip set on a chair, he saw the shoemaker seated on his stool, one hand lying on the lap of his leather apron, the other hand hanging down by his side, and the fiddle on the ground at his feet. His wife stood behind him, wiping her eyes with her blue apron. Through all its accumulated dirt, the face of the shoemaker looked ghastly, and they were eyes of despair that he lifted to the face of the youth as he stood holding the latch in his hand. Mrs. Alexander moved towards Robert, drew him in, and gently closed the door behind him, resuming her station like a sculptured mourner behind her motionless husband. "What on arth's the matter with ye, Sandy?" said Robert. Robert," returned the shoemaker, and a tone of affection tinged the mournfulness with which he uttered the strange words. Robert, the Almighty will go on his own gait, and I'm in his group now." "He's had a stroke," said his wife, without removing her apron from her eyes. "I have gotten my blows," resumed the shoemaker, in a despairing voice, which gave yet more effort to the fantastic eccentricity of conscience, which, from the midst of so many grave faults, chose such a one as especially bringing the divine displeasure upon him. "I have gotten my blows for crying doon my own old wife to set up your bonny leddy. The one's gone all to ashes and dust, and from the other," he went on, looking down on the violin at his feet, as if it had been something dead in its youth, "and from the other I cannot draw a sound, for my right hand has forgotten her cunnin'. Man, Robert, I cannot lift it from my side." 'Ye maun gang to your bed,' said Robert, greatly concerned. 'Ow, ay, I maun gang to my bed, and syne to the kirkyard, and syne to hell. Ken that weel eneuch. Robert, I leave my fiddle to you. Be good to the auld wife, man, better nor I hae been. An auld wife's better nor nae fiddle.' He stooped, lifted the violin with his left hand, gave it to Robert, rose, and made for the door. They helped him up the creaking stair, got him half undressed, and laid him in his bed. Robert put the violin on the top of a press, within sight of the sufferer, left him groaning, and ran for the doctor. Having seen him set out for the patient's dwelling, he ran home to his grandmother. Now, while Robert was absent, occasion had arisen to look for him. Unusual occurrence, a visitor had appeared, no less a person than Mr. Innes, the schoolmaster. Shargar had been banished in consequence from the parlour, and had seated himself outside Robert's room, never doubting that Robert was inside. Presently he heard the bell ring, and Betty came up the stair and said Robert was wanted. Thereupon Shargar knocked at the door, and as there was neither voice nor hearing, opened it, and found with the well-known horror that he had been watching an empty room. He made no haste to communicate the fact. Robert might return in a moment, and his absence from the house not be discovered. He sat down on the bedstead and waited. But Betty came up again, and before Shargar could prevent her, walked into the room with her candle in her hand. In vain did Shargar entreat her to go and say that Robert was coming. Betty would not risk the danger of discovery and connivance, and descended to open afresh the fountain of the old lady's anxiety. She did not, however, betray her disquietude to Mr. Innes. She had asked the schoolmaster to visit her, in order that she might consult him about Robert's future. Mr. Innes expressed a high opinion of the boy's faculties and attainments, and strongly urged that he should be sent to college. Mrs. Falconer inwardly shuddered at the temptation to which this course would expose him. But he must leave home, or be apprenticed to some trade. She would have chosen the latter, I believe, but for religion towards the boy's parents, who would never have thought of other than a profession for him. While the schoolmaster was dwelling on the argument that he was pretty sure to gain a good bursary, and she would thus be relieved for 4 years, probably for ever, from further expense on his account, Robert entered. 'Whaur have ye been, Robert?' asked Mrs. Falconer. 'At Dooble Sanny's,' answered the boy. 'What have ye been at there?' 'Helpin' him till his bed.' 'What come ower him?' 'A stroke.' 'That's what comes o' playin' the fiddle.' 'I never heard o' a stroke comin' from a fiddle, grannie. It comes from a clood whiles. If he had hauden till his fiddle, he would have been playin' her the night, in place of arm lyin' at his side, and shoemaker's thread.' 'Hm!' said his grandmother, concealing her indignation at this freedom of speech. 'Ye do not believe in God's judgments?' 'Not upon fiddles,' returned Robert. Mr. Innes sat and said nothing, with difficulty concealing his amusement at the passage of arms. It was within the last few days that Robert had become capable of speaking thus. His nature had at length arrived at the point of so far casting off the incubus of his grandmother's authority as to assert some measure of freedom and act openly. His very hopelessness of a hearing in heaven had made him indifferent to things on earth, and therefore bolder. Thus, strange as it may seem, the blessing of God descended on him in the despair which enabled him to speak out and free his soul from the weight of concealment. But it was not despair alone that gave him strength. On his way home from the shoemaker's, he had been thinking what he could do for him, and had resolved, come of it what might, that he would visit him every evening, and try whether he could not comfort him a little by playing upon his violin. So that it was loving kindness towards man, as well as despair towards God, that gave him strength to resolve that between him and his grandmother all should be above board from henceforth. 'Not upon fiddles,' Robert had said. 'But upon them 'at plays them,' returned his grandmother. 'Nay, nor upon them 'at burns them,' returned Robert impudently, it must be confessed, for every man is open to commit the fault of which he is the least capable. But Mrs. Falconer had too much regard to her own dignity to indulge her feelings. Possibly, too, her sense of justice, which Falconer always said was stronger than that of any other woman he had ever known, as well as some movement of her conscience, interfered. She was silent, and Robert rushed into the breach which his last discharge had effected. "And I want to tell ye, grannie, that I mean to go on and play the fiddle to poor Sanny ilka night for the best part of an hoor, and except ye lock the door and hide the key, I will gang. The poor sinner shall not be deserted by God and man both." He scarcely knew what he was saying before it was out of his mouth, and as if to cover it up he hurried on. "And there's more in it. Dr. Anderson gave Shargar and me a sovereign the piece, and double Sanny have them to hold him on dead of hunger and cold. What for did not ye tell me 'at Dr. Anderson had given ye such a sight of silver? It was ill fart o' ye, and him as weel." "'Cause ye would have sent it back till him, and Shargar and me thought we would rather keep it." "Considering that I'm at sae muckle expense wi' ye both, it would not have been ill contrived to have brocht the silver to me, and let me do with it as I thought fit. Gang now awa', laddie," she added, as she saw Robert about to leave the room. "I'll be back in a minute, grannie," returned Robert. "He's a fine lad, that," said Mr. Innes, "and guid'll come o' him, and that'll be heard tell of." "If he had but the grace of God, there would not be muckle to compleen of," acquiesced his grandmother. "There's time enough for that, Mrs. Falconer. Ye cannot get auld heads upo' young shouthers, ye ken." "'Deed, for that maitter, ye may get mony an auld heid upo' auld shouthers, and nae a spark o' grace in 't to lat it see hoo to lay itsel' doon i' the grave." Robert returned before Mr. Innes had made up his mind as to whether the old lady intended a personal rebuke. "Hae, grannie," he said, going up to her and putting the 2 sovereigns in her white palm. He had found some difficulty in making Shargar give up his, else he would have returned sooner. "What's this o' 't, laddie?" said Mrs. Falconer. "Hoots, I'm nae gaein' to tak yer siller. Lat the puir shoemaker craturs hae 't, but dinna gie them mair nor a shillin' or twa at ance, jist to haud them in life. They deserve hae mair, but they maunna starve. And jist ye tell them, laddie, as if they spend a sixpence o' 't upo' whusky, they s get nae mair." "Ay, ay, grannie," responded Robert, with a glimmer of gladness in his heart. "And what aboot the fiddlin', grannie?" he added, half playfully, hoping for some kind concession therein as well. But he had gone too far. She vouchsafed no reply, and her face grew stern with offence. It was one thing to give bread to eat, another to give music and gladness. No music but that which sprung from effectual calling and the perseverance of the saints could be lawful in a world that was under the wrath and curse of God. Robert waited in vain for a reply. "Gang yer ways," she said at length. "Mr. Innes and me has some business to make an end of, and we want nae assistance." Robert rejoined Shargar, who was still bemoaning the loss of his sovereign. His face brightened when he saw its well-known yellow shine once more, but darkened again as soon as Robert told him to what service it was now devoted. "It's my own," he said, with a suppressed expostulatory growl. Robert threw the coin on the floor. "Tak yer filthy lucre," he exclaimed with contempt, and turned to leave Shargar alone in the garret with his sovereign. "Bob!" Shargar almost screamed, "take it, or I'll cut my throat." This was his constant threat when he was thoroughly in earnest. "Cut it, and have done with it," said Robert cruelly. Shargar burst out crying. "Lend me your knife, then, Bob," he sobbed, holding out his hand. Robert burst into a roar of laughter, caught up the sovereign from the floor, sped with it to the baker's, who refused to change it because he had no knowledge of anything representing the sum of 20 shillings except a pound note, succeeded in getting silver for it at the bank, and then ran to the shoemaker's. After he left the parlour, the discussion of his fate was resumed, and finally settled between his grandmother and the schoolmaster. The former, in regard of the boy's determination to befriend the shoemaker in the matter of music as well as of money, would now have sent him at once to the grammar school in old Aberdeen, to prepare for the competition in the month of November, but the latter persuaded her that if the boy gave his whole attention to Latin till the next summer, and then went to the grammar school for 3 months or so, he would have an excellent chance of success. As to the violin, the schoolmaster said, wisely enough, he that will to Cupar, maun to Cupar, and if ye intercept him upon the shore road, he'll take to the hill road, and I'se warrant a braw lad like Robert 'll get mony an ane in Aberdeen 'll be ready enough to give him a lift with the fiddle, and maybe take him into war company nor the poor bedridden shoemaker. And will you on me to hang on to the tail of him, like? He cannot go on over the cliff afore he learns wit.' 'Was the old lady's comprehensive response. It was further arranged that Robert should be informed of their conclusion, and so roused to effort in anticipation of the trial upon which his course in life must depend. Nothing could have been better for Robert than the prospect of a college education. But his first thought at the news was not of the delights of learning, nor of the honourable course that would ensue, but of Ericson, the poverty-stricken, friendless descendant of jarls and sea rovers. He would see him, the only man that understood him. Not until the passion of this thought had abated did he begin to perceive the other advantages before him. But so practical and thorough was he in all his proposals and means, that ere half an hour was gone he had begun to go over his rudiments again. He now wrote a version or translation from English into Latin 5 times a week, and read Caesar, Virgil, or Tacitus every day. He gained permission from his grandmother to remove his bed to his own garret, and there, from the bedstead at which he no longer kneeled, he would often rise at 4 in the morning. Even when the snow lay a foot thick on the skylight, kindle his lamp by means of a tinder box and a splinter of wood, dipped in a sulphur, and sitting down in the keen cold, turned half a page of Addison into something as near Ciceronian Latin as he could effect. This would take him from an hour and a half to 2 hours, when he would tumble again into bed, blue and stiff, and sleep till it was time to get up and go to the morning school before breakfast. His health was excellent, else it could never have stood such treatment. End Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 3. The End Crowns All. His sole relaxation almost lay in the visit he paid every evening to the shoemaker and his wife. Their home was a wretched place, but notwithstanding the poverty in which they were now sunk, Robert soon began to see a change, like the dawning of light, an alba, as the Italians called the dawn, in the appearance of something white here and there about the room. Robert's visits had set the poor woman trying to make the place look decent. It soon became at least clean, and there is a very real sense in which cleanliness is next to godliness. If the people who want to do good among the poor would give up patronizing them, would cease from trying to convert them before they have gained the smallest personal influence with them, would visit them as those who have just as good a right to be here as they have, it would be all the better for both, perhaps chiefly for themselves. For the first week or so, Alexander, unable either to work or play, and deprived of his usual consolation of drink, was very testy and unmanageable. If Robert, who strove to do his best in the hope of alleviating the poor fellow's sufferings, chiefly those of the mind, happened to mistake the time or to draw a false note from the violin, Sandy would swear as if he had been the Grand Turk and Robert one of his slaves. But Robert was too vexed with himself when he gave occasion to such an outburst to mind the outburst itself,
and invariably, when such had taken place, the shoemaker would ask forgiveness before he went. Holding out his left hand, from which nothing could efface the stains of rosin and lamp-black and heel-ball, save the sweet cleansing of Mother Earth, he would say, "Robert, ye'll just pit the swearing doon wi' the rest, and score 't oot a'thegither. I'm an ill-tongued wretch, and I'm beginning to see it. But, man, ye're just behavin' to me like God himself, and if it war not for you, I would just lie here roaring and grating and damning from morning to nicht. Ye will be in the morn's night, will not ye?" he would always end by asking with some anxiety. "Of course I will," Robert would answer. "Good night, then. Good night. I'll try and set a sight of my sins once more," he added one evening. "If I could only be a wee bit sorry for them, I reckon he would forgive me. Dinna ye think he would, Robert?" "Nae doot, nae doot," answered Robert hurriedly. "They a' say 'at if a man repents the right gait, he'll forgie him." He could not say more than "they say," for his own horizon was all dark, and even in saying this much he felt like a hypocrite. A terrible waste heaped thick with the potsherds of hope lay outside that door of prayer, which he had, as he thought, nailed up for ever. "And what is the right gait?" asked the shoemaker. "'Deed, that's more nor I know, Sandy," answered Robert mournfully. "Weel, gin ye dinna ken, what's to come o' me?" said Alexander anxiously. "Ye maun speir at himsel'," returned Robert, "and jist tell him 'at ye dinna ken, but ye'll do onything 'at he likes." With these words he took his leave hurriedly, somewhat amazed to find that he had given the shoemaker the strange advice to try just what he had tried so unavailingly himself. And, stranger still, he found himself, before he reached home, praying once more in his heart, both for Dooble Sanny and for himself. From that hour a faint hope was within him that some day he might try again, though he dared not yet encounter such effort and agony. All this time he had never doubted that there was a God, nor had he ventured to say within himself that perhaps God was not good. He had simply come to the conclusion that for him there was no approach to the fountain of his being. In the course of a fortnight or so, when his system had covered over its craving after whisky, the irritability of the shoemaker almost vanished. It might have been feared that his conscience would then likewise relax its activity, but it was not so. It grew yet more tender. He now began to give Robert some praise, and make allowances for his faults, and Robert dared more in consequence, and played with more spirit. I do not say that his style could have grown fine under such a master, but at least he learned the difference between slovenliness and accuracy, and between accuracy and expression, which last is all of original that the best mere performer can claim. One evening he was scraping away at Tullochgorum, when Mr. Macleary walked in. Robert ceased. The minister gave him one searching glance, and sat down by the bedside. Robert would have left the room. "Dinna gang, Robert," said Sandy, and Robert remained. The clergyman talked very faithfully as far as the shoemaker was concerned, though whether he was equally faithful towards God might be questioned. He was one of those prudent men who are afraid of dealing out the truth freely, lest it should fall on thorns or stony places. Hence, of course, the good ground came in for a scanty share too. Believing that a certain precise condition of mind was necessary for its proper reception, he would endeavour to bring about that condition first. He did not know that the truth makes its own nest in the ready heart, and that the heart may be ready for it before the priest can perceive the fact, seeing that the imposition of hands confers, nowadays at least, neither love nor common sense. He therefore dwelt upon the sins of the shoemaker, magnifying them and making them hideous, in the idea that thus he magnified the law and made it honourable, while of the special tenderness of God to the sinner he said not a word. Robert was offended, he scarcely knew what, with the minister's mode of treating his friend, and after Mr. Macleary had taken a far kinder leave of them than God could approve, if he resembled his representation, Robert sat still, oppressed with darkness. "It's all true," said the shoemaker. "But, man, Robert, dinna ye think the minister was some sore upon me?" "I do think it," answered Robert. Something bears it in upon me 'at he would not be so sore upon me himsel'. There is something in the New Testament, some thought 'at's pittin' it into my head, though faith I dinna know where to look for it. Canna ye help me oot wi' it, man?' Robert could think of nothing but the parable of the prodigal son. Mrs. Alexander got him the New Testament, and he read it. She sat at the foot of the bed listening. 'There!' cried the shoemaker triumphantly. 'I telled ye sae. Not ae word aboot the puir lad's sins. It was all a hurry and a scurry to get the new shoon upo' him, and win at the caffy and the fiddlin' and the dancin'. O Lord!' he broke out, 'I'm comin' home as fast as I can, but my sins are just like shoes down at heel upo' my feet, and will not let me. I expect nae ring and nae robe, but I would fain have a fiddle in my grup when the neist prodigal comes home. And if I dinna fiddle weel, it's no be my wyte. Eh, man! But that is what I ca' guid on, the minister said. Honest man, just blether till 't. O Lord! I sweir if ever I win up again, I'll put in ilka stitch as if the shoon were for the feet of the prodigal himsel'. It shall be good work, O Lord, and I'll never let taste o' whisky into my mouth, nor smell o' whisky into my nose, if so be it I can help it. I sweir it, O Lord, and if I be not raised up again.' Here his voice trembled and ceased, and silence ensued for a short minute. Then he called his wife. 'Come here, Bell. Gie me a kiss, my bonny lass. I hae been an ill man to you.' 'Na, na, Sandy. Ye hae aye been good to me, better nor I deserved. Ye hae been naebody's enemy but your own.' 'Haud yer tongue. Ye're spaking waur blathers nor the minister, honest man. I tell ye I hae been a scoundrel to ye. I haena ever hauden my hands off o' ye, and ye war a bonny lass whan I married ye. I hae spoiled ye a'thegither. But if I war up, see if I wadna gie ye a new goon, and that wad be something to mak ye like yersel' again. I'm affronted wi' mysel', and I hae been sic a brute o' a man to ye. But ye maun forgie me noo, for I do believe in my hert 'at the Lord's forgiven me. Gie me another kiss, lass. God be praised, and mony thanks to you. Ye micht hae run awa' frae me lang or noo, and onybody wad hae said ye did richt. Robert, play a spring.' Absorbed in his own thoughts, Robert began to play the Ewe with the crooked horn. 'Hoots, hoots!' cried Sandy angrily. 'What are ye aboot? Nae more o' that. I hae done wi' that. What's in the head o' ye, man?' 'What'll I play then, Sandy?' asked Robert meekly. 'Play the Land o' the Leal, or My Nanny's Awa', or something o' that kind. I'll be leal to ye noo, Bell, and ye winna pree o' the whusky no more, lass.' 'I canna bide the smell of it,' cried Bell, sobbing. Robert struck in with the Land of the Leal. When he had played it over 2 or 3 times, he laid the fiddle in its place and departed, able just to see by the light of the neglected candle that Bell sat on the bedside stroking the rosiny hand of her husband, the rhinoceros hide of which was yet delicate enough to let the love through to his heart. After this the shoemaker never called his fiddle his auld wife. Robert walked home with his head sunk on his breast. Dooble Sanny, the drinking, ranting, swearing shoemaker, was inside the wicket gate, and he was left outside, for all his prayers with the arrows from the castle of Beelzebub sticking in his back. He would have another try some day, but not yet. He dared not. Henceforth Robert had more to do in reading the New Testament than in playing the fiddle to the shoemaker, though they never parted without an error or two. Sandy continued hopeful and generally cheerful, with alternations which the reading generally fixed on the right side for the night. Robert never attempted any comments, but left him to take from the word what nourishment he could. There was no return of strength to the helpless arm, and his constitution was gradually yielding. The rumour got abroad that he was a changed character. How is not far to seek, for Mr. Macleary fancied himself the honoured instrument of his conversion, whereas paralysis and the New Testament were the chief agents, and even the violin had more share in it than the minister. For the Spirit of God lies all about the spirit of man like a mighty sea, ready to rush in at the smallest chink in the walls that shut him out from his own.
walls which even the tone of a violin afloat on the wind of that spirit is sometimes enough to rend from battlement to base, as the blast of the ram's horns rent the walls of Jericho. And now to the day of his death the shoemaker had need of nothing. Food, wine, and delicacies were sent him by many who, while they considered him outside of the kingdom, would have troubled themselves in no way about him. What with visits of condolence and flattery, inquiries into his experience, and long prayers by his bedside, they now did their best to send him back among the swine. The shoemaker's humour, however, aided by his violin, was a strong antidote against these evil influences. 'I doobt I'm gaein' to dee, Robert,' he said at length one evening, as the lad sat by his bedside. 'Weel, that will not do ye nae ill,' answered Robert, adding, with just a touch of bitterness, 'ye needna care aboot that.' 'I do not care aboot the deein' o' 't, but I jist want to live long eneuch to lat the Lord ken 'at I'm in doonright earnest aboot it. I hae nae chance o' drinkin' as lang as I'm lyin' here.' 'Never ye fret yer heid aboot that. Ye can trust that to him, for it's his ain business. He'll see 'at ye're a' richt. Dinna ye think 'at he'll lat ye aff.' 'The Lord forbid!' responded the shoemaker earnestly. 'It maun be a pittin' richt. It wad be dreadfu' to be latten aff. I wadna hae him content wi' cobbler's wark. I hae 't,' he resumed, after a few minutes' pause. 'The Lord's easy pleased, but ill to satisfee. I'm sair pleased wi' yer playin', Robert, but it's naething like the richt thing yet. It does me good to hear ye, though, for all that.' The very next night he found him evidently sinking fast. Robert took the violin and was about to play, but the shoemaker stretched out his one left hand, and took it from him, laid it across his chest and his arm over it for a few moments, as if he were bidding it farewell, then held it out to Robert, saying, 'Hae, Robert, she's yours. Death's a sore divorce. Maybe they'll have an extra fiddle where I'm gaein', though. Think o' a Rothieden shoemaker playin' afore his grace.' Robert saw that his mind was wandering, and mingled the paltry honours of earth with the grand simplicities of heaven. He began to play the Land o' the Leal. For a little while Sandy seemed to follow and comprehend the tones, but by slow degrees the light departed from his face. At length his jaw fell, and with a sigh the body parted from Dooble Sanny, and he went to God. His wife closed mouth and eyes without a word, laid the two arms equally powerless now, straight by his sides, then seating herself on the edge of the bed, said, 'Dinna bide, Robert. It's all ower noo. He's gone hame. If I were only with him, wherever he is.' She burst into tears, but dried her eyes a moment after, and seeing that Robert still lingered, said, 'Gang, Robert, and send Mistress Downie to me. Dinna grieve, there's a good lad, but tak yer fiddle and gang. Ye can be no more use.' Robert obeyed. With his violin in his hand he went home, and with his violin still in his hand, walked into his grandmother's parlour. 'Hoo daur ye bring sic a thing into my hoose?' she said, roused by the apparent defiance of her grandson. 'Hoo daur ye, after what's come and gone?' ''Cause Dooble Sanny's come and gone, grannie, and left naething but this ahint him. And this ane's mine, whatever the ither micht be. His wife's left withoot a plack, and I'se warrant the good folk of Rothieden will not mak sae muckle of her noo 'at her man's awa'. For she never was such a randy as he was, and the triumph of grace in her is but small therefore. So I maun mak the best 'at I can of the fiddle for her. And ye maunna touch this one, grannie, for though ye may think it richt to burn fiddles, other folk does not. And this has to do with other folk, grannie. It's no atween you and me, ye know.' Robert went on, fearful lest she might consider herself divinely commissioned to extirpate the whole race of stringed instruments. 'For I maun sell it for her.' 'Tak it oot o' my sight,' said Mrs. Falconer, and said no more. He carried the instrument up to his room, laid it on his bed, locked his door, put the key in his pocket, and descended to the parlour. 'He's dead, is he?' said his grandmother, as he re entered. 'Ay, he is, grannie,' answered Robert. 'He died a repentant man.' 'And a believin'?' asked Mrs. Falconer. 'Weel, grannie, I canna say 'at he believed a thing 'at ever was, for a body micht not ken ae thing. Toots, laddie, was it savin' faith?' 'I dinna richtly ken what ye mean by that. But I'm thinkin' it was muckle the same kin' o' faith 'at the prodigal had, for they baith turned and gaed hame.' ''Deed, maybe ye're richt, laddie,' returned Mrs. Falconer, after a moment's thought. 'We'll houp the best.' All the remainder of the evening she sat motionless, with her eyes fixed on the rug before her, thinking, no doubt, of the repentance and salvation of the fiddler, and what hope there might yet be for her own lost son. The next day being Saturday, Robert set out for Bodyfauld, taking the violin with him. He went alone, for he was in no mood for Shargar's company. It was a fine spring day, the woods were budding, and the fragrance of the larches floated across his way. There was a lovely sadness in the sky, and in the motions of the air, and in the scent of the earth, as if they all knew that fine things were at hand, which never could be so beautiful as those that had gone away. And Robert wondered how it was that everything should look so different. Even Bodyfauld seemed to have lost its enchantment, though his friends were as kind as ever. Mr. Lammie went into a rage at the story of the lost violin, and Miss Lammie cried from sympathy with Robert's distress at the fate of his bonny leddy. Then he came to the occasion of his visit, which was to beg Mr. Lammie, when next he went to Aberdeen, to take the shoemaker's fiddle and get what he could for it to help his widow. 'Poor Sandy!' said Robert. 'It never cam intil 's heid to sell her, nae mair nor if she had been the auld wife 'at he called her.' Mr. Lammie undertook the commission, and the next time he saw Robert handed him £10 as the result of the negotiation. It was all Robert could do, however, to get the poor woman to take the money. She looked at it with repugnance, almost as if it had been the price of blood. But Robert having succeeded in overcoming her scruples, she did take it, and therewith provide a store of sweeties and reels of cotton and tobacco for sale in Sandy's workshop. She certainly did not make money by her merchandise, for her anxiety to be honest rose to the absurd, but she contrived to live without being reduced to prey upon her own gingerbread and rock. Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 4. The Aberdeen Garret. Miss St. John had long since returned from her visit, but having heard how much Robert was taken up with his dying friend, she judged it better to leave her intended proposal of renewing her lessons alone for the present. Meeting him, however, soon after Alexander's death, she introduced the subject, and Robert was enraptured at the prospect of the reopening of the gates of his paradise. If he did not inform his grandmother of the fact, neither did he attempt to conceal it, but she took no notice, thinking probably that the whole affair would be effectually disposed of by his departure. Till that period arrived, he had a lesson almost every evening, and Miss St. John was surprised to find how the boy had grown since the door was built up. Robert's gratitude grew into a kind of worship. The evening before his departure for Bodyfauld, whence his grandmother had arranged that he should start for Aberdeen, in order that he might have the company of Mr. Lammie, whom business drew thither about the same time, as he was having his last lesson, Mrs. Forsyth left the room. Thereupon Robert, who had been dejected all day at the thought of the separation from Miss St. John, found his heart beating so violently that he could hardly breathe. Probably she saw his emotion, for she put her hand on the keys as if to cover it by showing him how some movement was to be better effected. He seized her hand and lifted it to his lips, but when he found that, instead of snatching it away, she yielded it, nay, gently pressed it to his face, he burst into tears, and dropped on his knees as if before a goddess. 'Hush, Robert, don't be foolish,' she said quietly and tenderly. 'Here is my aunt coming.' The same moment he was at the piano again, playing My Bonny Lady Anne, so as to astonish Miss St. John and himself as well.
Then he rose, bade a hasty good night, and hurried away. A strange conflict arose in his mind at the prospect of leaving the old place, on every house of whose streets, on every swell of whose surrounding hills, he left the clinging shadows of thought and feeling. A faintly purpled mist arose and enwrapped all the past, changing even his gayest troubles into tales of fairyland, and his deepest griefs into songs of a sad music. Then he thought of Shargar, and what was to become of him after he was gone. The lad was paler, and his eyes were redder than ever, for he had been weeping in secret. He went to his grandmother, and begged that Shargar might accompany him to Bodyfauld. 'He maun bide at home and mind his books,' she answered, 'for he will not have them that muckle longer. He maun be doing something for himself.' So the next morning the boys parted, Shargar to school and Robert to Bodyfauld. Shargar left behind with his desolation, his sun gone down in a west that was not even stormy, only grey and hopeless, and Robert moving towards an east which reflected, like a faint prophecy, the west behind him tinged with love, death, and music, but mingled the colours with its own saffron of coming dawn. When he reached Bodyfauld, he marvelled to find that all its glory had returned. He found Miss Lammie busy among the rich yellow pools in her dairy, and went out into the garden, now in the height of its summer. Great cabbage roses hung heavy-headed splendours towards purple-black heartseases, and thin-filmed silvery pods of honesty. Tall white lilies mingled with the blossoms of currant bushes, and at their feet the narcissi of old classic legend pressed their warm-hearted paleness into the plebeian thicket of the many-striped gardener's garters. It was a lovely type of commonwealth indeed, of the garden of the kingdom of God. His whole mind was flooded with a sense of sunny wealth. The farmer's neglected garden blossomed into higher glory in his soul. The bloom and the richness and the use were all there, but instead of each flower was a delicate, ethereal sense of feeling about that flower. Of these how gladly would he have gathered a posy to offer Miss St. John! But alas, he was no poet. Or rather, he had but the half of the poet's inheritance. He could see, he could not say. But even if he had been full of poetic speech, he would yet have found that the half of his posy remained ungathered. For although we have speech enough now to be cousin to the deed, as Chaucer says, it must always be, we have not yet enough speech to cousin the 10th part of our feelings. Let him who doubts recall one of his own vain attempts to convey that which made the oddest of dreams entrancing in loveliness, to convey that aroma of thought, the conscious absence of which made him a fool in his own eyes when he spoke such silly words as alone presented themselves for the service. I can no more describe the emotion aroused in my mind by a grey cloud parting over a grey stone, by the smell of a sweet pea, by the sight of one of those long upright pennons of striped grass with the homely name, than I can tell what the glory of God is who made these things. The man whose poetry is like nature in this, that it produces individual, incommunicable moods and conditions of mind, a sense of elevated, tender, marvellous, and effervescent existence, must be a poet indeed. Every dawn of such a feeling is a light-brushed bubble, rendering visible for a moment the dark, unknown sea of our being, which lies beyond the lights of our consciousness, and is the stuff and the region of our eternal growth. But think what language must become before it will tell dreams, before it will convey the delicate shades of fancy that come and go in the brain of a child, before it will let a man know wherein one face differeth from another face in glory. I suspect, however, that for such purposes it is rather music than articulation that is needful, that, with the hope of these finer results, the language must rather be turned into music than logically extended. The next morning he awoke at early dawn, hearing the birds at his window. He rose and went out. The air was clear and fresh as a new-made soul. Bars of mottled cloud were bent across the eastern quarter of the sky, which lay like a great ethereal ocean ready for the launch of the ship of glory that was now gliding towards its edge. Everything was waiting to conduct him across the far horizon to the south, where lay the stored-up wonder of his coming life. The lark sang of something greater than he could tell. The wind got up, whispered at it, and lay down to sleep again. The sun was at hand to bathe the world in the light and gladness alone fit to typify the radiance of Robert's thoughts. The clouds that formed the shore of the upper sea were already burning from saffron into gold. A moment more and the first insupportable sting of light would shoot from behind the edge of that low blue hill, and the first day of his new life would be begun. He watched, and it came. The wellspring of day, fresh and exuberant, as if now first from the holy will of the Father of lights, gushed into the basin of the world, and the world was more glad than tongue or pen can tell. The supernal light alone, dawning upon the human heart, can exceed the marvel of such a sunrise. And shall life itself be less beautiful than one of its days? Do not believe it, young brother. Men call the shadow thrown upon the universe, where their own dusky souls come between it and the eternal sun, life, and then mourn that it should be less bright than the hopes of their childhood. Keep thou thy soul translucent, that thou mayest never see its shadow, at least never abuse thyself with the philosophy which calls that shadow life. Or rather, would I say, become thou pure in heart, and thou shalt see God, whose vision alone is life. Just as the sun rushed across the horizon, he heard the tramp of a heavy horse in the yard, passing from the stable to the cart that was to carry his trunk to the turnpike road, 3 miles off, where the coach would pass. Then Miss Lammie came and called him to breakfast, and there sat the farmer in his Sunday suit of black, already busy. Robert was almost too happy to eat, yet he had not swallowed 2 mouthfuls before the sun rose unheeded, the lark sang unheeded, and the roses sparkled with the dew that bowed yet lower their heavy heads, all unheeded. By the time they had finished, Mr. Lammie's gig was at the door, and they mounted and followed the cart. Not even the recurring doubts and fear that hollowness was at the heart of it all, for that God could not mean such rainless gladness, prevented the truth of the present joy from sinking deep into the lad's heart. In his mind he saw a boat moored to a rock, with no one on board, heaving on the waters of a rising tide, and waiting to bear him out on the sea of the unknown. The picture arose of itself. There was no paradise of the West in his imagination, as in that of a boy of the 16th century, to authorize its appearance. It rose again and again. The dew glittered as if the light were its own. The sun shone as he had never seen it shine before. The very mare that sped them along held up her head and stepped out as if she felt it the finest of mornings. Had she also a future, poor old mare? Might there not be a paradise somewhere? And if in the furthest star instead of next door America, why so much the more might the Atlantis of the 19th century surpass Manoa, the golden of the 17th? The gig and the cart reached the road together. One of the men who had accompanied the cart took the gig, and they were left on the roadside with Robert's trunk and box, the latter a present from Miss Lammie. Their places had been secured, and the guard knew where he had to take them up. Long before the coach appeared, the notes of his horn, as like the colour of his red coat as the blindest of men could imagine, came echoing from the side of the heathery, stony hill under which they stood, so that Robert turned wondering, as if the chariot of his desires had been coming over the top of Drumsnag to carry him into a heaven where all labour was delight. But round the corner in front came the four-in-hand red mail instead. She pulled up gallantly. The wheelers lay on their hind quarters, and the leaders parted theirs from the pole. The boxes were hoisted up. Mr. Lammie climbed, and Robert scrambled to his seat. The horn blew, the coachman spake oracularly, the horses obeyed, and away went the gorgeous symbol of sovereignty careering through the submissive region. Nor did Robert's delight abate during the journey, certainly not when he saw the blue line of the sea in the distance, a marvel and yet a fact. Mrs. Falconer had consulted the Misses Napier, who had many acquaintances in Aberdeen, as to a place proper for Robert and suitable to her means. Upon this point Miss Letty, not without a certain touch of design, as may appear in the course of my story, had been able to satisfy her. In a small house of 2 floors and a garret in the old town, Mr. Lammie took leave of Robert. It was from a garret window still, but a storm window now, that Robert looked, eastward, across fields and sandhills, to the blue expanse of waters, not blue like southern seas, but slaty blue, like the eyes of Northmen. It was rather dreary. The sun was shining from overhead now, casting short shadows and much heat. The dew was gone up, and the lark had come down. He was alone. The end of his journey was come, and was not anything very remarkable. His landlady interrupted his gaze to know what he would have for dinner, but he declined to use any discretion in the matter. When she left the room, he did not return to the window, but sat down upon his box. His eye fell upon the other, a big wooden cube. Of its contents he knew nothing. He would amuse himself by making inquisition. It was nailed up. He borrowed a screwdriver and opened it. At the top lay a linen bag full of oatmeal. Underneath that was a thick layer of oatcake. Underneath that 2 cheeses, a pound of butter, and 6 pots of jam, which ought to have tasted of roses, for it came from the old garden where the roses lived in such sweet companionship with the currant bushes. Underneath that, etc., and underneath etc., a box which strangely recalled Shargar's garret, and one of the closets therein. With beating heart he opened it, and lo, to his marvel, and with the restoration of all the fair day, there was the violin which Dooble Sanny had left him when he forsook her for some one or other of the queer instruments of Fra Angelico's angels. In a flutter of delight he sat down on his trunk again, and played the most mournful tunes. 2 white pigeons, which had been talking to each other in the heat of the roof, came one on each side of the window and peeped into the room, and out between them, as he played, Robert saw the sea and the blue sky above it. Is it any wonder that, instead of turning to the lying pages and contorted sentences of the Livy, which he had already unpacked from his box, he forgot all about school and college, and went on playing till his landlady brought up his dinner, which he swallowed hastily that he might return to the spells of his enchantress. Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. The Competition. I could linger with gladness even over this part of my hero's history. If the school work was dry, it was thorough. If that academy had no sweetly shadowing trees, if it did stand within a parallelogram of low stone walls, containing a roughly gravelled court, if all the region about suggested hot stones and sand, beyond still was the sea and the sky, and that court, morning and afternoon, was filled with the shouts of eager boys, kicking the football with mad rushings to and fro, and sometimes with wounds and faintings, fit symbol of the equally resultless ambition with which many of them would follow the game of life in the years to come. Shock-headed Highland colts and rough Lowland steers, as many of them were, out of that group, out of the roughest of them, would emerge in time a few gentlemen, not of the type of your trim, self-contained, clerical exquisite, but large-hearted, courteous gentlemen, for whom a man may thank God. And if the master was stern and hard, he was true. If the pupils feared him, they yet cared to please him. If there might be found not a few more widely read scholars than he, it would be hard to find a better teacher. Robert leaned to the collar and laboured, not greatly moved by ambition, but much by the hope of the bursary and the college life in the near distance. Not unfrequently he would rush into the thick of the football game, fight like a maniac for one short burst, and then retire and look on. He oftener regarded than mingled. He seldom joined his fellows after school hours, for his work lay both upon his conscience and his hopes. But if he formed no very deep friendships among them, at least he made no enemies, for he was not selfish, and in virtue of the Celtic blood in him, was invariably courteous. His habits were in some things altogether irregular. He never went out for a walk, but sometimes looking up from his Virgil or his Latin version, and seeing the blue expanse in the distance breaking into white under the viewless wing of the summer wind, he would fling down his dictionary or his pen, rush from his garret, and fly in a straight line, like a seagull weary of lake and river, down to the waste shore of the great deep. This was all that stood for the Arabian Nights of moon blossomed marble. All the rest was Aberdeen days of Latin and labour. Slowly the hours went, and yet the dreaded, hoped-for day came quickly. The quadrangle of the stone-crowned college grew more awful in its silence and emptiness every time Robert passed it, and the professors' houses looked like the sentry boxes of the angels of learning, soon to come forth and judge the feeble mortals who dared present a claim to their recognition. October faded softly by, with its keen, fresh mornings, and cold, memorial green horizoned evenings, whose stares fell like the stray blossoms of a more heavenly world, from some ghostly wind of space that had caught them up on its awful shoreless sweep. November came, chill and dear, with its heartless, hopeless nothingness, but as if to mock the poor competitors, rose, after 3 days of Scotch mist, in a lovely halcyon day of St. Martin's summer, through whose long shadows anxious young faces gathered in the quadrangle, or under the arcade, each with his Ainsworth dictionary, the sole book allowed, under his arm. But when the sacrist appeared and unlocked the public school, and the black-gowned professor walked into the room, and the door was left open for the candidates to follow, then indeed a great awe fell upon the assembly, and the lads crept into their seats as if to a trial for life before a bench of the incorruptible. They took their places. A portion of Robertson's History of Scotland was given them to turn into Latin, and soon there was nothing to be heard in the assembly but the turning of the leaves of dictionaries, and the scratching of pens constructing the first rough copy of the Latinized theme. It was done. 4 weary hours, nearly 5, 1 or 2 of which passed like minutes, the others as if each minute had been an hour, went by, and Robert, in a kind of desperation, after a final reading of the Latin, gave in his paper and left the room. When he got home, he asked his landlady to get him some tea. Till it was ready, he would take his violin, but even the violin had grown dull, and would not speak freely. He returned to the torture, took out his first copy, and went over it once more. Horror of horrors! A maxi, that is, a Maximus error. Mary, Queen of Scots, had been left so far behind in the beginning of the paper that she forgot the rights of her sex in the middle of it, and in the accusative of a future participle passive (I do not know if more modern grammarians have a different name for the growth) had submitted to be dum, and her rightful dam was henceforth and for ever debarred. He rose, rushed out of the house, down through the garden, across 2 fields and a wide road, across the links, and so to the moaning lip of the sea. For it was moaning that night. From the last bulwark of the sandhills he dropped upon the wet sands, and there he paced up and down. How long, God only, who was watching him, knew, with the low limitless form of the murmuring lip lying out and out into the sinking sky, like the life that lay low and hopeless before him, for the want at most of 20 pounds a year. That was the highest bursary then, to lift him into a region of possible well-being. Suddenly a strange phenomenon appeared within him. The subject hitherto became the object to a new birth of consciousness. He began to look at himself. "There's a sair bit in there," he said, as if his own bosom had been that of another mortal. "What's to be done with it? I doobt it maun bide it. Weel, that cratur had better bide it quietly, and no cry oot. Lie doon and hold your tongue. Sorrow to a haud meretrix est, ye brute." He burst out laughing, after a doubtful and ululent fashion, I dare say. But he went home, took up his Auld Wife, and played Tullochgorum some 50 times over, with extemporized variations. The next day he had to translate a passage from Tacitus, after executing which, somewhat heartlessly, he did not open a Latin book for a whole week. The very sight of one was disgusting to him. He wandered about the new town, along Union Street, and up and down the stairs that led to the lower parts, haunted the quay, watched the vessels, learned their forms, their parts and capacities, made friends with a certain Dutch captain whom he heard playing the violin in his cabin, and on the whole, notwithstanding the wretched prospect before him, contrive to spend the week with considerable enjoyment. Nor does an occasional episode of lounging hurt a life with any true claims to the epic form. The day of decision at length arrived. Again the black-robed powers assembled, and again the hoping, fearing lads, some of them not lads, men and mere boys, gathered to hear their fate. Name after name was called out. A 20-pound bursary to the first, one of 17 to the next, 3 or 4 of 15 and 14, and so on, for about 20, and still no Robert Falconer. At last, lagging wearily in the rear, he heard his name, went up listlessly, and was awarded 5 pounds. He crept home, wrote to his grandmother, and awaited her reply. It was not long in coming, for although the carrier was generally the medium of communication, Miss Letty had contrived to send the answer by coach. It was to the effect that his grandmother was sorry that he had not been more successful, but that Mr. Innes thought it would be quite worth while to try again, and he must therefore come home for another year. This was mortifying enough, though not so bad as it might have been. Robert began to pack his box, but before he had finished it, he shut the lid and sat upon it. To meet Miss St. John thus disgraced was more than he could bear. If he remained, he had a chance of winning prizes at the end of the session, and that would more than repair his honour. The 5-pound bursars were privileged in paying half fees, and if he could only get some teaching, he could manage. But who would employ a Bijan when a magistrand might be had for next to nothing? Besides, who would recommend him? The thought of Dr. Anderson flashed into his mind, and he rushed from the house without even knowing where he lived. Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. Dr. Anderson again. At the post office he procured the desired information at once. Dr. Anderson lived in Union Street, towards the western end of it. Away went Robert to find the house. That was easy. What a grand house of smooth granite and wide approach it was! The great door was opened by a manservant who looked at the country boy from head to foot. "Is the doctor in?" asked Robert. "Yes." "I would like to see him." "What will I say wants him?" "Say the laddie he saw at Bodyfauld." The man left Robert in the hall, which was spread with tiger and leopard skins, and had a bright fire burning in a large stove. Returning presently, he led him through noiseless swing doors, covered with cloth, into a large library. Never had Robert conceived such luxury. What with Turkey carpet, crimson curtains, easy chairs, grandly bound books, and morocco covered writing table, it seemed the very ideal of comfort. But Robert liked the grandeur too much to be abashed by it. "Sit ye doon there," said the servant, "and the doctor 'ill be with ye in a minute." He was hardly out of the room before a door opened in the middle of the books, and the doctor appeared in a long dressing gown. He looked inquiringly at Robert for one moment, then made 2 long strides, like a pair of eager compasses, holding out his hand. "I'm Robert Falconer," said the boy. "Ye'll mind maybe, doctor, 'at ye were verra kind to me ance, and tellt me lots o' stories at Bodyfauld, ye ken." "I'm very glad to see you, Robert," said Dr. Anderson. "Of course I remember you perfectly, but my servant did not bring your name, and I did not know but it might be the other boy. I forget his name." "Ye mean Shargar, sir. It's no him." "I can see that," said the doctor, laughing, "although you are altered. You have grown quite a man. I am very glad to see you," he repeated, shaking hands with him again. "When did you come to town?" "I have been at the grammar school in the Old Toon for the last 3 months," said Robert. "3 months!" exclaimed Dr. Anderson, "and never came to see me till now! That was too bad of you, Robert." "Weel, ye see, sir, I didna know better.
and I had a heap to do, and all for naething after all. But if I had known 'at ye would like to see me, I would have liked weel to come to ye.' 'I have been away most of the summer,' said the doctor, 'but I have been at home for the last month. You haven't had your dinner, have you?' 'Weel, I dinna exactly know what to say, sir. You see, I wasna that sharp set the day, sae I had just a mouthful of bread and cheese. I'm turnin' hungry noo, I maun confess.' The doctor rang the bell. 'You must stop and dine with me. Johnston,' he continued, as his servant entered, 'tell the cook that I have a gentleman to dinner with me to day, and she must be liberal.' 'Guid sake, sir,' said Robert, 'dinna set the woman again' me.' He had no intention of saying anything humorous, but Dr. Anderson laughed heartily. 'Come into my room till dinner time,' he said, opening the door by which he had entered. To Robert's astonishment, he found himself in a room bare as that of the poorest cottage. A small square window, small as the window in John Hewson's, looked out upon a garden neatly kept, but now having no adorning but cleanliness. The place was just the end of a cottage. The walls were whitewashed, the ceiling was of bare boards, and the floor was sprinkled with a little white sand. The table and chairs were of common deal, white and clean, save that the former was spotted with ink. A greater contrast to the soft, large, richly coloured room they had left could hardly be imagined. A few bookshelves on the wall were filled with old books. A fire blazed cheerily in the little grate. A bed with snow white coverlet stood in a recess. 'This is the nicest room in the house, Robert,' said the doctor. 'When I was a student like you.' Robert shook his head. 'I'm nae student yet,' he said, but the doctor went on. 'I had the ben end of my father's cottage to study in, for he treated me like a stranger gentleman when I came home from college. The father respected the son, for whose advantage he was working like a slave from morning till night. My heart is sometimes sore with the gratitude I feel to him, though he has been dead for 30 years. Would you believe it, Robert? Well, I can't talk more about him now. I made this room as like my father's as I could, and I am happier here than anywhere in the world.' By this time Robert was perfectly at home. Before the dinner was ready, he had not only told Dr. Anderson his present difficulty, but his whole story as far back as he could remember. The good man listened eagerly, gazed at the boy with more and more of interest, which deepened till his eyes glistened as he gazed, and when a ludicrous passage intervened, welcomed the laughter as an excuse for wiping them. When dinner was announced, he rose without a word and led the way to the dining room. Robert followed, and they sat down to a meal simple enough for such a house, but which to Robert seemed a feast followed by a banquet. For after they had done eating, on the doctor's part a very meagre performance, they retired to his room again, and then Robert found the table covered with a snowy cloth, and wine and fruits arranged upon it. It was far into the night before he rose to go home. As he passed through a thick rain of pin-point drops, he felt that although those cold granite houses with glimmering dead face stood like rows of sepulchres, he was in reality walking through an avenue of homes. Wet to the skin long before he reached Mrs. Fyvie's in the Old Tune, he was notwithstanding as warm as the underside of a bird's wing, for he had to sit down and write to his grandmother, informing her that Dr. Anderson had employed him to copy for the printers a book of his upon the Medical Boards of India, and that as he was going to pay him for that and other work at a rate which would secure him 10 shillings a week, it would be a pity to lose a year for the chance of getting a bursary next winter. The doctor did want the manuscript copied, and he knew that the only chance of getting Mrs. Falconer's consent to Robert's receiving any assistance from him was to make some business arrangement of that sort. He wrote to her the same night, and after mentioning the unexpected pleasure of Robert's visit, not only explained the advantage to himself of the arrangement he had proposed, but set forth the greater advantage to Robert, inasmuch as he would thus be able in some measure to keep a hold of him. He judged that although Mrs. Falconer had no great opinion of his religion, she would yet consider his influence rather on the side of good than otherwise in the case of a boy else abandoned to his own resources. The end of it all was that his grandmother yielded, and Robert was straightway a Bichon or Yellow beak. 3 days had he clothed in the red gown of the Aberdeen student, and had attended the humanity and Greek classrooms. On the evening of the third day he was seated at his table, preparing his Virgil for the next, when he found himself growing very weary, and no wonder, for except the walk of a few hundred yards to and from the college, he had had no open air for those 3 days. It was raining in a persistent November fashion, and he thought of the sea away through the dark and the rain, tossing uneasily. Should he pay it a visit? He sat for a moment, this way and that, dividing the swift mind. Tennyson's Morte d'Arthur. Atque animam nunc quot celerum nunc dividit illic. Aeneid 4, 285. When his eye fell on his violin, he had been so full of his new position and its requirements that he had not touched it since the session opened. Now it was just what he wanted. He caught it up eagerly and began to play. The power of the music seized upon him, and he went on playing, forgetful of everything else, till a string broke. It was all too short for further use. Regardless of the rain or the depth of darkness to be traversed before he could find a music shop, he caught up his cap and went to rush from the house. His door opened immediately on the top step of the stair without any landing. There was a door opposite, to which likewise a few steps led immediately up. The stairs from the two doors united a little below. So near were the doors that one might stride across the fork. The opposite door was open, and in it stood Ericson. End chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. Ericson. Robert sprang across the dividing chasm, clasped Ericson's hand in both of his, looked up into his face, and stood speechless. Ericson returned the salute with a still kindness, tender and still. His face was like a grey morning sky of summer, from whose level cloud fields rain will fall before noon. So it was you, he said, playing the violin so well. I was doing my best, answered Robert. But Mr. Ericson, I would have done better if I had known you was hearkening. You couldn't do better than your best, returned Eric, smiling. Ay, but your best might aye grow better, you know, persisted Robert. Come into my room, said Ericson. This is Friday night, and there is nothing but chapel tomorrow, so we'll have talk instead of work. In another moment they were seated by a tiny coal fire in a room, one side of which was the slope of the roof, with a large low skylight in it looking seawards. The sound of the distant waves, unheard in Robert's room, beat upon the drum of the skylight, through all the world of mist that lay between it and them, dimly, vaguely, but ever and again with a swell of gathered force that made the distant tumult doubtful no more. I am sorry I have nothing to offer you, said Ericson. You remind me of Peter and John at the beautiful gate of the temple, returned Robert, attempting to speak English like the northerner, but breaking down as his heart got the better of him. Mr. Ericson, if ye knew what it is to me to see the face of ye, ye would not spake like that. Just let me sit and look at ye. I want nae more. A smile broke up the cold, sad, grey light of the young eagle face. Stern at once and gentle when in repose, its smile was as the summer of some lovely land where neither the heat nor the sun shall smite them. The youth laid his hand upon the boy's head, then withdrew it hastily, and the smile vanished like the sun behind a cloud. Robert saw it, and, as if he had been David before Saul, rose instinctively and said, I'll go on for my fiddle. Hoots, I have broken on of the strings. We maun bide till the morn. But I want nae fiddle myself when I hear the great water oot there. You're young yet, my boy, or you might hear voices in that water. I've lived in the sound of it all my days. When I can't rest at night, I hear a moaning and crying in the dark, and I lie and listen till I can't tell whether I'm a man or some God-forsaken sea in the sunless north. Sometimes I believe in naething but my fiddle, answered Robert. Yes, but when it comes into you, my boy, you won't hear much music in the cry of the sea after that. As long as you've got it at arm's length, it's all very well. It's interesting then, and you can talk to your fiddle about it, and make poetry about it, said Ericson with a smile of self-contempt. But as soon as the real earnest comes, that is all over. The sea moan is the cry of a tortured world then. Its hollow bed is the cup of the world's pain, ever rolling from side to side and dashing over its lip. Of all that might be, ought to be, nothing to be had. I could get music out of it once. Look here, I could trifle like that once. He half rose and dropped on his chair. But Robert's believing eyes justified confidence, and Ericson had never had anyone to talk to. He rose again, opened a cupboard at his side, took out some papers, threw them on the table, and, taking his hat, walked towards the door. Which of your strings is broken? He asked. The third, answered Robert. I will get you one, said Ericson, and before Robert could reply he was down the stair. Robert heard him cough, then the door shut, and he was gone in the rain and fog. Bewildered, unhappy, ready to fly after him, yet irresolute, Robert almost mechanically turned over the papers upon the little deal table. He was soon arrested by the following verses, headed, A Noonday Melody. Everything goes to its rest. The hills are asleep in the noon, and life is as still in its nest as the moon when she looks on a moon, in the depths of the calm river's breast, as it steals through a midnight in June. The streams have forgotten the sea in the dream of their musical sound. The sunlight is thick on the tree, and the shadows lie warm on the ground. So still you may watch them and see every breath that awakens around. The churchyard lies still in the heat, with its handful of mouldering bone, as still as the long stalk of wheat in the shadow that sits by the stone, as still as the grass at my feet when I walk in the meadows alone. The waves are asleep on the main, and the ships are asleep on the wave, and the thoughts are as still in my brain as the echo that sleeps in the cave. I'll rest from their labour and pain, then why should not I in my grave? His heart ready to burst with the sorrow, admiration, and devotion which no criticism interfered to qualify, Robert rushed out into the darkness and sped, fleet-footed, along the only path which Ericson could have taken. He could not bear to be left in the house while his friend was out in the rain. He was sure of joining him before he reached the new town, for he was fleet-footed, and there was a path only on one side of the way, so that there was no danger of passing him in the dark. As he ran, he heard the moaning of the sea. There must be a storm somewhere, away in the deep spaces of its dark bosom, and its lips muttered of its far unrest. When the sun rose, it would be seen misty and grey, tossing about under the one rain cloud that like thinner ocean overspread the heavens, tossing like an animal that would fain lie down and be at peace, but could not compose its unwieldy strength. Suddenly Robert slackened his speed, ceased running, stood, gazed through the darkness at a figure a few yards before him. An old wall, bowed out with age and weight behind it, flanked the road in this part. Doors in this wall, with a few steps in front of them and more behind, led up into gardens upon a slope, at the top of which stood the houses to which they belonged. Against one of these doors the figure stood, with its head bowed upon its hands. When Robert was within a few feet, it descended and went on. "Mr. Ericson," exclaimed Robert, "you'll get your death if you stand that way in the wheat." "Amen," said Ericson, turning with a smile that glimmered wan through the misty night. Then changing his tone, he went on. "What are you after, Robert?" "You," answered Robert. "I could not bide to be left alone when I might be with ye all the time, if you would let me. You were oot of the house afore I weel knew what ye was aboot. It's no a fit nicht for ye to be oot at a moor by the takin' 'at you're no the ablest to stand cold and weet." "I've stood a great deal of both in my time," returned Ericson, But come along, we'll go and get that fiddle string. Did not you think it would be fully better to go on home? Robert ventured to suggest. What would be the use? I'm in no mood for Plato tonight, he answered, trying hard to keep from shivering. You have an ill cold upon you, persisted Robert, and you mount be as weet as a dishclout. Ericson laughed, a strange, hollow laugh. Come along, he said. A walk will do me good. We'll get the string, and then you shall play to me. That will do me more good yet. Robert ceased opposing him, and they walked together to the new town. Robert bought the string, and they set out, as he thought, to return. But not yet did Ericson seem inclined to go home. He took the lead, and they emerged upon the quay. There was not many vessels. One of them was the Antwerp tub, already known to Robert. He recognized her even in the dull light of the quay lamps. Her captain, being a prudent and well-to-do Dutchman, never slept on shore. He preferred saving his money, and therefore, as the friends passed, Robert caught sight of him walking his own deck and smoking a long clay pipe before turning in. A fine night, captain, said Robert. It does rain, returned the captain. Will you come on board and have one schnapps before you turn in? I have a friend with me here, said Robert, feeling his way. Let him come and be welcomed. Ericson making no objection, they went on board and down into the neat little cabin, which was all the roomier for the straightness of the vessel's quarter. The captain got out a square, coffin-shouldered bottle, and having respect to the condition of the garments, neither of the young men refused his hospitality, though Robert did feel a little compunction at the thought of the horror it would have caused his grandmother. Then the Dutchman got out his violin, and asked Robert to play a Scotch air. But in the middle of it his eyes fell on Ericson, and he stopped at once. Ericson was sitting on a locker, leaning back against the side of the vessel. His eyes were open and fixed, and he seemed quite unconscious of what was passing. Robert fancied at first that the Hollands he had taken had gone to his head, but he saw at the same moment from his glass that he had scarcely tasted the spirit. In great alarm they tried to rouse him, and at length succeeded. He closed his eyes, opened them again, rose up, and was going away. What's the matter with ye, Mr. Ericson? Said Robert in distress. Nothing, nothing, answered Ericson in a strange voice. I fell asleep, I believe. It was very bad manners, Captain. I beg your pardon. I believe I am overtired. The Dutchman was as kind as possible, and begged Ericson to stay the night and occupy his berth. But he insisted on going home, although he was clearly unfit for such a walk. They bade the skipper good night, went on shore, and set out, Ericson leaning rather heavily upon Robert's arm. Robert led him up Marischal Street. The steep ascent was too much for Ericson. He stood still upon the bridge and leaned over the wall of it. Robert stood beside, almost in despair about getting him home. Have patience with me, Robert, said Ericson, in his natural voice. I shall be better presently. I don't know what's come to me. If I had been a Celt, now, I should have said I had a touch of the second sight, but I am, as far as I know, pure Northman. What did you see? Asked Robert, with a strange feeling that miles of the spirit world, if one may be allowed such a contradiction in words, lay between him and his friend. Ericson returned no answer. Robert feared he was going to have a relapse, but in a moment more he lifted himself up and bent again to the work. They got on pretty well till they were about the middle of the Gallowgate. I can't, said Ericson feebly, and half leaned, half fell against the wall of a house. Come into this shop, said Robert. I know the man. He'll let you sit down. He managed to get him in. He was as pale as death. The bookseller got a chair, and he sank into it. Robert was almost at his wit's end. There was no such thing as a cab in Aberdeen for years and years after the date of my story. He was holding a glass of water to Ericson's lips when he heard his name in a low, earnest whisper from the door. There, round the door cheek, peered the white face and red head of Shargar. Robert! Robert! Said Shargar. I hear ye, returned Robert coolly. He was too anxious to be surprised at anything. Hold your tongue. I'll come to ye in a minute. Ericson recovered a little, refused the whisky offered by the bookseller, rose, and staggered out. If I were only home, he said. But where is home? 'We'll try to mak ane,' returned Robert. 'Tak a hold of me. Lay your weight upon me. If it warna for yer len'th, I could carry ye weel eneuch. Whaur's that Shargar?' he muttered to himself, looking up and down the gloomy street. But no Shargar was to be seen. Robert peered in vain into every dark court they crept past, till at length he all but came to the conclusion that Shargar was only fantastical. When they had reached the hollow, and were crossing the canal bridge by Mount Hooly, Ericson's strength again failed him, and again he leaned upon the bridge. Not had he leaned long before Robert found that he had fainted. In desperation he began to hoist the tall form upon his back, when he heard the quick step of a runner behind him, and the words, 'Give him to me, Robert, give him to me. I can carry him fine.' 'Hold away with ye,' returned Robert, and again Shargar fell behind. For a few hundred yards he trudged along manfully, but his strength, more from the nature of his burden than its weight, soon gave way. He stood still to recover. The same moment Shargar was by his side again. 'Noo, Robert,' he said pleadingly. Robert yielded, and the burden was shifted to Shargar's back. How they managed it they hardly knew themselves, but after many changes they at last got Ericson home, and up to his own room. He had revived several times, but gone off again. In one of his faints Robert undressed him and got him into bed. He had so little to cover him that Robert could not help crying with misery. He himself was well provided, and would gladly have shared with Ericson, but that was hopeless. He could, however, make him warm in bed. Then, leaving Shargar in charge, he sped back to the new town to Dr. Anderson. The doctor had the carriage out at once, wrapped Robert in a plaid, and brought him home with him. Ericson came to himself, and seeing Shargar by his bedside, tried to sit up, asking feebly, 'Where am I?' 'In your own bed, Mr. Ericson,' answered Shargar. 'And who are you?' asked Ericson, again bewildered. Shargar's pale face no doubt looked strange under his crown of red hair. 'Ow, I'm naebody.' 'You must be somebody, or else my brain's in a bad state,' returned Ericson. 'Na, I'm naebody. Naething at all. Robert'll be home in a minute. I'm Robert's dog,' concluded Shargar with a sudden inspiration. This answer seemed to satisfy Ericson, for he closed his eyes and lay still, nor did he speak again till Robert arrived with the doctor. Poor food, scanty clothing, undue exertion in travelling to and from the university, hard mental effort against weakness, disquietude of mind, all borne with an endurance unconscious of itself, had reduced Ericson to his present condition. Strength had given way at last, and he was now lying in the low border wash of a dead sea of fever. The last of an ancient race of poor men, he had no relative but a second cousin, and no means except the little he advanced him, chiefly in kind, to be paid for when Eric had a profession. This cousin was in the herring trade, and the chief assistance he gave him was to send him by sea, from Wick to Aberdeen, a small barrel of his fish every session. One herring with 2 or 3 potatoes formed his dinner as long as the barrel lasted. But at Aberdeen or elsewhere no one carried his head more erect than Eric Ericson, not from pride, but from simplicity and inborn dignity, and there was not a man during the curriculum more respected than he. An excellent classical scholar, as scholarship went in those days, he was almost the only man at the university who made his knowledge of Latin serve towards an acquaintance with the Romance languages. He had gained a small bursary and gave lessons when he could. But having no level channel for the outgoing of the waters of one of the tenderest hearts that ever lived, those waters had sought to break a passage upwards. Herein his experience corresponded in a considerable degree to that of Robert. Only Eric's more fastidious and more instructed nature bred 1,000 difficulties which he would meet one by one, whereas Robert, less delicate and more robust, would break through all the oppositions of theological science, falsely so called, and take the kingdom of heaven by force. But indeed the ruins of the ever-falling temple of theology had accumulated far more heavily over Robert's well of life than over that of Ericson. The obstructions to his faith were those that rolled from the disintegrating mountains of humanity, rather than the rubbish heaped upon it by the careless masons who take the quarry whence they hew the stones for the temple, build without hands, eternal in the heavens. When Dr. Anderson entered, Ericson opened his eyes wide. The doctor approached, and taking his hand, began to feel his pulse. Then first Ericson comprehended his visit. "I can't," he said, withdrawing his hand. "I am not so ill as to need a doctor." "My dear sir," said Dr. Anderson courteously, "there will be no occasion to put you to any pain." "Sir," said Eric, "I have no money." The doctor laughed. "And I have more than I know how to make a good use of. I would rather be left alone," persisted Ericson, turning his face away. "Now, my dear sir," said the doctor, with gentle decision, "that is very wrong. With what face can you offer a kindness when your turn comes, if you won't accept one yourself?" Ericson held out his wrist. Dr. Anderson questioned, prescribed, and having given directions, went home to call again in the morning. And now Robert was somewhat in the position of the old woman who had so many children she didn't know what to do. Dr. Anderson ordered nourishment for Ericson, and here was Shargar upon his hands as well. Shargar and he could share, to be sure, and exist, but for Ericson— Not a word did Robert exchange with Shargar till he had gone to the druggist and got the medicine for Ericson, who after taking it fell into a troubled sleep. Then, leaving the two doors opened, Robert joined Shargar in his own room. There he made up a good fire, and they sat and dried themselves. "Noo, Shargar," said Robert at length, "hoo came ye here?" His question was too like one of his grandmother's to be pleasant to Shargar. "Dinna speyk to me that way, Robert, or I'll cut my throat," he returned. "Hoots, I maun know all aboot it," insisted Robert, but with much modified and partly convicted tone. "Weel, I never said I would not tell ye all aboot it. The fact is this, and I'm no up to the lying as I used to be, Robert. I have tried it ower and ower, but a lie comes rough thro' my windpipe noo. Faith, I could have lied once wi' onybody barrin' the devil. I will not lie. I nae lying. The fact is just this: I could not bide ahind ye ony longer." "But what the muckle long-tailed deevil am I to do with ye?" returned Robert, in real perplexity, though only pretended displeasure. "Gie me something to ate, and I'll tell you what to do with me," answered Shargar. "I do not care a scratch what it is." Robert rang the bell and ordered some porridge, and while it was preparing, Shargar told a story, how, having heard a rumour of apprenticeship to a tailor, he had the same night dropped from the gable window to the ground, and with 3 halfpence in his pocket, had wandered and begged his way to Aberdeen, arriving with 1 halfpenny left. "But what am I to do with ye?" said Robert once more, in as much perplexity as ever. "Bide till I have tell't ye, as I said I would," answered Shargar. "Dinna ye think I'm the careless and therefore helpless cratur I used to be. I have been in Aberdeen 3 days, ay, and I have seen you ilka day in your red goon, and right brow it is. Look ye here." He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out what amounted to 2 or 3 shillings, chiefly in coppers, which he exposed with triumph on the table. "Where got ye all that siller, man?" asked Robert. "Here and there, I cannot war. But I have given the weight of it for it all the same, running here and running there, carrying boxes till and frae from the smacks, and doing all things whether they bade me or no. Yesterday morning I got 3d by hanging aboot the Royal afore the coaches started. I looked up and down the street till I saw somebody hine away with the porkmanty. Till him I ran, and he was an old man, and most at last gasped with the weight of it gone me to carry. And what do ye think gave me a shilling the very first night? What but my brother Sandy." "Lord Rothie?" "Ay, faith, I knew him weel enough, but little he knew me. There he was upon Black Geordie. He's turning old noo." "Your brother?" "Nay, he's young enough for ony mischief, but Black Geordie. What on earth gars him gang stravaguin' aboot upon that devil? I doot he's a kelpie or a hell horse, or something no canny o' that kind. For faith, brother Sandy's no ower canny himself, I'm thinking. But Geordie, the older the waur inclined, and so I'm thinking with his master." Did you ever see your father, Shargar? Nay, nor I do not want to see him. I'm upon my mother's side, but that's naething to the point. All that I want of you is to let me come home at night and lie upon the floor here. I swear I'll lie in the street if you do not let me. I'll sleep as sound's Peter McGinnis when McCleary's preaching, and I will not ate muckle. I have dreadful poor of atin, and all that I gather I'll fess home to you, to do with as you like. Man, I carried a heap of things today till the skipper of that boat 'at ye goed into with Mr. Ericson that night. He's a fine child, that skipper.' Robert was astonished at the change that had passed upon Shargar. His departure had cast him upon his own resources, and allowed the individuality repressed by every event of his history, even by his worship of Robert, to begin to develop itself. Miserable for a few weeks, he had revived in the fancy that to work hard at school would give him some chance of rejoining Robert. Thence too he had watched to please Mrs. Falconer, and had indeed begun to buy golden opinions from all sorts of people. He had a hope in prospect. But into the midst fell the whisper of the apprenticeship like a thunderbolt out of the clear sky. He fled at once. 'Weel, ye can have my bed the night,' said Robert, 'for I maun sit up with Mr. Ericson.' 'Deed, I'll have nothing of the kind. I'll sleep upon the floor, or else upon the door stand. Man, I'm no clean enough after what I've come through since I drappit from the window sill in the gala room. But just lend me your plaid, and I'll sleep upon the rug here as if I were in Paradise. And faith, so I am, Robert. You might go on to your bed some time the night besides, or you will not be fit for your work the morn. You can just give me a kick, and I'll be up afore ye can give me another.' Their supper arrived from below, and each on the one side of the fire they ate the porridge, conversing all the while about old times. For the youngest life has its old times, its golden age, and old adventures, Dougal Sanny, Betty, etc., etc. There were but two subjects which Robert avoided, Miss St. John and the bonny lady. Shargar was at length deposited upon the little bit of hearth rug which adorned rather than enriched the room, with Robert's plaid of shepherd tartan around him, and an Ainsworth dictionary under his head for a pillow. 'Man, I find myself just like a muckle sheepdog,' he said. 'When I close my een, I'm no sure 'at I'm no in the inside of your old Lucky Daddy's kilt. The Lord preserve me from ever such a fright again as your grannie and Betty gave me the night they found me in it. I do not believe it is nature to have such a fright twice in a lifetime, so I'll fall asleep at once, and say no more. But as muckle of my prayers as I can mind upon noo at grannie's no at my leg.' 'Haud your impudence and your tongue thegither,' said Robert. 'Mind it, my grannie's been the best friend ye ever had.' 'Except my own mother,' returned Shargar, with a sleepy doggedness in his tone. During their conference Ericson had been slumbering. Robert had visited him from time to time, but he had not awakened. As soon as Shargar was disposed of, he took his candle and sat down by him. He grew more uneasy. Robert guessed that the candle was the cause, and put it out. Ericson was quieter, so Robert sat in the dark. But the rain had now ceased. Some upper wind had swept the clouds from the sky, and the whole world of stars was radiant over the earth and its griefs. 'O God, where art thou?' he said in his heart, and went to his own room to look out. There was no curtain, and the blind had not been drawn down, therefore the earth looked in at the storm window. The sea neither glimmered nor shone. It lay across the horizon like a low level cloud, out of which came a moaning. Was this moaning all of the earth, or was there trouble in the starry places too? Thought Robert, as if already he had begun to suspect the truth from afar, that save in the secret place of the Most High, and in the heart that is hid with the Son of Man in the bosom of the Father, there is trouble, a sacred unrest everywhere, the moaning of a tide setting homewards, even towards the bosom of that Father. End chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. A Human Providence. Robert kept himself thoroughly awake the whole night, and it was well that he had not to attend classes in the morning. As the grey of the world's reviving consciousness melted in at the window, the things around and within him looked and felt ghastly. Nothing is liker the grey dawn than the soul of one who has been watching by a sick bed all the long hours of the dark, except indeed it be the first glimmerings of truth on the mind lost in the dark of a godless life. Ericson had waked often, and Robert had administered his medicine carefully, but he had been mostly between sleeping and waking, and had murmured strange words whose passing shadows rather than glimmers roused the imagination of the youth as with messages from regions unknown. As the light came, he found his senses going, and went to his own room again to get a book that he might keep himself awake by reading at the window. To his surprise, Shargar was gone, and for a moment he doubted whether he had not been dreaming all that had passed between them the night before. His plaid was folded up and laid upon a chair, as it had been there all night, and his Ainsworth was on the table. But beside it was the money Shargar had drawn from his pockets. About 9 o'clock Dr. Anderson arrived, found Ericson not so much worse as he had expected, comforted Robert, and told him he must go to bed. "But I cannot leave Mr. Ericson," said Robert. "Let your friend what's his odd name? Watch him during the day." "Shargar, you mean, sir. But that's his nickname. His real name, they say his mother says, is George Moray, with an O and no a UR. Do you see?" concluded Robert significantly. "No, I don't," answered the doctor. "They say he's the son of an old marquis, that's it. His mother's a randy wife 'at goes aboot the country, a gipsy, they say. There's nae doot about her, and by all accounts the father's likely enough. And how on earth did you come to have such a questionable companion?" "Shargar's as fine a cratur as God made," said Robert warmly. "Ye'll alloo 'at God made him, doctor, though his father and mother thought not muckle aboot him, or God either, when they got him atween them. And Shargar could not help it. It might have been you or me, for that matter, doctor." "I beg your pardon, Robert," said Dr. Anderson quietly, although delighted with the fervour of his young kinsman. "I only wanted to know how he came to be your companion." "I beg your pardon, doctor, but I thought you was some scunnert at it, and I cannot bide Shargar to be lookit down upon. Look here," he continued, going to his box and bringing out Shargar's little heap of coppers, in which 2 sixpence obscurely shone. "He brought all that home last night, and syne sleepit upon the rug in my room there. We'll want all 'at he can make, and me too, afore we get Mr. Ericson up again." "But ye havena tellt me yet," said the doctor, so pleased with the lad that he had relapsed into the dialect of his youth, "hoo ye came to forgather wi' him. I'll tell ye all aboot it, doctor. It was all my granny's doin', God bless her, for weel he may, and muckle she needs it." "Oh yes, I remember now all your grandmother's part in the story," returned the doctor. "But I still want to know how he came here." "She was going on to make a tailor of him, and he just run away and came to me." "It was too bad of him that, after all she had done for him." "Ow, 'deed no, doctor. Even when ye bought a man and paid for him according to the Jewish law, ye could not make a slave of him for altogether on him seeking it himself. If she could only get my father home!" sighed Robert after a pause. "What should she want him home for?" asked Dr. Anderson, still making conversation. "I dinna mean home to Rothieden. I believe she could bide never seeing him again, if only he wasna in the ill place. She has awfu' notions about burnin' ill souls for ever and ever. But it's no herself, it's the wyte o' the ministers. Doctor, I do believe she wad gang and be burnt herself wi' a great thanksgivin' if it wad let ony poor creature oot o' 't, no to say my father. And I sore misdoobt if mony o' them 'at put it in her head wad do as muckle. I'm some feared they're like Paul afore he was converted. He would not lift a stone himself, but he liked weel to stand oot by and look on. A deep sigh, almost a groan, from the bed reminded them that they were talking too much and too loud for a sick room. It was followed by the words, muttered but articulate, "What's the good when you don't know whether there's a God at all?" "'Deed, that's verra true, Mr. Ericson," returned Robert. "I wish ye wad find oot and tell me. I wad be blythe to hear what ye had to say on's it, if it was I, ye ken." Ericson went on murmuring, but inarticulately now. "This won't do at all, Robert, my boy," said Dr. Anderson. "We must not talk about such things with him, or indeed about anything. You must keep him as quiet as ever you can." "I thought he was coming to himself," returned Robert. "But I will take care, I assure ye, doctor. Only I'm feared I may fall asleep the night, for I was so sleepy this morning." "I will send Johnston as soon as I get home, and you must go to bed when he comes." "'Deed, doctor, that will not do at all. It would be ower mony strange faces altogether. We'll get Mrs. Fyvie to look till him the day, and Shargar cannot work the morn, being Sunday, and I'll go on to my bed for fear of doing waur, though I doot I will not sleep in the daylight." Dr. Anderson was satisfied and went home, cogitating much. This boy, this cousin of his, made a vortex of good about him into which whoever came near it was drawn. He seemed at the same time quite unaware of anything worthy in his conduct. The good he did sprung from some inward necessity, with just enough in it of the salt of choice to keep it from losing its savour. To these cogitations of Dr. Anderson I add that there was no conscious exercise of religion in it, for there his mind was all at sea. Of course, I believe notwithstanding that religion had much, I ought to say everything, to do with it. Robert had not yet found in God a reason for being true to his fellows, but if God was leading him to be the man he became, how could any good results of this leading be other than religious? All good is of God. Robert began where he could. The first table was too high for him. He began with the second. If a man love his brother whom he hath seen, the love of God whom he hath not seen is not very far off. These results in Robert were the first outcome of divine facts and influences. They were the buds of the fruit thereafter to be gathered in perfect devotion. God be praised by those who know religion to be truth of humanity, its own truth that sets it free, not binds and lops and mutilates it, who see God to be the Father of every human soul, the ideal Father, not an inventor of schemes or the upholder of a court etiquette for whose use he has chosen to desecrate the name of justice. To return to Dr. Anderson, I have had little opportunity of knowing his history in India. He returned from it halfway down the hill of life, sad, gentle, kind, and rich. Whence his sadness came we need not inquire. Some woman out in that fervid land may have darkened his story, darkened it wronglessly, it may be, with coldness, or only with death. But to return home without wife to accompany him, or child to meet him, to sit by his riches like a man over a fire of straws in a Siberian frost, to know that old faces were gone and old hearts changed, that the pattern of things in the heavens had melted away from the face of the earth, that the chill evenings of autumn were settling down into longer and longer nights, and that no hope lay any more beyond the mountains. Surely this was enough to make a gentle-minded man sad, even if the individual sorrows of his history had gathered into gold and purple in the west. I say west advisedly, for we are journeying, like our globe, ever towards the east. Death and the west are behind us, ever behind us, and settling into the unchangeable. It was natural that he should be interested in the fine promise of Robert, in whom he saw revived the hopes of his own youth, but in a nature at once more robust and more ideal. Where the doctor was refined, Robert was strong. Where the doctor was firm with the firmness he had cultivated, Robert was imperious with an imperiousness time would mellow. Where the doctor was generous and careful at once, Robert gave his mite and forgot it. He was rugged in the simplicity of his truthfulness, and his speech betrayed him as altogether of the people. But the doctor knew the whole of the pit whence he had been himself digged. All that would fall away as the spiky shell from the polished chestnut. and be reabsorbed in the growth of the grand coned flowering tree, to stand up in the sun and wind of the years, a very altar of incense. It is no wonder, I repeat, that he loved the boy and longed to further his plans, but he was too wise to overwhelm him with a cataract of fortune, instead of blessing him with the merciful dew of progress. "The fellow will bring me in for no end of expense," he said, smiling to himself as he drove home in his chariot. "The less he means it, the more unconscionable he will be. There's that Ericson, but that isn't worth thinking of. I must do something for that queer protégé of his, though, that Shargar. The fellow is as good as a dog, and that's saying not a little for him. I wonder if he can learn, or if he takes after his father, the Marquis, who never could spell. Well, it's a comfort to have something to do worth doing. I did think of endowing a hospital, but I'm not sure that it isn't better to endow a good man than a hospital. I'll think about it. I won't say anything about Shargar either till I see how he goes on. I might give him a job, though, now and then. But where to fall in with him, prowling about after jobs?" He threw himself back in his seat, and laughed with a delight he had rarely felt. He was a Providence watching over the boys, who expected nothing of him beyond advice for Ericson. Might there not be a Providence that equally transcended the vision of men, shaping to nobler ends the blocked out designs of their rough hewn marbles? His thoughts wandered back to his friend, the Brahmin, who died longing for the absorption into deity which had been the dream of his life. Might not the Brahmin find the grand idea shaped to yet finer issues than his aspiration had dared contemplate? Might he not inherit in the purification of his will such an absorption as should intensify his personality? Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. A Human Soul. Ericson lay for several weeks, during which time Robert and Shargar were his only nurses. They contrived by abridging both rest and labour to give him constant attendance. Shargar went to bed early and got up early, so as to let Robert have a few hours' sleep before his classes began. Robert again slept in the evening after Shargar came home, and made up for the time by reading while he sat by his friend. Mrs. Fyvie's attendance was in requisition only for the hours when he had to be at lectures. By the greatest economy of means, consisting of what Shargar brought in by jobbing about the quay and the coach offices, and what Robert had from Dr. Anderson for copying his manuscript, they contrived to procure for Ericson all that he wanted. The shopping of the two boys, in their utter ignorance of such delicacies as the doctor told them to get for him, the blunders they made as to the shops at which they were to be bought, and the consultations they held, especially about the preparing of the prescribed nutriment, afforded them many an amusing retrospect in after years. For the house was so full of lodgers that Robert begged Mrs. Fyvie to give herself no trouble in the matter. Her conscience, however, was uneasy, and she spoke to Dr. Anderson. But he assured her that she might trust the boys. What cooking they could not manage, she undertook cheerfully, and refused to add anything to the rent on Shargar's account. Dr. Anderson watched everything, the two boys as much as his patient. He allowed them to work on, sending only the wine that was necessary from his own cellar. The moment that supplies should begin to fail, or the boys to look troubled, he was ready to do more. About Robert's perseverance he had no doubt. Shargar's faithfulness he wanted to prove. Robert wrote to his grandmother to tell her that Shargar was with him working hard. Her reply was somewhat cold and offended, but was enclosed in a parcel containing all Shargar's garments, and ended with the assurance that as long as he did well, she was ready to do what she could. Few English readers will like Mrs. Falconer, but her grandchild considered her one of the noblest women ever God made, and I, from his account, am of the same mind. Her care was fixed, to fill her odorous lamp with deeds of light, and hope that reaps not shame. And if one must choose between the how and the what, let me have the what, come of the how what may. I know of a man so sensitive that he shuts his ears to his sister's griefs, because it spoils his digestion to think of them. One evening Robert was sitting by the table in Ericson's room. Dr. Anderson had not called that day, and he did not expect to see him now, for he had never come so late. He was quite at his ease, therefore, and busy with two things at once, when the doctor opened the door and walked in. I think it is possible that he came up quietly, with some design of surprising him. He found him with the stocking on one hand, a darning needle in the other, and a Greek book open before him. Taking no apparent notice of him, he walked up to the bedside, and Robert put away his work. After his interview with his patient was over, the doctor signed to him to follow him to the next room. There Shargar lay on the rug, already snoring. It was a cold night in December, but he lay in his underclothing, with a single blanket round him. "Good training for a soldier," said the doctor. "And so was your work a minute ago, Robert." "Ay," answered Robert, colouring a little. "I was reading a bit of the Anabasis." The doctor smiled a far-off, sly smile. "I think it was rather the Catabasis, if one might venture to judge from the direction of your labours." "Weel," answered Robert, "what would ye have me do? Would ye have me let Mr. Ericson go on with holes in the heels of his hose, when I can make them whole and learn my Greek at the same time? Hoots, doctor, dinna laugh at me. I was doing nae ill. A body may please themselves, which surely is no sin." "But it's such a waste of time. Why don't you buy him new ones?" "'Deed, that's easier said than dune. I have enough ado with my siller as 'tis, and if it warna for you, doctor, I do not know what would come o' us, for, ye see, I have no richt to call upon my grannie for other folk. There would be nae end to that." "But I could lend you money to buy him some stockings." "And when would I be able to pay ye, do you think, doctor? In another world, maybe, where the currency might be sae different there would be no possibility of reckoning the rate of exchange. Na, na. But I will give you the money if you like." "Na, na. Ye hae done enough already, and mony thanks. Siller's no so easy come by to be wasted, as long as a darn'll do. Forby, if you begin with his claes, ye wadna know whaur to haud, for it would just be the new cloth upon the old garment. Ye might as well new clad him at once." "And why not, if I choose, Mr. Falconer?" "Speir ye that at him, and see what ye'll get. A look at wad fess a carrion crow from the sky. I wadna hae ye try that. Some folks' poverty maun be handled just like a sore place, doctor. He canna weel complain of a bit darnin'. He canna tak that ill," repeated Robert, in a tone that showed he yet felt some anxiety on the subject. "But new anes! I wadna like to be by when he found that oot. Maybe he might take them from a woman, but from a man body, na, na, I maun just darn awa'. But I'll mak them dacent enough afore I hae done with them. A fiddler has fingers." The doctor smiled a pleased smile, but when he got into his carriage again, he laughed heartily. The evening deepened into night. Robert thought Ericson was asleep, but he spoke. "Who is that at the street door?" he said. They were at the top of the house, and there was no window to the street. But Ericson's senses were preternaturally acute, as is often the case in such illnesses. "I did not hear onybody," answered Robert. "There was somebody," returned Ericson. From that moment he began to be restless, and was more feverish than usual throughout the night. Up to this time he had spoken little, was depressed with a suffering to which he could give no name, not pain, he said, but such that he could rouse no mental effort to meet it. His endurance was passive altogether. This night his brain was more affected. He did not rave, but often wandered, never spoke nonsense, but many words that would have seemed nonsense to ordinary people. To Robert they seemed inspired. His imagination, which was greater than any other of his fine faculties, was so roused that he talked in verse, probably verse composed before and now recalled. He would even pray sometimes in measured lines, and go on murmuring petitions till the words of the murmur became undistinguishable, and he fell asleep. But even in his sleep he would speak, and Robert would listen in awe, for such words, falling from such a man, were to him as dim breaks of coloured light from the rainbow walls of the heavenly city. If God were thinking me, said Ericson, ah! But if he be only dreaming me, I shall go mad. Ericson's outside was like his own northern clime, dark, gentle, and clear, with grey blue seas, and a sun that seems to shine out of the past, and know nothing of the future. But within glowed a volcanic angel of aspiration, fluttering his half-grown wings, and ever reaching towards the heights whence all things are visible, and where all passions are safe, because true, that is, divine. Iceland herself has her Hecla. Robert listened with keenest ear. A mist of great meaning hung about the words his friend had spoken. He might speak more. For some minutes he listened in vain, and was turning at last towards his book in hopelessness, when he did speak yet again. Robert's ear soon detected the rhythmic motion of his speech. Come in the glory of thine excellence. Rive the dense gloom with wedges of clear light, and let the shimmer of thy chariot wheels burn through the cracks of night. So slowly, Lord, to lift myself to thee with hands of toil, climbing the slippery cliff of unheard prayer. Lift up a hand among my idle days, one beckoning finger. I will cast aside the clogs of earthly circumstance, and run up the broad highways where the countless worlds sit ripening in the summer of thy love. Breathless for fear of losing a word, Robert yet remembered that he had seen something like these words in the papers Ericson had given him to read on the night when his illness began. When he had fallen asleep and silent, he searched and found it. But I prefer giving another of his poems, which Robert read at the same time, revealing another of his moods, when some one of the clouds of holy doubt and questioning love, which so often darkened his sky, did at length turn forth her silver lining on the night. Song. They are blind and they are dead, we will wake them as we go. There are words have not been said, there are sounds they do not know. We will pipe and we will sing, with the music and the spring, set their hearts a wondering. They are tired of what is old, we will give it voices new, for the half hath not been told of the beautiful and true. Drowsy eyelids shut and sleeping, heavy eyes oppressed with weeping, flashes through the lashes leaping. Ye that have a pleasant voice, hither come without delay. Ye will never have a choice, like to that ye have to-day. Round and wide world we will go, singing through the frost and snow, till the daisies are in blow. Ye that cannot pipe or sing, ye must also come with speed. Ye must come, and with you bring weighty words and weightier deed. Helping hands and loving eyes, these will make them truly wise. Then will be our paradise. As Robert read, the sweetness of the rhythm seized upon him, and almost unconsciously he read the last stanza aloud. Looking up from the paper with a sigh of wonder and delight, there was the pale face of Ericson gazing at him from the bed. He had risen on one arm, looking like a dead man called to life against his will, who found the world he had left already stranger to him than the one into which he had but peeped. Yes, he murmured, I could say that once. It's all gone now. Our world is but our moods. He fell back on his pillow. After a little he murmured again, I might fool myself with faith again. So it is better not. I would not be fooled. To believe the false and be happy is the very belly of misery. To believe the true and be miserable is to be true and miserable. If there is no God, let me know it. I will not be fooled. I will not believe in a God that does not exist. Better be miserable, because I am and cannot help it. Oh God! Yet in his misery he cried upon God. These words came upon Robert with such a shock of sympathy that they destroyed his consciousness for the moment. and when he thought about them, he almost doubted if he had heard them. He rose and approached the bed. Ericson lay with his eyes closed, and his face contorted as if by inward pain. Robert put a spoonful of wine to his lips. He swallowed it, opened his eyes, gazed at the boy as if he did not know him, closed them again, and lay still. Some people take comfort from the true eyes of a dog, and a precious thing to the loving heart is the love of even a dumb animal. Why should Sir Walter Scott, who felt the death of Camp, his bull terrier, so much that he declined a dinner engagement in consequence, say on the death of his next favourite, a greyhound bitch, "Rest her body, since I dare not say soul"? Where did he get that dare not? Is it well that the daring of genius should be circumscribed by an unbelief so commonplace as to be capable only of subscription? What comfort then must not such a boy as Robert have been to such a man as Ericson? Often and often when he was lying asleep, as Robert thought, he was watching the face of his watcher. When the human soul is not yet able to receive the vision of the God-man, God sometimes, might I not say always, reveals himself, or at least gives himself, in some human being whose face, whose hands, are the ministering angels of his unacknowledged presence, to keep alive the fire of love on the altar of the heart until God hath provided the sacrifice, that is, until the soul is strong enough to draw it from the concealing thicket. Here were two, each thinking that God had forsaken him, or was not to be found by him, and each the very love of God commissioned to tend the other's heart. In each was he present to the other. The one thought himself the happiest of mortals in waiting upon the big brother, whose least smile was joy enough for one day. The other wondered at the unconscious goodness of the boy, and while he gazed at his ruddy brown face, believed in God. For some time after Ericson was taken ill, he was too depressed and miserable to ask how he was cared for. But by slow degrees it dawned upon him that a heart deep and gracious, like that of a woman, watched over him. True, Robert was uncouth, but his uncouthness was that of a half-fledged angel. The heart of the man and the heart of the boy were drawn close together. Long before Ericson was well, he loved Robert enough to be willing to be indebted to him, and would lie pondering, not how to repay him, but how to return his kindness. How much Robert's ambition to stand well in the eyes of Miss St. John contributed to his progress, I can only imagine, but certainly his ministrations to Ericson did not interfere with his Latin and Greek. I venture to think that they advanced them, for difficulty adds to result, as the ramming of the powder sends the bullet further. I have heard, indeed, that when a carrier wants to help his horse uphill, he sets a boy on his back. Ericson made little direct acknowledgment to Robert. His tones, his gestures, his looks, all thanked him, but he shrunk from words with the maidenly shamefacedness that belongs to true feeling. He would even assume the authoritative and send him away to his studies. But Robert knew how to hold his own. The relation of elder brother and younger was already established between them. Shargar likewise took his share in the love and the fellowship, worshipping in that he believed. Chapter 9. Book 2, Chapter 10 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. A Father and a Daughter. The presence at the street door of which Ericson's over-acute sense had been aware on a past evening was that of Mr. Lindsay, walking home with bowed back and bowed head from the college library, where he was privileged to sit after hours as long as he pleased over books too big to be comfortably carried home to his cottage. He had called to inquire after Ericson, whose acquaintance he had made in the library, and cultivated, until, almost any Friday evening, Ericson was to be found seated by Mr. Lindsay's parlour fire. As he entered the room that same evening, a young girl raised herself from a low seat by the fire to meet him. There was a faint, rosy flush on her cheek, and she held a volume in her hand as she approached her father. They did not kiss. Kisses were not a legal tender in Scotland then. Possibly there had been a depreciation in the value of them since they were. 'I've been to ask after Mr. Ericson,' said Mr. Lindsay. 'And how is he?' asked the girl. 'Very poorly indeed,' answered her father. 'I am sorry. You'll miss him, papa.' 'Yes, my dear. Tell Jenny to bring my lamp.' 'Won't you have your tea first, papa?' 'Oh yes, if it's ready. The kettle has been boiling for a long time, but I wouldn't make the tea till you came in.' Mr. Lindsay was an hour later than usual, but Mysie was quite unaware of that. She had been absorbed in her book, too much absorbed even to ring for better light than the fire afforded. When her father went to put off his long bifurcated greatcoat, she returned to her seat by the fire and forgot to make the tea. It was a warm, snug room, full of dark, old-fashioned, spider-legged furniture, low-pitched, with the bay window, open like an ear to the cries of the German Ocean at night, and like an eye during the day to look out upon its wide expanse. This ear or eye was now curtained with dark crimson, and the room, in the firelight, with the young girl for a soul to it, affected one like an ancient book in which he reads his own latest thought. Mysie was nothing over the middle height, delicately fashioned, at once slender and round, with extremities neat as buds. Her complexion was fair, and her face pale, except when a flush like that of a white rose overspread it. Her cheek was love-lily curved, and her face rather short, but at first one could see nothing for her eyes. They were the largest eyes, and their motion reminded one of those of Sordello in the Purgatorio. E nel muover degli occhi onesta e tarda. They seemed too large to move otherwise than with a slow turning like that of the heavens. At first they looked black, but if one ventured inquiry, which was as dangerous as to gaze from the battlements of Elsinore, he found them a not very dark brown. In her face, however, especially when flushed, they had all the effect of what Milton describes as quel sereno fulgor d'amabil nero. A wise observer would have been a little troubled in regarding her mouth. The sadness of a morbid sensibility hovered about it, the sign of an imagination wrought upon from the centre of self. Her lips were neither thin nor compressed. They closed lightly, and were richly curved, but there was a mobility almost tremulous about the upper lip that gave sign of the possibility of such an oscillation of feeling as might cause the whole fabric of her nature to rock dangerously. The moment her father re-entered, she started from her stool on the rug, and proceeded to make the tea. Her father took no notice of her neglect, but drew a chair to the table, helped himself to a piece of oat cake, hastily loaded it with as much butter as it could well carry, and while eating it, forgot it and everything else in the absorption of a volume he had brought in with him from his study, in which he was tracing out some genealogical thread of which he fancied he had got a hold. Mysie was very active now, and lost the expression of far-offness which had hitherto characterized her countenance, till, having poured out the tea, she too plunged at once into her novel, and, like her father, forgot everything and everybody near her. Mr. Lindsay was a mild, gentle man, whose face and hair seemed to have grown grey together. He was very tall, and stooped much. He had a mouth of much sensibility, and clear blue eyes, whose light was rarely shed upon any one within reach, except his daughter. They were so constantly bent downwards, either on the road as he walked, or on his book as he sat. He had been educated for the church, but had never risen above the position of a parish schoolmaster. He had little or no impulse to utterance, was shy, genial, and, save in reading, indolent. 10 years before this point of my history, he had been taken up by an active lawyer in Edinburgh, from information accidentally supplied by Mr. Lindsay himself, as the next heir to a property to which claim was laid by the head of a county family of wealth. Probabilities were altogether in his favour when he gave up the contest upon the offer of a comfortable annuity from the disputant. To leave his schooling and his possible estate together, and sit down comfortably by his own fireside, with the means of buying books, and within reach of a good old library, that of King's College, by preference, was to him the sum of all that was desirable. The income offered him was such that he had no fear of laying aside enough for his only child, Mysie, but both were so ill fitted for saving, he from looking into the past, she from looking into what shall I call it? I can only think of negatives, what was neither past, present, nor future, neither material nor eternal, neither imaginative in any true sense, nor actual in any sense, that up to the present hour there was nothing in the bank, and only the money for impending needs in the house. He could not be called a man of learning, he was only a great bookworm, for his reading lay all in the nebulous regions of history. Old family records, wherever he could lay hold upon them, were his favourite dishes. Old musty books that looked as if they knew something everybody else had forgotten, made his eyes gleam and his white taper-fingered hand tremble with eagerness. With such a book in his grasp, he saw something ever beckoning him on, a dimly precious discovery, a wonderful fact, just the shape of some missing fragment in the mosaic of one of his pictures of the past. To tell the truth, however, his discoveries seldom rounded themselves into pictures, though many fragments of the minutely dissected map would find their places, whereupon he rejoined, like a mild giant refreshed with soda water. But I have already said more about him than his place justifies. Therefore, although I could gladly linger over the portrait, I will leave it. He had taught his daughter next to nothing. Being his child, he had the vague feeling that she inherited his wisdom, and that what he knew, she knew. So she sat reading novels, generally trashy ones, while he knew no more of what was passing in her mind than of what the admirable Crichton might at the moment be disputing with the angels. I would not have my reader suppose that Mysie's mind was corrupted. It was so simple and childlike, leaning to what was pure, and looking up to what was noble, that anything directly bad in the book she happened, for it was all haphazard, to read, glided over her as a black cloud may glide over a landscape, leaving it sunny as before. I cannot therefore say, however, that she was nothing the worse. If the darkening of the sun keep the fruits of the earth from growing, the earth is surely the worse, though it be blackened by no deposit of smoke. And where good things do not grow, the wild and possibly noxious will grow more freely. There may be no harm in the yellow tansy, there is much beauty in the red poppy, but they are not good for food. The result in Mysie's case would be this, not that she would call evil good and good evil, but that she would take the beautiful for the true, and the outer shows of goodness for goodness itself. Not the worst result, but bad enough, and involving an awful amount of suffering, and possibly of defilement. He who thinks to climb the hill of happiness thus will find himself floundering in the blackest bog that lies at the foot of its precipices. I say he, not she, advisedly. All will acknowledge it of the woman. It is as true of the man, though he may get out easier. Will he? I say, checking myself, I doubt it much. In the world's eye, yes, but in God's, let the question remain unanswered. When he had eaten his toast and drunk his tea, apparently without any enjoyment, Mr. Lindsay rose with his book in his hand, and withdrew to his study. He had not long left the room when Mysie was startled by a loud knock at the back door, which opened on a lane leading along the top of a hill. But she had almost forgotten it again when the door of the room opened, and a gentleman entered without any announcement, for Jenny had never heard of the custom. When she saw him, Mysie started from her seat, and stood in visible embarrassment. The colour went and came on her lovely face, and her eyelids grew very heavy. She had never seen the visitor before. Whether he had never seen her before, I cannot certainly say. She felt herself trembling in his presence, while he advanced with perfect composure. He was a man no longer young, but in the full strength and show of manhood, the Baron of Rothie. Since the time of my first description of him, he had grown a moustache, which improved his countenance greatly by concealing his upper lip with its tusky curves. On a girl like Mysie, with an imagination so cultivated, and with no opportunity of comparing its fancies with reality, such a man would make an instant impression. I beg your pardon, Miss Lindsay, I presume, for intruding upon you so abruptly. I expected to see your father, not one of the Graces.' She blushed all the colour of her blood now. The Baron was quite enough like the hero of whom she had just been reading to admit of her imagination jumbling the two. Her book fell. He lifted it and laid it on the table. She could not speak even to thank him. Poor Mysie was scarcely more than 16. 'May I wait here till your father is informed of my visit?' he asked. Her only answer was to drop again upon her low stool. Now Jenny had left it to Mysie to acquaint her father with the fact of the Baron's presence, but before she had time to think of the necessity of doing something, he had managed to draw her into conversation. He was as great a hypocrite as ever walked the earth, although he flattered himself that he was none, because he never pretended to cultivate that which he despised, namely religion. But he was a hypocrite nevertheless, for the falser he knew himself, the more honour he judged it to persuade women of his truth. It is unnecessary to record the slight, graceful, marrowless talk into which he drew Mysie, and by which he both bewildered and bewitched her. But at length she rose, admonished by her inborn divinity to seek her father. As she passed him, the Baron took her hand and kissed it. She might well tremble. Even such contact was terrible. Why? Because there was no love in it. When the sense of beauty which God had given him that he might worship awoke in Lord Rothie, he did not worship, but devoured, and he might, as he thought, possess. The poison of asps was under those lips. His kiss was as a kiss from the grave's mouth, for his throat was an open sepulchre. This was all in the past, reader. Baron Rothie was a foam flake of the court of the Prince Regent. There are no such men nowadays. It is a shame to speak of such, and therefore they are not. Decency has gone so far to abolish virtue. Would to God that a writer could be decent and honest. St. Paul counted it a shame to speak of some things, and yet he did speak of them, because those to whom he spoke did them. Lord Rothie had, in 5 minutes, so deeply interested Mr. Lindsay in a question of genealogy, that he begged his lordship to call again in a few days, when he hoped to have some result of research to communicate. One of the antiquarian's weaknesses, cause and result both of his favourite pursuits, was an excessive reverence for rank. Had its claims been founded on mediated revelation, he could not have honoured it more. Hence, when he communicated to his daughter the name of their visitor, it was with bated breath and whispering humbleness, which deepened greatly the impression made upon her by the presence and conversation of the Baron. Mysie was in danger. Shargar was late that evening, for he had a job that detained him. As he handed over his money to Robert, he said, "I saw Black Geordie the night again, standing at the back door, and Jock Mitchell upon Reid Rory hauding him." "What's Jock Mitchell?" asked Robert. "My brother Sandy's ill-farred groom," answered Shargar. "Whatever mischief Sandy's up till, Jock comes in the head or tail of it." "I wonder what he's up till noo. Faith, nae good. But I aye like waur to meet Sandy by himself upon the reeked devil of his. Man, it's awfu' when Black Geordie turns the white of his eye and the white of his teeth upon ye. It's all the white there is about him." "Was not your brother in the army, Shargar?" "Ow, 'deed aye. They tell me he was at Waterloo. He's a cornel, or something like that." "What tellt ye all that?" "My mother whiles," answered Shargar. Chapter 10. Book 2, Chapter 11 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. Robert's Vow. Ericson was recovering slowly. He could sit up in bed the greater part of the day, and talk about getting out of it. He was able to give Robert an occasional help with his Greek, and to listen with pleasure to his violin. The night watching grew less needful, and Ericson would have dispensed with it willingly, but Robert would not yet consent. But Ericson had seasons of great depression, during which he could not bear with music, or listen to the words of the New Testament. During one of these Robert had begun to read a chapter to him, in the faint hope that he might draw some comfort from it. "Shut the book," he said. "If it were the word of God to men, it would have brought its own proof with it." "Are ye sure it has not?" asked Robert. "No," answered Ericson. "But why should a fellow that would give his life, that's not much, but it's all I've got, to believe in God, not be able? Only I confess that God in the New Testament wouldn't satisfy me. There's no help. I must just die and go and see. She'll be left without anybody. What does it matter? She would not mind a word I said, and the God they talk about will just let her take her own way. He always does." He had closed his eyes and forgotten that Robert heard him. He opened them now, and fixed them on him with an expression that seemed to ask, "Have I been saying anything I ought not?" Robert knelt by the bedside, and said slowly, with strongly repressed emotion, "Mr. Ericson, I swear by God, if there be one, that if ye die, I'll take up what ye lea ahind ye. If there be onybody ye want lookit after, I'll look after her. I'll do what I can for her to the best of my abeelity, sae help me God. I savin' what I maun do for my own father, if he be in life, to bring him back to the right way, if there be a right way. So ye can think aboot whether there's onything ye would like to confide to me." A something grew in Ericson's eyes as Robert spoke. Before he had finished, they beamed on the boy. "I think there must be a God somewhere after all," he said, half soliloquizing. "I should be sorry you hadn't a God, Robert. Why should I wish it for your sake? How could I want one for myself if there never was one? If a God had nothing to do with my making, why should I feel that nobody but God can set things right? Ah, but he must be such a God as I could imagine, altogether absolutely true and good. If we came out of nothing, we could not invent the idea of a God, could we, Robert? Nothing would be our God. If we come from God, nothing is more natural, nothing so natural as to want him, and when we haven't got him, to try to find him. What if he should be in us after all, and working in us this way, just this very way of crying out after him?" "Mr. Ericson," cried Robert, "dinna say ony more 'at ye dinna believe in God. Ye duv believe in him, more I'm thinkin' nor onybody 'at I ken, excep' maybe my grannie, only hers is a some queer kin' o' a God to believe in. I dinna think I could ever manage to believe in him mysel'." Ericson sighed and was silent. Robert remained kneeling by his bedside, happier, clearer headed, and more hopeful than he had ever been. What if all was right at the heart of things, right even as a man, if he could understand, would say was right, right so that a man who understood in part could believe it to be 10 times more right than he did understand? Vaguely, dimly, yet joyfully, Robert saw something like this in the possibility of things. His heart was full, and the tears filled his eyes. Ericson spoke again. "I have felt like that often for a few moments," he said, "but always something would come and blow it away. I remember one spring morning. But if you will bring me that bundle of papers, I will show you what, if I can find it, will let you understand." Robert rose, went to the cupboard, and brought the pile of loose leaves. Ericson turned them over, and Robert was glad to see, now and then sorted them a little. At length he drew out a sheet, carelessly written, carelessly corrected, and hard to read. "It is not finished, or likely to be," he said, as he put the paper in Robert's hand. "Won't you read it to me yourself, Mr. Ericson?" suggested Robert. "I would sooner put it in the fire," he answered. "It's fate, anyhow. I don't know why I haven't burnt them all long ago. Rubbish, and diseased rubbish. Read it yourself, or leave it." Eagerly Robert took it and read. The following was the best he could make of it. "Oh, that a wind would call from the depths of the leafless wood! Oh, that a voice would fall on the ear of my solitude! Far away is the sea with its sound and its spirit tone. Over it white clouds flee, but I am alone, alone. Straight and steady and tall, the trees stand on their feet. Fast by the old stone wall, the moss grows green and sweet. But my heart is full of fears, for the sun shines far away, and they look in my face through tears, and the light of a dying day. My heart was glad last night, as I pressed it with my palm. Its throb was airy and light, as it sang some spirit psalm. But it died away in my breast as I wandered forth to-day, as a bird sat dead on its nest, while others sang on the spray. O weary heart of mine, is there ever a truth for thee? Will ever a sun outshine but the sun that shines on me? Away, away, through the air the clouds and the leaves are blown, and my heart hath need of prayer, for it sitteth alone, alone. And Robert looked with sad reverence at Ericson, nor ever thought that there was one who, in the face of the fact, and in recognition of it, had dared say, "Not a sparrow shall fall on the ground without your Father." The sparrow does fall, but he who sees it is yet the Father, and we only know the fall, and not the sparrow. End chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. The Granite Church. The next day was Sunday. Robert sat after breakfast by his friend's bed. "You haven't been to church for a long time, Robert. Wouldn't you like to go to day?" said Ericson. "I dinna want to leave you, Mr. Ericson. I can bide with ye a day the day, and that's better nor going to be at the kirks in Aberdeen." "I should like you to go to day, though, and see if after all there may not be a message for us. If the church be the house of God, as they call it, there should be, now and then at least, some sign of a pillar of fire about it, some indication of the presence of God, whose house it is. I wish you would go and see. I haven't been to church for a long time, except to the college chapel, and I never saw anything more than a fog there." "Might not the fog be the torn edge like of the cloudy pillar?" suggested Robert. "Very likely," assented Ericson. "For whatever truth there may be in Christianity, I'm pretty sure the mass of our clergy have never got beyond Judaism. They hang on about the skirts of that cloud for ever. You see, they think as long as they see the fog, they have a grope of something. But they cannot get a grope of the glory that excelleth, for it's not to look at, but to let you see a thing." Ericson regarded him with some surprise. Robert hastened to be honest. "It's not that I know onything aboot it, Mr. Ericson. I was only talking nonsense, reasoning from the two symbols of the cloud and the fire, knowing nothing aboot the thing itself. I'll awa' to kirk and see what it's like. Will I give ye a book before I go?" "No, thank you. I'll just lie quiet till you come back, if I can." Robert instructed Shargar to watch for the slightest sound from the sick room, and went to church. As he approached the granite cathedral, the only one in the world, I presume, its stern solidity, so like the country and its men, lay hold of his imagination for the first time. No doubt the necessity imposed by the unyielding material had its share, and that a large one, in the character of the building. Whence else the simplest of west windows, 6 lofty narrow slits of light, parted by granite shafts of equal width, filling the space between the corner buttresses of the nave, and reaching from door to roof? Whence else the absence of tracery in the windows, except the severely gracious curves into which the mullions divide? But this cause could not have determined those towers, so strong that they might have borne their granite weight soaring aloft, yet content with the depth of their foundation and aspiring not. The whole aspect of the building is an outcome, an absolute blossom of the northern nature. There is but the nave of the church remaining. About 1680, more than a century after the Reformation, the great tower fell, destroying the choir, chancel, and transept, which have never been rebuilt. May the reviving faith of the nation in its own history, and God at the heart of it, lead to the restoration of this grand old monument of the belief of their fathers. Deformed as the interior then was with galleries, and with Gavin Dunbar's flat ceiling, an awe fell upon Robert as he entered it. When in after years he looked down from between the pillars of the gallery that creeps round the church through the thickness of the wall like an artery, and recalled the service of this Sunday morning, he felt more strongly than ever that such a faith had not reared that cathedral. The service was like the church only as a dead body is like a man. There was no fervour in it, no aspiration. The great central tower was gone. That morning prayers and sermon were philosophically dull and respectable as any after dinner speech. Nor could it well be otherwise. One of the favourite sayings of its minister was, that a clergyman is nothing but a moral policeman. As such, however, he more resembled one of Dogberry's watch. He could not even preach hell with any vigour, for as a gentleman he recoiled from the vulgarity of the doctrine, yielding only a few feeble words on the subject as a sop to the Cerberus that watches over the dues of the Bible, quite unaware that his notion of the doctrine had been drawn from the Aeneid and not from the Bible. "Well, have you got anything, Robert?" asked Ericson, as he entered his room. "Nothing," answered Robert. "What was the sermon about?" "It was all to prove that God is a benevolent being." "Not a devil, that is," answered Ericson. "Small consolation that." "Small enough," responded Robert. "I could not help thinking I knew mony a dog that God had made with more of what I would call the divine nature in him nor all that Dr. Solus made oot to be in God himself. He had no ill intentions with us, it amounted to that. He was not ill willy, as the bairns say. But the doctor had some sore work, I thought, to make that oot, seeing we were all the children of wrath, according to him, born in sin, and inheriting the guilt of Adam's first trespass. I do not think Dr. Solus could say that God had done the best he could for us, but he never tried to say onything like that. He just made oot that he was a very respectable kind of a God, though maybe no all thing we might wuss. We ought to be thankful that he goes a week blink of all chance of no being burnt to all eternity with nae chance of all. I did not say that he said that, but that's what it all seemed to me to come till. He said a hantle aboot the care of Providence, but all the good that he did seemed to me to be but a holding off of something ill till he had made his will. You would have thought the devil had made the world, and syne God had pitten us intil it, and just gied us a bit wag of his hand whiles to hold the deevil off of us when he was like to destroy the breed altogether. For the grace that he spak aboot, that was less nor the nature and the providence. I could see unco little of grace until it." Here Ericson broke in, fearful, apparently, lest his boy friend should be actually about to deny the God in whom he did not himself believe. "Robert," he said solemnly, "one thing is certain. If there be a God at all, he is not like that. If there be a God at all, we shall know him by his perfection, his grand perfect truth, fairness, love, a love to make life an absolute good, not a mere accommodation of difficulties, not a mere preponderance of the balance on the side of well-being. Love only could have been able to create. But they don't seem jealous for the glory of God, those men. They don't mind a speck, or even a blot here and there upon him. The world doesn't make them miserable. They can get over the misery of their fellow men without being troubled about them, or about the God that could let such things be." Among Ericson's papers I find the following sonnets, which belong to the mood here embodied. Oft as I rest in quiet peace am I thrust out at sudden doors, and madly driven through desert solitudes and thunder riven, black passages which have not any sky. The scourge is on me now, with all the cry of ancient life that hath with murder striven. How many in anguish hath gone up to heaven! How many a hand in prayer been lifted high! when the black fate came onward with the rush, or whirlwind, avalanche, or fiery spume. Even at my feet is cleft a shivering tomb beneath the waves, or else, with solemn hush, the graveyard opens, and I feel a crush, as if we were all huddled in one doom. Comes there, O earth, no breathing time for thee, no pause upon thy many checkered lands? Now resting on my bed with listless hands, I mourn thee resting not. Continually hear I the plashing borders of the sea answer each other from the rocks and sands. Troop all the rivers seawards, nothing stands, but with strange noises hasteth terribly. Lone-eared hyenas go a-moaning by, howls to each other all the bloody crew of Afric's tigers. But, O men, from you comes the perpetual sound, more loud and high than aught that vexes air. I hear the cry of infant generations rising too. They represent a God who does wonderfully well on the whole, after a middling fashion. I want a God who loves perfectly. He may kill, he may torture even, but if it be for love's sake, Lord, here am I. Do with me as thou wilt. Had Ericson forgotten that he had no proof of such a God? The next moment the intellectual demon was awake. But what's the good of it all? He said. I don't even know that there is anything outside of me. You know that I'm here, Mr. Ericson, suggested Robert. I know nothing of the sort. You may be another phantom, only clearer. You speak to me as if you thought me somebody. So does the man to his phantoms, and you call him mad. It is but a yielding to the pressure of constant suggestion. I do not know, I cannot know if there is anything outside of me. But if there were not, there would be naebody for you to love, Mr. Ericson. Of course not. Nor naebody to love you, Mr. Ericson. Of course not. Syne you would be your own God, Mr. Ericson. Yes, that would follow. I cannot imagine a war hell, closed in among naething, with naething all aboot ye, looking something all the time, knowing 'at it's all a lee, and nae able to win clear of it. It is hell, my boy, or anything worse you can call it. What for suld ye believe that, then, Mr. Ericson? I would not believe such an ill thing as that. I don't think I could believe it, if you were to prove it to me. I don't believe it. Nobody could prove that either, even if it were so. I am only miserable that I can't prove the contrary. Suppose there were a God, Mr. Ericson, do you think ye behoved to be able to prove that? Do ye think God could stand to be proved as if he were something small enough to be turned roun' and roun' and looked at upon ilka side? If there were a God, would it not just be so that we could not prove him to be, I mean? Perhaps. That is something. I have often thought of that. But then you can't prove anything about it. I cannot help thinking of what Mr. Innes said to me once. I was but a laddie, but I never forgot it. I plagued him sore with wanting to understand ilka thing afore I would gang on with my sums. Says he all day, Robert, my man, if you will aye understand afore you do as you're tellt, you'll never understand onything. But if you do the thing I tell you, you'll be in the midst of it afore you know 'at you're going into it. I just thought I would try him. It was at long division that I boglet most. Well, I goed on, and I could do the thing weel enough, on made a mistake. And I thought the master was wrong, for I never knew the reason of all that beginning at the wrong end, and taking doon and subtracting, and all that. You would hardly believe me, Mr. Ericson. It was only this very day, as I was sitting in the kirk. It was a long psalm they were singing, and one with the foxes in the tail of it. Long division came into my head again, and first a bit glimmering of light came in, and syne another, and afore the psalm was done, I saw through the whole process of it. But you see, if I had not done as I was told, and learnt all aboot hoo it was done aforehand, I would have had nothing to go on rizzinin' aboot, and would have found out nothing. That's good, Robert. But when a man is dying for food, he can't wait. He might try to get up and look, though. He need not bide in his bed till somebody comes and swears to him 'at he saw a haddock in the press.' 'I have been looking, Robert, for years. Maybe, like me, only for the rizzon of 't, Mr. Ericson, if you'll forgie my impudence. But what's to be done in this case, Robert? Where's the work that you can do in order to understand? Where's your long division, man?' 'Ye're beyond me noo. I cannot tell that, Mr. Ericson. It cannot be going to the kirk, surely. Maybe it might be saying your prayers and reading your Bible.' Ericson did not reply, and the conversation dropped. Is it strange that neither of these disciples should have thought of turning to the story of Jesus, finding some word that he had spoken, and beginning to do that as a first step towards a knowledge of the doctrine that Jesus was the incarnate God, come to visit his people? A very unlikely thing to man's wisdom, yet an idea that has, notwithstanding, ascended above man's horizon, and shown itself the grandest idea in his firmament. In the evening Ericson asked again for his papers, from which he handed Robert the following poem: Words in the Night. I woke at midnight, and my beating heart, said this to me: Thou seest the moon, how calm and bright, the world is fair by day and night. But what is that to thee? One touch to me, down dips the light over the land and sea. All is mine, all is my own. Toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone. I am alive, I, only I. One little touch and all is dark. The winter with its sparkling moons, the spring with all her violets, the crimson dawns and rich sunsets, the autumn's yellowing noons. I only toss my purple jets, and thou art one that swoons upon a night of gust and roar, shipwrecked among the waves, and seems across the purple hills to roam. Sweet odours touch him from the foam, and downward sinking still he dreams. He walks the clover field at home, and hears the rattling teams. All is mine, all is my own. Toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone. I am alive, I, only I. Thou hast beheld a throated fountain spout, full in the air and in the downward spray. A hovering iris spanned the marble tank, which, as the wind came, ever rose and sank, violet and red. So my continual play makes beauty for the gods with many a prank of human excellence, while they, weary of all the noon, in shadows sweet, supine and heavy-eyed, rest in the boundless heat. Let the world's fountain play. Beauty is pleasant in the eyes of Jove, betwixt the wavering shadows where he lies. He marks the dancing column with his eyes, celestial, and amid his inmost grove upgathers all his limbs, serenely blest, lulled by the mellow noise of the great world's unrest. One heart beats in all nature, differing but in the work it works. Its doubts and clamours are but the waste and brunt of instruments wherewith the work is done, or as the hammers on fords cyclopean, plied beneath the rents of lowest Etna, conquering into shape the hard and scattered ore. Choose thou narcotics, and the dizzy grape outworking passion, lest with horrid crash thy life go from thee in a night of pain. So tutoring thy vision shall the flash of dove white breasted be to thee no more than a white stone heavy upon the plain. Hark! The cock crows loud, and without, all ghastly and ill, like a man uplift in his shroud, the white, white morn is propped on the hill. And adown from the eaves, pointed and chill, the icicles 'gin to glitter, and the birds with the warble short and shrill pass by the chamber window still, with a quick uneasy twitter. Let me pump warm blood, for the cold is bitter. And wearily, wearily, one by one, men awake with the weary sun. Life is a phantom shut in thee. I am the master and keep the key. So let me toss thee the days of old, crimson and orange and green and gold. So let me fill thee yet again with a rush of dreams from my spout amain. For all is mine, and all is my own. Toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone, and I am alive, I, only I. Robert, having read, sat and wept in silence. Ericson saw him and said tenderly: 'Robert, my boy, I'm not always so bad as that. Read this one, though I never feel like it now. Perhaps it may come again some day, though I may once more deceive myself and be happy.' 'Dinna say that, Mr. Ericson. That's waur than despair. That's flat unbelief. Ye no more know that ye're deceiving yourself than ye know that ye're no doing it.' Ericson did not reply, and Robert read the following sonnet aloud, feeling his way delicately through its mazes. Lie down upon the ground, thou hopeless one, press thy face in the grass, and do not speak. Dost feel the green globe whirl? 7 times a week climbeth she out of darkness to the sun, which is her God. 7 times she doth not shun awful eclipse, laying her patient cheek upon a pillow, ghost beset with shriek of voices utterless, which rave and run. Through all the star penumbra, craving light and tidings of the dawn from east and west, calmly she sleepeth, and her sleep is blessed with heavenly visions and the joy of night, treading aloft with moons, nor hath she fright, though cloudy tempests beat upon her breast. Ericson turned his face to the wall, and Robert withdrew to his own chamber. Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. Shargar's Arm. Not many weeks passed before Shargar knew Aberdeen better than most Aberdonians. From the pier head to the Rubislaw road, he knew, if not every court, yet every thoroughfare and short-cut, and Aberdeen began to know him. He was very soon recognized as trustworthy, and had pretty nearly as much to do as he could manage. Shargar, therefore, was all over the city like a cracker, and could have told at almost any hour where Dr. Anderson was to be found, generally in the lower parts of it, for the good man visited much among the poor, giving them almost exclusively the benefit of his large experience. Shargar delighted in keeping an eye upon the doctor, carefully avoiding to show himself. One day, as he was hurrying through the green, a non virendo, on a mission from the Rothieden carrier, he came upon the doctor's chariot standing in one of the narrowest streets, and as usual paused to contemplate the equipage and get a peep of the owner. The morning was very sharp. There was no snow, but a cold fog, like vaporized hoarfrost, filled the air. It was weather in which the East Indian could not venture out on foot, else he could have reached the place by a stair from Union Street far sooner than he could drive thither. His horses apparently liked the cold as little as himself. They had been moving about restlessly for some time before the doctor made his appearance. The moment he got in and shut the door, one of them reared, while the other began to haul on his traces, eager for a gallop. Something about the chain gave way, the pole swerved round under the rearing horse, and great confusion and danger would have ensued, had not Shargar rushed from his coign of vantage, sprung at the bit of the rearing horse, and dragged him off the pole, over which he was just casting his near leg. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he too pulled, and away went the chariot, and down went Shargar. But in a moment more several men had laid hold of the horses' heads and stopped them. 'O Lord!' cried Shargar, as he rose, with his arm dangling by his side. 'What will Donald Joss say? I'm like to faint. Hold awa' from that basket, ye gallows birds!' he cried, darting towards the hamper he had left in the entry of a court, round which a few ragged urchins had gathered. But just as he reached it, he staggered and fell. Nor did he know anything more till he found the carriage stopping, with himself and the hamper inside it. As soon as the coachman had got his harness put to rights, the doctor had driven back to see how the lad had fared, for he had felt the carriage go over something. They had found him lying beside his hamper, had secured both, and as a preliminary measure were proceeding to deliver the latter. Whar am I? Whar the deevil am I?' cried Shargar, jumping up and falling back again. 'Don't you know me, Moray?' said the doctor, for he felt shy of calling the poor boy by his nickname. He had no right to do so. 'Na, I dinna ken ye. Lat me awa'. I beg your pardon, doctor. I thought ye was one o' the gallows birds rinnin' awa' wi' Donal' Joss's basket. Eh me! sic a stane i' my airm! But naebody calls me Moray. They a' ca' me Shargar. What right hae I to be called Moray?' added the poor boy, feeling, I almost believe, for the first time, the stain upon his birth. Yet he had as good a right before God to be called Moray as any other son of the worthy sire, the Baron of Rothie included. Possibly the trumpet blowing angels did call him Moray, or some better name. 'The coachman will deliver your parcel, Moray,' said the doctor, this time repeating the name with emphasis. 'Deil a bit of 't,' cried Shargar. 'He daurna leave his box wi' thae deevils o' horses. What gars ye keep sic horses, doctor? They'll play some mischief some day.' 'Indeed, they've played enough already, my poor boy. They've broken your arm.' 'Never mind that. That's no muckle. Ye're welcome, doctor, to my twa arms for what ye hae done for Robert and that lang legged friend o' his, the Lord forgie me, Mr. Ericson. But ye maun jist pay him what I canna mak for a day or twa till 't joins again to haud them again, ye ken. It winna be muckle to you, doctor,' added Shargar beseechingly. 'Trust me for that, Moray,' returned Dr. Anderson. 'I owe you a good deal more than that. My brains might have been out by this time.' 'The Lord be praised,' said Shargar, making about his first profession of Christianity. 'Robert 'll think something of me noo.' During this conversation the coachman sat, expecting some one to appear from the shop, and longing to pitch into the camstery horse, but not daring to lift his whip beyond its natural angle. No one came. All at once Shargar knew where he was. 'Guid be here. We're at Donal's door. Good day at ye, doctor, an' I'm muckle obleeged to ye. Maybe gin ye war comin' oor way the morn or the neist day to see Master Ericson, ye would tie up my arm, for it gangs wallopin' aboot, an' that canna be good for the stickin' o' 't together again.' 'My poor boy! You don't think I'm going to leave you here, do you?' said the doctor, proceeding to open the carriage door. 'But whaur's the hamper?' said Shargar, looking about him in dismay. 'The coachman has got it on the box,' answered the doctor. 'Eh, that'll never do. If thae rampaugin' brutes war to tak a start again, what wad come o' the bit basket? I maun get it doon direckly.' 'Sit still. I will get it down and deliver it myself.' As he spoke, the doctor got out. 'Take care of it, sir. Take care of it. William Walker said there was a jar o' drained honey i' the basket, and the bairns wad miss it sore if it war spilt.' 'I will take good care of it,' responded the doctor. He delivered the basket, returned to the carriage, and told the coachman to drive home. 'Whaur are ye takin' me to?' exclaimed Shargar. 'Willie hasna paid me for the parcel.' 'Never mind Willie. I'll pay you,' said the doctor. 'But Robert would not like me to tak siller whaur I didna work for 't,' objected Shargar. 'He's some precise, Robert. But I'll jist say 'at ye garred me, doctor. Maybe that'll saitisfee him. An' faith, I'm queer about my left arm here.' 'We'll soon set it all right,' said the doctor. When they reached his house, he led the way to his surgery, and there put the broken limb in splints. He then told Johnston to help the patient to bed. 'I maun gang home,' objected Shargar. 'What would Robert think?' 'I will tell him all about it,' said the doctor. 'Yourself, sir?' stipulated Shargar. 'Yes, myself.' 'Afore nicht?' 'Directly,' answered the doctor, and Shargar yielded. 'But what will Robert say?' were his last words, as he fell asleep, appreciating no doubt the superiority of the bed to his usual lair upon the hearth rug. Robert was delighted to hear how well Shargar had acquitted himself. There followed a small consultation about him, for the accident had ripened the doctor's intentions concerning the outcast. 'As soon as his arm is sound again, he shall go to the grammar school,' he said. 'And the college?' asked Robert. 'I hope so,' answered the doctor. 'Do you think he will do well? He has plenty of courage, at all events, and that is a fine thing.' 'Oh, ay,' answered Robert. 'He's no ill off for spirit, that is, if it be for any other body. He would never lift a hand for himself, and that's what made me tak till him sae muckle. He's a fine crater. He canna gang him lane, but he'll gang wi' onybody, and haud up wi' him.' 'What do you think him fit for, then?' Now Robert had been building castles for Shargar out of the hopes which the doctor's friendliness had given him. Therefore he was ready with his answer. If he could ensure him no being made a general of, he would make a grand soldier, set's face for it, and say, "Quick march," and he'll call his bagonet through Auld Hornie, but lay nae consequences upon him, for he could not stand under them. Dr. Anderson laughed, but thought none the less, and went home to see how his patient was getting on. Chapter 13. Book 2, Chapter 14 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 14. Mysie's face. Meantime Ericson grew better. A space of hard, clear weather, in which everything sparkled with frost and sunshine, did him good. But not yet could he use his brain. He turned with dislike even from his friend Plato. He would sit in bed or on his chair by the fireside for hours, with his hands folded before him, and his eyelids drooping, and let his thoughts flow, for he could not think. And that these thoughts flowed not always with other than sweet sounds over the stones of question, the curves of his lip would testify to the friendly furtive glance of the watchful Robert. None but the troubled mind knows its own consolations. And I believe the saddest life has its own presence, however it may be unrecognized as such, of the upholding Deity. Doth God care for the hairs that perish from our heads? To a mind like Ericson's, the remembered scent, the recurring vision of a flower loved in childhood, is enough to sustain anxiety with beauty. For the lovely is itself healing and hope-giving, because it is the form and presence of the true. To have such a presence is to be, and while a mind exists in any high consciousness, the intellectual trouble that springs from the desire to know its own life, to be assured of its rounded law and security, ceases, for the desire itself falls into abeyance. But although Ericson was so weak, he was always able and ready to help Robert in any difficulty, not unfrequently springing from his imperfect preparation in Greek. For while Mr. Innes was an excellent Latin scholar, his knowledge of Greek was too limited either to compel learning or inspire enthusiasm, and with the keen instinct he possessed in everything immediate between man and man, Robert would sometimes search for a difficulty in order to request its solution, for then Ericson would rouse himself to explain as few men could have explained. Where a clear view was to be had of anything, Ericson either had it, or knew that he had it not. Hence Robert's progress was good, for one word from a wise helper will clear off a whole atmosphere of obstructions. At length one day, when Robert came home, he found him seated at the table with his slate, working away at the differential calculus. After this he recovered more rapidly, and ere another week was over, began to attend one class a day. He had been so far in advance before, that though he could not expect prizes, there was no fear of his passing. One morning, Robert, coming out from a lecture, saw Ericson in the quadrangle, talking to an elderly gentleman. When they met in the afternoon, Ericson told him that that was Mr. Lindsay, and that he had asked them both to spend the evening at his house. Robert would go anywhere to be with his friend. He got out his Sunday clothes and dressed himself with anxiety. He had visited scarcely at all, and was shy and doubtful. He then sat down to his books till Ericson came to his door, dressed, and hence in Robert's eyes ceremonial, a stately, graceful gentleman. Renewed awe came upon him at the sight, and renewed gratitude. There was a flush on Ericson's cheek and a fire in his eye. Robert had never seen him look so grand. But there was a something about him that rendered him uneasy, a look that made Ericson seem strange, as if his life lay in some far off region. 'I want you to take your violin with you, Robert,' he said. 'Hoots,' returned Robert, 'hoo can I do that? To take her with me the first time I go on to a strange hoose, as if I thought onybody wad think as muckle o' my auld wife as I do mysel'. That wadna be manners, would it noo, Mr. Ericson?' 'But I told Mr. Lindsay that you could play well. The old gentleman is fond of Scotch tunes, and you will please him if you take it.' 'That makes all the differ,' answered Robert. 'Thank you,' said Ericson, as Robert went towards his instrument, and turning, would have walked from the house without any additional protection. 'Whaur are ye gaein' that gait, Mr. Ericson? Tak yer plaid, or ye'll be laid up again as sure as ye live.' 'I'm warm enough,' returned Ericson. 'That's naething. The cold's jist layin' in the streets like a verra deevil to get a grup o' ye. If ye dinna put on yer plaid, I winna tak my fiddle.' Ericson yielded, and they set out together. I will account for Ericson's request about the violin. He went to the Episcopal church on Sundays, and sat where he could see Mysie, sat longing and thirsting ever till the music returned. Yet the music he never heard. He watched only its transmutation into form, never taking his eyes off Mysie's face. Reflected thence in a metamorphosed echo, he followed all its changes. Never was one powerless to produce it more strangely responsive to its influence. She had no voice. She had never been taught the use of any instrument. A world of musical feeling was pent up in her, and music raised the suddener storms in her mobile nature, that she was unable to give that feeling utterance. The waves of her soul dashed the more wildly against their shores, inasmuch as those shores were precipitous, and yielded no outlet to the swelling waters. It was that his soul might hover like a bird of paradise over the lovely changes of her countenance, changes more lovely and frequent than those of an English May, that Ericson persuaded Robert to take his violin. The last of the sunlight was departing, and a large full moon was growing through the fog on the horizon. The sky was almost clear of clouds, and the air was cold and penetrating. Robert drew Eric's plaid closer over his chest. Eric thanked him lightly, but his voice sounded eager, and it was with a long, hasty stride that he went up the hill through the gathering of the light frosty mist. He stopped at the stair upon which Robert had found him that memorable night. They went up. The door had been left on the latch for their entrance. They went up more steps between rocky walls. When, in after years, he read the Purgatorio, as often as he came to one of its ascents, Robert saw this stair with his inward eye. At the top of the stair was the garden, still ascending, and at the top of the garden shone the glow of Mr. Lindsay's parlour through the red curtained window. To Robert it shone a refuge for Ericson from the night air. To Ericson it shone the casket of the richest jewel of the universe. Well might the ruddy glow stream forth to meet him. Only in glowing red could such beauty be rightly closed. With trembling hand he knocked at the door. They were shown at once into the parlour. Mysie was putting away her book as they entered, and her back was towards them. When she turned, it seemed even to Robert as if all the light in the room came only from her eyes. But that light had been all gathered out of the novel she had just laid down. She held out her hand to Eric, and her sweet voice was yet more gentle than wont, for he had been ill. His face flushed at the tone. But although she spoke kindly, he could hardly have fancied that she showed him special favour. Robert stood with his violin under his arm, feeling as awkward as if he had never handled anything more delicate than a pitchfork. But Mysie sat down to the table and begun to pour out the tea, and he came to himself again. Presently her father entered. His greeting was warm and mild and sleepy. He had come from poring over Spottiswoode in search of some will o' the wisp or other, and had grown stupid from want of success. But he revived after a cup of tea, and began to talk about northern genealogies, and Ericson did his best to listen. Robert wondered at the knowledge he displayed. He had been tutor the foregoing summer in one of the oldest and poorest, and therefore proudest families in Caithness. But all the time his host talked, Ericson's eyes hovered about Mysie, who sat gazing before her with look distraught, with wide eyes and scarce moving eyelids, beholding something neither on sea or shore, and Mr. Lindsay would now and then correct Ericson in some egregious blunder, while Mysie would now and then start awake and ask Robert or Ericson to take another cup of tea. Before the sentence was finished, however, she would let it die away, speaking the last words mechanically, as her consciousness relapsed into dreamland. Had not Robert been with Ericson, he would have found it wearisome enough, and except things took a turn, Ericson could hardly be satisfied with the pleasure of the evening. Things did take a turn. "Robert has brought his fiddle," said Ericson, as the tea was removed. "I hope he will be kind enough to play something," said Mr. Lindsay. "I'll do that," answered Robert, with alacrity. "But ye maunna expec ower muckle, for I'm but a prentice hand," he added, as he got the instrument ready. Before he had drawn the bow once across it, attention awoke in Mysie's eyes, and before he had finished playing, Ericson must have had quite as much of the beauty born of murmuring sound as was good for him. Little did Mysie think of the sky of love alive with silent thoughts that arched over her. The earth teems with love that is unloved. The universe itself is one sea of infinite love, from whose consort of harmony, if a stray note steal across the sense, it starts bewildered. Robert played better than usual. His touch grew intense, and put on all its delicacy, till it was like that of the spider, which, as Pope so admirably says, feels at each thread, and lives along the line. And while Ericson watched its shadows, the music must have taken hold of him too, for when Robert ceased, he sang a wild ballad of the northern sea to a tune strange as itself. It was the only time Robert ever heard him sing. Mysie's eyes grew wider and wider as she listened. When it was over, "Did you write that song yourself, Mr. Ericson?" asked Robert. "No," answered Ericson. "An old shepherd up in our parts used to say it to me when I was a boy." "Did not he sing it?" Robert questioned further. "No, he didn't. But I heard an old woman crooning it to a child in a solitary cottage on the shore of Stroma, near the Swalchie whirlpool, and that was the tune she sang it to, if singing it could be called." "I don't quite understand it, Mr. Ericson," said Mysie. "What does it mean?" "There was once a beautiful woman lived there away," began Ericson. But I have not room to give the story as he told it, embellishing it, no doubt, as with such a mere tale was lawful enough, from his own imagination. The substance was that a young man fell in love with a beautiful witch, who let him go on loving her till he cared for nothing but her, and then began to kill him by laughing at him. For no witch can fall in love herself, however much she may like to be loved. She mocked him till he drowned himself in a pool on the seashore. Now the witch did not know that, but as she walked along the shore, looking for things, she saw his hand lying over the edge of a rocky basin. Nothing is more useful to a witch than the hand of a man, so she went to pick it up. When she found it fast to an arm, she would have chopped it off, but seeing whose it was, she would, for some reason or other best known to a witch, draw off his ring first. For it was an enchanted ring which she had given him to bewitch his love, and now she wanted both it and the hand to draw to herself the lover of a young maiden whom she hated. But the dead hand closed its finger upon hers, and her power was powerless against the dead. And the tide came rushing up, and the dead hand held her till she was drowned. She lies with her lover to this day at the bottom of the Swalchie whirlpool, and when a storm is at hand, strange moanings rise from the pool, for the youth is praying the witch lady for her love, and she is praying him to let go her hand. While Ericson told the story, the room still glimmered about Robert, as if all its light came from Mysie's face, upon which the flickering firelight alone played. Mr. Lindsay sat a little back from the rest, with an amused expression. Legends of such sort did not come within the scope of his antiquarian reach. though he was ready enough to believe whatever tempted his own taste, let it be as destitute of likelihood as the story of the dead hand. When Ericson ceased, Mysie gave a deep sigh, and looked full of thought, though I dare say it was only feeling. Mr. Lindsay followed with an old tale of the Sinclairs, of which he said Ericson's reminded him, though the sole association was that the foregoing was a Caithness story, and the Sinclairs was a Caithness family. As soon as it was over, Mysie, who could not hide all her impatience during its lingering progress, asked Robert to play again. He took up his violin, and with great expression gave the air of Ericson's ballad 2 or 3 times over, and then laid down the instrument. He saw indeed that it was too much for Mysie, affecting her more, thus presented after the story, than the singing of the ballad itself. Thereupon Ericson, whose spirits had risen greatly at finding that he could himself secure Mysie's attention, and produce the play of soul and feature which he so much delighted to watch, offered another story, and the distant rush of the sea, borne occasionally into the grateful gloom upon the cold sweep of a February wind, mingled with one tale after another, with which he entranced 2 of his audience, while the third listened mildly content. It was now time to go home. Mysie gave each an equally warm good night and thanks. Mr. Lindsay accompanied them to the door, and the students stepped into the moonlight. Across the links the sound of the sea came with the swell. As they went down the garden, Ericson stopped. Robert thought he was looking back to the house, and went on. When Ericson joined him, he was pale as death. 'What is the matter with you, Mr. Ericson?' he asked, in terror. 'Look there,' said Ericson, pointing, not to the house, but to the sky. Robert looked up. Close about the moon were a few white clouds. Upon these white clouds, right over the moon, and near as the eyebrow to an eye, hung part of an opalescent halo, bent into the rude but unavoidable suggestion of an eyebrow, while, close around the edge of the moon, clung another, a pale storm halo. To this pale iris and faint hued eyebrow the full moon itself formed the white pupil. The whole was a perfect eye of ghastly death, staring out of the winter heaven. The vision may never have been before, may never have been again, but this Ericson and Robert saw that night. End chapter 14. Book 2, Chapter 15 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. The Last of the Coals. The next Sunday Robert went with Ericson to the Episcopal chapel, and for the first time in his life heard the epic music of the organ. It was a new starting point in his life. The worshipping instrument flooded his soul with sound, and he stooped beneath it as a bather on the shore stoops beneath the broad wave rushing up the land. But I will not linger over this portion of his history. It is enough to say that he sought the friendship of the organist, was admitted to the instrument, touched, trembled, exulted, grew dissatisfied, fastidious, despairing, gathered hope and tried again and yet again, till at last, with constantly recurring fits of self-despite, he could not leave the grand creature alone. It became a rival even to his violin. And once, before the end of March, when the organist was ill, and another was not to be had, he ventured to occupy his place both at morning and evening service. Dr. Anderson kept George Moray in bed for a few days, after which he went about for a while with his arm in a sling. But the season of bearing material burdens was over for him now. Dr. Anderson had an interview with the master of the grammar school. A class was assigned to Moray, and with a delight, resting chiefly on his social approximation to Robert, which in 1 week elevated the whole character of his person and countenance and bearing, George Moray bent himself to the task of mental growth. Having good helpers at home, and his late developed energy turning itself entirely into the new channel, he got on admirably. As there was no other room to be had in Mrs. Fyvie's house, he continued for the rest of the session to sleep upon the rug, for he would not hear of going to another house. The doctor had advised Robert to drop the nickname as much as possible, but the first time he called him Moray, Shargar threatened to cut his throat, and so between the two the name remained. I presume that by this time Dr. Anderson had made up his mind to leave his money to Robert, but thought it better to say nothing about it, and let the boy mature his independence. He had him often to his house. Ericson frequently accompanied him, and as there was a good deal of original similarity between the doctor and Ericson, the latter soon felt his obligation no longer a burden. Shargar likewise, though more occasionally, made one of the party, and soon began, in his new circumstances, to develop the manners of a gentleman. I say develop advisedly, for Shargar had a deep humanity in him, as abundantly testified by his devotion to Robert. And humanity is the body of which true manners is the skin, an ordinary manifestation. True manners are the polish which lets the internal humanity shine through, just as the polish on marble reveals its veined beauty. Many talks did the elderly man hold with the three youths, and his experience of life taught Ericson and Robert much, especially what he told them about his Brahmin friend in India. Moray, on the other hand, was chiefly interested in his tales of adventure when on service in the Indian army, or engaged in the field sports of that region so prolific in monsters. His gipsy blood and lawless childhood spent in wandering familiarity with houseless nature rendered him more responsive to these than the others, and his kindled eye and pertinent remarks raised in the doctor's mind an early question whether a commission in India might not be his best start in life. Between Ericson and Robert, as the former recovered his health, communication from the deeper strata of human need became less frequent. Ericson had to work hard to recover something of his leeway. Robert had to work hard that prizes might witness for him to his grandmother and Miss St. John. To the latter especially, as I think I have said before, he was anxious to show well, wiping out the blot, as he considered it, of his all but failure in the matter of a bursary. For he looked up to her as to a goddess who just came near enough to earth to be worshipped by him who dwelt upon it. The end of the session came nigh. Ericson passed his examinations with honour. Robert gained the first Greek and the third Latin prize. The evening of the last day arrived, and on the morrow the students would be gone, some to their homes of comfort and idleness, others to hard labour in the fields, some to steady reading, perhaps to school again to prepare for the next session, and others to be tutors all the summer months, and return to the wintry city as to freedom in life. Shargar was to remain at the grammar school. That last evening Robert sat with Ericson in his room. It was a cold night, the night of the last day of March. A bitter wind blew about the house, and dropped spiky hailstones upon the skylight. The friends were to leave on the morrow, but to leave together, for they had already sent their boxes, one by the carrier to Rothieden, the other by a sailing vessel to Wick, and had agreed to walk together as far as Robert's home, where he was in hopes of inducing his friend to remain for a few days, if he found his grandmother agreeable to the plan. Shargar was asleep on the rug for the last time, and Robert had brought his coal scuttle into Ericson's room, to combine their scanty remains of well-saved fuel in a common glow, over which they now sat. "I wonder what my granny'll say to me," said Robert. "She'll be very glad to see you, whatever she may say," remarked Ericson. "She'll say, 'Noo, be quiet,' the minute I have shaken hands with her," said Robert. "Robert," returned Ericson solemnly, "if I had a grandmother to go home to, she might box my ears if she liked. I wouldn't care. You do not know what it is not to have a soul belonging to you on the face of the earth. It is so cold and so lonely." "But you have a cousin, haven't you?" suggested Robert. Ericson laughed, but good naturedly. "Yes," he answered, "a little man with a fishy smell, in a blue tail coat with brass buttons, and a red and black nightcap." "But," Robert ventured to hint, "he might go in a kilt and top boots, like Satan in my granny's copy of the Paradise Lost, for anything I would care." "Yes, but he's just like his looks. The first thing he'll do the next morning after I go home will be to take me into his office, or shop as he calls it, and get down his books, and show me how many barrels of herring I owe him, with the price of each. To do him justice, he only charges me wholesale." What'll he do that for?' 'To urge on me the necessity of diligence and the choice of a profession,' answered Ericson, with a smile of mingled sadness and irresolution. 'He will set forth what a loss the interest of the money is, even if I should pay the principal, and remind me that although he has stood my friend, his duty to his own family imposes limits, and he has at least a couple of £1,000 in the country bank. I don't believe he would do anything for me but for the honour it will be to the family to have a professional man in it, and yet my father was the making of him.' 'Tell me about your father. What was he?' 'A gentle-minded man, who thought much and said little. He farmed the property that had been his father's own, and is now leased by my fishy cousin afore mentioned.' 'And your mother?' 'She died just after I was born, and my father never got over it.' 'And you have no brothers or sisters?' 'No, not one. Thank God for your grandmother, and do all you can to please her.' A silence followed, during which Robert's heart swelled and heaved with devotion to Ericson. For notwithstanding his openness, there was a certain sad coldness about him that restrained Robert from letting out all the tide of his love. The silence became painful, and he broke it abruptly. 'What are you going to be, Mr. Ericson?' 'I wish you could tell me, Robert. What would you have me to be? Come now.' Robert thought for a moment. 'Weel, ye cannot be a minister, Mr. Ericson, 'cause ye dinna believe in God, ye know,' he said simply. 'Don't say that, Robert,' Ericson returned in a tone of pain, with which no displeasure was mingled. 'But you are right. At best I only hope in God. I don't believe in him.' 'I'm thinking there cannot be muckle differ atween hope and faith,' said Robert. 'Mony a one 'at says they believe in God has unco little hope of onything from his hand, I'm thinking.' My reader may have observed a little change for the better in Robert's speech. Dr. Anderson had urged upon him the necessity of being able at last to speak English, and he had been trying to modify the antique Saxon dialect they use at Rothieden with the newer and more refined English. But even when I knew him, he would, upon occasion, especially when the subject was religion or music, fall back into the broadest Scotch. It was as if his heart could not issue freely by any other gate than that of his grandmother tongue. Fearful of having his last remark contradicted, for he had as instinctive desire that it should lie undisturbed where he had cast it in the field of Ericson's mind, he hurried to another question. 'What for shouldna ye be a doctor?' 'Now you'll think me a fool, Robert, if I tell you why.' 'Far be it from me to daur think such a word, Mr. Ericson,' said Robert devoutly. 'Well, I'll tell you, whether or not,' returned Ericson. 'I could, I believe, amputate a living limb with considerable coolness, but put a knife in a dead body I could not.' 'I think I know what you mean. Then you must be a lawyer.' 'A lawyer! Oh Lord!' said Ericson. 'Why not?' asked Robert, in some wonderment, for he could not imagine Ericson acting from mere popular prejudice or fancy. 'Just think of spending one's life in an atmosphere of squabbles! It's all very well when one gets to be a judge and dispenses justice, but well, it's not for me. I could not do the best for my clients, and a lawyer has nothing to do with the kingdom of heaven, only with his clients. He must be a party man. He must secure for one so often at the loss of the rest. My duty and my conscience would always be at strife.' 'Then what will you be, Mr. Ericson?' 'To tell the truth, I would rather be a watchmaker than anything else I know. I might make one watch that would go right, I suppose, if I lived long enough, but no one would take an apprentice of my age, so I suppose I must be a tutor, knocked about from the one house to another, patronized by ex-pupils, and smiled upon as harmless by mammas and sisters to the end of the chapter, and then something of a pauper's burial, I suppose. Que sera, sera.' Ericson had sunk into one of his worst moods, but when he saw Robert looking unhappy, he changed his tone, and would be, what he could not be, merry. 'But what's the use of talking about it?' he said. 'Get your fiddle, man, and play The Wind that Shakes the Barley.' 'No, Mr. Ericson,' answered Robert. 'I have no heart for the fiddle. I would rather have some poetry.' 'Oh, poetry!' returned Ericson in a tone of contempt, yet not very hearty contempt. 'We're gaein' awa', Mr. Ericson,' said Robert, And the Lord 'at we know naething aboot alone knows whether we'll ever meet again in this place. And sae ' 'True enough, my boy,' interrupted Ericson. 'I have no need to trouble myself about the future. I believe that is the real secret of it after all. I shall never want a profession or anything else.' 'What do you mean, Mr. Ericson?' asked Robert, in half defined terror. 'I mean, my boy, that I shall not live long. I know that. Thank God.' 'How do you know it?' 'My father died at 30, and my mother at 26, both of the same disease. But that's not how I know it.' 'How do you know it then?' Ericson returned no answer. He only said, 'Death will be better than life. One thing I don't like about it, though, is the coming of the unconsciousness. I cannot bear to lose my consciousness even in sleep. It is such a terrible thing.' 'I suppose that's one of the reasons that we cannot be content withoot a God,' responded Robert. 'It's dreadful to think even of falling asleep without some one greater and nearer than the me watching ower it. But I'm just saying ower again what I have read in one of your papers, Mr. Ericson. Just let me look.' Venturing more than he had ever yet ventured, Robert rose and went to the cupboard where Ericson's papers lay. His friend did not check him. On the contrary, he took the papers from his hand and searched for the poem indicated. 'I'm not in the way of doing this sort of thing, Robert,' he said. 'I know that,' answered Robert. And Ericson read: 'Sleep. Oh, is it death that comes to have a foretaste of the whole? To-night the planets and the stars will glimmer through my window bars, but will not shine upon my soul. For I shall lie as dead, though yet I am above the ground, all passionless, with scarce a breath, with hands of rest and eyes of death. I shall be carried swiftly round. Or if my life should break the idle night with doubtful gleams, through mossy arches will I go, through arches ruinous and low, and chase the true and false in dreams. Why should I fall asleep when I am still upon my bed? The moon will shine, the winds will rise, and all around and through the skies the light clouds travel o'er my head. O busy, busy things, ye mock me with your ceaseless life, for all the hidden springs will flow, and all the blades of grass will grow, when I have neither peace nor strife. And all the long night through, the restless streams will hurry by, and round the lands with endless roar, the white waves fall upon the shore, and bit by bit devour the dry. Even thus, but silently, eternity thy tide shall flow, and side by side with every star, the long drawn swell shall bear me far, an idle boat with none to row. My senses fail with sleep, my heart beats thick, the night is noon, and faintly through its misty folds I hear a drowsy clock that holds its converse with the waning moon. O solemn mystery, that I should be so closely bound, with neither terror nor constraint, without a murmur of complaint, and lose myself upon such ground. 'Rubbish!' said Ericson, as he threw down the sheets, disgusted with his own work, which so often disappoints the writer, especially if he is by any chance betrayed into reading it aloud. 'Do not say that, Mr. Ericson,' returned Robert. 'Ye maun not say that. Ye hae nae richt to lauch at honest work, whether it be your own or any other body's. The poem, noo ' 'Don't call it a poem,' interrupted Ericson. 'It's not worthy of the name.' 'I will call it a poem,' persisted Robert, 'for it's a poem to me, whether it may be to you. And hoo I know 'at it's a poem is just this: it opens my een like music to something I never saw afore.' 'What is that?' asked Ericson, not sorry to be persuaded that there might after all be some merit in the productions painfully despised of himself. 'Just this: it's only when ye dinna want to fall asleep 'at it looks fearsome to ye. And maybe the fear of death comes in the same way. We're feared at it 'cause we're no altogether ready for it. But when the right time comes, it'll be as natural as fallin' asleep when we're doonright sleepy. If there be a God we'd call oor Father in heaven, I'm no thinkin' that he would to so many bonnie tunes put a thought for the hinter end. I'm thinkin' if there be onything in 't here, ye ken, I'm no sayin' for I dinna know, We maun jist believe in him, to die dacent and happy, and nae such strange awfu' fash aboot it as some folk wad mak a religion o' expeckin'.' Ericson looked at Robert with admiration, mingled with something akin to merriment. 'One would think it was your grandfather holding forth, Robert,' he said. 'How came ye to think of such things at your age?' 'I'm thinkin',' answered Robert, 'ye warna muckle aulder nor mysel' whan ye took to sic things, Mr. Ericson. But 'deed maybe my grandfather put them in my heid, for I had a heap ado wi' his fiddle for a while. She's deid noo.' Not understanding him, Ericson began to question, and out came the story of the violins. They talked on till the last of their coals was burnt out, and then they went to bed. Shargar had undertaken to rouse them early, that they might set out on their long walk with the long day before them. But Robert was awake before Shargar. The all but soulless light of the dreary season awoke him, and he rose and looked out. Aurora, as aged now as her loved Tithonus, peered, grey haired and desolate, over the edge of the tossing sea, with hardly enough of light in her dim eyes to show the broken crests of the waves that rushed shorewards before the wind of her rising. Such an east wind was the right breath to issue from such a pale mouth of hopeless revelation as that which opened with dead lips across the troubled sea on the far horizon. While he gazed, the east darkened. A cloud of hail rushed against the window, and Robert retreated to his bed. But ere he had fallen asleep, Ericson was beside him, and before he was dressed, Ericson appeared again with his stick in his hand. They left Shargar still asleep, and descended the stairs, thinking to leave the house undisturbed. But Mrs. Fyvie was watching for them, and insisted on their taking the breakfast she had prepared. They then set out on their journey of 40 miles, with half a loaf in their pockets, and money enough to get bread and cheese, and a bottle of the poorest ale at the far parted roadside inns. When Shargar awoke, he wept in desolation, then crept into Robert's bed, and fell fast asleep again. Chapter 15. Book 2, Chapter 16 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 16. A Strange Night. The youths had not left the city a mile behind when a thick snowstorm came on. It did not last long, however, and they fought their way through it into a glimpse of sun. To Robert, healthy, powerful, and except at rare times hopeful, it added to the pleasure of the journey to contend with the storm, and there was a certain steely indifference about Ericson that carried him through. They trudged on steadily for 3 hours along a good turnpike road, with great black masses of clouds sweeping across the sky, which now sent them a glimmer of sunlight, and now a sharp shower of hail. The country was very dreary, a succession of undulations rising into bleak moorlands, and hills whose heather would in autumn flush the land with glorious purple, but which now looked black and cheerless, as if no sunshine could ever warm them. Now and then the moorland would sweep down to the edge of the road, diversified with dark holes, from which peats were dug, and an occasional quarry of grey granite. At one moment endless pools would be shining in the sunlight, and the next the hail would be dancing a mad, fantastic dance all about them. They pulled their caps over their brows, bent their heads, and struggled on. At length they reached their first stage, and, after a meal of bread and cheese, and an offered glass of whisky, started again on their journey. They did not talk much, for their force was spent on their progress. After some consultation whether to keep the road, or take a certain short-cut across the moors, which would lead them into it again with a saving of several miles, the sun shining out with a little stronger promise than he had yet given, they resolved upon the latter. But in the middle of the moorland the wind and the hail came on with increased violence, and they were glad to tack from one to another of the huge stones that lay about, and take a short breathing time under the lee of each. so that when they recovered the road they had lost as many miles in time and strength as they had saved in distance. They did not give in, however, but after another rest and a little more refreshment, started again. The evening was now growing dusk around them, and the fatigue of the way was telling so severely on Ericson that when in the twilight they heard the blast of a horn behind them, and turning saw the two flaming eyes of a well-known four-horse coach come fluctuating towards them, Robert insisted on their getting up and riding the rest of the way. "But I can't afford it," said Ericson. "But I can," said Robert. "I don't doubt it," returned Ericson, "but I owe you too much already. If ever we win home, I mean to the heart of home, you can pay me there." "There will be no need then." "Where's the need then to make such a wark about a sixpence or two atween this and that? I thought ye cared for nothing that time or space or sense could grip of measure, Mr. Ericson. You're no half such a philosopher as ye would set up for. Hello!" Ericson laughed a weary laugh, and as the coach stopped in obedience to Robert's hail, he scrambled up behind. The guard knew Robert was pitiful over the condition of the travellers, would have put them inside, but that there was a lady there, and their clothes were wet, got out a great horse rug and wrapped Robert in it, put a spare coat of his own about an inch thick upon Ericson, drew out a flask, took a pull at it, handed it to his new passengers, and blew a vigorous blast on his long horn, for they were approaching a desolate shed where they had to change their weary horses for 4 fresh thoroughbreds. Away they went once more, careering through the gathering darkness. It was delightful indeed to have to urge one weary leg past the other no more, but to be borne along towards food, fire, and bed. But their adventures were not so nearly over as they imagined. Once more the hail fell furiously, huge hailstones, each made of many half melted and welded together into solid lumps of ice. The coachman could scarcely hold his face to the shower, and the blows they received on their faces and legs drove the thin-skinned, high-spirited horses nearly mad. At length they would face it no longer. At a turn in the road where it crossed a brook by a bridge with a low stone wall, the wind met them right in the face with redoubled vehemence. The leaders swerved from it, and were just rising to jump over the parapet, when the coachman, whose hands were nearly insensible with cold, threw his leg over the reins and pulled them up. One of the leaders reared and fell backwards. One of the wheelers kicked vigorously. A few moments, and in spite of the guard at their heads, all was one struggling mass of bodies and legs with a broken pole in the midst. The few passengers got down, and Robert, fearing that yet worse might happen, and remembering the lady, opened the door. He found her quite composed, as he helped her out. "What is the matter?" asked the voice dearest to him in the world, the voice of Miss St. John. He gave a cry of delight. Wrapped in the horsecloth, Miss St. John did not know him. "What is the matter?" she repeated. "Oh, naething, mem, naething, only I doobt we will not get ye home the nicht." "Is it you, Robert?" she said gladly, recognizing his voice. "Ay, it's me, and Mr. Ericson. We'll take care of ye, mem." "But surely we shall get home." Robert had heard the crack of the breaking pole. "'Deed, I doobt no." "What are we to do then?" "Come into the shelter of the bank here, oot of the reach of the horses," said Robert, taking off his horsecloth and wrapping her in it. The storm hissed and smote all around them. She took Robert's arm. Followed by Ericson, they left the coach and the struggling horses, and withdrew to a bank that overhung the road. As soon as they were out of the wind, Robert, who had made up his mind, said, "We cannot be mony yards from the auld hoose of Bogbonnie. We might get through the night there weel enough. I'll spare at the guard the minute the horses are cleared. We were most ower the bridge, I heard the coachman say." "I know quite well where the old house is," said Ericson. "I went in the last time I walked this way." "Was the door open?" asked Robert. "I don't know," answered Ericson. "I found one of the windows open in the basement." "We'll get the lent of one of the lanterns and go on directly. It cannot be more nor the breath of a rig or two from the burn." "I can take you by the road," said Ericson. 'It will be very cold,' said Miss St. John, already shivering, partly from disquietude. 'There's wood enough there to hold us warm for a twelvemonth,' said Robert. He went back to the coach. By this time the horses were nearly extricated. Two of them stood steaming in the lamplight, with their sides going at 20 bellows speed. The guard would not let him have one of the coach lamps, but gave him a small lantern of his own. When he returned with it, he found Ericson and Miss St. John talking together. Ericson led the way, and the others followed. 'Where are ye going, gentlemen?' asked the guard, as they passed the coach. 'To the old hoose,' answered Robert. 'Ye cannot do better. I maun bide wi' the coach till the lave gang back to Drumhead wi' the horses, and fasten i' the pole. Faith, it'll be weel into the mornin' or we win oot o' this. Tak care hoo ye gang. There's holes i' the auld hoose, I doot.' 'We'll take good care, ye may be sure, Hector,' said Robert, as they left the bridge. The house to which Ericson was leading them was in the midst of a field. There was just light enough to show a huge mass standing in the dark, without a tree or shelter of any sort. When they reached it, all that Miss St. John could distinguish was a wide broken stair leading up to the door, with glimpses of a large, plain, ugly, square front. The stones of the stair sloped and hung in several directions, but it was plain to a glance that the place was dilapidated through extraordinary neglect rather than by the usual wear of time. In fact, it belonged only to the beginning of the preceding century, somewhere in Queen Anne's time. There was a heavy door to it, but fortunately for Miss St. John, who would not quite have relished getting in at the window of which Ericson had spoken, it stood a little ajar. The wind roared in the gap and echoed in the empty hall into which they now entered. Certainly Robert was right. There was wood enough to keep them warm for that hall, and every room into which they went, from top to bottom of the huge house, was lined with pine. No paintbrush had ever passed upon it. Neither was there a spot to be seen upon the grain of the wood. It was clean as the day when the house was finished, only it had grown much browner. A close gallery, with window frames which had never been glazed, at 1 story's height, leading across from the one side of the first floor to the other, looked down into the great echoing hall, which rose in the centre of the building to the height of 2 stories. But this was unrecognizable in the poor light of the guard's lantern. All the rooms on every floor opened into the other. But why should I give such a minute description, making my reader expect a ghost story, or at least a nocturnal adventure? I only want him to feel something of what our party felt as they entered this desolate building, which, though some 120 years old, bore not a single mark upon the smooth floors or spotless walls to indicate that article of furniture had ever stood in it, or human being ever inhabited it. There was a strange and unusual horror about the place, a feeling quite different from that belonging to an ancient house, however haunted it might be. It was like a body that had never had a human soul in it. There was no sense of a human history about it. Miss St. John's feeling of eeriness rose to the height when, in wandering through the many rooms in search of one where the windows were less broken, she came upon one spot in the floor. It was only a hole worn down through floor after floor, from top to bottom, by the drip of the rains from the broken roof. It looked like the disease of the desolate place, and she shuddered. Here they must pass the night, with the wind roaring awfully through the echoing emptiness, and every now and then the hail clashing against what glass remained in the windows. They found one room with the window well boarded up, for until lately some care had been taken of the place to keep it from the weather. There Robert left his companions, who presently heard the sounds of tearing and breaking below, necessity justifying him in the appropriation of some of the woodwork for their own behoof. He tore a panel or two from the walls, and, returning with them, lighted a fire on the empty hearth, where, from the look of the stone and mortar, certainly never fire had blazed before. The wood was dry as a bone, and burnt up gloriously. Then first Robert bethought himself that they had nothing to eat. He himself was full of merriment, and cared nothing about eating, for had he not Miss St. John and Ericson there? But for them something must be provided. He took his lantern and went back through the storm. The hail had ceased, but the wind blew tremendously. The coach stood upon the bridge like a stranded vessel, its two lamps holding doubtful battle with the wind, now flaring out triumphantly, now almost yielding up the ghost. Inside, the guard was snoring in defiance of the pother o'er his head. "Hector, Hector!" cried Robert. "Ay, ay," answered Hector. "It's no time to walkin' yet." "Have ye nae basket, Hector, wi' something to eat in it? Naething goin' to Rothieden 'at a body micht say by your leave till?" "Ow, it's you, is it?" returned Hector, rousing himself. "Na, de'il on. If I had, I daurna gie ye it." "I wad mak free to steal it, though, and tak my chance," said Robert. "But ye say ye hae none." "None, I tell ye. Ye winna hunger afore the mornin', man." "I'll stan' hunger as weel as you ony day, Hector. It's no for mysel'. There's Miss St. John." "Hoots!" said Hector peevishly, for he wanted to go to sleep again. "Go on and make love till her. Nae lass 'll think o' meat as lang as ye do that. That'll haud yer ain hungert." The words were like blasphemy in Robert's ear. He make love to Miss St. John! He turned from the coach door in disgust. But there was no place he knew of where anything would be had, and he must return empty handed. The light of the fire shone through a little hole in the boards that closed the window. His lamp had gone out, but guided by that, he found the road again, and felt his way up the stairs. When he entered the room, he saw Miss St. John sitting on the floor, for there was nowhere else to sit, with the guard's coat under her. She had taken off her bonnet. Her back leaned against the side of the chimney, and her eyes were bent thoughtfully on the ground. In their shine, Robert read instinctively that Ericson had said something that had set her thinking. He lay on the floor at some distance, leaning on his elbow, and his eye had the flash in it that indicates one who has just ceased speaking. They had not found his absence awkward, at least. "I have been after something to eat," said Robert, "but I cannot fall in with onything. We maun just tell stories or sing songs as folk do in books, or else Miss St. John 'll think long." They did sing songs, and they did tell stories. I will not trouble my reader with more than the sketch of one which Robert told, the story of the old house wherein they sat, a house without a history, save the story of its no history. It had been built for the jointure house of a young countess, whose husband was an old man. A lover to whom she had turned a deaf ear had left the country, begging ere he went her acceptance of a lovely Italian greyhound. She was weak enough to receive the animal. Her husband died the same year, and before the end of it the dog went mad and bit her. According to the awful custom of the time, they smothered her between two feather beds, just as the house of Bogbonnie was ready to receive her furniture and become her future dwelling. No one had ever occupied it. If Miss St. John listened to the story and song without as much show of feeling as Mysie Lindsay would have manifested, it was not that she entered into them less deeply, it was that she was more, not felt less. Listening at her window once with Robert, Ericson had heard Mary St. John play. This was their first meeting. Full as his mind was of Mysie, he could not fail to feel the charm of a noble, stately womanhood that could give support instead of rousing sympathy for helplessness. There was, in the dignified simplicity of Mary St. John, that which made every good man remember his mother, and a good man will think this grand praise, though a fast girl will take it for a doubtful compliment. Seeing her begin to look weary, the young men spread a couch for her as best they could, made up the fire, and telling her they would be in the hall below, retired, kindled another fire, and sat down to wait for the morning. They held a long talk. At length Robert fell asleep on the floor. Ericson rose. One of his fits of impatient doubt was upon him. In the dying embers of the fire he strode up and down the waste hall, with the storm raving around it. He was destined to an early death. He would leave no one of his kin to mourn for him. The girl whose fair face had possessed his imagination would not give one sigh to his memory, wandering on through the regions of fancy all the same, and the death struggle over, he might awake in a godless void, where, having no creative power in himself, he must be tossed about, a conscious yet helpless atom, to eternity.
It was not annihilation he feared, although he did shrink from the thought of unconsciousness. It was life without law that he dreaded, existence without the bonds of a holy necessity, thought without faith, being without God. For all her fatigue, Miss St. John could not sleep. The house quivered in the wind, which howled more and more madly through its long passages and empty rooms, and she thought she heard cries in the midst of the howling. In vain she reasoned with herself. She could not rest. She rose and opened the door of her room, with a vague notion of being nearer to the young men. It opened upon the narrow gallery already mentioned as leading from one side of the first floor to the other at mid-height along the end of the hall. The fire below shone into this gallery, for it was divided from the hall only by a screen of crossing bars of wood, like unglazed window frames, possibly intended to hold glass. Of the relation of the passage to the hall, Mary St. John knew nothing, till, approaching the light, she found herself looking down into the red dusk below. She stood riveted, for in the centre of the hall, with his hands clasped over his head like the solitary arch of a ruined Gothic aisle, stood Ericson. His agony had grown within him. The agony of the silence had brooded immovable throughout the infinite, whose sea would ripple to no breath of the feeble tempest of his prayers. At length it broke from him in low but sharp sounds of words. "O God," he said, "if thou art, why dost thou not speak? If I am thy handiwork, dost thou forget that which thou hast made?" He paused motionless, then cried again, "There can be no God, or he would hear." "God has heard me," said a full-toned voice of feminine tenderness, somewhere in the air. Looking up, Ericson saw the dim form of Mary St. John, half-way up the side of the lofty hall. The same moment she vanished, trembling at the sound of her own voice. Thus to Ericson as to Robert had she appeared as an angel, and was she less of a divine messenger because she had a human body whose path lay not through the air. The storm of misery folded its wings in Eric's bosom, and at the sound of her voice there was a great calm. Nor, if we inquire into the matter, shall we find that such an effect indicated anything derogatory to the depth of his feelings or the strength of his judgment. It is not through the judgment that a troubled heart can be set at rest. It needs a revelation, a vision, a something for the higher nature that breathes and enfolds the intellect, to recognize as of its own, and lay hold of by faithful hope. And what fitter messenger of such hope than the harmonious presence of a woman whose form itself tells of highest law, and concord, and uplifting obedience, such a one whose beauty walks the upper air of noble loveliness, whose voice, even in speech, is one of the sphere-born harmonious sisters. The very presence of such a being gives unbelief the lie, deep as the throat of her line. Harmony, which is beauty and law, works necessary faith in the region capable of truth. It needs the intervention of no reasoning. It is beheld. This visible peace, with that voice of woman's truth, said, "God has heard me." What better testimony could an angel have brought him? Or why should an angel's testimony weigh more than such a woman's? The mere understanding of a man like Ericson would only have demanded of an angel proof that he was an angel, proof that angels knew better than he did in the matter in question, proof that they were not easy-going creatures that took for granted the rumours of heaven. The best that a miracle can do is to give hope. Of the objects of faith it can give no proof. One spiritual testimony is worth 1,000 of them. For to gain the sole proof of which these truths admit, a man must grow into harmony with them. If there are no such things, he cannot become conscious of a harmony that has no existence. He cannot thus deceive himself. If there are, they must yet remain doubtful until the harmony between them and his own willing nature is established. The perception of this harmony is their only and incommunicable proof. For this process time is needful, and therefore we are saved by hope. Hence it is no wonder that before another half hour was over, Ericson was asleep by Robert's side. They were aroused in the cold grey light of the morning by the blast of Hector's horn. Miss St. John was ready in a moment.
The coach was waiting for them at the end of the grassy road that led from the house. Hector put them all inside. Before they reached Rothieden, the events of the night began to wear the doubtful aspect of a dream. No allusion was made to what had occurred while Robert slept, but all the journey Ericson felt towards Miss St. John as Wordsworth felt toward the leech gatherer, who, he says, was like a man from some far region sent to give me human strength by apt admonishment. And Robert saw a certain light in her eyes, which reminded him of how she looked when, having repented of her momentary hardness towards him, she was ministering to his wounded head. End chapter 16.
Book 2, Chapter 17 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 17. Home Again. When Robert opened the door of his grandmother's parlour, he found the old lady seated at breakfast. She rose, pushed back her chair, and met him in the middle of the room, put her old arms round him, offered her smooth white cheek to him, and wept. Robert wondered that she did not look older, for the time he had been away seemed an age, although in truth only 8 months. "Who are ye, laddie?" she said. "I'm right glad, for I have been thinking long to see ye. Sit ye doon." Betty rushed in, drying her hands on her apron. She had not heard him enter. Losh!" she cried, and put her wet apron to her eyes. "Sic a man as ye're grown, Robert! A puir body like me maunna be spaking to ye noo." "There's nae odds in me, Betty," returned Robert. "'Deed but there is. Ye're 6 feet and a hairy hours, I'se warn." "I said there was nae odds in me, Betty," persisted Robert, laughing. "I kenna what may be in ye," retorted Betty, "but there's an unco odds upo' ye." "Haud yer tongue, Betty," said her mistress. "Ye oucht to ken better nor stan' jawin' wi' young men. Fess mair o' the creamy cakes." "Maybe Robert would like a drappy o' parritch." "Onything, Betty," said Robert. "I'm at death's door wi' hunger. Run, Betty, for the cakes, and fess a loaf o' white breid we canna bide for the porridge." Robert fell to his breakfast, and while he ate, somewhat ravenously, he told his grandmother the adventures of the night, and introduced the question whether he might not ask Ericson to stay a few days with him. "Ony friend o' yours, laddie," she replied, qualifying her words only with the addition, "if he be a friend. Whaur is he noo?" "He's up at Miss Napier's." "Hoots! What for didna ye fess him in wi' ye? Betty!" "Na, na, grannie. The Napiers are friends o' his. We maunna interfere wi' them. I'll gang up mysel' ance I hae had my breakfast." "Weel, weel, laddie. I'm blythe to see ye. Hae ye gotten ony prizes noo?" "Ay hae I. I'm sorry they're nae baith o' them the first, but I hae the first o' ane and the third o' the ither." "I am pleased at that, Robert. You'll be a man some day, if ye haud frae drink and frae lean." "I never tellt a lee in my life, grannie." "Na, I dinna think 'at ever ye did. An' what's that crater Shargar aboot?" "Ow, jist gaein' to be a croon o' glory to ye, grannie. He worked like a horse till Dr. Anderson took him by the han' and sent him to the schule, and he's gaein' to mak something o' him or a' be dune. He's a fine crater, Shargar." "He took a mune like flittin' frae here," rejoined the old lady in a tone of offence. "He micht hae said good day to me, I think." "Ye see he was feared at ye, grannie." "Feared at me, laddie! Wha ever was feared at me? I never feared onybody in my life." So little did the dear old lady know that she was a terror to her neighbourhood, simply because, being a law to herself, she would therefore be a law to other people, a conclusion that cannot be concluded. Mrs. Falconer's courtesy did not fail. Her grandson had ceased to be a child. Her responsibility had, in so far, ceased. Her conscience was relieved at being rid of it,
and the humanity of her great heart came out to greet the youth. She received Ericson with perfect hospitality, made him at home as far as the stately respect she showed him would admit of his being so, and confirmed in him the impression of her which Robert had given him. They held many talks together, and such was the circumspection of Ericson that, not saying a word he did not believe, he so said what he did believe, or so avoided the points upon which they would have differed seriously, that although his theology was of course far from satisfying her, she yet affirmed her conviction that the root of the matter was in him. This distressed Ericson, however, for he feared he must have been deceitful, if not hypocritical. It was with some grumbling that the Napiers, especially Miss Letty, parted with him to Mrs. Falconer. The hearts of all three had so taken to the youth that he found himself more at home in that hostelry than anywhere else in the world. Miss Letty was the only one that spoke lightly of him. She even went so far as to make good-natured game of him sometimes, all because she loved him more than the others, more indeed than she cared to show, for fear of expressing an old woman's ridiculous fancy, as she called her predilection. A long-legged, prude, landless laird, she would say, with a moist glimmer in her loving eyes, with the maist ridiculous feet ye ever saw, hardly room for 5 toes atween the two, losh. When Robert went forth into the streets, he was surprised to find how friendly every one was. Even old William MacGregor shook him kindly by the hand, inquired after his health, told him not to study too hard, informed him that he had a copy of a queer old book that he would like to see, etc., etc. Upon reflection, Robert discovered the cause. Though he had scarcely gained a bursary, he had gained prizes, and in a little place like Rothieden, long may there be such places, everybody with any brains at all took a share in the distinction he had merited. Ericson stayed only a few days. He went back to the twilight of the north, his fishy cousin, and his tutorship at Sir Olaf Peterson's. Robert accompanied him 10 miles on his journey, and would have gone further, but that he was to play on his violin before Miss St. John the next day for the first time. When he told his grandmother of the appointment he had made, she only remarked, in a tone of some satisfaction, 'Weel, she's a fine lass, Miss St. John, and if ye take to one another, ye cannot do better.' But Robert's thoughts were so different from Mrs. Falconer's that he did not even suspect what she meant. He no more dreamed of marrying Miss St. John than of marrying his forbidden grandmother. Yet she was no less at this period the ruling influence of his life, and if it had not been for the benediction of her presence and power, this part of his history too would have been torn by inward troubles. It is not good that a man should batter day and night at the gate of heaven. Sometimes he can do nothing else, and then nothing else is worth doing. But the very noise of the siege will sometimes drown the still small voice that calls from the open postern. There is a door wide to the jewelled wall, not far from any one of us, even when he least can find it. Robert, however, notwithstanding the pedestal upon which Miss St. John stood in his worshipping regard, began to be aware that his feeling towards her was losing something of its placid flow, and I doubt whether Miss St. John did not now and then see that in his face which made her tremble a little, and doubt whether she stood on safe ground with a youth just waking into manhood. Tremble a little, not for herself, but for him. Her fear would have found itself more than justified if she had surprised him kissing her glove, and then replacing it where he had found it, with the air of one consciously guilty of presumption. Possibly also Miss St. John may have had to confess to herself that had she not had her history already, and been 10 years his senior, she might have found no little attraction in the noble bearing and handsome face of young Falconer. The rest of his features had now grown into complete harmony of relation with his whilom premature, and therefore portentous nose. His eyes glowed and gleamed with humanity, and his whole countenance bore self-evident witness of being a true face and no mask, a revelation of his individual being, and not a mere inheritance from a fine breed of fathers and mothers. As it was, she could admire and love him without danger of falling in love with him. but not without fear lest he should not assume the correlative position. She saw no way of prevention, however, without running a risk of worse. She shrunk altogether from putting on anything. She abhorred tact, and pretence was impracticable with Mary St. John. She resolved that if she saw any definite ground for uneasiness, she would return to England, and leave any impression she might have made to wear out in her absence and silence. Things did not seem to render this necessary yet. Meantime the violin of the dead shoemaker blended its wails with the rich harmonies of Mary St. John's piano, and the soul of Robert went forth upon the level of the sound, and hovered about the beauty of his friend. Oftener than she approved was she drawn by Robert's eagerness into these consorts. But the heart of the king is in the hands of the Lord. While Robert thus once more for a season stood behind the cherub with the flaming sword, Ericson was teaching two stiff-necked youths in a dreary house in the midst of one of the moors of Caithness. One day he had a slight attack of blood spitting, and welcomed it as a sign from what heaven there might be beyond the grave. He had not received the consolation of Miss St. John without, although unconsciously leaving something in her mind in return. No human being has ever been allowed to occupy the position of a pure benefactor. The receiver has his turn and becomes the giver. From her talk with Ericson, and even more from the influence of his sad, holy doubt, a fresh touch of the actinism of the solar truth fell upon the living seed in her heart, and her life burst forth afresh, began to bud in new questions that needed answers, and new prayers that sought them. But she never dreamed that Robert was capable of sympathy with such thoughts and feelings. He was but a boy. Nor in the power of dealing with truth was he at all on the same level with her, for however poor he might have considered her theories, she had led a life hitherto, had passed through sorrow without bitterness, had done her duty without pride, had hoped without conceit of favour, had, as she believed, heard the voice of God saying, "This is the way." Hence she was not afraid when the mists of prejudice began to rise from around her path, and reveal a country very different from what she had fancied it. She was soon able to perceive that it was far more lovely and full of righteousness and peace than she had supposed. But this anticipates. Only I shall have less occasion to speak of Miss St. John by the time she has come into this purer air of the uphill road. Robert was happier than he ever could have expected to be in his grandmother's house. She treated him like an honoured guest, let him do as he would, and go where he pleased. Betty kept the gable room in the best of order for him, and, pattern of housemaids, dusted his table without disturbing his papers. For he began to have papers, nor were they occupied only with the mathematics to which he was now giving his chief attention, preparing with the occasional help of Mr. Innes for his second session. He had fits of wandering, though, visited all the old places, spent a week or two more than once at Bodyfold, rode Mr. Lammie's half-broken filly, revelled in the glories of the summer once more, went out to tea occasionally, or supped with the schoolmaster, and, except going to church on Sunday, which was a weariness to every inch of flesh upon his bones, enjoyed everything. Chapter 17